Motherfucker. That's his favorite word, motherfucker.
Can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Well, now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Galt. Like, let's talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a screen for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Cause that alone might break me. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that way.
And we are back like we never left. And that beaver, that beaver is a perfect depiction of how I feel right now, because it sounds like my nose is filled with snot and boogers. However, it's just there's nothing. I can't even breathe through it right now.
Oh Lord.
My allergies are awful. But you know what? The show must go on. How is everyone doing? How is everyone doing?
Great.
That
doing all right.
Is fantastic. And 12th man, how is your hand?
I woke up, it was throbbing this morning. I had to eat the pain pills as soon as I woke up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hopefully a few days I'll the swelling will go down and all that good stuff, but I'll live, you know.
Yeah,
now, do they have it wrapped up, 12th man?
Oh yeah, they got me in a splint.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah, I don't like to cry over pain too much, because you know I will get over it. So, and at least I do have the what did they give me?
You'll get to use that hand again.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Hydrocodones, and they seem to knock the edge off pretty good. So.
Well, that's good. Let's see.
Appreciate y'all's well wishes and prayers on that.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Absolutely, of course.
Hey, Portia, did you guys win that game?
What game?
The game that
game.
I think it was either Monday or Tuesday. You said you was at a game with the kids.
Oh, our game. Yes, we did. We made it to the playoffs.
Great.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. They decided to do the whole, fight on the field last week.
Uh-oh.
That is awesome.
But we won. We had one loss last week, and then because of some things that happened, we had a rematch and we ended up winning. And so now our JV and our varsity, they're both in the playoffs. So that is a good thing.
Oh, that's great.
It's a good thing. And we're approaching our fall break and all. So
Yep. Thanksgiving is coming soon, before you know it. Yep.
Yeah, we get a break in October and in November, and boy, oh boy, can I wait!
Oh, lucky y'all!
I am so excited. I can scream. I'm definitely.
Yeah. So my daughter's in dance, so I know how she feels anytime they win. They're doing competitions now to see who goes into the finals.
Yeah, it's just,
and this is her last year, so.
Yeah, and that's a big
deal. Out big. And homecoming is and I think in a week.
Yeah, so because we have fall break now, what they did is we had homecoming like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks. Listen, I can't remember because we had it so early. However, Latino posted a link in the back, and I guess we can start with that. Hey, Latino.
What's up, Latino?
What's up, man?
What up?
It's been a slow day for me.
The 10-minute mark.
Sucks.
So we're gonna go ahead.
I'm not moving around very fast myself.
That's
for sure.
Yeah. Hopefully tomorrow's a better day.
Yeah.
Oh, let me share my screen. That might help. So first story. This Latino shared this with us. So it looks like a bodyguard is trying to block a Hispanic woman who's confronting Kamala about the border.
She just wanted to ask one question. She couldn't even answer.
But it's like they're at the airport and all, and I don't know how I feel about this, even though I haven't seen it yet. But let's watch it together.
Hi, I'm Dr. Hispanic engagement with Training Point USA. I want to know about the children that use interface that are on the border right now.
She does got beautiful hair, though.
I'm taking a picture real quick. That you're getting behind me and saying that you're fighting for women. No, I'm not going to back up. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm asking her. She's saying that she supports Hispanic. I don't care. You're in my way. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. She is damaging what is happening to Hispanic women and children at the border because she's promoting family reunification with child marriage. You're not commenting on this video. You are directly impacting the Hispanic demographic in a negative way. You are directly impacting what is happening with the children in this country, and you are not doing what you're supposed to be doing as a representative, representing women in this country. Shame on you. You're not going to win.
And she had the red Doritos.
Well, I guess DiCaprio, no. See you in the chat. Thank you so much for the Cash App. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Portia, you never told me what day is your birthday this month.
Oh, it's on the 23rd, but
wow, very close to my daughter's.
HB dubbed October as Porchtober.
Porchtober.
Oh Lord, yes.
It's better. Porchtober.
That's exactly what it is. It's Porchtober.
Porchtoberfest.
That's what he said, and I'm not one of those people that's like really big into my birthday. I just get more excited about everybody else's birthday, but mine. But he,
I claim September.
I know, but him doing that and like calling it that, it kind of makes it makes me feel, kind of excited about it, So
what you like to drink, Portia?
Vodka.
What you drink?
Vodka, that's good.
All right.
I like Tito's.
Tito's, that's that Texas vodka. That's making a killing up here.
I love Tito's.
Everybody loves Tito's up here up north.
That's probably gonna be the next time that I actually drink is on my birthday. So that'll be great.
Yeah, that's usually
okay. We have CKJ on the 27th. My aunt, her birthday is on the 27th. So October is a huge month in my family.
Portia, are you a Libra?
No, I'm a Scorpio.
She'll bite you.
Oh, Scorpio. Okay.
That's why Portia don't take no shit.
Yeah, I'm a Scorpio, but my family this is the biggest month in my whole family. Everybody's birthday is this month. It's a busy month. All my siblings, all of our birthdays are in October. Our grandparents, cousins, aunts. It's ridiculous. But yeah, so October, yeah, it's coming to a day near you. Anyhow, this video. So I have a couple of questions. This says August 3rd, 2024. It looks like an airport to me.
Yes, it does.
I guess I'm kind of confused because I don't know why Kamala would be at an airport.
Because you could go right on the airport, right? You could go through the back gates, or you could go in through the airport and go through through your plane anyway. So you can do it both ways. You know, she has the right to do that. I'm thinking she probably went through the airport, you know, to the airport to try to get a cameo, and it wasn't such a good idea because, I mean, you got to think to yourself that at least somebody's going to ask you a question or two.
Well, the CKJ says Scorpios are the loyalists, just don't cross them.
They'll bite you.
You know, I'm not a vindictive person, but loyalty, I will say that I do stand on that very firmly. That means a lot to me. Yeah,
I don't know a lot of Scorpios. I don't.
Yeah, I know a lot, you know. I know a lot, but you know, I don't really get deep into the whole what is it? Zodiac thing.
Yeah, me neither.
But you know, I know what people mean whenever they say, you know, about, I mean, just my sign really, but anyhow, so she's in this airport and so we're saying like a cameo, like a photo op, and so this woman walks up on her and confronts her.
Yeah, basically, that's what I think. Because I mean, what would be the reason of her going up there when she could just go through the private gate, just like all the top people and all the people with money? And
yeah, but I guess for me, if I saw Kamala Harris out in public, I'm not sure I would approach her in this way.
Yeah, me neither.
So I'm not. I guess I just need to hear some more opinions on this before I can kind of give mine. So y'all tell me what y'all think. What do y'all think? How do y'all feel about it?
I think she needed to hear that.
Okay.
That's not going to make a difference, man.
I know.
I mean,
I think she's fake as hell, so she's gonna weasel her way out of it. To be honest with you,
I wouldn't even. I just wouldn't have, you know, approached the thing. I understand that she is the vice president and all, and I think about things like, you know, Secret Service and, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't even get close to her, dude. I'll get far away.
Because you're not gonna get a straight answer.
No, it's not that. Her security detail.
Yeah, it's just like, even outside of the answer, that the fact that I know who she is and like the level of protection that she has around her, walking up on her like that and getting that close to her, because she was close. She wasn't like, you know, there wasn't like 20 feet or 10 feet in between them. Like they were close enough to hug. Yeah, and it's like, nah, I don't know how I feel about that, but I do. It's America, so we have the right to, you know, express ourselves in, you know, to our leaders and to say what we want about our leaders, because we don't have a dictatorship. However, that's just not something that I would have done, but I just have questions. I have more. It's just like, I want to know, what is she doing at the airport? What is going on? Like, why aren't you just like walking onto the airplane away from people? But again, like you said, possibility of photo op, not much context. And
they added, I saw this thing on Twitter today too. They added the amount of money that the Ukraine per person, let's say, you know, all the money that they have sent to Ukraine, let's say if they added it per person, it would have been $24,000, and they gave the people in Tennessee, I believe, was $750.
Well, you know, speaking of that, we can roll right into the next one.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because that's like a good segue. Give me 1 second. Where
they say they don't have money, but I mean, can you explain the reason why FEMA doesn't have money? Because you guys spent that money on the migrants.
Yeah.
So I mean, but they don't want to say that.
Let's see.
That same story said exactly that this morning.
And that's what gets me mad about these politicians. They play us like if we're like kids, and they're teachers. And it's like teachers. I'm talking about teachers like in like kindergarten. Like we're kindergarten, and they're the teachers in kindergarten.
Let me actually see something really quick. We are going to get to that, but I want to see if there's a video that I can find so that I'm not That's 22 hours. This is, oh, that was from 2 years ago. Oh, come on. It might be a video embedded, but for some reason, whenever I've been trying to play the videos from Gateway, they're not playing. I'm trying to see if I can find a shortened version. I might not get what I want. Probably, yep, I'm just going to have to read it. So you guys bear with me. So it says Biden Kamala regime burns $1 billion in FEMA funds to resettle illegal immigrants.
That's Bidenomics.
FEMA now lacks resources for disaster response. Wow. Let's read about it.
Wah, wah, wah.
As Hurricane Helene tears through the eastern seaboard, I'm hearing some feedback. Let me see. Let's see. It's like I feel like.
Is it American Man? I mean, 12 Man.
No, I don't have anything going in the background.
Let's see. Could everybody mute up for me really quick? Okay. All right. Oops. There we go. There we go. Let me see. All right. Okay. Y'all can come off mute, but like for the background noise, or if y'all could like kind of, if you know it's a lot of noise, if you could just mute until you're ready to talk, that would help. So as Hurricane Helene tears through the eastern seaboard, leaving devastation in its wake, the mismanagement of FEMA under the Biden, okay, let me make sure, I wanted to make sure y'all can see my screen, under the Biden Harris regime is hitting home with deadly consequences. The storm's ferocious winds and torrential rains have claimed at least 190 lives, left millions without power, and trapped countless families in floodwaters across North Carolina and beyond. Entire communities have been cut off from vital resources, with citizens scrambling for help. Yet, in the face of this national disaster, the Biden-Harris administration's FEMA appears woefully unprepared. Why? Because over the past 2 years, they have funneled more than $1 billion in taxpayer dollars away from American disaster relief efforts and into the pockets of illegal immigrants. That's a lot. Let's see. Let's keep going. For the second consecutive year, FEMA has implemented immediate needs funding, putting long-term recovery projects on hold due to a severe shortage in the disaster relief funds, according to a report from the NRDC last month. With over 614 major disaster declarations still open, some dating back nearly 2 decades, the agency's decision to prioritize illegal immigration over American disaster victims has sparked outrage across the country. FEMA estimates it will fall $7 billion short of the funds needed to manage new disasters, thanks to reckless financial decisions. Instead of rebuilding communities, repairing public infrastructure, or mitigating future disasters, FEMA is sinking taxpayer dollars into programs for illegal immigrants while disaster-stricken Americans wait for help that may never come. FEMA is blaming the Congress for not appropriating new funding to the agency. So estimated spending for August and September of 2024, you have COVID, that's 5,766. Hurricane Maria. Now, hold on, wait, what are the parameters of this? I need it to be a little bit more clear. I don't understand the metrics of these numbers. Oh, okay, I see, in the millions. Okay, so 5,766,000 for COVID. For Hurricane Maria, 2,385,000. Hurricane Beryl, which was in 2024, 609,000. Hurricane Ian, 2022, 461 million. Hurricane Ida, 414 million. Hawaii, Wildfires last year, 210 million. Hurricane Fiona, 177 million. And Hurricane Sandy, 2012, 161 million. We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting, Mayorkas told reporters on Wednesday. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season. Oh, we might have a video. Let's see if I click on this. Will it take me there? So we can listen to him and y'all don't have to listen to me sound crazy. Nope. You know what? It's not a video, it's a picture. So I'll just keep going. We are expecting another hurricane hitting. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season. The Biden-Harris FEMA spent over $1 billion on funding illegal aliens. I'm going to skip through all of that. The link is in the description box already. America's First Legal shares shocking details in a thread on X that reveals the extent of FEMA's transformation under the Biden-Harris leadership. Over $1 billion, which should have been used for American disaster relief, has instead been redirected into resettling illegal immigrants through programs like the Shelter and Services Program. According to the Biden administration's own reports, FEMA allocated $364 million in the 2023 fiscal year and another $650 million for 2024 to provide humanitarian services to illegal immigrants released from DHS custody. This money is being spent on shelter, food, gift cards, and hotel accommodations. Don't want to forget those cell phones. While American citizens drown, wait in shelters, and struggle to survive the aftermath of one of the deadliest storms in recent history. Over the last 4 years, the Biden-Harris admin has steadily transformed FEMA, the agency responsible for responding to natural disasters like Hurricane Helene, into an illegal alien resettlement agency that emphasizes DEI over public safety. And don't worry, we're going to go and look at their actual website as well. The Shelter and Services Program is designed to exclusively provide shelter and services to illegal aliens. Over $1 billion in taxpayer dollars have been allocated between fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24. Annual funding totals. So from 24, we have $650 million. Round one was 275. Round two, 40 million. And that's for a total of 300 million. I guess that's been paid out so far. And then in 2023, 291 million, 77.3 for a total of 363.8 million. For example, of that 1 billion, FEMA gave over 38 million to New York City, a sanctuary city overrun by illegal aliens. New York City, in turn, is handing out gift cards and hotels to illegal aliens. Oh, okay. So eligible applicants. So New York, 38 million, Pima County, Arizona, 21 million, Catholic Charities of San Diego, California, 19, rounding that up to about 20 million. Another San Diego, another 20 million. In Texas, Mission Border Hope, 12 million. Maricopa County, Arizona, 11 million. Another agency in Arizona, 11 million. And Catholic Charities in Bexar County, Texas, 10 million. I see the difference in the payouts according to the states. The red states got less and the blue states got more. You know, hey, it is what it is, because the red state's trying to get them up out of here. So I guess we're using this funding here to do just that. And since they're in these places, you know, they're getting the majority of this money that has been allocated. Moreover, the Emergency Food and Shelter Program has been reshaped to provide funding to families and individuals encountered by the Department of Homeland Security, aka illegal aliens. This is a separate program $685 million has been allocated to fund illegal aliens. This is the Emergency Food and Shelter Program. It's a FEMA funded program authorized by the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act of 1987. The program supplements and expands ongoing work of local nonprofit and governmental social service organizations to provide shelter, food, and supportive services to individuals and families who are experiencing or at risk of experiencing hunger and or homelessness. The program may also receive funding to award the National Board for Distribution to local social service organizations that provide humanitarian relief to families and individuals encountered by the Department of Homeland Security. By statute, the EFSP National Board is the sole recipient of EFSP grant funds and establishes the program's policies, procedures, and guidelines. The Rescue Plan of 2021, $110 million. The Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act, $150 million. And a second Department of Homeland Security's Appropriations Act, $425 million, and that was in 2023. Beyond allocating billions of taxpayer dollars on illegal aliens, the agency has been entirely captured by the equity agenda, the euphemism for discrimination. The number one goal of their strategic plan is to instill equity as a foundation of emergency management. Goal number one. And just to double check, I would like to do this right now in real time. Let's see the FEMA strategic plan. While I'm pulling this up, do we have any comments, questions, or concerns? Do we have anything to say? Is anyone there? Mic check 1 2 1 2. Panel, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here, Portia. Just
No, we
listening
can
to
hear
you.
you. We can hear you, Portia.
Okay, so what do y'all think so far while I'm pulling up FEMA?
Oh, I'm here. Can someone make any? Who posted this?
Posted what? The article? Like, where am I reading it from?
I think he's asking who put it, who gave it to you, or did you pull it up yourself?
Oh yeah, I pulled it up.
Yeah. Well, no. Latino, you posted this, right?
No, Latino posted something else about the border with Kamala Harris at the airport. And then he mentioned this, the story that I'm reading right now. And I had pulled, I was going to read about this earlier, but I had it pulled up.
Got it.
So is that it? That's anything else? Anybody got anything else to add? Strategic plan. That's what I'm looking for.
I think it's pretty outrageous what they're doing. Leaving Americans to suffer while serving up these illegal immigrants.
What exactly is outrageous? Because what I'm seeing is a bunch of numbers. I'm seeing a bunch of numbers read off without any sort of context.
The fact that illegal immigrants are being funded and FEMA is not.
Well, the context was everything that I was reading before and in between, and talking about where the funds go. And so I'm pulling it up on their website right now. I'm trying to get to this page right here on FEMA. And right now we're talking about equity, but the numbers that I was reading before.
I saw years. I see 2022. I see 20, all kinds of years.
Yeah, so right here, 2021, 2022, 2023, up here at the top on the FEMA website, the Emergency Food and Shelter Program, it's a breakdown. It's a screenshot from the website, from the FEMA website. And I'll put this up here on the screen because you can see it while I try to go to, because I'm on the website right now, so that we don't have to look at the screenshots. from the article that I pulled up. Is anyone else up here?
I'm gonna drop
Virgo.
out and come right back in.
I'm here.
Virgo, Latino. Do y'all have anything to add?
It's the same old, same old.
Let's see.
Not really.
Let's see. Shelter and services program.
Did you guys hear the story about the girl in Minnesota that has the food bank and she only wants to serve Black people and indigenous?
Yeah, we talked about that the other day. We actually went into. Okay, so yeah, this is exact because I want to make sure that I show it from the FEMA website instead of the Gateway Pundit article. I like the Gateway Pundit. I like the New York Post. It's certain news that I like to read just because of my political positions, right? So that's where I like to read from the Gateway Pundit. And I try to use other places sometimes, and I try to find the YouTube video, but I couldn't find a YouTube video. But as y'all can see on your screen right now, oh, and just in case you guys don't believe me and y'all think I'm lying, okay. This is FEMA's website. This is FEMA.gov. And on FEMA.gov, it says FEMA grants. This is the Shelter and Services Program. And as the screenshot showed, we're going down and they're actually showing us what they've spent so far. So I've already read off these numbers, but these are the numbers from the screenshot that was actually on the article. So this is the total funding available for fiscal year 2024. It says $650 million. And the total funding that was available last year at $363.8 million. So there's that. So just to make sure, so I'm fact checking the Gateway Pundit. So let me go back to the Gateway Pundit really quick.
Does the Gateway Pundit say how much has been spent on immigrants in 2024 versus the number spent on FEMA? Is there a bottom line?
Yeah, it did at the beginning. I'll go back. I'm looking at it right now. I read that earlier.
Okay, I must have missed it. You know, I love hearing line items. You know, at looking at it from a top down, if we're gonna compare FEMA, what's spent on Americans versus what's spent on immigrants, two numbers really matter.
Yeah, I'm trying to go find where I had it on the screen. I thought it was because everybody was muted, and I'm not used to that because I heard feedback. But I was reading, Stanley, and I'm kind of sick right now.
I understand. I'm not really fussing at you.
Let's see. This is one of those long articles. Oops. Ooh, sorry. Excuse me, Lord.
Bless you.
Thank you.
And bless you, Portia.
Thanks. I'm gonna post Stanley, if you don't mind helping me out with this, I'm gonna post the link
to
FEMA to where I'm at on the website in the back chat.
All right.
Let's see. There's one, and I'm looking for the other one or the other ones. So let's see. Round two. Funding. So here it's showing us. What is this? This is round one. Okay. So on this page right here, it looks like it's showing us where the money was awarded to and who it was awarded to. So from what your understanding is of it, Stanley, and from what you read, you can share, because I'm gonna need somebody to talk for me for a second, because I can't breathe.
Okay, well, yeah.
So if you want to share if you're at your laptop and you want to share your screen so you can help out,
I will.
Thank you so much. It's just
shared a video. Shared a video on the back that addresses this.
Oh, okay. Let's see. It says okay, let me put this in the description box really quick.
Trump in Saginaw, Michigan right now.
Okay, well, maybe we can watch some of that. He might, let's see. So while doing some more research, because I want to make sure that the stuff that I see on the Gateway Pundit is also what is on FEMA and from the White House, the screenshots. We can take a look at this video to give us some time to catch my breath. I don't want to ruin the show with my duties.
I've got the live. I'll go ahead and share it, and then that'll give me time to go back and look at the FEMA stuff.
Okay, so I was going to play this video that 12th Man posted in the back. It's about.
Well, I got the RSV. Did you do it from the Trump website, 12th Man?
Oh no, Stanley.
I shared a video about the FEMA issue we were talking about. Then I mentioned that. Then I just seen that Trump was evidently speaking in Saginaw.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this for a minute.
However y'all want to do it.
Yeah, I'm about to play it right now. Let me know. Let's see.
Mayork is sounding the alarm on FEMA funding right after the devastation.
Can y'all hear it?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Of Hurricane Helene. Listen.
We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season.
This all comes as the Biden-Harris administration spent over $1 billion from a FEMA program on services for migrants.
The president and I have been paying close attention from the beginning to what we need to do to make sure the federal resources hit the ground as quickly as possible. And that includes what was necessary to make sure that we provided direct federal assistance. And that work has been happening. I want to thank the governor for his leadership and his close coordination with the federal government, with our administration. And I want to thank the local leaders for together creating a task force-like response, knowing that we are at our best when we work together and coordinate resources, coordinate our communications to the maximum effect for the community that has been impacted. And the federal relief and assistance that we have been providing has included FEMA providing $750 for folks who need immediate needs being met, such as food, baby formula, and the like. And you can apply now for anyone who's watching this who has been affected. There are FEMA personnel who are going door to door to interact personally with folks, especially those who do not have electricity. But also that aid, if you have electricity, can be applied for online.
Disrespectful is the only word that I can use to describe what the people are going through in these hurricane affected areas with Helene. While our president seems to be MIA, we gonna get down there. Don't worry about it.
I want to take a moment to pause and make sure that I shout out Anton Daniels. I did not realize that this was his video, but this is Anton Daniels, and we are using this for educational purposes. Anton, if you're not familiar with Anton Daniels, head over, check him out, check out his content.
Yeah, he has good content.
Check him out. You know, and so yeah, we're shout out to Anton Daniels. Okay.
Is this video from today?
I just was trying to pull it up real quick. Let's see. Yeah, 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago.
And he is in Asheville?
I don't know where Anton is.
Doesn't look like he's in Asheville.
Okay, well, let me see if I can find, let's see, FEMA disaster relief.
Let us know when you're ready for us to comment, Portia.
I'm ready. You can comment right now. I'm trying to find another video.
Well, all I gotta say is fuck FEMA.
Okay.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah. No, I go ahead. Go ahead.
I know firsthand that they don't do crap. And you're sitting here paying all this freaking flood insurance. And when your house gets flooded, they want to nitpick and give you what they feel is worthy. Here I have my freaking in-laws losing everything. You think they're gonna get like $10,000? No, they'll probably hit them with a $3,000 check.
Wait, hold it.
And that's it.
Have you been in contact with FEMA?
No, I haven't, Stanley, but I've seen what they have done.
Your husband or your in-laws?
Stanley, I don't have to be in contact with them to see what's happening.
Have y'all talked to FEMA? Have you had?
You know what?
This is how they get.
I'm trying to find out what.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do.
If you let me finish.
Let's say this was Trump.
It's
right?
a simple question.
It'll be a big deal.
Have you had any experience with FEMA since Hurricane Helene, Virgo?
No, thank God I didn't have to have. I didn't have to go through FEMA because I haven't lost anything.
Please go ahead and complain about something you haven't experienced.
But this is something that affects people that I know. I don't have to go through something to have empathy, Stanley.
Okay, that understood.
And every year, freaking house insurance is freaking going up.
Let's talk about the last week, please.
All right. No, FEMA has not done shit yet. Okay, so if you want to talk about FEMA,
I understand.
FEMA has not done shit.
In-laws have been affected. I'm just trying to figure out.
And this is why us neighbors pull together and help each other out, because FEMA ain't doing shit for nobody. I'm sorry.
You know what? I'm just going to have to mute and let you complain wantonly.
North, you said let's all move to Haiti. You can move by yourself, North. I'm going to stay here, all right? So I pulled up a different video instead of Anton.
As if Haiti doesn't get affected by hurricanes. And
now we're talking Haiti in FEMA?
Yeah, no, I was just reading North's comment. I think he was joking.
Commenting on Virgo's point about Haiti.
Oh, well, before that, I'm gonna play some of this Joe Biden because it was Anton Daniels, and I don't know if he's in Nashville or Georgia. I don't know where he's located.
But we're gonna pay attention to what he says. Don't know the context, but sure.
No, I took the video off, and as soon as he started talking, I paused it, so I didn't really get to hear anything that he said.
Gotcha.
And because of what you said, I actually just took the video down altogether. And so
no, I'm interested in what he says. I just kind of want to know the context. I mean, does he have personal experience, or is he complaining from an office somewhere?
Yeah, I don't know. So, but I've already taken it down. So we could just go directly to the source, Joe Biden, and we can watch his remarks in North Carolina.
Where's Joe Biden? Oh, he's in North Carolina. Nice.
Well, this was the other day. So let me see something really
Want me to deal with snake cakes?
Yeah, I'll put the banner up. You can let him up.
He probably won't remember himself being in North Carolina tomorrow.
Good evening. Well, good afternoon, gentlemen, ladies. Good afternoon.
Hey, what's up? Who are you?
It's been a,
How'd you find us?
I actually changed my name. I forgot what the old name was when I called in. Remember, I'm the gentleman who told you I had an accident. I got rear-ended a couple months ago.
Nope, don't remember. Remind me.
Is he a porn bomber?
No. Remember when after I called in, I believe you guys interviewed some ladies and they were Hispanic, and we were all like surprised because they were like pro-Trump.
No, I don't recall. Was it me you talked to? Who did the interview with the ladies?
Okay, hold on. It might be confusing the wrong channel. Is this the channel where you guys do the street talks? Yeah, right.
Yeah. So, do you ever type in our chat? What's your name in the chat?
Yeah, Arthur.
Arthur?
You guys really don't remember me?
Actually, that is vaguely familiar.
Yeah,
there is
not that important
in the chat.
All right. Well, Arthur, welcome to the panel. If you call in next time as Snake Cakes, we'll remember. We have pretty good memories around here.
Thank you.
So
we got a couple snakes.
we got a solid snake, and now we got Snake Cakes.
I can't
keep them separated.
So, did you have anything that you wanted to comment on, Snake Cakes, before we start the video?
No, you could go ahead. I'll mute myself.
Okay, all right. So Joe Biden delivers remarks with FEMA in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Raleigh.
Y'all know I'm country and I try my best. That's right. Is it Raleigh or is it Raleigh?
No, it's Raleigh.
It's Raleigh.
I know Raleigh very well. I've been to Raleigh.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, y'all know I try.
Go over here, cause
Okay, in just a few moments, we'll bring in the press. The program is as follows. Governor, you will say a few remarks and you'll introduce the president. Mr. President, you'll say a few remarks and then you'll introduce Director Ray. The press will be in for the entire time. It looks like they're coming in now. So after Director Ray, you'll moderate the rest of the program.
And confirm.
Are we good?
And are we using these for speaking?
Yes.
Okay.
Just press the button there.
Yep. Green whenever you speak. I think having more than one on doesn't work well. So.
I'm not gonna touch. Press will leave after the first three remarks. Okay. He just said. We'll give you a thumbs up once to start.
Can we speak in the meantime until he obviously, speaks?
I'm speaking right now. My name is Joseph F.
Yes, please. Y'all can talk.
I do want to say, as a Hispanic myself, I obviously have a lot of Hispanic friends, family members, and a lot of the people are finally waking up to the BS. Trust me. A lot of associates, a lot of peers are fed up with the BS.
You are right, my man. You are right.
Thank you. It's not racist to to actually love your
Right.
country, the country that you live in. You know what I mean? It's not
Right.
racist.
Send them back.
Not
Mr.
at
President,
all.
thank you for being in North Carolina today. As you saw firsthand, North Carolina has been hit hard. This disaster in Western North Carolina is catastrophic and unprecedented. Today, the President and I, via helicopter, were able to see some of the damage. Towns wiped off the map, bridges damaged or completely destroyed, critical infrastructure and water systems, electrical grids, communications, all remain seriously damaged. Countless homes and businesses that are lost. An entire region of our state is still in a dangerous situation. The good thing is that 92 search and rescue teams have saved countless lives, and the search for people still goes on. We're grateful to the 18 states who have sent help to us, thousands of line workers and utility workers, transportation workers, all trying to bring this area back. More than 1,000 National Guard soldiers are rescuing people. They've rescued more than 1,400 people so far, and they are deploying food and water and other supplies, many thousands of pounds. We're grateful for the quick actions and close communications that we have had with the President and with the FEMA team. Mr. Secretary, we're grateful to you and the President for sending Administrator Criswell, who has been on the ground with me in Western North Carolina as we are working to coordinate this massive, massive surge of help to Western North Carolina. And Mr. President, we know that we have made a lot of asks of you, and we're grateful for your ear and for your actions. This is going to be a long and difficult recovery, but talking with person after person in Western North Carolina, I know that we can come back and that we will come back because the people of Western North Carolina are resilient. Working together, we can get through this. And I'm proud to recognize my friend, the United States, the President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
Thank you, Galt. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't have to tell this group that Hurricane Helene has been a storm literally of historic proportions. The damage is still being assessed, and many people are still unaccounted for. So I'm here to say the United States, the nation, has your back. The nation has your back. We're not leaving till you're back on your feet completely. You know, we're in a situation where earlier this morning, I met with state and local police in Greenville, South Carolina. Then I took an aerial tour of Western North Carolina to survey the damage, and came here in Raleigh to receive a briefing from all of you. And we've been working nonstop to provide the support that you need and the survivors need. You know, my heart goes out to everyone who has experienced the unthinkable loss, but we're here for you. And I want to thank Republican Governor of South Carolina and the Democratic Governor of North Carolina and all the elected officials who focused on the task at hand. In a moment like this, we put politics aside. At least we should put it all aside. We have here. There are no Democrats or Republicans, only Americans. And our job is to help as many people as we can, as quickly as we can, and as thoroughly as we can. You know, that's why even before the storm hit, I directed the entire federal government to use every possible resource to help communities across the nation, across the region get ready. We deployed over 1,000 first responders throughout the Southeast. I immediately approved emergency declarations as soon as I received the request from your governors. Today, I approved the request of Governor Cooper for the federal government to cover 100% of all the costs for debris removal, emergency protective measures for 6 months, all the costs. Well, this really matters. There are 70 North Carolinians who are dead and 100 more who are unaccounted for. And much of Asheville is underwater. I've flown over an awful lot of storm-damaged areas since I've been president. Matter of fact, most of the Millennium Forest fires. And with the FEMA director and I have flown over more forest that's been taken down to the ground because of fires and a whole range of other reasons than makes up the entire state of Maryland. And so I've seen a lot, but looking at Asheville and just imagining what it must have been like sitting along those rivers and streams as all that rain came down, 19 inches of rain, something like that, incredible amount of rain. Watching homes, you can see homes that have moved clearly from one side of the river down the river to another side of the river. And can only imagine what it's like to have been in one of those homes. And much of Asheville was underwater. Much of it was underwater. It was a beautiful, beautiful part of the country. I've been to Asheville before. It's a magnificent part of Appalachia. Much of it was underwater. Communities like Chimney Rock are reduced to piles of wood and debris. I mean, you look down, that's what you see as we flew over and circled in a helicopter. And this is going to pay for, this will pay for the urgent work we need to clear landslides, to provide shelters and supply food and medicine. But today, I'm also directing the Department of Defense to move up 1,000 soldiers to reinforce North Carolina's National Guard because they need additional assistance. These soldiers are out of Fort Liberty, right here in North Carolina, and are available for responsive operations starting today. They're going to speed up the delivery of life-saving supplies like food, water, and medicines to isolated communities over what the Pentagon calls the last tactical mile. The last tactical mile. Simply put, we've got the capabilities to get the job done, and we're going to get it done fast as possible. I've also directed the development of deployment of Starlink satellites. 50 are in place right now. More are going to be put in place so people in places like Canton can call for help and reach the ones that love loved ones who they're not sure of anybody other than that phone because there's no cell service. And on top of this, the FEMA teams are offering free temporary housing and hotel rooms for eligible residents. They're continuing to send helicopters and trucks to deliver hundreds of thousands of meals and liters of water in communities every single day. And they're literally knocking on doors and visiting shelters to register folks so they can receive assistance to buy the urgent needs that they have because they've lost everything, like prescriptions and baby formula and essentials. This is a direct assistance that is being delivered here today, not later, but today. And so, but folks, it's going to cost us billions of dollars. It's going to cost billions of dollars to deal with this storm and all the communities affected. And Congress has an obligation to ensure the states have the resources they need. Let me close with this. Nobody can deny the impact of climate crisis anymore. At least I hope they don't. They must be brain dead if they do. Scientists report that with warming oceans powering more intense rains, storms like Helene are getting stronger and stronger. Not going to get less. They're going to get stronger. Today in North Carolina, I saw the impacts of that fury. Massive trees uprooted, homes literally swept off their foundations, swept down rivers. Families are heartbroken. But there are also neighbors helping neighbors. That's the other thing we were talking about coming over here in an automobile. It's amazing when people step up when people are in need because they're neighbors. I think we underestimate that. That's why one of the things I did with all I put in place in terms of everything from the Recovery Act on down is that we've actually invested more funding under my administration in the so-called red states than blue states because the need was greater. They're larger states, they're larger territories. Because this is about America. It's not about one state or another, Democrat or Republican, it's about America. And volunteers, first responders are standing side by side, people leaning on each other to pick up the pieces that are left over. And that's the best of America. I firmly believe and I've saying it for 3 years. There's nothing beyond our capacity to do. Nothing. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. Whenever we work together, we've never failed to get something done. So I thank everyone who has been working tirelessly and cold, wet, and hungry to get the job done. And Kamala and I are here until the end. I want to God bless you all, and I'd like to turn it now over to Director Will Ray.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the State Emergency Response Team, the folks you see here, the folks downrange at our regional coordination centers in the West, as well as those in the impacted communities working night and day, welcome to North Carolina and to the State Emergency Operations Center. This afternoon, we wanted to give you a quick operational update on the impacts of Helene and on the whole of community response that you see here. Beginning last week, September 25th, what began 3 days of extreme and unrelenting precipitation that has led to catastrophic flooding and damage to Western North Carolina. We had saturated soils upwards of 9 inches prior to the bands of Helene entering North Carolina. And as you mentioned, we saw significant rainfall across Western North Carolina, with the highest rainfall amounts measuring over 31 inches in a 3-day period in Yancey County. With this event, we experienced the full suite of impacts of a hurricane, to include tropical and hurricane force winds across our mountains, with the highest wind gustage around Mount Mitchell at 106 miles an hour. We had 8 confirmed tornadoes across North Carolina as a result of this event, and our peak outages were over 1 million. Those outages are now, due to the work of the partnerships in this room and the hard work of the crews, are down to about 350,000. The impacts from Helene caused flash flooding emergencies for 21 different counties across Western North Carolina, which is only used during rare and life-threatening events. The impacts were further compounded by the spread and speed of the water. From an operational standpoint, we're really focused on 3 things currently. 1, continuing life safety missions. 2, this increased speed of commodity distribution into the western part of the state. And 3, support of our infrastructure, particularly healthcare, water, power, and communications. The State Emergency Response Team here remains activated at the State EOC and along with our Regional Coordination Center in the West to continue to support our local jurisdictions in the critical work that they do. We currently have 16 county EOCs that remain open, with 29 shelters with just over 1,200 occupants. We have 4 state-operated shelters, state-supported shelters as well in 4 counties: Henderson, Rowan, Buncombe, and Catawba. We also have 3 mass feeding sites supported by our VOAD partners that are distributing hot meals to 30 sites across 10 counties. Our response footprint has grown significantly, and we're grateful for the support, not just from the 22 states that have sent teams to support us, but also from our FEMA team and other members of the federal family. We currently have 24 search and rescue teams from the state of North Carolina in the area of impact, along with 13 that are continued to be deployed via our interstate mutual aid. And we have continued to increase the number of federal teams. It is now up to 18, and that accounts for over 1,600 personnel operating in the area of impact right now to support, again, our local jurisdictions that had such significant impact. Across all those teams, we've had over 5,000 search and rescue interactions. This could be rescues, evacuations, assists, shelter assessments. The teams continue to do really incredible work in some pretty austere conditions. We have 26 aircraft that are currently in the area of operations, and so far over the course of the event have lifted over 700,000 pounds of cargo into the impacted area. At the direction of the Secretary of Defense, with your approval yesterday, we began moving in and integrating the Title X aviation assets. We will also begin to integrate the additional DoD workforce today as we move in tomorrow, and General Hunt will cover more of that specifically. As you can see from the federal force laydown slide, not only do we have Title X assets here, we continue to have federal search and rescue, U.S. Army Corps, EPA, a very large contingent of our health and human services partners that are supporting both hospitals with 2 disaster medical assistance teams, as well as supporting the state in healthcare infrastructure assessment and other health and medical needs, such as federal ambulances. As you see, sir, this really takes whole of community. It's local, state, federal, tribal, at all levels, nonprofits, volunteer agencies, and the private sector to actually accomplish this mission. Finally, we've already begun to implement some of our recovery programs. We currently have over 33,000 individuals that have already registered for individual assistance, and we are working to turn on additional programs to quickly support these impacted communities so we get them off on the right foot to rebuild quickly. At this time, sir, I believe we'll transition to a deeper dive brief from our colleagues. We'll pause briefly at this time.
All right. Any comments? Anything anybody wants to add? Or do y'all just want to go ahead and jump into the Kamala video?
I stand 10 toes down. So
For what? For the Kamala
Stanley.
video?
Stanley.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't start with me.
Oh, I haven't finished. 10 toes down.
You know what?
Mostly
you know what?
Quoting me isn't gonna help me understand better.
I don't know if she was quoting you that time. Oh, 111.
Laugh, but apparently this is my day of annoyance.
Tell me about it.
I'm telling you about my annoyance. Of course I am.
Why are you annoyed, Stanley?
You know what? I just, it started with just people just kind of, this space tends to be annoying for unsupported, just bullshit sometimes.
Interesting.
And I will start with FEMA budgets. I will continue with, you know what? FEMA's not helping. FEMA's like in the local newspapers. FEMA will be there. Now, they might not have the answers you want as quick as you want, but that they're not there simply is not factual. I hate just whining for whining's sake, for political reasons, or just because it sounds funny.
Do you remember what happened in New Orleans during Katrina, Stanley?
No, I wasn't there. Were you? Which one of us was in New Orleans? Maybe you were. I was not.
No, I wasn't. I had left New Orleans already.
And what are we talking about?
Do you remember what happened in New Orleans?
I wasn't there. Don't remember in detail. I know what the news said several years ago, a decade ago.
So you think they were lying? That's what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying
that
wasn't
people
there.
didn't die.
I know what I read in the newspapers. Do you have something more detailed than the newspapers?
No, sir, I don't. So
okay,
I'm just
that's my point.
I'm gonna recede.
Don't pick a fight that you and I remember equally as well, and neither of us were there.
Well, for all that you do, everyone who is here and everyone who's on the ground in the region at the moment. And I'm here to also talk about where we are based on the briefings I have been receiving over the last couple of days. I have received regular briefings on the impact of Hurricane Helene, including from administrators.
Love you too, Duale.
And over the past 24 hours, I have spoken with Governor Kemp of Georgia, Governor Cooper of North Carolina, and many local officials. I have shared with them that we will do everything in our power to help communities respond and recover. and I've shared with them that I plan to be on the ground as soon as possible, but as soon as possible without disrupting any emergency response operations, because that must be the highest priority in the first order of business. The devastation from Hurricane Helene is immense. Millions of Americans are without power. Thousands of families have lost their homes. Entire neighborhoods have been destroyed. Major roads have been blocked or damaged, leaving entire towns inaccessible at this very moment. Already, nearly 100 people have been confirmed dead, and hundreds more are missing. The destruction we have seen in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia is heartbreaking. In coordination with state and local officials, President Biden and I will continue to make sure that communities have the support and the resources that they need, not only to respond to this storm and its immediate aftermath, but also the resources they will need to recover. So far, more than 3,300 federal personnel are on the ground to assist with recovery efforts. They are deploying food, water, and generators. And we continue to work with teams on the ground to restore water and power as quickly as possible. To everyone who has been impacted by this storm, and to all of those of you who are rightly feeling overwhelmed by the destruction and the loss, our nation is with you. And President Biden and I, and all of the folks behind me, are with you. We will continue to do everything we can to help you recover and to help you rebuild, no matter how long it takes. And I do believe the true character of a nation is revealed in moments of hardship. Over the past few days, our nation has endured some of the worst destruction and devastation that we have seen in quite some time. And we have responded with our best, with the best folks who are on the ground and here doing the kind of work that is about rising to a moment of crisis, to do everything we can to lift up folks who deserve to be seen and heard. Communities have been coming together. People are checking in on their neighbors. Families are opening their doors to strangers in need. And as they always do, our first responders are working around the clock, putting their own lives at risk to keep our communities safe. Moments like this remind us we have so much more in common than what separates us. And the true measure of our leadership, each one of us, is based on lifting other folks up, knowing how we can make a difference. So I thank everyone for rising to this moment, and I thank you all here for the work that you each do. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Bitch. You know what? The weak at heart better cover their ears right now. I'm telling you. This camel couldn't even protect our borders, the so-called border czar. You think I'm going to trust her talking about she's there for us during a hurricane? Man, get the hell out of here. I'm done. That's all I have to say. Stanley? Oh, can I
is
be
that for
heard?
me?
No, it wasn't for you. I just wanted your opinion on what she
No,
said.
I understand.
I don't see Portia.
I understand your frustration with the border. Unfortunately, the context of the border really means nothing in the context of the aftermath of a hurricane. And last I checked, Florida isn't on the border. So maybe she'll do better with the FEMA response than she did as borders are.
Well, I wouldn't be shocked if she doesn't do shit, to be honest with you. I wouldn't be shocked. I'm not expecting anything from her.
Well, good. Then you won't be disappointed.
Exactly. I won't be disappointed because I already know what's to come. What has been is what will be, or whatever the fuck she says. I'm just over it. This happens every time there's a freaking. We still have parts of Port Charlotte that was affected by Hurricane Ian that's still not built up. So what the fuck is FEMA doing, man? You know. And yes, Stanley, I get what you're trying to say, that I personally did not go through it, but I see it. I see it. Because I live in one of the states that get hit the hardest with hurricanes. This is all bullshit. I gotta work harder to pay more insurance when we have to renew. I'm almost to the point where I want to sell the house and fucking rent. Serious.
Well, first off, you do know I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I've seen a hurricane or two.
Yeah, absolutely. Georgia gets that too.
So I mean, maybe I just know how to live with the consequences of where you live. I have a cousin who literally lives on one of them islands out there. And he took on, 3 feet of water. But you know what his response was? And I admire my cousin. He was a naval officer too. He said, "Hey, we're okay. I'm going to leave it up to the insurance." And I know him very well. I literally have known him since we were like toddlers. He trusts his abilities. He trusts his abilities to manage processes. I know how he was trained. He'll fix the problem, and he's not gonna bitch about it when he doesn't. And this dude, I'm just gonna say he lives on an island off, like, in Florida. You live. You need to afford where you live.
He lives off an island in Florida, the Sneed Island, because that was affected.
I have no clue. I just know that he lives there.
Yes, Sneed was affected really bad, and so was Sanibel, I think.
Sure it was. But my point is that, you live in paradise. Paradise can be expensive.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, like I said, you can't. One man's troubles is nothing compared to another, because it's like, yeah, we got hurricanes here, but like I said, the Midwest, you have tornadoes.
You don't live in the Midwest. I think you made your point. You live where you live.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Same thing. Almost anywhere you live in these beautiful United States, there are hazards. And going back to something John made perfectly clear, and which he did too. Life is a risk. You manage your risks.
Yeah. I guess you just got to pick your poison, right?
Better than that. You live your poison too.
Yeah.
And government can be a problem. FEMA is a bureaucracy. We know what FEMA is. If you don't want to live with FEMA, live a place where you don't have to interact with FEMA that much. Or be rich enough that you don't care about FEMA. Otherwise, you have to live with the bureaucracy just like all us middle class to poor folks. That's what Donald Trump isn't telling you. Sometimes you just have to take your lumps. He can't help you.
think anybody can. I don't trust a politician that much to say that
Well, I had to
any,
put in
one
a
of them.
since you have so much lip about Kamala, I had to put in a little lip about Donald Trump.
I could put in lip about Donald Trump too. I've said it numerous times. I don't 100% agree with him.
But you're 10 toes
You know?
down. You're 10 toes down.
I am 10 toes down.
And then there's this aspect of all of this, Sandra. Listen to this. The Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, is warning that FEMA does not have enough funding to make it through the rest of the hurricane season. But the department has hundreds of millions of dollars designated to support illegal migrants. Chad Pergram is live on Capitol Hill with this. Chad?
John, good afternoon. Here's the conundrum. Republicans point to a man-made disaster like the border crisis having enough money, but the response...
That's what pisses me off.
...to a running low on cash. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says FEMA is fine for now.
We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season.
Congress infused FEMA with $20 billion for immediate disaster aid in last week's spending bill, but Helene will drain FEMA's reserves because it was so catastrophic. The hurricane season runs through the end of next month. Congress approved $640 million to help communities deal with an influx of illegal immigration. But money for the border and natural disasters come from different accounts.
We're so quick to forget things like the incidents in Maui or hurricanes here in Florida, or even the recent hurricane with Hurricane Helene that's impacted North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia so much. But we'll focus and prioritize illegal criminal migrants as well as for borders 9,000 miles away.
Some lawmakers want Congress to give communities wrestling with the migrant crisis $3 billion next year. House Speaker Mike Johnson is mindful of more disaster funding this fall.
Congress will have to address it. I mean, this is an appropriate role for the federal government. But to your point, Steve, we have to prioritize federal spending. We have a $35 trillion federal debt. You got to take care of national defense. You have to handle federal emergencies.
Now, expect Congress to reload FEMA with money, then provide additional funds to help with Helene. That's on top of money Congress likely spends on wildfires in Hawaii, Hurricane Beryl in Texas, and a typhoon on Guam. John?
And I'll tell you, they can't get relief to the folks fast enough. Chad Pergram for us. Chad, thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to...
Well, it sounds like Congress is gonna quote reload money. So I think it'll happen. Maybe not fast enough, but it will happen. And I'm glad.
Wait, hold up. What will happen now?
Speaker Johnson didn't bring up distractions like immigration. He was focused when he spoke. Thank goodness for that. Salute Speaker Johnson. You know what? The white John Galt, might not like it, but Speaker Johnson sounded like he's on top of it. So I'm happy about that. Good job, Speaker Johnson, Republican representative from Louisiana. Sounds like the Republicans are on top of it.
Well, I'm gonna from this video from earlier, I'm gonna, because Stanley, you said you were interested to hear what he had to say, so I'll play this and you could just tell me when to pause it. This is the Anton Daniels video that I had up earlier.
Oh, I say play it through.
Oh, okay.
But also that aid, if you have electricity, can be applied for online.
disrespectful is the only word that I can use to describe what the people are going through in these hurricane affected areas with Helene, while our president seems to be MIA. Yo, we gonna get down there. Don't worry about it. We'll make our way down there 6-7 days later after hurricanes have already absolutely devastated communities, as you can see right here. I mean, lives upended, jobs are lost, homes is just absolutely swept away. Roads, you can't even get down to rescue them the way that you're supposed to because we're woefully unprepared. And they're talking about going through the process and we have to wait to make sure. No. Listen. Zelensky just came over here and got another $8 to $9 billion to make sure that they taken care of when it comes to the war over there with Ukraine and Russia and this proxy war. Israel is going back and forth with Iran, and they going back and forth launching missiles, and we giving them weapons and aid and assistance and love and all of this, and you telling me we woefully unprepared to help people? Because somebody made a comment on the Millionaire Morning Show today, and I absolutely agreed with. The president can't control what happens with the weather. I don't know, maybe they can. Who knows? You'd be surprised what we find out sooner rather than later. But what the president can control is how you respond to it. My father always told me life is 10% what happens to you, 90% of how you respond to it. And if you're telling me that we're woefully so unprepared to where when people are going through a disaster that we don't have the ability to get to them or even address the issue and show that you're there for them, 6 to 7 days as the president of the United States of America, but we can hand over an additional $8 billion at the drop of the hat. And then she jumps on and says, well, we're going to start with $750. Nah. Not after we gave hundreds of billions of dollars over to these proxy wars and counting. Not after we gave tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars into funding this migrant crisis. Not after New York was over there giving away food cards and EBT and basically food stamps and cash, and we was making sure that they were staffed. Not after Brandon Johnson signed a $100 million additional deal for staffing like we funded an NBA player. No, absolutely we not. Not after we've left our infrastructure to just completely crumble, even though we did the infrastructure deal and we had all of that bloatware inside of there. Absolutely not. And so don't talk to me about processes. I seen Mark Cuban, right? And I like Mark Cuban. I think that he's a great NBA owner. But at the same time, I think that Mark Cuban on a lot of things is wrong. And I don't agree 100% with anything that anybody says. I seen Mark Cuban on one of these shows, MSNBC or something like that, because he's caping hard for Kamala Harris. And he said, she's great. She's awesome. She's run this like the CEO of a company. Respectfully, which type of CEO, number one. And number two, we don't need CEOs per se in this moment. We need people that exemplify quality leadership, and we want them to show their humanity and then also place Americans first. This is not about politics right now. It really isn't. Even though politics is involved in every single thing that we do, this is not about politics right now. This is about showing that you are truly a leader. And I'm not even just talking about the hurricane. I'm talking about everything. Like, for example, I seen Ron DeSantis and he was like, listen, I don't know what we got to do, but we got to get these ports open because we're woefully underprepared to continue to help people when we don't even have the ability to get things through our ports. Goods, services, all of the things that Trump has been saying that we needed to prepare for as far as making sure that we manufacture and have things going on in the United States of America is literally coming to fruition within 30 days, around roughly 30 days to the election. And it should give you a wake-up call that we don't care whether or not you voting for somebody because they black or because they a woman or anything like that. I care about people that care about the United States of America first. We don't care about vibes. Vibes can't help these people rebuild their lives, and they don't have the ability to even get rescued. It's hundreds, if not thousands of people. They're saying it's estimated over 1,000 people on the ground, not what's being reported by the news, but on the ground, there are thousands of people that are dead and missing. And we don't need somebody to start talking about policy and we don't need all of that. We don't need all, and I'm speaking about Mark Cuban, right? We don't need these fake talking points. We don't need the $25,000. We don't care nothing about that. Couldn't even stop off the campaign trail in order to make sure that you was on the ground. Trump appeared before they did, and they the president of the United States, and he brought supplies and goods and services and all of that stuff, right? He talking about, listen, we got to call Elon Musk. We got to get Starlink out here because, you know, we don't have no phones, no connections, and we got to leverage our ability as the United States of America and take our infrastructure that we're continuing to build privately and leverage that to help the people over here in Asheville, North Carolina, Tennessee, Florida, Texas, wherever it is that this hurricane has done any level of devastation. We should be putting America first. We should be so quick on standing up our infrastructure, having things ready to go with all of the resources and the monies that we distribute across the United States of America to social services, all of the monies that we distribute to migrants, all of the monies that we distribute into these other countries, into these proxy wars and stuff like that. And you telling me we can't even help our people as quickly as we possibly can, and it take you 5, 6, 7 days to even talk about it nationally, bring attention to it. And it's regular everyday citizens. Regular everyday citizens, that's the ones that's actually doing all of the work. And they're unheralded. They won't get any visibility. Ain't no talking points to it, and ain't no photo ops that come along with it. Regular everyday citizens are the ones that's actually doing the work and is on the ground taking care of business. Listen, I love you. I appreciate you. Y'all need to start paying attention and voting on the things that actually make sense. Prayers up for the people down there. I hope that they get things together. And this is footage on the ground. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm gonna holler at you later. Peace. What's going on?
Is there more?
Going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me. Happy to be back in the city, downtown. You know what it is. So we'll be in the studio shortly so that we can do the Millionaire Morning Show. But how y'all feel about that $750? Oh, you ain't heard? The $750 that Kamala Harris is looking out for y'all, making sure that the hurricane victims is taken care of. Let me start off by saying that shout out to the hurricane victims, praying for you. I hope, honestly, that you guys are okay, that you rebuild, that you find peace, that, you know, for those of y'all that passed away, I'm praying for y'all family because, again, I'm American first. And so I love this country. And when things happen to people of this country, and don't get me wrong, I'm mindful of what happened across the world, but I'm really, really passionate about what happens to my people here in America. I don't care what color you are. I don't care what your sexual orientation is. Now, I could disagree with you about your lifestyle, but I still care about your humanity. And so when we think about that, right, and we start to really put things in perspective about where our priorities are and how we separate ourselves, because I think that everything that's going on in society, a lot of it, are distractions. I think this whole Diddy thing is a distraction. I seen Jaguar Wright on Piers Morgan the other day. Distraction. And the reason that it's a distraction is not because it's not something that is entertaining or bad or egregious and freak offs and all of that. But how does that affect my fucking life? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry. For all of the people that said, Anton, be careful about all of the swearing, I'm working on it. You're going to have some patience with me. I got bad habits, and bad habits, you know, it take a minute for us to readjust or whatever, right? But putting it in perspective, does any of this even really matter? You know what I'm saying? Like, Diddy's life and whether he was diddling at parties and stuff has no bearing on me whatsoever. And so when I see certain things happen and I see certain things play out, I'm like, you know, I automatically question to myself, is this a distraction? Is this something that I should even care about? I mean, it's entertaining. Ooh, wow. You know, because I grew up in that era where hip hop was important and everybody wanted to be a rapper, but I didn't know they had to go through a rite of passage in order to do so. And so that has no bearing on me. You know what I'm saying? And again, I know that it gets views and clicks and it's entertaining, but I don't see the same energy happening for the hurricane victims. North Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Tennessee. I don't see people putting the same amount of energy into that. You know what I'm saying? And so the things that's important, we don't pay attention to, and then we can't really see who our politicians are. Because see, Donald Trump was already on the ground days ago, jumped off the campaign trail, gave up a whole bunch of millions of his own money in order to help the victims. And then Kamala Harris came through and she said, $750 for you and $750 for you. What is $750 gonna do? And I'm gonna tell you why it's a real insult. First of all, $750 ain't no money for a hurricane victim. You can't do nothing with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, these people lost everything, devastated, whole lives upended. You can't do anything with $750, but it wouldn't even be so bad or so insulting if we wasn't giving hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine, if we wasn't spending tens of billions of dollars every single year on the migrant crisis. If Chicago, for example, is leading the charge, publicly displaying and throwing it in your face, they just signed another $100 million contract with a staffing company to continue to assist migrants while at the same time operating in a budget deficit. And it's disrespectful, it's insulting, and they announcing it. Like, at least don't even announce it. They saying publicly, hey, listen, we're gonna give you $750. So you mean that you pay taxes into a system that's meant to protect you, that you elect leaders, and regardless of whether or not you voted for that person or not, they still govern you because it's still your taxes. So participating in a system is important, because when something bad happens to you, or a disaster, or anything that happens, whether locally or federally, nationally, you are now like, you know what? I paid into the system. Nobody is asking for something for free. And that's the biggest thing. Nobody is asking for anything for free. But what they are saying is, okay, look, something happened to me. I pay my taxes. I pay my insurance. I'm a good citizen. I don't commit crimes. I am here legally, goes without saying. And they giving way more. Listen, they getting food stamps, cash monthly, free places to stay. And y'all won't even hold y'all leaders accountable. And y'all still talking about identity politics. Y'all still talking about dumb stuff that don't even matter. Why is this not important? You see who your leaders are because they in office and they've been in office for a long time. The ports is in shambles. Nobody knows how long this is going to happen. I'm starting to see people acting like they ain't never been here before. And they doing the same thing that they was doing during the pandemic. And now all of a sudden, everybody want to go and buy out all of the toilet paper and stuff like that. What you sure don't... This is... As important as this election is, meaning that this is without a doubt, in my lifetime, in my voting time, what up, big dog, how you feel? Chilling. In my lifetime, this is my most important election. And we talking about the dumbest stuff, and we're focused on the most ignorant things ever. How? How is that a thing? How is that important? Some of the stuff that we think is important is absolutely stupid, and some of the reasons that y'all giving that y'all voting, and I can't wait to release some more of this street footage. Some of the reasons that y'all giving that y'all voting is dumb. It's absolutely dumb. So again, you know, I think that we need to be mindful of who our leaders are, pay attention to how they're disrespecting us with this little measly $750, and then they get into the ground late. It's a week. That hurricane happened a week ago. a week ago. And we talking about $750? You get more than that on unemployment. People's whole lives is upended. People are missing. They ain't even found everybody yet. I'm not even sure if the water fully receded in all of the different places that that's been completely devastated. People trying to figure out whether or not they even can stay in the same places, because we don't know if that natural disaster, which they're saying that the hurricane is the worst since Katrina, is going to happen again at some time in the near or distant future. We all we got. I mean, we got the election in the air. Nobody knows what's going to happen. I'm fully confident that, especially after that last debate, that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump is going to pull it through. The Republican Party is looking good, but a lot of people are saying that they're not sure if they want to vote for a Republican because they're so used to voting Democrat. Ask yourself this question. What is that $750 going to do for you? What if it was you in that situation? And what has the Democratic Party done for you lately? If you can answer that question within yourself, not even to me, and I'm curious as to what y'all gonna say, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon, link is in the description. We got some dope things. Yeah, we got a block club. I'm gonna empower you and I'm gonna help you to understand how you can continue to run the bag.
Personally don't see a problem with it. Other than, he gets a point in every now and again. Beautiful speaker, perfect diction. Seems like a good guy. I openly support Kamala. Nothing wrong with him openly supporting Trump. Virgo, 12th man, any thoughts?
You know what's interesting about this, Stanley?
What's that?
Is it he walked right up to the line and saying, he's a Trump supporter. But
well, he did. He said he thought Vance and Trump would pull it through.
He did say that. But he seemed to be like dancing along the line to me.
Okay.
He was criticizing Kamala in a way like tap dancing, like, she only gave you some $150.
So you think that, well, because I mean he said it outright. I'm not sure how often you listen to Anton, but he's a huge Trump supporter. He talks about Trump all the time, like every day, pretty much. So maybe that's the vibe, that because he said it a couple of times in the video, because he's telling people not to vote Democrat. But I think maybe he's in a situation to where he's trying not to make it seem like he's trying to sway you too much. He's trying to leave it kind of open-ended for you to decide. But whenever Anton is, going off and stuff, because he does that whenever he's going off and stuff about Trump. For the Democrats, he does.
Personally, from my side of the aisle, I enjoyed hearing him talk. I don't agree, but I would listen to him.
John, what do you think about all of this? The whole FEMA, the money being, dispersed to the migrants for, the things that they need, and them saying that they're going to run out of money before the end of the hurricane season, and they have to wait on Congress to, fill them back up. What do you think of all of it?
I just think is another flashpoint that could really boil over. People thrown out of their houses, by hurricane, no fault of their own, and their needs aren't being tended to the same way that, as Anton mentioned about the migrants. It's only a matter of time before people start connecting the dots. Like, damn, like, why am I not being taken care of the same way the migrants are? And he mentioned it. I'm sure those people are seeing it, thinking about it just the same.
I actually think the dots are when you close your eyelids, you see some moving dots across your eyelids.
Yes.
There are no dots to connect. Congress, the people holding the purse strings, happen to be Republicans. Mike Johnson, Republican Speaker of the House,
Here we go.
says he will fix it. I trust that Republican Speaker of the House. He says he'll fix it. He'll fix it.
He very well could, but I think people want speed. They want to see some action.
You know what? Then people need to learn that
And I think people
bureaucracies don't work like that.
But I think, you know, honestly, Stanley, I think people are seeing action when the government needs to move. Like
I mean, let's be honest. Why is it so easy to launder money to Ukraine? Right? Why is it so easy to send money over there, billions and billions?
Don't bore me.
Oh, okay. There you go. Don't bring up facts. Don't bring up facts.
Would you say that was fair, though?
We're talking because you don't want to hear my response.
Would you say?
I'm talking to you, boy. I'm talking to you.
You're not talking to anyone.
You and I have gone at it one time. I know who you are.
We'll go at it again, and you know what happened last time.
Oh, I made you leave the call last time, so.
Basically,
you know, but Stanley, you know,
get to Ukraine,
but you know, Stanley, you know,
to Florida, it's a dumb.
But Stanley, you know, people that don't look at things, you know, politically, they don't understand how shit works.
Look at it bureaucratically. If
I mean,
you ever tried to get a big movement out of a big organization,
you know, I'm just telling you, you know, I agree with you. You know, bureaucrat, all that bullshit, yeah, all that is probably true. But I mean, like when you're thrown out of your house,
media has spoiled these youngins.
I mean, when you're thrown out of your house and you see money just being allocated for people they just find billions, you know, and then for other groups, you know, they feel like, damn, where's the government? You know, like you can't, like you may very well could be right. All that what
you know what, young people, if you want more responsive government, then fucking get off your ass and
I'm not disagreeing with you at all, and that's a long process. But as it stands right now, you know, that's what I think Anton is talking about. Not what needs to be done for the next 30 years. It may change things up, but right now, the people are looking at the government more responsive to foreigners than foreigners here. And
I don't think foreigners have anything to do with Helene.
Here we go, Stanley. Here we go.
Not having foreigners would make FEMA more responsive.
Stanley the bootlicker. Here we go.
No, whatever your name is, the dumbass who obviously doesn't understand how things work.
Well, I mean, you're the one that keeps voting for, you know, Kamala-Biden. So
government is not TikTok. You can't just click it and it plays you some music.
I don't have TikTok, so I don't know how it works. Thank you.
You get my point.
No, I don't. Anyways, you keep voting for the same people. Nothing's going to change, brother. Stanley, you're the cause of this. You're the cause of this. People like you vote on emotion. Oh, my God, Trump. Oh, my God.
But I vote.
Oh, my God, because he said some mean things on MySpace.
You want to counter my vote? Do you vote, son?
Don't worry about that, my seed.
No,
you fall back.
I'm not worried about it. What I'm worried about is you come up here and show out with no substance. That's what I'm worried about.
Stanley,
sir,
you're the cause of all of this. Do you understand that?
You, sir, are the future of America. All talk. I'm up on a show. I'm not out doing something about it. That is your future.
Thank you, Stanley.
Don't thank me. Thank your parents.
No, you're the cause of all of this.
Parents, I caused you to come up here and show your ass? I don't think
No. You're the cause of there no being their money. There's like no money for the FEMA victims, right? The poor hurricane victims. But oh my God, let's just go ahead and give it to Ukraine. You know, we could get billions of dollars over there, but
go ahead and give it to Ukraine.
My God, only $400 to the Hawaiians and $700.
Bring up migrants too. Why don't you?
I want to while we have John here.
Yes.
So John, on this article, it says, for example, one of FEMA's initiatives is to address equity and it is prioritizing casework and evaluation for direct housing eligibility for vulnerable populations to include those with access and functional needs or those who have a primary language other than English. They even went as far as to publish a post-disaster guide for local
And
officials
where
and
is
leaders
this?
in
What is
November
this from?
2023. Is from FEMA.
Okay, well, it looks like Snake Cakes wrote this.
Oh, really? Really?
Well,
Yeah,
before
it's a word salad.
Jeez,
Stanley,
this is
you're
from
probably the
FEMA
one that eats
website.
the chicken. I mean, you're probably the one that eats the cats over
John's
there
opinion.
in
That's
Cleveland,
all.
Yeah,
in Springfield.
cats were eaten in Cleveland.
You know,
Really?
John,
You're eating fucking cats over
whenever you
there
get
in
a chance to respond,
They're
just
eating
let me
cats
know.
in Cleveland. Really?
Springfield. Thank you.
Oh, wait, is Springfield Cleveland? Look, you can't even get your insults right, son.
You're my seed. Fall back and let the young lady get her response. Thank you.
She will defend you and probably change your diaper. She's a nice lady.
Stanley, bite a curb.
Is that the best you can do there, Snake?
Really? Tread lightly there, brother. Tread lightly.
Oh, what? Or what?
Tread lightly. Tread
Oh,
lightly.
what?
Telling you that right now.
I think I'm going to tread heavily now. Cake.
All right, you do that. All right.
I am doing that. Did you not
Got
notice?
the
Or is my response too slow?
got the police department looking at this live stream right now, brother. You're done.
Send them over.
You're done, Stanley. Thank you.
Send them over.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you. I'll make some new friends today.
Idiot.
Okay. Now that we all are thankful, can we continue?
Thank you.
Look at this little snaky cakey.
Can you let the young lady speak?
Sure you said you're sending the cops. Tell them I called you snaky cakey.
You're done, brother. You're done.
I can't.
And I'm not your brother. I'm your daddy.
Yo, Stanley,
Lord.
tomorrow when you wake up, I hope that when you walk outside, I hope you lose your wallet and your phone and your motherfucking keys, bro.
You gonna take them?
I never said that. Never said that.
Well, no, you don't.
That's kind of mean, Snake Cakes. Why would you hope he loses his wallet? That's kind of mean.
I
The
don't
guy's
even
being a
carry-
douche. The guy doesn't care
I
about,
don't
the
even
people here in
carry
this
a
country, buddy. They're
wallet.
like, oh my God, let's send money to Ukraine.
Oh my Lord! You know what? I lost. Oh, is that a euphemism? I lost my wallet, and Ukraine took all the money. Is that real?
Oh. I lost my wallet in El Segundo.
I don't carry Ukraine money in my wallet.
Well, I'm sure you're the one that keeps funding money to Ukraine, so keep doing that, brother.
personally do it.
The guy's fucking donating money to Ukraine, but won't donate money to hurricane victims here.
60% of the American population is not me. So you need to talk to your 60%, son.
Look, Stanley, you're the one that keeps voting these representatives.
You are part of that 60%.
Snaky Cakes. Are you
Yes.
donating money to hurricane victims?
No.
Well, then why do you have room to talk?
Because this is the individual that keeps voting for money to be sent to Ukraine instead of it being sent over to the victims here itself. You know?
Yeah, my in-laws.
That's my main issue.
In-laws lost everything. You wanna cash at me some money so I could help them?
See, no, that's sad. I'm so sorry to hear that.
He doesn't
That's so
help.
sad.
He just
Exactly. So it's like,
sneering.
So sad to hear. I'm sorry. Sorry
Sneaky
about
Cakey, I must thank you.
okay.
Though. You gave me something to concentrate on. I was bored till you came along.
How about you bite a bullet? How about that? Concentrate on
You
that.
know what? If it's snaky cakey tasting, I might.
Oh,
What?
oh my God.
Pause.
Is that bullet sweet like you?
What? You could tell this guy's a liberal.
What?
What the fuck?
Twinkies.
Snaky cakey.
What
Do you taste like a little Debbie?
Oh
What?
Lord, have mercy.
Flaky like a little Debbie cake, snaky cakey.
You could tell this individual's a liberal, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm a liberal kicking your dumb ass. You're not even a conservative. A conservative would have something constructive to push back.
Well, I ain't gay. That's all I can say.
Your best response today,
My best response is I ain't gay. You know what I mean?
Cakey the snake, your best response has been what?
Yeah.
Any last words,
Yeah.
Stanley, before you leave the call? Thank you for calling in.
Jake the snake.
I guess I did the best I could, Cakey the snaky.
Thank you, Stanley. You can leave the call now. Thank you, brother. Have a good night.
You too.
You can leave the call now. Thank you.
What call? We're on a call? My phone's sitting on the table there. What call am I on?
This individual lacks brain cells, man. Is that you there on the photo?
It is.
Oh, okay. That says a lot.
All
All right, I
my
get it now.
old glory.
I get it now. Says a lot. Says a lot right there.
You know what? I advise you, Jake the snake, not to go there.
Oh,
Trust
it's
me
all
on
right.
this.
Hey, you know what? I am how I look.
All right, Stanley, go at it.
Oh, I'm done. Snake, are you still there? Cake?
I'm here, but I feel a little uncomfortable with your comments made.
Of course you would, because your masculinity is in question between those two ears. Mine isn't.
Thank you.
Cakes is not in my name. It's in your name, little Debbie.
What?
Hostess.
What a weirdo, bro.
Yeah, well, sorry to weird you out there, son.
What the? No, not son. You're my seed. Do you understand that? You're my seed.
Seed?
Yes.
Now, what kind of cake are you, Snakey? Are you a Twinkie?
Cheesecake. No, cheesecake.
Cheesecakes.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You know, I'm not circumcised, so.
Oh.
Get the hell out of here. Go on with your day.
We're going to learn all kinds of things we don't want to know, apparently.
Oh,
Well, you're talking about my little Debbie. You're talking about my little Debbie. Now you're like, oh, I'm not interested.
Are you gonna get circumcised soon?
Are you a
never?
You're a Danny Cake. That's who you remind me of.
He's a turtleneck.
No, he's a Danny Cake. Oh wow! I just recognize that voice.
He's a Star Crunch.
Come on, whoever you are, come on, be nice.
How you doing, Dan?
Are you Jewish?
No, not at all. Never that.
He defies all religion and pretty much all description.
I identify as they and them.
So you found your way back up here, huh? Interesting.
I'm just playing your game, Stanley.
You are
playing your game, Stanley.
Not quite as well as I do, but you'll learn. Good to have you up here, though.
You're playing checkers and I'm playing chess over here, my boy.
You know what?
Oh man, you're playing Uno.
Hold on, I'm playing checkers and still kicking your ass at chess. I'm going to take your chessboard, play checkers, and still win.
And guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna flip the table over. I'm gonna step on your pieces.
You're gonna let me do it, and you know what? You're gonna appreciate the game when you're done.
This Nika ain't playing chess. He's playing Go Fish.
Yo, Stanley, I'm gonna make you suck my dick from the back while I take a shit on your face. That's what I'll be doing.
Dan. I am glad to see you though. You're in fine fighting form.
That is nasty work, Debbie Cakes. That is nasty work. Are you? Why are you gay?
Here's the real
Why
snake.
Why are you gay?
Snaky Cakes. Snaky meet solid snake.
What?
What's up, everybody? I got
What's up,
fucked up
Charles?
last night, y'all. I apologize. I was
Oh, no problem.
I shouldn't have hit that bud and like I was doing last night. Boy, I had an old-fashioned party. No, I had to go to work this morning.
Snake, let it go.
Hey,
How were
solid.
you at work this morning? Were you okay?
And I work every day. I know better than that. I don't know why I thought I was going to actually try to urge me a day off, but it failed. So, yeah. No
Well,
days
Aw,
off.
y'all made little Debbie leave like a little
he'll be
bitch.
back. He always comes back.
Yeah, he probably lost his internet connection. Ain't no telling.
He lost it. No, he lost his manhood. Talking about suck his thing from the back. What the hell? That is
He probably
nasty
was a
work.
farm bomber. But I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. I think that's the guy, that guy that you probably were just on the internet with. I think that's the sentiment of a lot of Americans right now. And that's why I tell African Americans we need to be careful about how we speak vocally, politically, because the tides can turn on a whim. All of a sudden, the next thing you know, everybody targeting the smallest population in America, now the African Americans.
Well, Snake, that's been a fear ever since slave time.
Yeah, but
I mean,
like I
it's
say,
always been a minority. People remember back when Haiti, now that Haiti's back in the news, when Haiti revolted, people in the U.S. South got all jittery.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I remember
absolutely.
And
But they also helped to win over
Haiti
Louisiana
wasn't
as
an
well.
American problem per se, except in New Orleans. There were a lot of Haitians there.
Yeah, like I was saying, they helped to win over Louisiana.
That is true.
Louis, if it wasn't for Haitians, Louisiana would be speaking French. But people tend to forget that. But whatever.
Well, Americans aren't famous for their knowledge of the past.
No, they're not. That I can't agree on.
I ain't not gonna lie.
It's not that they don't have knowledge of the past. They just sweep it under the rug.
No, they actually have no knowledge, and your favorite governor is making sure of that.
But I like
What's going on here?
What's up, Dwally?
Oh, Dwally in the house.
Hello, sorry.
What's up,
going
man?
on?
How's everyone?
What you eating?
Oh, I'm fine. Malaka Nubia, Habibi.
My
Hey,
love.
Habibi. Hey, Habibi. Habibi.
Habibi.
Hey,
They need your
Dwale.
attention, Dwally. Don't disappoint them.
Habibi.
I miss you. I haven't seen you on the panel in a long time. You know what, Dwale? You know what you have to do? You have to introduce us to the Stanley doll.
I can't.
The what?
I can't. Oh Jesus!
Oh,
that's you, Stanley.
Somebody take the wheel.
Well, you know what? I could be worse things than a stuffed toy.
Yeah, it's sweet.
That is Mr. Cross. Look, it's cute. Oh my God.
I don't like the way you're touching me though.
Oh.
Hands
Where
off,
is
Buster.
HB?
He is sleeping.
Jesus.
Eyes cute, yeah. Yeah, some big nose, beautiful eyes.
Hey, Douale, laisse-moi voir. Laisse-moi voir.
Okay. Okay, I will stop it.
Yo, John.
John,
what's up?
he's oh, he is here.
Yeah,
John.
my camera's not working. What's up?
Oh, hey, John.
Hey, John. Real quick question, bro.
What's up?
I know other channels, they usually accept like a certain amount of donation for a certain panelist to be kicked out the call. Do you guys do that here too, or?
Well, maybe you should go to that other channel then.
You know, if you give John,
I didn't know you guys were John. I was
Give
speaking to John. I didn't know you guys
John
were his lawyer.
give
We're
John
all
$1,000.
Negan.
That's ignorant.
How is it ignorant? You got the cat.
I'm speaking to John.
Oh, my bad.
Thank you.
But you were talking about kicking who off again? You?
I wasn't aware your name is John.
I wasn't aware that you could kick me off.
I didn't say you. That's what I was
I know
asking.
what is going there, Cakes.
Well, who are you talking about, Debbie Cakes?
Well, if you guys were to mind your own business, then you guys would know.
Dan has spoken. I'm going to mind my own business and mute.
Me
John,
too.
do you guys do that here, or is that something you guys don't do here?
John probably stepped away, so in his absence, no, we actually don't do that over here.
Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Okay. See, you gotta sometimes you gotta say his name a couple of times, and he'll just pop back up. Hey, John.
Something wrong with my mic over here. Yeah, no, we haven't done it over here. But yeah, take 4 chances. Yeah.
Big ups, John.
What's up?
Okay.
Who is 12 man? What's up, 12?
Thank you.
Man, you here too? Oh, y'all just tickle me.
But can I offer a temptation? I will leave for $1,000.
$1,000.
Hey, what if you pay $500 to shut me up for 500 minutes?
Get the hell out of here. Just to give an idea out, other channels, I'm not saying you should or you could or you would. Other channels, they take like $25 and they kick the person out.
You do realize you're living on borrowed ground, right?
Why is that, Stanley? Is that a threat?
Mr. Dots Me, Snaky Cakes?
Is that a threat? I don't know where you're
Oh
going.
no, it's not a threat.
It's a threat that you've made.
I'm the
This is
victim.
Dan?
Yeah, it's Dan.
Oh.
I think he's trolling me. I don't know.
Is that a threat, Stanley?
He has been since.
And I've known you dox other people on other channels, so don't think you sneaky Cakes.
What do you?
Now he is talking, paying money to get people booted off. Oh my goodness, bad form. Smoke the cake.
In the country of freedom of speech, we have a conservative touting, advocating the purchasement of silence.
It's called capitalism. It's called capitalism,
No,
brother.
it's called a violation. You
called capitalism.
You can't get mad at the left for legislating the law when you literally taking over. You doing this on digital media over the.
It's
over
called
the interweb,
capitalism.
Talking about paying $25. You're the biggest hypocrite of them all. If you do that and you make
I'm about to pay to get you out the call. I'm about to get you out the call.
Why you get?
Listen to yourself.
About to get this guy
Can I
out the call.
pay $10
Why
to
you
shut
get?
him up for 10 minutes? Okay, that's capitalism. We are a country based in capitalism, but we
It's
are
called
not
capitalism,
a capitalistic
brother.
country.
It's called capitalism. Thank you.
Okay.
It's called capitalism. Thank you.
Thank you.
What was
You know
bartering?
what?
Was bartering considered capitalism?
Borrowing?
Bartering. Did you consider that capitalism or a form of capitalism?
Yeah.
What is the
It's a form.
definition of capitalism?
You make a profit. You make money out of anything. That's what it is to me.
Would you have to borrow money to get someone off this panel?
It's called credit.
Yeah, but
I
you
know
understand that you committed treason
It's
because
also
you
called
violated my
borrowing
bill of
since
rights.
you have
I've known you to do that a lot, Dan.
That's a good question, though. That's a good topic we should be discussing.
You do you do that a lot, don't you?
I mean, but
Paid to get people off.
No, but listen, think about it. He basically doing okay. The only problem he probably had with the Democrats is they not paying to silence people. They just cancel people and they canceling them for free.
Nah.
He can't
What
say
I
that
have
because
the
he knows
issue
I'm
with-
telling the truth.
You know what I'm saying? Why don't Twitter just all of a sudden say,
Why am I
hey,
laughing at this insult to Democrats?
I
No,
mean,
my
but that's what
issue.
it is. You silencing free speech either way. You still
It's called
silencing free
capitalism.
speech.
It's called
No, it's called
capitalism.
silencing free
What
speech.
it's called is thievery. That's what you do, Dan.
I don't know who is
There is
Dan.
a
I guess you guys are calling me
there
Dan.
is
You guys
a
think I'm
difference
Dan?
between good, honest, hard work, hard day's work for a hard day's dollar.
Okay.
All you do is ooze your snaky self up and ask like oily questions.
You know, Dan.
You
Dan.
know,
What's your name?
I
Stanley.
don't think you're a capitalist. I think you're a grifter.
You think I'm a
He's a
grifter? I'm the
garden
one that's
snake.
trying to pay. I'm the one that's trying to pay. How am I a grifter?
Oh no.
Oh.
Grifters,
Hey, you can cash
get
out
money
Portia, you
out
can cash out HB, you can cash out Stanley, you can cash out anybody that's in the main link on the chat. And by the way, please hit the like and share and subscribe button and post it on Facebook and tell everybody else to come on and join and don't be afraid to join the panel.
And you can shut your
Dan,
trap.
if Dan can make it up here, anybody can.
Who the fuck is Dan?
Oh, you snake. Oh, I'm sorry,
right.
Snakey.
Little Debbie.
Little Debbie.
Little Dan, the Swiss.
Wait,
roll.
what's the issue with the lady there? I don't have an issue with you. I don't know why you're coming at me all crazy.
Because you're coming at us all crazy.
Your reputation,
I'm going at Stanley crazy. Come on.
your reputation precedes you, Dan.
What's the young lady's name? Hold on, let me see. Hold on. The young lady. I think you're Virgo, right? Is that you?
Virgo.
That's Ms. Virgo to you.
Ms. Virgo. Okay. Just call it Sapphire. I think it's a Sapphire there, right?
But you know what I was thinking? What if John Channel became such a threat that we would actually have to pay for the bail the channel out? So yeah, I'll buy by $5 minimum. I say $5 for 5 minutes of silence, and I shut up.
No. Other people pay $25 for 24-hour band. You get that? 24-hour band, $25.
No, so I know exactly what channel you came from.
What channel did I come from? What channel?
I know exactly what channel you came from.
$250 for a 24-hour
The only one that
band.
accepts this buffoonery.
No, there's actually a couple channels that do that.
Ah.
There are. I have no issue with you, Miss Virgo.
But it's not capitalism.
You got an issue with someone up here, Dan?
Yeah, Stanley, it's you.
Oh, really?
Oh, Lord.
Yes.
What's your issue? Refresh my memory.
You're too smart to be a damn Democrat for one. And I think you told it.
Wait, don't answer for
But that's just me though, personally. I just think you're playing a character. But
you just don't know when to shut your trap. That's the issue I have with you.
I know when not to.
Oh shit. He said, you know what?
When I know when not to shut up. And when you're up here, I just cannot shut up about you. You are a fool.
Any last words, Stanley?
No, calling you a fool satisfied me.
All right. Well, you have a good day. I hope you. Thank you for calling in. You've been a great caller so far.
I try to live up to your standard.
Thank you. You can leave the call now. You can just go ahead and press the X button.
you could say at least as
I'm pressing X. I'm pressing X now. It's not doing anything.
Just go ahead and hold the power button and then just turn it off.
Where's your better half, by the way?
She's working right now. I don't know why you're asking about my woman.
Not she.
She's working and you're not?
No. His
different terms.
Stanley, I think Stanley, you have some explaining to do.
I do.
Is this the same lady or is this somebody else? Sounds different.
No, this is Portia.
So Vita, hey.
Kitty says Stanley belongs to Sherry now. And then apparently Sherry stole you from her. What's going on? What is this love triangle?
Lord have mercy. This is juicy.
You know what?
And then Kitty said that there was a love connection, Stanley. So what did you do?
Over in Germany.
I have no idea who those people are.
Are you being a player, Stanley?
I have no
No,
idea who any of
I'm
those
just
people
being
are.
my lovable self.
Okay. I just thought I'd address it.
Though I have to say when Beta calls in, I have to pay attention.
Uh-oh.
She said you've been playing. Why you playing with her? Why you playing with her, Stanley?
I'm not playing with it. She's just teasing. Oh.
I mean, she's putting it in your face, Stanley.
Yeah.
Portia.
You don't want it?
Just Beta's a sweet.
Y'all got Stanley blushing over here. Come on.
No, I'm not.
Stanley is far from interested into women. All right, let's just clear that out right now.
Oh my Lord, how do you know this?
The way you spoke to me earlier?
Like a woman?
Like a bitch.
Okay, well, no, you're a bitch.
Shit.
You're the bitch. You keep fucking barking every goddamn time.
Your complaint is I treated you like a bitch and not a woman? Which would you prefer to be treated as?
I'd rather be treated as if you were non-existent. This. What the fuck am I saying?
Don't stutter.
Christ.
Don't
I am stuttering now because I am so frustrated with you, Stanley.
Oh my Lord, you sound like... Oh no, I'm not going to say.
Wait, hold on. Who was the young lady who was saying, I know what community he's from. I don't know where he's from. All right, what community?
Our secret garden.
You guys can't be throwing that type of accusations and then not backing it up.
All right, Dan, you done?
I don't know who the fuck Dan is, bro.
I don't either. He changes every time he comes up here. Sometimes he's snake cakes.
Well, how do you know his name is Dan?
You know what? I just smell a Dan.
Yeah.
You know what a Dan smells like?
I don't know, but I'm about to have you suck my dick from the back while I take a shit on your face if you keep fucking talking.
There goes that gay talk again. Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? Why are you
Why
gay?
are you gay?
Why are you gay?
I think he's used to the Thorpes. Like
I think so too.
Yeah, they he at this sort of degeneracy. We here are a little bit more mature, a little bit more sophisticated.
We have a little bit more.
Oh, this is the greatest show in the history of shows.
We brought.
Oh my god! Well, baby, shake that up. Let's go. Let's go next.
Well, there goes that ruse.
I apologize. I clicked on that before I realized that
you thought it was
mature
the PBS cut.
You know, I'm gonna get myself up out of here. Get myself up out of here.
Are you gay? Are you gay?
Yeah, why are you gay? Why are you gay?
Sherry and Beta, if you want to come up and chat, come on up.
What type of degeneracy is that? Are you gay?
That's crazy, y'all. I don't know. But
to even imagine a man sucking your dick from the back is crazy to me. But hey, whatever. Whatever floats your boat. No judgment.
You know, you are who you hang out with, and if you hang out here long enough, maybe you'll get some respect and some respectability.
He should link up with Melanie. That's right up his alley.
If a man
hold on. How do you guys know? How do you guys know about Melanie?
Would he get pink eye if a man were to do that from the back?
Oh,
I don't know. Do you want to find out?
That should be.
Oh boy, you are treading on thin ice, Cakes.
Nobody wants pink eye. Nobody wants that.
Well, he can't tell pink from brown. That's his problem.
I'm a big fan of John here. You degenerates are what really ruins the streams here. but I'm a
Oh,
huge fan of John and what he does.
Oh,
So
wow.
shout out to him.
Great. That is awesome.
how huge do you get, Dan?
That see, why you gay?
Okay,
No,
so
why you gay?
Why you gay?
Why you gay?
what do you
Why
know
you
most
gay?
about John's channel?
Why you asking about my D? Why you gay?
Hey,
Why you gay?
Beta has an interesting point, Dan.
What's up?
Imagine telling the doctor how, well, she says they, I assume that's your pronoun, how they got the pink eye. Okay, they.
You guys found that funny?
Thank you, Beta. That was hilarious.
How
Virgo, this is, I think,
my
the
bad.
second or the third time. Oh, okay. I just saw that you responded. I just wanted to
Thank
make
you.
sure that
Thank you.
you got to say his name while you're up here on the panel.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Portia.
Hey, get cracked. Hey, crack.
Well, you know how I know how to do it is I can tell when a man is shaky on his own masculinity,
Okay.
and you exploit those weaknesses.
Really?
Yes, Dan.
Crack says Virgo.
Give crack.
I apologize. Y'all can continue.
Me too.
These fucking degenerates. Can I ask you, Stanley, a question?
Oh Lord.
Do you okay? If is it a good question?
I hope so.
Is it
I actually want to
something
touch a
that wants
topic
to
here.
illuminate?
Oh yeah, I wanted to touch a topic. So let's see if I just want to
you
hear
like
your
touching
response.
things. Let's not touch anything. Let's just ask a question.
Stanley, you are. I'd say you're pretty smart, right?
That is very debatable.
Do you think, and I want you to be honest, do you actually think that besides P. Diddy, do you think anyone else is going to be falling with him?
Do you honestly think Pete? I know who P. Diddy is. That's the extent of my knowledge.
Okay.
Literally, and I kid you not.
All right, cool. I thought I'd have a different answer, but I get it.
What do you know how old I am?
I think you're like 60 something.
I'm older than P. Diddy.
Really?
Why would I know about P. Diddy?
Well, I mean, that doesn't age.
No,
Does age really matter?
I'm probably decades older or a decade older. Why would I know about him?
All right, I'd understand if you were like in the 80s. Is that how old you are?
I was a teenager in the 80s.
All right, so I guess Virgo. What are your thoughts? Do you think
You
people
think
are going to
she's
fall?
old?
What?
Oh, never mind. You go ahead.
Virgo, do you think anyone else is going to be coming down with P. Diddy, or is it just him?
Oh, I think people are gonna come down with them. I mean, it's the same thing that happened with Epstein and stuff like that. But I think he's gonna do another Epstein, to be honest with you.
Okay, so all right, just to clear this out, do you think Epstein killed himself?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh wow,
Either
see
that or he was deleted.
that's exactly. So my point is, I really doubt P. Diddy is going to actually kill himself. If anything, they're going to have him be, supposedly commit suicide. They're going to kill him. But I really don't think anyone is going to come down with him. Look at Epstein. Look at that list. The so-called people, and nothing came from that.
Yeah.
I'd love to see Jay-Z get in trouble, but nothing's going to come from it.
Well, he also has power.
Yeah.
And that's the thing with Holly Weird.
Yes.
The more power you have, the more untouchable you are. So, yeah, I mean, absolutely. We know these people, their hands are not clean, but what can you do?
That's disgusting. Because if
is.
it were just a normal person without any power, they easily get in trouble. Their name would be berated on the news. You know, it's all these people with power and money, and it's like, oh, let's just talk about it's a local CVS that got got robbed.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, my husband's pulling up right now, so I gotta get his dinner plated so he can eat. I will jump back on in a few. Nice to meet you, Dan.
Thank you. You're a great woman. You're a great wife. You're a keeper.
Nice
Your
to
husband's very
meet you,
lucky.
Dan. And
Your husband's very lucky.
I was just breaking your balls, okay? That's all.
Appreciate it.
We,
Thank you.
we put new people through this all the time, so
I appreciate it.
don't get offended.
It's all good.
All right, talk to you guys later.
Apologizing.
Your husband got a keeper. Thank you.
So what are you doing to get a keeper, Dan?
Well, I already have one.
Oh, really?
Okay. Yes.
When did that happen?
About a year and a half ago, brother.
And she lets you act like this?
I don't know who the fuck you think you're talking to.
Apparently, a man who doesn't let his significant other know his tirades.
See, you're a sadistic individual.
I am.
You're very sadistic.
But I only do it
evil.
to people who deserve it.
Do you believe in a higher power?
No.
So you're an atheist? What are you? You're just nothing?
I would say I'm more agnostic. I hope there is, but I live.
See, that's what's wrong with you. You live with no purpose in life, and I get it now.
I have a purpose.
No, I get it now. I get it.
No,
why am I even wasting my energy with you? It's all good now.
I have actually a second purpose now.
It's all good. I get it now. I'm sorry for bullying you, dude. I feel so bad.
Yeah, you actually thought you were bullying me, huh?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I get it now.
You know how easily you fall into traps? Remember?
Hey, Stanley, can I go and get on while I join the panel this evening?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
It'll be.
We're going to chit chat.
But no, seriously.
Man, come on, man. Stop with
way
the
more interesting than anything else.
Listen,
Go ahead.
What's today's date?
April 1st.
10/3, October 3rd.
Okay. How long do you have before the election?
Oh,
a month.
32 days?
And you still got in your brain that
yes.
Oh, no.
Kamala going to win the election. I'm voting for Kamala.
Preach.
Yes.
30 days away from the election. You're an African-American male. And what policies do you believe she promote that would encourage anybody to vote for Kamala?
Preach.
Well, let me start off with what I don't think she's going to do.
At this point, she's got the same length of presidency as Donald Trump. Let's be honest, Joe Biden is not mentally sufficient.
Well,
Did you see how he ran in the White House? He didn't literally run into the White House. This motherfucker had political protection against the media interviewing him for the entrance into the White House. He literally ran to that motherfucker.
Preach.
Come on, right behind him.
Let me know when I can answer.
She had the same amount of time. She knew that dude was mentally incompetent the first debate, and she had any goddamn sense. And so did the rest of America.
Yes.
But they won the election. Okay, fine. Let's say the election wasn't stolen.
Yes.
Do you think in 2024, with the cost of the price of meat quadrupling since 2020, that $750 is a sufficient amount of money for a fucking American in distress after a natural disaster? Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, wait. Let me know when I can answer.
What the hell have you been smoking, brother?
Thank you.
Let me know when I can answer.
I don't give a damn about black politics when America is at stake.
Thank you.
When Solid Snake yells, America listens. Now, let me know when I can answer. anymore?
Go ahead.
Stanley, do us a favor and don't
The
vote.
wind
Just stay
is
home.
out of your. I'm sorry, what, Dan?
Just stay home. Don't vote.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Now
I think
let
that's
me
even worse.
start because
Don't vote is a problem.
Trump.
But he's
need
voting
you
for
to
the
get in
wrong
the habit
person,
of
so he might as well
voting.
just stay home.
No, I need people to pay attention to politics like they pay attention to the NBA, the NFL. I can sit here and listen. Niggas can talk 24 hours on one sports team, but they can't talk 1 hour on a politician that represents their state, city, or their community. And I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm one of them because I don't know none of them. They don't have no type of advertising. All of a sudden, this motherfucker got the job, but I don't remember nobody coming to my house saying, hey, we're going to have this election.
Reagan's
They
GG.
can talk 10 hours on P. Diddy Love Life over a fucking 20-minute video with a whole bunch of motherfuckers drunk and tripping off pills and drugs and every motherfucking thing else and waste up and plug up our fucking goddamn judicial system. But they can't prosecute that damn goddamn illegal immigrant.
My friend.
You telling me you giving them $20,000 a month, but you fucking still holding child support?
You know,
are you fucking kidding me?
Yes.
This is fucking treason, man.
This is a weird form of MAGA.
This is fucking treason.
Hey,
Are
Snake.
you
Hey,
Oscar
Snake.
the
Snake.
Grouch?
How are you doing today, Snake? How's it going? How are we feeling today?
You are literally Oscar
I'm
the
doing
Grouch.
the same way I was going since November 6, 2020.
Hey, Snake, listen.
I'm doing bad. I'm doing
Snake, we
bad.
can hear you.
I had to go buy 3 cases of water for
Snake.
Preach.
I'm gonna let you back up, Snake. Just you're loud, okay? You're loud. Just listen, Snake.
He's got passion. He's got passion.
Hey, Snake, you doing okay today? You doing okay today, Snake?
Come on. This just pisses him off more. Come on.
My eardrums are so numb, I don't even hear him yell anymore.
Good.
You okay, Snake?
Yeah, I'm good. My
He's
phone-
speaking facts. He's speaking facts with passion. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, well, it's good to see you, Snake. Yeah, I just want to check in. I'm just checking in.
A little bit more respect to him. All right, lady?
You know, we love Snake. We do this all the time.
I can't believe Gimme Crack just posted it. Snakes in the baby oil. No, we not doing P. Diddy. I'm not talking about P. Diddy. If a nigga jump up here talking about P. Diddy, I don't give a damn if I'm asleep. I'm waking up and I'm finna shut you the fuck up because I don't give a about no. That news needs to stop. And I'm gonna stop cursing too because we need to get these numbers. It don't matter if you like, share, and subscribe. If everything on 10 words, you can't do that, man. I got to be a channel member. I'm a panelist. I'm a proud panelist. I'm proud to be a member of this channel. I love what John be talking about.
Are you proud to be an American?
Of course.
Oh my God, I die for this country.
Oh, okay. All right.
I might die
pays
against
taxes.
this country, but I'm dying for my country. You remember we
pays
had
taxes.
a civil war before, and we on the verge of that now. I'm listening to African Americans in October, November. I'm listening to African Americans still talking about voting for the Democratic Party, even though their child can't get a job. And then the black woman had to literally stand in my face today and ask me about a woman. I said, baby, I ain't had a woman in 20 years.
Preach.
I'm being honest. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. Y'all want to go get your hair done. You pay 99 cents. They had you paying $16 5 years ago. That was the inflation half. Now it's 99 cents, $2. They trying to get rid of the shit. And you got these motherfuckers around here running around in wigs. They couldn't stop putting that glue in their head. Now they all bald head. And fat. Can't cook no lamb. Ain't got a man. I mean, one thing about it, sex, in my mind, is not as important as survival.
I was hoping you were going to say sex is just something you think
No,
about.
I gotta live. I gotta live. I gotta live. If she gonna come along with me, she gonna live with me, not beside me.
This is what
she gonna make sacrifices. I break bread with her. That's what make the union. I don't give a damn about all this other shit. If you got a man, support your man, but at the same time have some kind of moral standard where you ain't fucking with none of these goddamn goofies. You know
Stanley,
what I mean?
this
Every motherfucking time he get around his goddamn friends, he want to show his motherfucking ass. He get around and it don't matter about race, it matter about character.
Stanley, you see, this is an individual that is a masculine male. Okay, try being more like him.
I will do my best.
Oh, Stanley, I gotta be like you, like 8 hours, 6 hours of the day, 12 hours of the day. I gotta be hospitable. I gotta be communicable with them niggas.
Moral lighthouse.
Them niggas come in and so say, I don't want that t-shirt. I want another t-shirt. Well, why you don't take your black ass to Walmart?
Damn.
Oh my Lord.
Damn, don't talk to Stanley like that. Come on.
That, man. I do
Have
that.
a heart. Have a heart. Have a heart.
Nah, man.
You know what? I was gonna say why I'm gonna vote for Kamala, but I think you have.
I'm gonna vote for Kamala because I want y'all niggas to die. I'm gonna die with you. We gonna all be on that chain together, going into the ocean. But you know what? I'm gonna be on my mind. America being great again, motherfucker. Because that's the only way. Because ain't no fucking way you still this damn stupid. And motherfuckers like you need to. I die with you. I die with you, Stanley. I die with you.
Well, no, don't.
I die with you on this policy. Because you know what, Stanley? 30 days outside the election, and you still thinking dumb. Like you be on this panel so much, I bet you ain't even absorbed none of the mainstream media news that done came out in the past 6 months.
Preach.
You know what? I probably watched more.
Because every time I log into this channel, you know what I fucking see? I see Stanley.
Yes.
Talking about what the fuck he knew back in 1985. 1995.
Damn.
2005. 15. Nigga, 2025 ain't even made it, and you ain't lived since 2015.
Damn, bro.
I'm gonna have to say I'm pretty impressed. How long have you been nattering on?
No, I'm just saying you internet bullying with that intelligence shit, and that shit don't work, nigga. Be pissed. Be angry. God damn, you act like being angry is a problem.
Preach. Fucking preach.
Shit, how do you think we developed this goddamn country? Nigga, because we was mad. We was hungry.
Are you mad now?
Shit.
Are you mad now?
You fucking right on mad.
Okay. Preach. And you don't see what
My
you're doing.
customers don't look like fucking me. How the hell do you think I'm not mad?
You don't see what you're doing.
My customers don't even speak like me. How the hell do you think I'm not mad? I'm angry. What the hell wrong with you, Stanley? What you dropped on your head when you were born?
Off the camera. I
could get the wonder. Did you get those children through motherfucking consent? Or did you just get raped and that motherfucker just got pregnant by you?
Damn.
It don't seem like you can make a goddamn stable decision.
Well, American man, I can't do nothing with this dude. Any suggestions?
Well, Stanley,
yes,
at this point, it's more like sympathy. He just expressed to us why he's yelling.
He did?
The man ain't been with a woman in 20 years. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'd be yelling too.
God, come on. Really?
Hey, man, I got X-Hamster. I got Pornhub. All on a quick link. I'm good.
Wait, what?
Shit,
So listen to this guy.
I don't need no damn woman to be happy. I can make my money. My money make me happy.
There you go, preach. That's a real
You know
fucking
what?
man.
You a strong queen, right, Solid?
I don't want any part of this Pornhub stuff.
He's got no shame. No fucking shame.
Well, you know, I admire that he, like Donald Trump,
Well,
has
that's y'all, man. Y'all will sacrifice y'all freedom for the love of a woman that's made from your rib. That'll go vote Democrat.
Wait,
and
made
tell you in
from
your
what?
house. Y'all need to stop, man.
Made from what?
Nothing.
I thought not.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's how Stanley is, bro. That's how Stanley is.
No, people get mad when you ask them to repeat
Hey,
themselves.
you only get shamed. You only get shamed and embarrassed when you expect greatness. I don't get shamed and embarrassed no more because I don't expect greatness anymore. I'm not a child. I live
Especially
within my
not from
means
Stanley.
and I ride my rail. You feel me?
So
when I
have
hear
you?
somebody that
Are
just
you
sitting out here
saying?
and got a public voice and got people ears listening and sitting up here 30 days later telling me he voted for somebody, but he don't even know they fucking policies.
I
He
was
just know he's seen dick
I've been
swinging
trying to
in
give
front of
you
little
policies.
kids' faces, and that made him excited.
Thank you.
Hey, Solid.
That's the only reason you will vote for Kamala Harris at this point. Because they've been holding parades, they've been converting little kindergartners into this omnisexual, whatever
Yes.
fuck type of retarded ass shit that is.
Yes.
And you're showing what type of parent you are. So, hey, let's bring some indigenous ass, homogeneous people into this goddamn country before our fucking experiment corrupt this goddamn country.
How do you do this?
Hey, Solid. Hey, Solid.
What up, man?
How are you?
I'm doing all right, man.
All right.
Maybe
Listen,
immigration
right?
is necessary.
Solid. Here's the thing, right? No one is actually. Well, I'm not going to say that because the sisterhood is voting for Kamala, but most people are voting against Trump. No one wanted Joe. Hold on. Solid.
As an honorary
Hold on.
sister, I just wanted
Solid.
to make it very
Solid,
clear that
hold
I'm
on.
not voting for Kamala.
Hey, good shit. See, at least you're awake.
Right? And so, hold on. Solid Snake, hold on.
I want to argue. I want to be. I got 30 days left to the election. If I hear a motherfucker sideways talking about Trump, I'm on your ass. Because I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not finna let that shit slide.
Preach.
And I'm letting it be known. I'm gonna play every StreamYard on this motherfucker.
So let me ask you a question. Hold on, Solid. Hold on, Solid, because I hear you saying that,
I
right?
don't give a damn if you on play. I don't give a damn what channel you want. I'm coming in the motherfucker. I'm coming like a barking ass dog, and I'm getting on your top.
You're the GOAT.
Shit, I did it in jail. You think I want to do it out here in these streets?
All right. He's bleeding for Trump.
You fucking right.
Shut your dumb ass up,
Stanley. For Israel now, huh, Stanley?
Hey, Solid Snake, what city do you live in?
You can't be leading my lambs to slaughter. You ain't got that right as a voter to get on these YouTube streets.
Solid Snake, what city do you live in?
It don't matter.
No, we're not going to dox
city do you live in?
We're not going to dox them. We're not doing that.
You asking me about where I'm from.
Dude, calm down, nigga. Stop.
You want to dox them. We're not doing
I'm not talking to you.
We're not
I'm not talking to you, bro.
here.
Close your mouth. Solid.
We're not doing
Solid. Bro, shut up. I'll get you up out of here. Solid, what city?
Shut your dumb ass up, bro.
Solid, what city do you live in?
Wow. No, don't answer that, Charlotte. Don't answer that. You gotta answer that.
I
wants to dox you.
Louisiana. That's all you need to know. I live in the city of Louisiana.
You live among black people?
Well, there's a reason.
Your mic breaking up. Your mic breaking up. You move closer to your Wi-Fi.
You could tell this guy lives in a shitty ass city.
Go ahead and go into your developers options and turn your 5G off, because that 5G will do that sometimes. You just got to go back to 4G LTE, or you can just.
I'm driving through the backwoods.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Go to 4G or 5. Go to 4G LTE. It's more stable because 5G ain't in every area. And you might not. All right, man. Whatever, man. There you go. Talking like you know everything. You might have the best phone in the world, but you might be riding in a residential area that ain't got the best goddamn transmitters. God damn.
Well, all I have to say is there's a reason Dan does not want Snake doxxed. They're roommates. And if you find Snake, you find Dan.
Is my mic better, Stanley?
I with damn every day. Damn.
These guys like to fucking dox him.
It's fine, American man. It was fine to begin with. Solid Snake just doesn't want to hear
It was not. It was breaking. It was breaking up.
Oh, okay.
Well, Dan,
all right. Dan, shut up. Snake, do you live among black people?
That's why you're hearing
Yes, I do. Every day.
Okay. Are you going outside and telling those black people that are most likely going to vote for Kamala Harris, are you yelling at them this way? Or are you only coming to the internet and yelling at a whole bunch of random folks? Because I know them black folks where you live, they all voting Democrat. And they've been voting Democrat for 80 years.
All my customers call me Donald Trump.
Really?
You're not answering the question.
And
are you yelling at them? Because you said you're yelling at everybody, Solid. Are you yelling at all those black Democrats who are going to vote for Kamala?
I be on the corner. My name is Donald Trump, nigga. They call me contact in basketball. They call me contact because I ain't know how to play. And I want to be like Dennis Rodman or Bill Lambier in the same body, nigga. I wanted to demolish.
You're still not answering the question.
But that's
why do you have to feel
just
entitled
me
that he
back
has
then.
to answer
I
your
ain't know how to
question?
shoot no 3-pointer.
Dan,
I ain't
shut
know how to
up,
make
you
no
fucking
layup.
teabagging
Shit, I
bastard.
know how to throw an alley-oop though.
Shut up.
I throw an alley-oop like a motherfucker.
Guy's so
Bounce
pissed,
that bitch
bro.
off the backboard. Boom! On your ass.
Solid.
Hey, come down
Again,
there and catch a rebound.
are you yelling at all the black Democrats in your neighborhood about voting for Kamala?
He does
That's
what
the
he
question
wants.
I'm asking.
He does what he wants.
He does what he wants, but why?
Are you sleeping with him? You sound like his cheerleader.
Why we still doing this?
You his hoe, Dan? Nigga, shut your mouth.
30 days from the election, you literally have an African American male on these YouTube streets on this channel, in this panel, talking about like everybody that vote for Trump dumb or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I mean, it's like, in my opinion, it's like bigotry.
He wants me to name names.
It's like bigotry at this point, coming from your own people at this point.
Are you mad because I won't name
The
names?
bigotry of low expectations is what I'm getting at. You know, and that's exactly what a vote for Kamala is. A vote for Kamala is the bigotry of low expectations.
Thank you.
For Trump is
Solid.
the soft bigotry of low
And as
expectations.
far as sees racism.
I don't expect you to vote better than Trump.
Yo, Solid.
That's the best.
You sounding like a blue-haired liberal, bro. You're just raging out.
Hey man,
And
do
if
y'all
you're
see the chat? Do you see
if
the
you're
chat?
a conservative,
Do you see the chat?
you're not supposed
Do
to be
you see
acting
the
like
chat?
that.
Okay, American man. I don't mean no disrespect. But man, listen to me, man. I ain't got no beef with you.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, are you yelling at the black Democrats in your neighborhood that's gonna vote for Kamala?
Exactly.
Right? They can know you support Trump. They can know you support Trump.
Hey, you know they number one word they hate, and I know you probably wouldn't know this word, but I'm gonna tell you the number one word that these low educated, and you call them low educated, but they highly educated.
Accountability.
They just lack one word.
I know the word.
They
Accountability.
Lack one
That's what
word in
niggas
their
hate.
vocabulary. They lack one
accountability.
word.
Niggas hate accountability.
Say,
I know.
always take care of my responsibilities, but you never hear them say, "I will always be held accountable."
Oh, I knew you were going there. Yes, I know black people hate accountability.
Accountability is like the kryptonite to nigga mind.
And that's Stanley right there. He won't take accountability.
Well, one thing's for sure, I have earned my right to vote for Kamala after this
You have
vote.
earned your
What an idiot.
position in my brain.
I have gone through the snake pit to
This
get
how I talk when
to
I
the
ain't
ballot
drunk.
box to vote for Kamala Harris.
After this one right here, I'm gonna shut it down.
Yo, Solid. I just wanted to say Stanley's a
That's
little.
because his voice, that's 'cause his throat
I
is
think
so
he just trolling. I think he just trolling. But I know one thing about it. You can be gay and be respectable.
Dang.
Listen, you can probably be a homosexual and call God a lie. You such an agnostic and don't believe in God, you still need to hold on to the values of accountability. And you know you have to be accountable about how you represented in these
You're
streets.
right. Let
And
me tell
having
you what I'm
grown-ass
accountable
men
for.
walking around these streets with their dicks hanging out in front of little 7- and 8-year-old kindergartners and preschoolers at a fucking
do not
parade
live in your
is not
hometown.
cultural enrichment.
Okay, what are you doing with your spare time?
God damn, why y'all gotta make black people look so goddamn bad?
Preach.
Oh, you think
I
I'm
mean,
making black
goddamn, you
people look
two
bad
streets like you
currently?
can't read.
Okay, you know what?
Like you can't extrapolate numbers. You act like you can't even fucking route wires.
Damn.
But you want me to let you run my pipes?
What?
The fuck? What the hell is wrong with y'all, man? What's the
wow. Yo, Stanley,
from 1 point to the next
Stanley,
point?
what's happening
What's
here?
a straight line? Why the hell do you act like you gotta go left, right, then gotta double left, and then gotta double triple right, and then you gotta go a straight line after you fuck a nigga head up or some shit? What the fuck wrong with y'all, man? Is that some kind of program y'all got in y'all head? You cannot reject the psychological profiles that they
You
improve.
literally just described the
I don't understand what's wrong with y'all. That's why I yell. Because I'm fucking stressed for all the fucking failure I see.
Preach.
And I'm fucking man, y'all niggas fucked up in the head.
All right, I dialed 911 for you.
Really? You're going down that route now?
I'm
You're
waiting on
doxing
that
them now?
universe. I want the two motherfuckers to join together so I can shatter their world. Let's go.
Solid Snake needs help.
Man, I'm built for this.
You done?
Competition is my strong suit.
So
Let's go.
Here is why. Well, the policy that I was trying to get to of Kamala Harris. First off, I know what she's not going to do: gut the administrative state like Donald Trump seems to want to do. Second, foreign policy wise, or I'm sorry, border wise, she's going to take that bill that Donald Trump told Representative Johnson et al. To not pass. She's gonna shepherd that bill through. So we will finally have an immigration bill.
That's all Democrats do. They inflate the governmental workforce. What was Biden's first fucking policy? Hiring 75,000 IRS agents, and he wanted them to be weaponized when they come and collect their motherfucking money, nigga.
What are you talking about?
What in the hell are you talking about?
You asked for Kamala's policies.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm trying to give you
Are
what
you
you
listening to yourself, Stanley?
Yes, I'm trying to.
No, you can't read. You know how to read?
Well, see,
do you know
I don't
how
have to read.
No, you know what? Do you just call out words when you read books, or do you actually absorb the information that's given within you? I mean, within the words of the book. Do you listen to yourself? Because it don't sound like you listen to yourself.
I move my lips to
Because
make sure I read good.
I gotta make it easy on the chat. I can't be doing this.
You know what? The chat is
I
exhausted.
just thought about that.
Why aren't you?
My brain working so hard, I just can't see how you think that Kamala Harris in 30 days name need to be put in the president. Hey, why you don't vote for Kanye West?
Because Kamala 2024.
He'll bring up a new album. Hey,
I think
Kanye.
Kanye.
Vote for Kanye West.
Kanye reminds me of you.
Hey, I'm Kanye West.
You kind of look like Kanye.
This is the life I live when I thought that I was gonna go crazy. And then my grandmama always the only girl calling me baby.
And I thought I was crazy.
Yo, Stanley, my man is gone. This dude is gone.
Dr. Jones, we need a psychologist stat.
He just turned into an angel, Stanley.
Yeah, I noticed that. All we need is to put some padding up on those walls.
Karaoke, man.
This dude is gone.
Karaoke. I miss that shit. I need my stress relief. Shit,
Oh my Lord. Is that just what happened? Stress relief?
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think you need
I love hip hop just for that one reason. I get to let out my stress and go out and act.
So hold on. So Solid Snake. If you love hip hop, Kamala Harris threw you people a 50-year the hip hop party. You don't appreciate that from the black woman?
Hey man, who was at that party?
I don't know, a bunch of faggots, I'm assuming.
Whoa,
shit,
yo,
sorry, no,
watch
say
the
no names.
language here.
Sorry. A bunch of do funnies.
Watch your language here. Watch your language.
Yo, dude, shut your mouth, bro. Shut up.
Watch your language. Respect the
I'm
channel.
gonna keep telling you to shut up, bro. Stop talking to me. I don't know you. You don't have the privilege of talking to me. Shut
Watch
up.
your language. This isn't your channel. Watch your language. Respect it.
well, actually it kind of is. He's one of the gang, Dan.
Watch your language.
You know what? How about you watch your language?
How about you fucking eat a bullet?
You know, now that's not nice. You're gonna hurt my feelings.
Sick and tired of your fucking mouth.
Oh, you
I
know
can't
what?
wait.
You're gonna get sicker and you're gonna get tireder before it's all over.
I really do hope tomorrow you lose your wallet on everything. For real.
Well, you know what? I lost my wallet years ago. That's why I don't carry one.
I hope you lose your ID, and that's why you can't vote. Oh wait, you Democrats, you guys don't need IDs, right? Never mind.
Oh no. Black Democrats don't.
Never mind.
We
Idiots.
don't need IDs, remember? Haven't you seen those YouTube things?
Idiots. Idiots.
All I gotta do is just kind of like show my skin. If it's darker than a paper bag, I can vote.
Did somebody call me up in the panel? Did somebody say?
Uh-oh, here we go.
What the?
Did somebody call me up in the panel?
What's up, Latino?
Not much, man. Just seeing people here getting offended because of words. I had to come up.
Oh, Solid Snake is just offended. He's offended at the air.
He's talking. Latino is actually talking about you. Stanley. He's talking about you, Stanley.
Oh, was he really?
What's up, Solid? I missed your ass, Solid. I missed you, Solid.
Introduce the panelists that joined it. Golly, Stanley.
I missed you, Solid. I see that you put it in that overtime, Solid. You trying to take all that money, Solid.
You gotta take bigotry. I'm sorry.
You trying to make all that money, Solid, huh?
Latino, I ain't trying to talk over you. I just gotta get in Stanley this one last time.
Nah, you do your thing, bro. Do your thing. I'm gonna sit back and watch.
Stanley, you gotta show some decorum to the panelists, man. You gotta show some
I'm sorry.
respect. You
Please
just
forgive
can't
me,
keep just
Latino.
running your goddamn mouth like say everybody this is you.
I'm running my mouth.
You on the panel, Stanley. Let him go.
The irony of him telling, yo, Stanley, the irony of him telling someone to let someone else talk.
Yeah.
You know,
be quiet, American man. Let Latino Patron introduce himself.
The irony in that shit, boy. That's real irony at its best.
Subscribe button.
Oh, really? This is neat. What kind?
Nah, I'm just chilling. I'm just watching you guys smoke my blunt, man.
When John Galt ain't here, you got his rabbit ass bulldog in the backyard. This motherfucker right here. Shit. Let's be honest.
Helen, what
Congratulations to your
congratulations to you and your son. What kind of car did he get? Oops. Yeah, well, that's driving.
That's Kamala and Biden for you. That's the Bidenomics.
Does anybody remember their first car?
Biden owns an insurance company.
There you go.
Does anybody remember their first car?
Yeah,
Yo,
I remember mine.
Latino.
What was your first? What was up?
Yo, how you doing there, brother?
What up, brother?
Yo,
1973 Super Beetle. We still have it.
Oh, you still have your first car?
Well, it was the family. Yeah, all the kids, my brother and I both drove it to high school, and possibly my nephew will.
There were cars back then?
Yeah. They had these things called gear shifts and clutches. You had to know how to use both to get from point A to point B back in the old days.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, you ain't even that damn old. Now, why you talking like you from the 1930s?
Everyone here seems to think I am, so I am.
Yo, Stanley, why don't you get that car, go down a hill, put it on neutral, go towards a lake, a river, a beach, something, and just let it roll. Just let it roll, brother. Put your seatbelt, lock it in.
You know why I don't? Because I have a healthy sense of self, and I like life.
Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
Does that answer your question?
Stanley has a son he loves.
Stanley, what year did you first start breakdancing?
I've never broken dance.
I'm pretty sure Stanley would better breakdance than that Australian lady.
Damn, Stanley, you ain't even breakdance.
Probably so. No, seriously, breakdancing pretty much came out when I was in college.
Dang, Stanley.
It's like dun.
Doesn't that seem like the perfect time for you, Stanley, to start breakdancing?
You know what? I'll break more than dances if I do it. I like my bones.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific book. Dude, do you know history? Dude, motherfucker, give me the book. Let me drive my point home. Dude, nope. Motherfucker. You're wrong.
You know, being associated with that army nonsense, and I assume that's army nonsense.
And not the Navy.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Was that Navy?
No, yeah, I'm saying, and not the Navy.
You know what? Everybody gets a kick out of it, so what can I say? So Helen, 2017, I have a 2020. So a young man has a new car that is a rite of American passage. Do you have a car, Snake Cakes?
Of course I do. What's it to you?
Oh no, I was just curious.
All right, fall back.
I don't have a car.
Fall back.
I don't have a car.
Yeah, well, you live in a small town. You can walk everywhere, right?
Why would I buy a car?
You can walk everywhere.
Exactly.
Stanley, stop trying to dox him. Okay? Stop.
Well, I already have. He's your roommate.
Fuck
I've
you.
already
Fuck
showed
you.
everybody where I work, where I stay. I mean, I'm a big ass open book of fucking information. I don't hide nothing. Why?
He don't got nothing to hide, man.
Yeah,
He works in a plane.
man.
He works in a plane. Who let them snakes on that plane?
Shit, I ain't gotta be scared of nothing.
Stanley, I'm on fuck you for always Stanley, always type shit. You know what I mean, mother?
What on earth? Decorum, son, decorum.
How about you eat a bullet, bite a curb? You know what I mean?
No, actually, I don't.
Damn, Universal Jones.
Who is Sarah J?
Well, maybe if you were into women, you would know who that is.
Oh, that's a good one. I have to give it to you.
I mean, I know because I'm a boob man. So
a food man?
No, boobs.
All right. Well, you know what? Her son's got a car, so boobs.
So now you're doxing her too now? Is that what you do? You're a doxer here? Is that what I'm getting?
Wait, she says she doesn't see it Universal. And frankly, neither does Universal. As far as I know, they've never met.
Oh my God, that's so funny. Idiot.
Dad jokes. You can always leave, Snakey.
No, actually, I'm going to stick around here. You can leave, though. Thank you for calling in, Stanley.
Don't let us bore you.
Have a good day, Stanley.
Yo, wait. There's a phone call coming in.
Well, you know what? Actually, since it's...
Who is it? This is Kamala Harris Uncle. I am calling you to tell you, Stanley, I want you to vote for my niece. She's a very good girl. And she's going to be a very good president.
What are you doing, my friend?
What are you doing, my friend?
What are you doing? Kamala is not my niece. She does not recognize
She
Indian.
do not even eat curry.
Oh, that's the joke.
She is not Indian, my friend. She is not Indian.
What are we doing here?
What are you doing?
Why do you kick my dog?
Is everybody familiar now that we're gonna get serious? You remember the Memphis incident where I forget the name. These guys were a part of some special squad that went around fighting crime in Memphis. There were
yeah. I saw something about that on the news today.
Yeah, well, apparently this news article. Let me blow it up. They are pretty much cleared of the most serious charge. I guess what I'll do is just go ahead. It's got an audio component.
Well, how can they be clear? Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Stanley.
Well, no, I'll go ahead and play it, and then we can talk about it afterwards. Let's see. Do I have everything? Let me do this. Blow it up. And get it into position. I was actually kind of shocked about this, to be honest. So I'll go ahead and play it. Roughly 7 minutes.
3 former officers found guilty of cover-up in Tyre Nichols' death. This article is by Emily Cochran and Ben Stanley and read by an automated voice.
Stop.
3 former Memphis police officers were found guilty on Thursday of federal witness.
What's wrong?
They said your name.
They did? What? 3 former Tyre Nichols?
I thought I heard that say your name. No bullshit.
I hope not.
Like a typical, hey, Latino for Trump. Like a typical Democrat, he ain't listening. Amazing.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Stanley.
Well,
press
I was
play.
listening. I heard stop, so I was listening to someone.
Tampering charges and the violent beating of Tyre Nichols, a 29-year-old black man who died 3 days after his encounter with the police. But all of the officers were acquitted of the most serious charge in the case, violating Mr. Nichols' civil rights by causing his death. One officer, Demetrius Haley, was convicted on a lesser charge of violating Mr. Nichols' civil rights by causing bodily injury. The mixed verdict in the federal trial in Memphis comes nearly 2 years after Mr. Nichols' death, which sickened many across the nation, who viewed it as the latest example of a young black man being subjected to excessive force at the hands of the police. Video of the January 2023 encounter showed that after Mr. Nichols fled a traffic stop, officers viciously punched and kicked him, ignoring his cries for his mother and his attempts to comply with a barrage of conflicting commands. None of the officers reported the extent of the beating.
Can you pause
The
it?
3 defendants, along with 2 other former officers who pleaded guilty to their role in the violence, still face additional state charges, including second-degree murder. Sentencing on the federal convictions is expected to occur in January. The 2 former officers who were convicted only on the witness tampering charges, Tadarius Bean and Justin Smith, face up to 20 years in prison. The officers who pleaded guilty are also awaiting sentencing. "You know what these officers did and know it because you saw it over and over again," said Catherine Gilbert, a Justice Department lawyer, in closing statements. "You can use your eyes, you can use your ears, you can use your common sense. You know what these officers did." The trial, which lasted about 17 days, exposed a culture of secrecy and violence within the Memphis Police Department, where officers held to an unspoken agreement that they could punish anyone who fled from them and downplay the violence. The 5 officers, all of whom are Black, were part of a team within the specialized Scorpion Street Crime Unit, where arrest statistics and confiscations were a priority. "Our police forces should be diverse. They should not look like occupying forces," said KamaIa Chavis, a law professor at the College of William and Amp, Mary, and director of the school's criminal justice program. "But you can't concentrate on that without also focusing on accountability, supervision, and improving the culture." Mr. Nichols, a FedEx worker who loved photography and skateboarding and was the father of a young child, had been driving home from work on January 7, 2023, when he was stopped by the officers. Yanked from his car, he faced a series of conflicting and aggressive commands and was hit with pepper spray and fired at with a stun gun before he broke away and ran toward his mother's home. He was stopped down the street from the house, where more officers arrived, punching and kicking him. Propped up against a police car, Mr. Nichols sat in the street for minutes without medical aid before an ambulance was called. Over the course of 2 weeks, federal prosecutors summoned several former and current Memphis police officers, as well as many of the medical staff members who responded to Mr. Nichols when he arrived at the hospital shortly after the beating. They also repeatedly played a compilation of body camera and surveillance footage, first released in the weeks after the traffic stop, that showed the beating, Mr. Nichols's pained cries for his mother, and some of the upbeat conversations that came after. The most dramatic moments came when the 2 former officers, who pleaded guilty to their roles in the violence, took the stand, a requirement of their plea agreements with the federal government. As prosecutors played clips from body camera footage, the 2 men each paused to identify each voice and violation of their police training, while their 3 former colleagues sat across the room. Emmett Martin III, who stopped Mr. Nichols for speeding up to beat a red light and then changing lanes without a turn signal, described his anger and frustration when Mr. Nichols broke free from officers. He also outlined an unspoken agreement to not tell their superior officers about the extra kicks and punches. "I knew they weren't going to tell on me," Mr. Martin said, "and I wasn't going to tell on them." And Desmond Mills Jr. broke down into sobs after watching the videos of the men restraining Mr. Nichols's arms, hitting him with a baton, and winding up for a devastating kick to his limp body. "It hurt inside so much, I felt bad every time his picture is on the screen, to know I'm part of that," Mr. Mills said. "I made his child fatherless," he added. "I'm sorry." Prosecutors recommended up to 40 years in prison for Mr. Martin and up to 15 years for Mr. Mills. Through the duration of the trial, Mr. Nichols's family kept vigil inside and outside the courtroom. At times, his mother, Rovon Wells, slipped out to avoid the cries and punches captured on video or sat in pained silence, her husband shielding her eyes from the photos of her son's body. Lawyers for the 3 men built separate cases in an attempt to defend their clients. They sought to sow doubt about the quality of training the officers received and the varying degrees of culpability for their actions. They also sought to divert blame to Mr. Martin and Mr. Mills. Prosecutors built the strongest case against Mr. Haley, whose partnership with Mr. Martin earned the 2 the nickname of the Smash Brothers for their aggressive nature while on patrol. The prosecutors outlined previous instances where Mr. Haley had used violence against someone in police custody, and brought in as a witness a former girlfriend of Mr. Haley's, who had received a text from him with an image of Mr. Nichols's bloodied body. Mr. Haley was also captured on video footage delivering a harsh kick to Mr. Nichols. Mr. Bean and Mr. Smith, who helped restrain Mr. Nichols, did not deliver blows of the same force, but internal police forms, as well as informal testimony they gave to law enforcement officials, helped cement their efforts to cover up the violence. Stephen Leffler, a lawyer for Mr. Haley, acknowledged that his client had kicked Mr. Nichols, but argued that it was within the scope of police training because it landed on an arm rather than Mr. Nichols's head. He also framed Mr. Haley's call to beat that man as a verbal warning, not a sign of anything more nefarious. Left unanswered is whether policing will change in Memphis, a city still wounded from years of high crime rates and the violent tendencies within a department tasked with protecting it. The Republican-dominated state legislature has overridden some of the city's attempts to reform the department's policies, while the Justice Department is continuing to investigate the police department. Though people might be inclined to believe we've turned the page on police immunity when it comes to police brutality, history would suggest otherwise, said Michael Sierra Arevalo, a sociologist and professor at the University of Texas at Austin. This is accountability, not justice, he added. Justice would be a system that doesn't so reliably hurt the people that it's meant to protect.
All right. Well, Latino, everybody has left except for you. Did we bore everybody?
Oh, for real? It's just you and I?
Yeah. I suppose poor Dan got bored and fell asleep, and an American man probably just lost connection or something. So any thoughts on that?
Oh, well, not really. I was actually not even focused on the story, dude.
Actually, I hadn't thought about it until I saw the news today, and then Ports is going to cover in the morning. The port strike is over.
You ran the people off, Stanley.
Apparently,
yeah. The dock strike is over. I heard.
Apparently, once Solid Snake stopped yelling, they just got bored and left.
Motherfucker, I told you, Stanley. I told you, Stanley.
So, Stanley, the thing is that sometimes it does get annoying, but sometimes you get the best golden moments in situations like that. And you just gotta, as annoying as it can get for someone like you, sometimes you just have to have an eye for what stands out. And like that moment with Snake and Latino doing that phone call, especially while you were talking. And he didn't even say that he was making a phone call. The phone just started ringing and he's like, wait, I'm getting a phone call. Hello. That was crazy. That was peak. And then the fact that the other snake jumped in, it's just sometimes moments like that we can't recreate that. If we, and the thing about going 24 hours is that there's so many off the wall, spontaneous, crazy things that happen that it's just like you're not acting. But I know it gets annoying sometimes, and we like to get serious because I like to get serious.
I didn't even notice. I have to get better at this sort of stuff. I admit that.
It was happening in real time, and it was just like, oh my God, I cannot even believe I'm watching this right now. It was so funny. It was just perfect. And both of them had perfect ending accent. Yeah, we heard. Yeah, it wasn't 60 seconds, so I'm gonna put some fluff in it to make it long enough to be a short. But because Stanley cut y'all off, he shut y'all down, and it's like y'all was just getting started.
There's Tesla burning.
Well, all I have to say is I am burnt to Solid Snake's Ernie.
I know. After listening to Solid Snake yell for 2 hours, it's like, okay. All right.
Man, that was 2 hours.
I don't think it was quite 2 hours, but it should have been.
Yeah, how long
was it? 2 hours with this man?
It was long enough.
It was damn near an hour.
Yeah, man. I only came in 15 minutes, man. Damn.
And I keep thinking, well, surely he's gonna either run out of stuff to say, his throat's gonna get sore or something.
No, not with Snake. Snake could do that for 12 hours. You remember he used to. Y'all used to, you and Snake staying up late. And Snake, he could be up for 12 hours. Yelling.
He's getting better at it. That's the scary part. He's not losing steam.
He not.
Well,
he was going in. But Snake is funny though. But like whenever we are having because sometimes Snake he'll come in whenever we're actually all having a discussion, and then he'll just be yelling the whole time. You got to put him in the back.
Always talk about Trump and Kamala, bro.
Well, see, I don't really like putting people in the back because I keep thinking he's gonna run out of steam.
Nah, he ain't gonna run out of steam.
No, he ain't gonna run out. There's it's somewhere in one of the videos that I posted. I can't think right now. Oh, and to the people that are in the building, I am sick. It's like my allergies are bothering me, and so that's why I sound like this. And I apologize. We're working on it. I've taken a lot of drugs, and so hopefully those drugs work.
Portia, I wanted to ask you, when you were in school, you sound perfect, right? So could it be that there's something in your house that's affecting your allergies?
Oh no, I don't think that you heard me whenever I was at work earlier and I called in.
Okay.
Yeah, it started
most of the
like
time
later this afternoon. It's just new. I'm trying to find a video to show briefly because I'll go into deeper detail about the port and all of that, but we can see.
Well, I have a New York Times audio.
U.S. port strike. Let me see. And I'm gonna try to find a video real quick because I like to do both. It just depends. I try to gauge the vibe of the room. And HB helps me out a lot with that too, because he's really good at this kind of stuff. Like how he'll be like, okay, that's enough, or he'll just be like, play it, but turn the volume down, that kind of thing.
Well, Helen has the cure. Take a shot of whiskey.
Oh, Miss Helen. Oh, you listen. I'm gonna have myself a hot toddy soon. In the meantime, I did want to show this yesterday. Sometimes whenever I don't get to do the news because all of the craziness happens, I be trying to just get in and do my news stories and get out. Sometimes I want to talk about it if I'm really interested. But while I'm finding this other video, let's take a look at what happened from the course of the strike starting on Tuesday. And today is Thursday. And I'm not sure everybody knows. Maybe some of you do. But let's take a look.
We're still far apart on negotiations this morning, and worry that the strike will last for weeks could be fueling a surge in panic buying. Stores across the country are starting to see empty shelves, really long lines. This is one in Virginia. I'm sure we all remember the hoarding and supply chain issues during the pandemic. News Nation senior investigative reporter Rich McHugh is at the Port of Elizabeth in New Jersey. And Rich, these supply chain fears will only grow the longer this strike lasts. How far apart exactly are these two sides?
Well, good morning, Marky. It's hard to say exactly from the owner's perspective of the port, but in talking with some of the longshoremen here this morning, they are dug in, prepared for a long fight if needed, and it's like a party atmosphere out here. They're not going anywhere. Most goods that come through here for Americans, everything we eat, wear, use, comes through ports like this. Most of them, not all. Last year alone, it was $588 billion worth of goods come through ports like this one. And people are freaking out, and it has people buying in panic. Take a look.
From Maine to Texas, dock workers at 36 ports along the eastern U.S. have walked off the job for the first time in decades, raising serious questions about disruptions to the supply chain and the possibility of widespread shortages if this continues. Here in New Jersey, customers at Costco stocking up in case.
I needed supplies. I had no choice. And of course, I'm like anybody else anticipating a long-range strike at the port. So that's why I'm got a trunk full of stuff.
Cases of water, paper towels, and the elusive toilet paper.
People were living with 7 or 8 in their carts, and there's none. And they said, come back tomorrow.
Social media posts like these popping up about runs on water, toilet paper, showing shelves normally overflowing with paper towels, now barren. Chris Spear, CEO of the American Truckers Association, predicts consumers will see shortages in the produce section as early as this week.
2 weeks, 3 weeks, you're going to start to see things slip into the holiday season.
I want the community to start preparing. I want them to go get essentials. You don't have to rush panic buy, but I do want them to have some essentials at their house. Toilet paper, paper towels, things of that nature.
The Biden administration hoping to avoid chaotic scenes of hoarding like this from 2020 at the start of the pandemic. They say they're working nonstop with both sides to push the negotiations forward.
Now, Americans have such PTSD from the pandemic, but one silver lining here, Marky, is that toilet paper, paper products, paper towels do not come through here. They're made in America or Canada and Mexico, and so do not come through here and have. There's no need to rush out and buy these products, Marky.
Okay, really good to know. Rich, I was telling you yesterday, I've been to Target every day for
So that's what the people were doing. They, just like during COVID, they went and bought everything up. They bought up the stores in certain areas across the country. They call it panic buying. But as we just saw, as we are about to see, let's see. Can y'all see my screen, the new screen?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I see.
All right.
I see 2 witches. Yep. Okay,
Great. So that happened. Over the last couple of days, people get freaked out. They hear the news. I get it. However, as of today, our breaking news. Oh, there's no sound.
a.m. tomorrow. So these 45, they're going to resume normal operations as of 8 a.m. tomorrow. So these 45,000 U.S. dock workers back to work. That's got to be great news for the administration, correct?
I mean, this is a huge relief, not only for the administration, but also for the Harris campaign. We're just weeks away from the election. And if this strike continued to drag on, this would have a ripple effect across the country. It could be really damaging to the economy and also to supply chains, really impacting everyday American consumers. Now, President Biden, he had sided with the unions and putting pressure for these employers to raise their offers. But President Biden had been really resistant to use his federal powers to try and end this strike. So certainly this is a huge relief to the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, it was. Well, so that's over. So I guess we just move on. And then tomorrow we'll go into what happened. Were there any impacts? And we'll go into the deep breakdown of the deals and all of that. For those of you that don't know, our one of our hosts is HB2N. Hey, speak on it. One of our hosts is HB2N of Gone Trucking, and he's a trucker, and he's hard at it on the road whenever he's, talking and hanging out with us during the day. And I like for him to be in the know with stuff like that impacts his industry, so we'll have a deep dive and a breakdown into that in the morning whenever he gets here. So Stanley, did you have another story?
Well, no, I'm still laughing at that comment. Surprised people bought all that shit for no reason.
Yeah, the one thing that stood out to me, what I will say, and I won't apologize for this because y'all can see me up on the panel, and y'all already know that I'm Black. When I saw all of that chicken in her cart, I was jealous because I haven't been able to buy chicken like that in a long time. And if you want to know something about me, I really like chicken. And she had so much of it. And I was just like, man, where did she get the money for all of this chicken? And then I remembered I don't qualify for food stamps. And so then I got angry because if I did, I could go out there and fill up my trunk of my car with food. but I can't.
Wait, now was it cooked chicken or raw chicken?
Oh, that was raw chicken. You know, hey, that was some raw chicken. I get that chicken cleaned up, Stanley. Okay, bring it home, take it out the packaging, clean it up. And I'll use my food saver.
Barbecue grill.
My food saver, label it, you know, store it in my freezer, all nice and stuffed the way I like, and I leave a little bit out for me, you know. And I cook, I make me something, a chicken something. But that impacted me. It impacted me.
Well, I was.
Hey, lawyer chick.
I'm sorry, Jewel. I don't know these things. You can't.
Hey, Jewel.
You can't buy cooked food with an EBT card,
but you can get cash back. You can get cash back.
Well, I know you can use it at restaurants sometimes, right?
You know, it varies on the state. You can use EBT for a whole lot in California. For everything, you can use your EBT. Well, I don't know about everywhere in California, but whenever I did my internship in California, I was there for like 8 months. I was at church, and I swear I'm not lying. I'm so serious about what I'm about to say. Okay, and I know it sounds unbelievable. Maybe somebody from California has been to a Black church. I can't even remember the name of the church. Anyhow, when it was time to give tithes and offering, it had an option on the screen where you could scan a QR code and input your information because they accepted tithes and offering via EBT at this church. You know, and that's when I knew I had seen it all. I didn't know you could do that, but it's a lot of things you can use EBT on. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
You know, those folks. I don't begrudge, you know, me and my buddy Be Brave, you know, we're kind of okay with that.
Well, Dwale, for those of you in the audience that don't know, he's probably taking a break. For those of you that do not know, Dwale is from Somalia and he currently lives in Germany, and he has a question. He says, "Can you buy coochie with EBT?"
You know what? Coochie. Is Coochie the name of that doll you were just petting?
You know what?
That moose looking thing?
That's the Stanley doll. That's Mr. Cross.
Yeah, well.
You were here whenever
No, I was there. I'm trying to ignore it.
I'm talking about whenever he told us he was buying it, and he actually went and bought it. And then yes, he was telling us about it for days before he bought it. And then he told us that he called in to let us know that he bought it. And then he called in when he was at work, and he had the doll. You were on the panel.
Okay, well,
I guess maybe you didn't realize.
I thought it was just like, you know, he picked it up. You know, one of his kids like left it on the sofa, and he was just, you know, making a joke.
He said that he said that he saw the perfect doll for you, and so he went to go get it. And he named it Mr. Cross.
He got it.
Who was this? The Wally?
What's German for Walmart? He got a
Who's not snakes
toy.
Yo, I sent you a video in the chat. You and I might appreciate it, Portia. I don't know about
Lawyer Chick says EBT tithes. That's new to me. Lawyer Chick, girl, it was new to me too. Okay. I said, now I know, not on the Lord's Day and not in his house. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, I thought that was crazy. And so, but Dwale, to answer your question, Universal Jones actually said yes. And I was trying to think of that transaction really quickly, and I realized that it's probably too inappropriate for me to say. However, you know, people sell food stamps. It's a thing that happens.
Yeah, John has been very detailed in how that happens.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy some food stamps off John. One of his people.
I mean, we buy them too. I mean, we get 500 off of somebody.
for 250.
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm with it. I ain't above it. I ain't above it.
Half 50% off.
That's my money anyway. That's my money anyway. Shoot.
And it's so crazy because this person literally like just got here like a year ago. And I'm like, oh, okay, you need the money. Fuck it.
Yeah, and they be needing the money, but this is how I know that inflation is a thing. And this is how I know that the economy is bad. Whenever your cousin's not hitting you up on the first of the month every month like normal to sell you food stamps because they need them. Yeah, obviously America's about to crash. That's how I know. Like if I didn't know things politically, that's how I would measure. And so if I got to hit you up to see if you selling food stamps, it's a problem. Because typically when they selling the food stamps, you ain't got to hit them up because they go hit you up first.
Fact.
And then, they like to keep their number ones, they know who to call and text first. Call me first.
Like free cash.
I got 200 for the phone, 200 for the phone. But, hey, I haven't gotten that call in a long
the gray
time.
market.
I haven't gotten that call in a long time. To all of the white people in the chat, I would apologize. However,
hey, Kirkland jelly beans are actually really good.
This is just a really wonderful insight for you guys to kind of understand the inner workings of the minority community. Latino here, he is a Dominican, and he too buys the 500 for the 1,000. Okay, for the stack.
You know what I'm saying? No, if somebody was offering hey, why not? That's food for a month.
Hey, and
God knows how much we spend here on food. We got two little girls, and these little girls eat way more than dudes.
And it's my food anyways. And just to further bring credence to what it is that I'm saying, I'm going to highlight a couple of comments from a couple of Negroes in the chat. So Negro number 1, speak on it. He says, hell yeah, if you selling, I'm buying. Another Negro number 2, Universal Jones says, yep, it's tight out here. So just so you guys understand,
out here for a pimp.
We ain't above it. All right, Stanley, you can go ahead and play the video.
Okay. Hold on one sec. All right, here we go.
Former President Trump says that you've had 4 years as vice president to do all the things you've promised in the campaign, but haven't done it. Is he right? Or did President Biden not give you or limit it in some way your role as vice president?
So let's start with this. I think that the former president is really becoming quite desperate and is really been offering a lot of misstatements and misinformation. And perhaps it's because he wants to distract from the fact that he has offered no plan for the American people. I have talked about this before. I invite you to go to his rallies, and what you'll hear about full time is him talking about himself and his personal grievances. But what you won't hear him talking about is you and the needs that you have as a working person, as a family person. My plan is about building an opportunity economy where I'm going to give first-time home buyers a $25,000 down payment assistance so they can get their foot in their door to be able to be a homeowner. My plan is about $6,000 tax deduction for middle-class families for the first year of their child's life to help them buy a crib or a car seat. My plan is about getting a $50,000 tax deduction to start up businesses, to our small businesses, knowing that they are part of the backbone of America's economy. Those are my plans. And I think that, unfortunately, what we've got on the other side is someone who wants to distract from the fact that his plan is about giving billionaires and big corporations a tax break like he did the last time and doing that again.
But
I saw nothing wrong with that. Thoughts?
she say? Like, could you?
Absolutely nothing. She didn't even answer the question.
Well, let me give you in detail what she said.
Could you explain it
First
to me,
off,
Stanley,
she
please?
invited folks to Trump's rallies, where he's basically saying not much of anything. Then she went into her policies, $6,000 child tax credit, to help, which I thought was a silly statement. You buy a crib before the child is born. So, that's a little dicey.
I mean, it's the fact that
$50,000 for, first-time home buyers. And I forget what the first one she said was. I'll have to
we're not in
remember.
the state to be giving away money right now, man.
My point is she literally talked about policy and invited folks.
How is that any policy that's going to help anybody?
Invited folks to go to a Trump rally. I hope she goes to one. Sounded good to me. Got any more Kamala stuff?
Well, Stanley, if it sounds good to you, it sounds good to me.
I'm eager to see more Kamala. Now, I do have Trump's rally from earlier today.
Sometimes, at night, I like, of course, the political stuff. I guess it just depends, but sometimes I try to get into more of the culture things, if you will. Oh gosh, Latino.
Let's see how long this is going to last. Who are you going to piss off today, Melanie?
What's up, Fox?
Myself. I'm already mad. I tried to do some coding.
You're coming up here mad?
No. I'm actually coming up here to get away from the thing that's making me mad.
What?
Yeah, I'm doing some coding, and
so you came up here for to not take heat, right?
Yeah, I don't get as mad as I come off on here. That's just trying to talk over people.
Well, you made quite a splash.
I'm kidding. I got mad last time, but it's I've also come here and not gotten mad, and I noticed that it was just Latinos for Trump that I could have gotten mad at, and I was like, I'll just talk to Stanley instead.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, if he doesn't want to be here, I'm sure at some point you're going to cross paths.
For sure. I don't worry about those encounters or anything. They're just moments that happen.
Well, to be honest, my bosses might get mad. So make the most of it.
Wait, you mean
what's on your mind?
Oh, I was just looking for a conversation that isn't about C++.
Well, there's plenty of that.
Yeah. I'm pretty frustrated with that. In general, what was he saying about Kamala? That she doesn't did he do the whole she hasn't said any policies thing?
Well, the contention is that, she's kind of saying much of nothing, and I understand. But my favorite part is where she invites everyone to Trump rallies. That intrigues me.
Yeah, why would you do that unless you were very confident?
I think she just wants Trump to speak for himself, which I commend her for.
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing. She's confident that if he speaks for himself, he's going to dig himself a hole.
I don't think he's going to dig himself a hole. It's kind of an empty, it's a tongue-in-cheek thing. Nobody's going to go to a Trump rally unless they want to see Trump. So.
Okay.
So, it's a very sly kind of below the surface dig. And I commend her for it. I like this sort of passive aggressive sort of, I hit you in the ribs, but you didn't notice it. You might notice it in a few minutes.
Sure. Well, you have to do those at the presidential debates. Otherwise you just come off as an asshole.
Well, did you watch the vice presidential debate?
Yeah. I thought I was here when we watched it.
Yeah, you were here. You were here when we watched it.
You know, I guess you were here. That was back in the good old days. When there was very little contention.
A few days ago, even.
Yeah, I know. Oh, what a difference a day makes. What a difference a day makes.
Like, there's no difference to me. You guys are still great. This is just
Well-
internet, like, kind of weather.
Well, you know what? There were profound statements and declarations, and there were.
Oh, if I've caused problems for people behind the scenes, I'm sorry. I just want to say that.
I don't know about problems, but I will say this: sometimes a little polarization. You have solidified some opinions. I'll put it that
So
way.
they say.
You are very Trump-like in that way.
So they say. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, if I can so easily solidify someone's opinion on something, it can very easily be liquefied. And maybe even
Right.
sublimated.
Confident, aren't you?
Maybe even sublimated into a gas.
Yeah, okay. Don't be crossing that Canadian border anytime soon. I think there's some folks waiting on you.
I thought we had like a proper, I should say, good cop, bad cop dynamic when you were being the good cop and I was being the bad cop. Because when you came in, I like recognized that you could like really control the discussion. And so I calmed right the heck down.
I'll be honest, I just organized it. You know, it was a little nebulous there. You know, some things needed to be ordered, and I actually was interested in the conversation. So,
Oh yeah, I'm still interested in the conversation because maybe one day I'll find somebody who's with a new opinion for once. But it's been a while.
well, I think for the sake of cooling off, we should stay away. We should talk politics, or we should talk like I don't know.
I don't know. Trans women in sports is very political.
What that
I'm just kidding.
I honestly think that, you know, I think it's a pox on both their houses, frankly. There are more important things, and
okay.
I know. Let people be.
And I will leave it there.
I
have different opinions, but I will leave it there. I'll let you be, Stanley.
Thank you. I will live to serve another day.
Funnily enough, when I started with modern day debates, that was the first thing I debated.
Well, see, I don't like debates per se. I think they're boring. I think they're formulaic, and you get too many Ben Shapiro's, you know, who want to be debate bros, and I find that utterly boring. I like riffing better. It's unorganized. It's sometimes messy, but every now and again, I will come in and I'll be less disorganized than the actual debate, like yesterday.
In full disclosure, I don't think I'm good at riffing.
I almost structure. I'm not good at structure.
Yeah, I don't like debates with structure either, actually. Especially like when you start getting into like limiting times and stuff like that. I think the moderator should really try to just keep the back and forth going. Because like there's even like nuance to like cutting your opponent off, right? It's one thing to just make sure someone can finish their point. But what if like their interlocutor genuinely needs them to like clarify something for them to continue listening? Or what if they said something what if they straw person their interlocutor and the interlocutor wants to clarify so that way they don't continue saying the wrong thing? I think if we're trying to have informative debates, those are important things to consider.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I think probably, and I'm probably first in line when I make this comment, people don't really understand arguments. They don't understand that, you know, sometimes bringing in analogies, sometimes they actually take away from your point. People are too quick, especially in political debates, to deviate away into whataboutisms and that sort of thing. And I've just found, basically, since I've been, blessed to be a part of this show, it's glaring how badly people talk about things like politics, and politics in particular. And I'm trying to get better at it. I'm as bad. And believe me, they're the Maven G's of the world who point out my flaws gleefully sometimes.
Yeah, some people on here are better at pointing out flaws than complimenting somebody. I might actually be one of those people, so I shouldn't talk. Well, I don't actually care. It's like you have to like read your opponent, and it's harder to do when you're on a panel. I'll agree, but like if we were to debate something and you were to use a lot of whataboutisms, I think it's fair to assume that they might be convincing to you as well, and so that's when I might use them more.
Right.
What I usually fall back on is actually the Socratic method, just making somebody elaborate and reflect,
bringing out points, peeling the onion,
which is again much harder on a panel.
I don't know. People always want to hop in, and again, I'm the worst of the worst. As a matter of fact, to be honest, I'd rather moderate than debate, obviously.
Even though you want chaos, so
well, I
Stanley, that's why you're the judge of jungle justice.
Because I ask good questions. I know my weaknesses. I ask good questions. Anyway, I think that's part of being a parent. You just learn to. I used to love to do this to my son. It's like, and I still do. It's like, yep, you're gonna make some random statement. Well, let's do, because he was actually pretty good at it. You know how kids will ask like something is, and they'll ask why, and they
dude, you have no idea. I grew up in group homes, right? So I saw a lot of different versions of that. I saw like one kid just max it out, like in the ways that you see in cartoons. Literally every follow-up question was just, but why? And I mean it, like he could go for hours, and I'm not like exaggerating.
Until someone just reached out and slapped him upside the head, I hope.
Not in the group homes, and no, let's not condone child abuse. It's probably bad for staying monetized and even TOS.
Well, he grew out of it, and now
I'm sure, yeah.
I picked up his bad habits, but I don't do the why, to the nth degree. I just literally, it's really neat to let kids reach their own conclusions. That's what I really love about, Socratic method. They can solve their own problems if you guide them by asking the right questions. And believe it or not, it helps with their critical thinking. Kids catch on and they start asking themselves, or thinking that way. So, it's fun to see kids grow up and actually. Now, it is a little lonely when they don't ask you about stuff, but you know what? It's more time to do other stuff, I guess.
Sit on here and deal with other children.
Now, unfortunately, these are not children. They are grown-ass adults.
Oh, I meant in the metaphorical sense.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes, the best of the best are challenging, and they make you grow. And, this is unique in my experience. And believe me, I've been a part of, I drop in on several other shows. This by far is the most sophisticated.
I'd agree.
Not a whole lot of is raunchy and as weird and as rambunctious as this show can be, I very rarely run into people who are as talented. We're actually fairly talented, and a lot of good conversationalists. So,
yeah, especially when we try to be.
You what?
Especially when we all try to be. Sometimes, though, the discussion turns to trans people.
Yeah, and I caught the tail end of it, so I kind of know how it's
Stanley,
going.
it really hadn't changed that much. Like, like the whole theme was these people want to believe these things about trans people, and I'll say something that contradicts that, and then they'll either retcon what I said or just completely deny it and not actually address any of it. So, my frustration's mounted. It was funny though to me in like a lot of ways because it's predictable. Like that's a lot of other things here haven't been predictable based on the fact there's a lot of Black conservatives here. This was predictable.
No, Black
for the conservatism, by the way, not for Blackness. Sorry, just to be clear.
No, all you need to do is read Thomas Sowell and occasionally Shelby Steele. You need to know Booker T. Washington, and then maybe Walter Williams. You need to basically have a working knowledge of Clarence Thomas, though Clarence Thomas is a little bit of a little bit opaque, but I've read a couple biographies of his. Actually, one I guess was more or less an autobiography. And by the way, he is from Chatham County, Georgia. So I literally know people. I was in the same Catholic parish that he's in. So I literally knew people who knew him. So, I have a vague familiarity. I kind of know his, where he's from. I know right where Pinpoint is. His actual, like, where he was born in Chatham County.
Interesting.
So,
have you read Kimberly Crenshaw's works?
I've read there's some anthology sort of deals for CRT. I've never actually read a whole book by her.
Well,
I do know she was a student of Derek Bell, and I have read Derek Bell.
Yeah, the anthologies of CRT wouldn't tell you much about Crenshaw. She came up with the idea of intersectionality, actually.
And as a matter of fact, she also came up with CRT, supposedly.
Right, but the anthologies would be different. And also matrices of oppression, I think it's called, which are kind of ways of defining oppression and stuff like that. I think she tried really hard to make the stuff that I'm trying to talk about into an academic sort of thing.
Well, here's the deal. Number one, I'm not a fan of critical theory. It has its uses, but just like when Derek Bell, he didn't come up with critical race theory. Kimberly Crenshaw.
Before we get into this, could I ask about the intersectionality?
I think intersectionality is useful at a very surface level. I am not sure that everything can or should be broken down the way critical theory wants to, where there's oppressed and oppressor. I think it's
it's okay. I think maybe you've had too much of a surface level understanding. Sorry to cut you off. Do you mind if I explain?
No, I don't think I need more than a surface level. Convince me I need to go deeper into critical theory.
Do you know the difference between? Well, this still isn't quite critical theory yet, but do you know the difference between intersectionality and interconnectivity?
No.
So interconnectivity, I'll just start with that, are the things that actually kind of make us similar. I could have interconnectivity with a white cis woman, for example, on a lot of things, really, if you think about it. But also if you accept
there are many white cis women who might agree with you. And But there are many.
Sound off in chat if you do, by the way. I'm just kidding.
No, I'm thinking of what's her name who wrote the Harry Potter novels.
Oh God, Raleigh. Yeah, she won't. Could I explain the difference though for intersectionality?
No, go ahead. I'm interested.
And intersectionality is more the lines along which various groups disappear and become inseparable, like kind of invisible. So there is kind of an oppressor versus oppressor dynamic, but it's more like you come to that conclusion after you examine these dynamics. Does our interconnectivity make us more or less visible, kind of thing? And if it doesn't,
that's interesting. More or less visible. Well, yeah. Can you run the risk of everybody being the same?
I don't think so.
I mean, if
visibility would mean that your differences. Sorry, Stanley. I was just thinking for a second, but I do have a better response. Like the differences would be more visible, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what we're talking about is like under intersectionality, traditional systems and normative hierarchies tend to make those differences disappear, but interconnectivity makes them more different. Or no, interconnectivity. Damn it, I'm wrapping myself in a loop. But so the idea is that if under normative systems, when things disappear as they intersect. So they become more like marginalized as a Black person becomes trans or trans person is Black. That's intersectionality. When they come together and become more visible, which is a good thing, that would be interconnectivity. The idea of intersectionality theory is to discuss intersectionality to understand where voices and visibility disappear. So that way we can kind of loop around that normative dynamic where traditionally white, cisgendered, heterosexual people and males especially have way more visibility and their interconnectivity tends to matter more than anything else. So on this panel, for example, that's why I was people were constantly being like, well, I don't see how this relates to the desires of a white cishet male, especially with the whole having to tell them my identity and stuff. It's like, well, because they're not the only person in this equation and they're not in nearly as much danger as I am, which some people had to then accuse me of sexual assault and victim blaming to get to.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. All that I for the life of me don't understand why people get threatened by things like that. You know what? It's the internet. We walk past each other downtown, we would more than likely not even know, we'd wind up going back home and hooking up, into a computer and winding up on a panel somewhere.
We're bringing up a twofold issue, kind of, right? Because on one hand, we have whether or not this matters in day-to-day life or the internet. The other hand, we have how the internet kind of exacerbates some of these things such that it explains why a lot of times when I only go to conservative panels, the only thing I can get sucked into are these "Are you a real woman or not?" discussions.
Well, that's because Matt Walsh hasn't evolved yet.
Okay, fair enough.
When he evolves, so shall these, conservative panel.
But to answer your question more broadly, the reason it matters, especially to a trans woman like me, is that, for example, if I say I got beat up, in a world where I'm not visible, people are going to be like, okay, well, you were probably rude, right? It's just really easy to write that off. In a world where my intersectionality is visible, then people will be like, oh, was that a bigoted form of violence? Because we understand that trans people face increased rates of violence.
Well, believe me, the one thing I have noticed, and it is very easy to do, people will take people will basically turn arguments inside out. In my case, reverse racism is just. I literally heard somebody on a YouTube show, not this one, basically say it was Matt Walsh, as a matter of fact, on Sam Cedar's show, or maybe it was whatever that morning show is with Ryan Grimm, basically say that there is no racism in America except white men are suffering, pretty much all the racism. And I just kind of, shook my head. I'm like, okay, well, I think lessening of power or sharing power is being mistaken for, being oppressed. And, it's almost like the U.S., the only analogy I can think of is United States back in the 50s. We were the only game in town. We were the undisputed world leader economically, especially. And, as other countries, Japan in the 70s and 80s, et cetera, as other countries have recovered from World War II, or, just gotten better at, economics and manufacturing and stuff, we have a lot more challengers. We've gone from double digit, leaders in GDP to probably under 10%. I can't remember the numbers now, but we're nowhere near, the level of GDP compared to the rest of the world that we were. So, you know what? As things progress, you have to kind of learn to share. And
Definitely.
I think that's kind of the same way with, race in America and other things.
Okay, maybe it might be a bit different. It depends on who you ask. So that's not my
expertise. It will depend, and that's part of the problem. Unfortunately, a lot of the people on these panels aren't reading the same books.
And sure, if I had the time right now, I am seriously trying to learn coding so I could be employable. That would be, I would do that. In general, though, my understanding is kind of like, well, the way the left describes it is, they're trying to feed people who are victims of capitalism more than anything, because we're also anti-capitalist, not just idealists. And so people who are underserved by capitalism are then kind of taught to blame a scapegoat. And the scapegoat is like the easiest person you can lie about, which comes back to the people with the least visibility and the fewest voices. And I do not like a great amount of fear. Like I do know some ways to defend myself and stuff like that, but I am on guard for the idea that someone who takes what Mash Walt says too far could see me in the streets and decide to act out on that. I know that's probably rare, but just me being me makes me a target.
It's even more rare in Canada. Isn't everyone polite up there?
I mean, it's happened to me at least once or twice, depending. It's debatable still. Just it comes in many forms. One of the things is like we often get into relationships with people who only kind of like who do fetishize us, even though we're not fetishizing ourselves. And because they're kind of objectifying us all the time, you don't get a real relationship, and it can even sometimes be more abusive if that person's extra controlling.
Well, let me ask you a question. And this is going to sound blunt. And Mela, just give me 1 sec after this question. I know I haven't really said hello or anything. And this goes back to, one of these in my distant past, I had a boss kind of ask me, well, what do you expect of people? So what do you expect of other people? Toleration, the golden rule, but I don't know that you can expect much more.
Well, I think that this is why like the left is really more trying to change the culture than anyone's identity. The way we see it is if you change the culture, you can change people's attitudes to start with, and then later on their prejudices and actions through exposure. But first, you do have to change their attitudes. If someone has negative attitudes with people,
you know what, and that's where, and I'm going to be honest with you, I don't see the left is any better on the left, and I'm going to sound like, John or somebody, the left, especially progressives, they are really just maybe a couple steps ahead of MAGA. Okay, progressives are not that.
In what way?
Well, again, I'm kind of going back to, I'm thinking of the 1619 Project specifically, but the left has a tendency to use or to make use of useful idiots.
Okay. No, I can alleviate this for you. So I think you're kind of lumping in liberals and the left too much.
Oh, well, no, I don't. Actually, I'm not. The liberals tend to be more centrist. I'm talking progressives, what in America we call the left, like the DSA types.
Sure. DSA is usually more democratic socialist, and you can certainly still see people like that because some of them are still kind of libby.
Well, in America, DSA tends to be, you can be left of DSA, but I'm just basically pointing out how far left I'm talking. I'm not talking liberals. I'm talking actual, like the left. They call themselves the left. And I don't really, if you listen to them, if you actually read them, I don't find them any more tolerant. They want to go class, and they don't have much use for any other framing.
That's definitely one side of the left. That's usually the economic left. There's also a more kind of, I call it eclectic left.
Okay, well, hold on before we go to the eclectic left. I tend to look at politics. The eclectic left tends to be a little bit exotic. I tend to.
Oh no.
I tend to look at a political spectrum. Now, it is my shortcoming. I agree, but
I just disagree though. Like the serfs, Mike Figueredo, with the Humanist Report.
Yeah, I know who Mike Figueredo is. I know about them. They are not DSA types.
I know. That's what they're a bit further left even.
Right.
And that's
and for obvious reasons. I mean, we know why Mike Figueredo will be, a little bit more socially liberal. I don't think DSA types are that socially liberal. Socially left.
And notice you're saying socially right now. And I think that is the distinction, right? Is the economic left does kind of wrap things up into class too much.
Yes.
Where if they're not wrong, but if you overdo that, then you start to eliminate other things and to that invisibility of intersectionality.
They tend to be essentialist.
Yes.
Let's let Mela in because she, she's been patient. What's up, Mela?
I'm listening. If there's something that you would ask that I could contribute in the conversation, that's fine. But for the most part, I'm listening.
Well, you know more about social stuff than I do.
Well, I
think you do.
Okay. All right. I would ask what books can you afford the audience of your recommendation? We skipped over that. You was like people.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You mentioned something about books that you read that you spend other
no,
time.
I just general,
What's your number one pick in terms of a recommendation?
Well, I am reading Akil Reed Amar. He's a constitutional law professor at Yale. He's written a lot of books. He's kind of like a go-to for constitution.
What's the name of it again, please?
His name is Akil.
No, the name of the book that you're reading.
You know what? I can't even remember. Hold on one sec. Let me grab my. I think it's called The Constitution, a Biography. But let me get the exact name.
Okay, that sounds great.
While he does that, may I make my recommendation?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm not going to give a specific one because he has various lengths of text based on how long you want to get into him. But Murray Bookchin, the Bookchin at the end is all one word, by the way. He's a social ecologist, which means that he actually deals in kind of like ecological reasoning. And he's kind of like a very far left, even post-communist leftist. To the point where, like, at the beginning of his career, he was an anarchist, and then he finishes as a federalist or confederalist, which is really funny.
Okay, ecological reasoning is the title of the book.
No, Murray Bookchin is a social ecologist. I'll just say whatever comes up in Google first, to be honest, because there's so many, and I can't think of which one is better than the other.
Well, ecological reasoning is something I have not heard before.
The freedom of ecology, and it's not called ecological reasoning. It's called social ecology.
The freedom of ecology. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That might be a bit anarchistic. So if you're like, does this guy ever tone it down? Yeah, later on in some of his later writings, he will.
Okay. So we got the constitutional biography, and we got the freedom of ecology.
I'm going to put the link in the back chat.
Oh yeah,
so you can see the book, but it's called America's Constitution, a Biography.
Well, I now know why there's no one else up here. This is far left this hour. So I'll be back later. You guys enjoy.
We need you
really?
here.
But
I'm
we'll
sorry to
miss
see you
you.
go. You might learn something.
Mela, I don't even think you're a far leftist. At least some of the things I heard you say in our last discussion didn't strike me as leftist.
I'm not far left, but I'm kind of left.
Okay.
Well,
She's a liberal.
Not necessarily, because there are comforts that I would like to be reinstituted. That's just me. I got a problem with restrooms, for instance, being shared by males and females. I got a problem with that. I just think that
they didn't
there are
do that
certain
in the Air Force?
comforts. Pardon me?
They didn't do that in the Air Force?
No, they did not. But we had
Really?
separate. Yeah, we were separate.
Well, here's the deal. In the Navy, aboard ship especially, literally. Now, not at the same time, but yeah, I mean, there would be one head in a particular berthing compartment, for instance, and you.
There's a lot of presumptions about military indoctrination. That's just false.
Bathrooms have nothing to do with military indoctrination.
Okay, before we get into the weeds, may I respond?
I didn't have to share a restroom with men.
Okay, so I think, Mello, what you're really saying is that you don't want to be sexually assaulted or made to feel vulnerable.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, because
Well, then
trust
why
me,
don't you want to be in the-
I will take somebody down. What I'm saying is I believe children are vulnerable.
Okay,
right?
so you don't want children to experience that. Fine, sorry.
Yeah, I'm referring to
if I may continue.
in the interest of children, I prefer some precautions. Is
Okay,
what I'm
and I agree. I agree. One of the reasons that especially trans women in women's bathrooms are not a big threat, and I'm just going to explain this as calmly as I can, so please try to let me finish. Is that?
Let me put it to you this way, just to put my foot down.
Stanley?
Oh no!
You asked to finish, and then you cut me off.
Don't wear out your welcome.
You're mansplaining.
It will be respectful. So don't get upset. Don't break a sweat. It will be respectful.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were trying to answer for me. My bad.
Nope. Why would I do that?
Well, when you said, "Can I step in?" That was just
laying down the rules.
Okay.
You may proceed.
And so, again, usually when we look at people who are like sexual predators, same with people with paraphilias, if you try to put them on chemical castration, they resist it because they want to keep their paraphilia, they want to keep their sex drive. What
does this have to do with bathrooms?
I'm getting to it.
Oh, we'll get to it quickly, counselor.
Dude, you're kind of contradicting yourself. You're like, it's going to be respectful. when you finish.
We're talking bathrooms. We're not talking like this kind of biology.
Oh, we will. Yeah, no, trust me, it's getting there. So, if a trans person was to be a predator who wanted to get into women's bathrooms for bad reasons, it would go against logic.
That's not
If
what
they
I'm.
would-
That's
yeah.
not what I'm. That's not what I actually am talking about. I'm talking about children, and when they see that they're taught whether or not they're a boy or a girl, and they go into a designated restroom, and there is someone who is not assigned to their gender in there, is confusing to a child. I'm not talking about predatory intentions.
Okay, well, we can work
For
at it from that
whatever
angle
reason,
too.
no, because now you pissed me off. For whatever reason, your mind took it there, right? I'm not talking about like, oh,
I'm just
children are
trying to
going to get
alleviate
raped
what
in
I
the
perceive
bathroom.
to
That's
be
not what
your
I'm talking about.
You agree that
For
you
whatever reason, your mind took it there, and I want to know why. Why did your mind go there?
because a lot of times when people bring up instances where they're justified in being afraid of trans women in
I'm
bathrooms,
not a lot of times.
they'll bring up fringe instances
There's
of
something
an assault.
close-minded about you, but you want everybody else to be open-minded.
I
Hey,
tried to ask
Noah.
a clarifying question to begin with to make sure we were on the same page, and that was, are you afraid of children being assaulted in bathrooms due to this? And you were like, yes. So then I continued based on that logic.
I'm not afraid of that. What I'm concerned about is confusion.
I understand that now. So,
Confusion.
and I'm going to address that now,
Like
if I may.
perpetuating confusion is a problem.
Okay, so
That's where I'm coming from.
we know that children tend to form their gender identity around the ages of 5 and 6. That's just when that part of the brain forms.
Bullshit.
Okay, hold on. Let me help you out here. Okay, the thing is that where Mel is coming from, picture yourself in Walmart, okay? And there's a men's bathroom, there's a woman's bathroom. Okay, your average person coming in to buy diapers or, groceries, they're not going to think back and break down, biology and psychology and evolutionary stuff. They're just going to, they just want to get in there and send the kid to the bathroom, get the kid out of there, get the groceries, and go home and drink a beer. At least I would. So essentially the way, and I'm going to sound like a bully here, but you need to answer this like you would Joe Sixpack or Mrs. Joe Sixpack in a Walmart. Okay. Don't get so deep in the weeds that they lose your point.
At the moment, I've thought about this for over 6 years. I don't agree with you that there's actually an easy way to do that without what you were talking about earlier, where you kind of over analogize things and then you lose the context. Stanley, remember when you said earlier that you don't like when we over analogize things and we lose the context, right?
Mean this as gently as I can present it.
Are you hearing what I said? I'm just curious.
You know what? I not only heard what you said, I'm going to ignore what you said and continue on my point, and you will either listen or exit the panel. This is not yesterday. Okay, this is not someone, and I'm certainly, let me put it to you this way. Maybe you don't.
I made a simple statement. I was going to move on from it. You're overreacting to it.
Where I come from, I can take you, I can twist you around my finger. I can shred almost any argument you present and be kind when I do it. Okay. Don't test my patience.
And I was being kind too. And I was trying to walk someone through this.
Also be kind and let me finish what I was saying.
I didn't just yell bullshit at someone. The other person did that. You should tell them that.
Exit the panel. What I'm trying to tell
You're
you.
asserting a falsehood.
Mr.
How
and
about
Mrs.
that? Instead of bullshit.
She needs to be at her level. She thinks she knows it's false.
Well, no, we're not in a Walmart. I'm trying to describe the 6 years you have spent thinking about this mean nothing in a chance encounter in a Walmart.
Well, I'm not going to do this.
All that work means nothing. And you need to realize that.
That's just not the purpose of debate. Is to prepare
And
you for
furthermore,
I don't give a
furthermore,
shit about debate. This
it's
isn't a debate.
opportunistic that a transgender person thinks they're safer in a women's restroom. That's the whole nitty gritty of it all. It's like if I go into a man's restroom looking like I do, I'm gonna be attacked. But I'll be safer in a women's restroom. So let's make laws to where transgenders can go into women's restrooms. That's some bullshit.
Well, we should probably not even get into all that. I'm just interested.
Yeah, it seems like you're being avoidant, Stanley.
I'm just interested in how you would explain it to Mr. or Mrs. Joe Sixpack.
I wouldn't. I don't go preaching on the streets like that.
More's the shame.
What?
There are so many men
I think you just really need to learn how to
who
talk.
have a phobia about using the male restroom, even heterosexual. There are so many men, they just I just feel safer going to a women's restroom.
Well, wait,
I don't understand why they don't admit that.
First time I've ever heard that one.
Hey, are y'all done talking about the article, or y'all still talking about this article?
We can talk about the article. Yeah, we can.
No, it's okay. I was just asking because so we can see everybody. That's
Does
all.
my voice sound too aggressive? I can tone it down.
I don't think you are.
I don't think so either.
I've had some coffee, so
Am I being too aggressive?
I think you're being
I just hopped back
who
in.
you are.
Okay.
I wasn't listening for a minute, but I just hopped back in and I saw that the article is still up, and I just started listening. So I didn't really. Nobody seemed aggressive from what I've heard, and that's probably about.
Oh, we've got sidetracked. And we don't even have to do this. My thing is that I understand, debate spaces, and I tend to be able to compartmentalize. Okay, when I am talking on this panel to you, someone who knows how arguments are conducted, that's fine. I don't go to Walmart and talk to, some dude, we're talking about fishing equipment or something. You have to know your audience.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And what I'm asking is, if you had to talk to someone, say at a school, like you went to an elementary school for your kid, and I know you don't have kids, but sometimes you have to tailor your argument for your audience.
Right. So that's kind of why I told people when that happens in the brain.
People don't care about what happens in the brain.
Well, you do if you want to know whether or not gender identity comes from nature or nurture.
A lot of people aren't going to be asking whether it comes from nature or nurture. They're going to go, "Why the hell are you using the women's bathroom?"
Well, see, my argument's going to be that
nature or
you're
nurture.
assuming that it relies on nature, and that's going to be false.
Well, I'm going to basically, let's go into the article and let's just avoid the topic. And, I thought maybe it could be broached, but probably not, at least not for these purposes.
Sure.
So anyway, we'll have a look at this. And I haven't really, this was one of Portia's, it's from Canada. Liberal Canada's lax immigration policies behind a plot to kill Jews in New York City, largest attack since 9/11. And I don't know if people know this, but there, and I forget the numbers, I read them the other day. There are Mexican immigrants who wind up in Canada trying to cross the northern border, Canada-U.S. border. More Indians or South Asians, maybe that's a better term. So there's a little bit of a gathering storm at the northern border. So anyway, this lax. Apparently, there's lax immigration at the northern border. That won't last too much longer. Fortunately, there's no audio component, so I'll have to read it. Americans are well aware of the security disaster of the Biden-Harris open southern border, including 400 illegal crossers who were flagged on the FBI terrorism watch list. But an alarming new terrorism prosecution in New York now demands American attention and diplomatic pressure be turned on Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's unprecedented mass immigration policies. Mohammed Shahzeb Khan, a 20-year-old Pakistani citizen, legally allowed a Canadian student visa in June 2023, stands accused in U.S. federal court of plotting a mass shooting of Jews in New York City.
Wow.
October 7th anniversary of the Hamas massacre.
Wow.
In Israel. Khan hoped it would go down in history as the largest U.S. attack since 9/11. We are going to New York, NYC to slaughter them with AR-style rifles and hunting knives so we can slit their throats, Khan told an undercover FBI agent he believed to be a co-conspirator, according to an complaint. Even if we don't tack an event, we could rack up easily a lot of Jews.
That's alarming. That's a very inflammatory article. Like, I mean, to think the FBI has someone implanted to associate with this Pakistani person, and
the FBI
they obviously have evidence of this statement. Like, this is not something that hasn't been recorded.
What?
The FBI agent recorded this Pakistani person saying this? Is it on
basically, the FBI does undercover work, and basically, apparently, this kid, wound up doing talking to an undercover FBI agent about this plot.
It was recorded.
Well, the New York Post is reporting it.
Wow.
So Khan was among the record-breaking 400,000 issued foreign student visas by Canada in 2023, on top of the 1.5 million foreign national workers the Trudeau government brought in as a new labor force since 2021. I've actually been on Canada's website, for immigration. So I didn't know it was that easy. Student visas, that's kind of a thing. We do it here too. As a matter of fact, the Boston bombers, I think one of the brothers got here via student visa. If I remember, I might be wrong. In a joint undercover sting operation with the FBI, Canadian authorities on September 4 arrested Khan just 12 miles from the U.S. border on his way to meet a smuggler with a pocket full of cash and a plan to attack Jewish Chabad centers in Brooklyn. Never seen that word before. Just a few months after arriving for school in Canada, Khan began plotting his U.S. attack on the Zionist Jews for a one-of-a-kind attack on U.S. soil in an unnamed city, timed for the upcoming Yom Kippur High Holy Day services. Indoors in a confined space and to no exit door locations, so we can trap them and kill them inside. This article isn't written very well. So it has to be a suicide attack using semi-automatic rifles and knives to sacrifice ourselves so that the Muslimin can wake up and support the state, i.e. the Islamic State or ISIS, court records show. For his border-crossing murder spree plan, Khan went online to the wrong jihadist chat groups to form a real offline cell of 6 conspirators who would be split into 3 teams for simultaneous attacks for maximizing casualty count, and who fortuitously turned out to be undercover FBI chat room lurkers. So, I don't know that I need to go any farther than that. So
I just looked up something, by the way, which kind of conflicts with this narrative, and that is Canada's population only increased by almost 250,000 last year. So the extra 1.5 million we took in wouldn't make sense. Not even the 400,000 would make sense.
That's interesting. What's your source?
Let me go back.
I'll post it. Oh my God, stupid full tab.
Well, it is the New York Post. So
Statistics Canada, Stats Can.
That's an interesting concept, Stanley. When you hear what he just said, that the numbers don't add up.
well, it's called fact checking.
Yeah, he claims he's fact checking.
Well, now I really want to know where they got their numbers from, so that way I can compare the methods that StatsCan uses to their methods.
Well, they're not going to be silly enough to post where they got the numbers from.
Also, is he Pakistani or Palestinian? Oh, sorry, I should full screen it, then I can see.
Pakistani.
Oh, Pakistani. That's sweet. I didn't know Pakistanis were anti-Semitic. I also don't like the headline
Oh,
where
wait, you didn't know Pakistanis were anti-Semitic? Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm not like a foreign affairs wizard or anything.
They are basically they the Taliban is basically, Pakistani based.
Okay,
So,
the Taliban's generally pretty bigoted, though, right?
It's pretty much what?
Like, I guess, yeah, it's not surprising that they're anti-Semitic, but they're not only just anti-Semitic.
They're anti a lot of things, but for this article's purposes, let's see.
I think the reason they said he did it is to celebrate.
Basically, they're saying 400,000 issued foreign student visas by Canada in 2023, on top of the 1.5 million foreign national workers the Trudeau government brought in as a new labor force since 2021.
Okay.
So you're disputing the 400,000 student visas in 2023?
Yeah, because in the first one, they're not even making the difference between permanent immigrants and not, because visas are considered a form of immigration.
Student visas, they just say foreign student visas. So, it's not.
They're considered a form of immigration, right? That's the point.
I assume.
Because that's why they make the distinction of permanent immigrants. Like, what else wouldn't be permanent?
So
what's wild to me is that they're targeting October 7th. That's not too far from now. According to this article, it would seem that October 7th is a significant date to make an impact.
Right. It's when they invaded Israel last.
When Hamas did, yeah. Not the Taliban.
Yeah, so October 7th is not too far from now.
4 days from
Are
now.
we supposed to look up in the skies and wait for something crazy to happen somewhere?
Well, the sky thing, it involved AK-47s. It was going to be like a shooting spree.
What I am seeing is, aside from countries that are in the U.S.'s pocket already in the Middle East, a lot of them are against Israel's actions against Palestine in general, and this is seen as an intifada. I'm not saying it's justified, but we probably can expect to see more of this so long as Israel keeps doing what it's doing, and the U.S. keeps supporting it.
Okay, I just did a quick Google search. There were more than 1 million study permit holders in Canada for the first time at the end of 2023. So somewhere they've gleaned 400,000. So apparently who knows where they got the number from.
Permits,
bottom line is that as of 2023, or at the end of 2023, there were 1 million study permit holders, and I don't know how that's broken out, into student visas, etc. So if that number at the million is to be believed, 400,000 is well within that 1 million.
It is. One thing being though that's like the total amount, not the new amount. And
okay, I don't really care to go deeper than that. The 400,000 is credible, is my point.
Only if we had 600,000 the year before.
You know what? Again, it's a credible number.
Okay, so
if there are 1 million people holding some sort of education type of visa thing in 2023, they're saying 400,000 were issued by Canada in 2023. 400,000 is less than 1 million. That's about as detailed as I'm going to get.
In the latest IRCC data update, Canada hosted 1 million holders as of December 31st, compared with 804,000 at the end of 2022. So there would only be 200,000 more of this particular permit, which I think is like the visas are a subset of that.
I think 400,000 is credible.
No, it could have only gone up by 200,000.
Not going to worry about it.
Okay.
It is Canada after all.
What does that mean?
I'm just not going to go get that wrapped around the axle about Canadian, student visa numbers.
Oh, okay, fair. Yeah, neither do I. Canadian politics suck. We're basically like the bootlickers of America. So there you go. We used to be the bootlickers of Britain.
My takeaway from this is that, the border is a problem. At some point, we're not going to have dumb, students who go to wrong websites. So, I'm hoping that the FBI in Canada work closer. Now we know there's a problem. Hopefully they put, measures into place and they're vigilant.
So who's going to the wrong websites again?
Well,
we got the source from
the student
where?
actually down here. Let me highlight it.
Okay, those are the same sources. Shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to double post that.
Somewhere in here it says it's how he got caught. He went to where is it? Let's see. He met. Here it is. I'll highlight it, and then angle. Can you see it? See where I highlighted there? Basically, he went to the wrong. He went to, literally it says, went online to the wrong jihadist chat groups to form a real offline cell. So it's just fortuitous that, that wrong chat room he went to happened to have some FBI room lurkers.
The only reason I would say that this is definitely irresponsible journalism is because we often see a spike of false reports after this, and that often increases the burden of organizations like FBI, which prevents them from doing real work.
Well, all I have to say, I'm not going to criticize the New York Post. It's a breathy article, and apparently they were worked up into a panic when they wrote it.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it is scary. There are kids going in, as students wanting to do stuff like this.
I just hope we're just as focused on the call coming from within the House as well, because we have a lot of domestic terrorism as well. And it often comes from the right wing.
Well, what's been on your mind today, Mela? Anything besides Trump rallies? And I still need to put that. Do you have this book, or do you want me to put the link in the back? I promised to do that. Do you still want it, Mela? The link?
I can't hear her if she's answering.
Mela, are you still there?
Yes, I'm in the kitchen. Sorry about that.
Oh, do you still want that link?
I share.
America's Constitution, a biography?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
And I actually started reading it about 2 years ago and pulled it out. Well, brought it up on the Kindle. I'm going to slog through it. It's a little bit dry, but it's kind of like a history book, with.
Okay. I'm guaranteeing I'll enjoy it. I'd love to learn things about this country that I didn't know before. So I'll enjoy it.
Well, I am always harping that nobody.
Let me go on mute. I got pots and pans behind me.
Nobody reads this Constitution. And I'm going to put it in the chat too. If anybody, this is a pretty decent book, little dry, but it's worth slogging through.
I have my own Audible ebook collection that I've yet to work through, and I'd be lying if I said I'm going to be able to read it. I don't like doing that.
I haven't graduated to ebooks. I'm sorry, to audiobooks because I find it just easier to read. Sometimes with audiobooks in the past, I wind up like kind of not paying attention. So I wind up, rewinding back to the part I didn't quite hear. And reading is just, I've been doing it so long. I don't know, I'm an old dog.
It's like the opposite for me. So long as like the information isn't super dense, so I can slow down like the reading speed if I need. Then I kind of like to be able to think and not have to like look away from something or stop what I'm doing in front of me just to think while I listen to it. It's like how sometimes when you play a video game, it's better to have music or another video on while you're doing that.
Right. Then let's see, let's see what else is up here. Because I didn't really, usually I'll at least look at the newspaper once or twice a day. I think today's been fairly slow also.
With like the panel?
No, I meant Newsday was.
Oh, yeah. I mean, aside from Israel and Lebanon.
Well, yeah. See, I like breaking news. Once the news is a day or two old, I lose interest, like the rest of America.
I took a brief time researching on my own, like military strategy and stuff. And when you kind of like follow some of the like alerts and stuff like that are sent out, it is kind of like there's always breaking news and you're kind of seeing a strategy unfold from both sides. But I don't want to, clog this up with technical jargon yet again. And it is like, yeah, I'm not like professor level with my understandings on things, and sometimes breaking things down isn't easy. I'm not going to rehash the argument. I just want to let you know, Stanley, I did try to consider what a good argument would be, and I thought of it, and I just wish I had thought of it at the time. So, touche, GG, you win.
Well, no, I my goal isn't to win. It's not really my fight. But,
I'm sorry for being stubborn, is what I mean to say. I guess.
I certainly appreciate helping where I can. This is actually interesting and sure to piss off some Republicans. Which this is now it's in the Washington Post, so there will be people who just poo-poo the whole thing. But I think it's funny.
This news story was written by Marianne.
So basically this story, damn it, it's not centered.
I mean, is it wrong to say that WAPO is at least twice as credible as the New York Post?
It's twice as well, you know, it has its moments. I also read the Washington Examiner, which I actually think is really good.
Okay.
I like it better than the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal, I don't think, you know, the writing to me isn't that good. Washington Examiner is pretty decent writing, and they're surprisingly, I won't say centrist, but they're not as biased as, say, a Fox News or a Washington or a New York Post.
Yeah, it's not a pundit rag.
Yeah, they seem to be a little bit more balanced.
I think WAPO at least strives to be less of a pundit rag than New York Post. Although, you know, there are vivid counterexamples of them attacking Bernie Sanders with literally 27 articles in a row, days in a row. So, you know.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens to the Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, excuse me, and Fox News in general, once Rupert Murdoch is gone.
Yeah, but doesn't most of it just go to his family, and so it's just going to be like his children running it?
Oh yeah, it'll be one of his sons, Lachlan, I think, is in line to run it.
So
my buddy, the No Clue channel, WAPO is owned by Bezos.
That's true.
What's wrong with Bezos?
Well, I mean, for one thing, like, you're not going to hear any anti-capitalist sentiment on there.
Well, no, they want to paint Jeff Bezos. I pronounce it Bezos. They want to paint him as some big leftist, and I just don't think, you know, a billionaire can be, you know, a flaming liberal.
A flaming liberal?
Well, that's what they used to call him back in the 70s.
When we didn't know it was wrong. When I make that reference, by the way, that's a reference to an American Dad skit where they do a big musical number, and that's the name of the song. We didn't know it was wrong.
You'll never see. That's funny.
It's probably one of my favorite moments from that show as well.
You know, actually, I think I actually have seen a negative piece about Amazon in the Washington Post. And I remember it because it was not totally positive, but it wasn't a hit piece.
Yeah, and
all corporations can go away. They can be broken up, but leave my Amazon alone.
What about the workers? Do you think they should have the right to unionize?
Use what?
Do you think the workers should have the right to unionize, even if it means like a slight decline in quality of your service?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, they did. There's an Amazon warehouse not too far from where I am. I forget where it is in Alabama, but they did unionize.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's just no national union for it yet.
That's probably not going to happen. Companies. I actually went through years ago. I worked for Home Depot at a distribution center, as a matter of fact, and they got the idea, to unionize. And I tell you what, it was just hell.
You just got me thinking, because here in Ontario, we have the LCBO, and normally this would be a distribution nightmare, but it's actually run by the government. And so a lot of it's run very efficiently. And they're very unionized, by the way. They actually had a strike this year. And so my question is, would you support making Amazon public?
Amazon is public.
No, okay, sorry. What a government-run service, government-owned and operated?
No.
Why not?
I don't think they can run. I don't think the government can run Amazon better than it's run now.
I'm going to let you know, I would not have faith in private corporations to run the LCBO here.
Well, we
because this is alcohol. We drink a lot, okay?
Well, I understand, but I've been using Amazon for quite some time now. I can count literally on one hand and maybe 2 or 3 fingers the times I've had an issue with Amazon.
Sure, and I'd say the same with the LCBO.
Every time I've had an issue with Amazon, they've resolved it just beautifully.
I'd say the same thing with the LCBO. And so I just need like more specific, like, what do you see the government doing wrong?
Well, they can barely get the post office to work without losing money. So, deliveries.
Wouldn't centralizing operations into the postal service increase revenue?
I don't really care about any of that. I'm looking.
Well, that's why it's failing. That doesn't make sense if you don't care.
Oh, wait, hold it. Are we talking Amazon or the post office?
We're talking about turning Amazon into a government thing, and then the government would say, okay, all of these packages have to go through USPS now.
I'm saying that Amazon can't even get the post office running right.
U.S. government.
A lot of what Amazon does is delivery and delivering on time. For whatever reason, I don't really care why the post office isn't running on time or running well. I just know it is. Based on knowing that the post office doesn't run that great, why would I get the government involved in something that delivers?
Well, because you want the solution to be giving the post office more revenue to deal with.
Amazon to work right. The U.S. government does not have a good record of running the one delivery service it's had for damn near 230 some years. They haven't figured out how to get it to run right.
But just so you're willing to sacrifice,
touch my Amazon.
So you're willing to sacrifice how many Amazon workers can unionize, that way you can continue having convenience.
You know what? I'm going to be blunt. I think Amazon is still hiring.
What does that mean?
I'm worried about workers and jobs.
Sure. And well, you know that like the government can then help pipeline workers into that because they have the most resources for actually putting people into careers, right?
As liberal as I tend to be, even I know there's some things our government just won't do well.
I think that's just not.
I don't have the kind of faith you do in the Canadian government.
So there's never an employee shortage at the LCBO. One thing, it's not, you don't really need that many specialized workers.
Comparing apples and oranges, right?
Not really. The distribution network is very similar.
To Amazon?
Aside from the delivery, yeah, getting things to where you need them, so that way people can buy them. They manage quite the same thing, and they're unionized.
Is it anywhere near as big as Amazon?
Oh, definitely. The LCBO has basically a monopoly aside from just recently. And that means they've been running it for like decades now, successfully on all alcohol distribution. And they still pretty much do have a monopoly on it.
You're comparing alcohol delivery to Amazon?
Right. When you become like the sole distributor
Amazon
of things.
doesn't deliver alcohol.
Sure. But when you become the sole distributor of things, one of the big, that just becomes like
Okay, well,
logistically focused,
Amazon,
right?
do you know, you're familiar with Amazon, right?
Yes, it's also logistically focused.
Okay, well, there's Walmart distribution.
Yep.
I don't think Walmart distribution, they might come the closest. Walmart and their distribution network, they probably come the closest to Amazon.
Sure, because they're corporate.
Right.
I'm telling you, like,
They're
if you
not.
look at the LCBO here, you would see a corporation, because
You
pretty much
do
all of its
realize
operations.
the fight over a company I don't know about. We're fighting over whether the United States, whether Amazon should be.
I'm trying to explain it to you, Stanley, if I may,
I
for just a
don't
second.
think you can stop trying.
Yeah. So we have storefronts like
I
normal
literally
Walmart
literally
storefronts.
think you're wasting your time.
Okay, cool. Thank you for your recommendation.
Because I literally know what I'm talking about.
And so do I. So
I don't think you do.
We have storefronts with no difference in anything from Walmart. It's exactly the same. And on the operations end, which is logistics, it looks exactly like a corporation would.
You do realize not every logistics outfit is the same. Similar is not the same.
It's similar enough that the challenges our government faces would be the same if they took over an American business.
I think you are whistling Dixie.
Okay. I tried.
Well, you tried in a valiant attempt, but I literally don't think there's.
That's just not an argument, right? You're basically saying I have 1 HP if I try.
I'm not trying to make an argument.
Okay.
See, I don't do the classic, I come up with a point or I'm going to steal man. No, that's a waste of time.
But, being like
worked in
or even
distribution.
said it is
I have
definitely
literally worked for one of the biggest distribution outfits in the country.
So then explain something to me that I don't know.
I literally am an Amazon customer. I literally grew up with the post office. I literally know the post office loses money. It has to have cash.
Yeah, because the government doesn't actually use it for anything.
I also know that socializing certain types of businesses probably won't work.
Okay. And I'm just letting you know that it's already been done.
In America?
Canada's not that different. We have the same corporate structure.
Oh, contraire.
Okay, what's the difference in our corporate structure?
Sorry, my Quebecois.
What's the difference in our corporate architecture?
Canada is nothing like the United States.
Right. So what's the difference between a Canadian corporation and an American corporation?
I don't care.
Because there is none. There's no difference.
I literally see, this is the beauty of being an American. I can say I don't care and make it stick.
Okay.
I know Canada is nothing like the United States. I know the Canadian government doesn't even work. It's got a parliament. We don't have a parliament.
Canadian doesn't work.
We don't have a prime minister.
That doesn't change, like, at the end of the day, how the LCBO is run.
A colder climate. And you know what? We're going to have to tighten up the border.
You know that we also have, like, municipal, provincial versus state and federal level governance as well.
In front of us. Is that?
Oh, no.
I read it already.
I got distracted.
Oh, no, we didn't talk about. Sorry, I thought we played the audio thing. My bad.
No, it's okay. It's not like we have an agenda. And every now and again, I like to talk up America in front of my conservative buddies, just so they don't think I'm some, far right. Far left. Commie. Hear that, chat? I'm not a commie.
I am. You can come after me because I'm actually on a hunt for McCarthyists.
Mela, what were you going to say? You want to hear this article?
Sure do.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just entertaining myself. I know everybody else is irritated, but hey, old men don't get to laugh at themselves too much. So here we go. Basically, with races tight, some House Republicans tout pro-choice credentials. And they're probably mostly in close districts. So here we go. It's only about 8 minutes, 8:40.
Alfaro.
All
With
right.
races tight, some House Republicans tout pro-choice credentials. A group of GOP lawmakers stress an unexpected message: support for abortion rights. A small group of House Republicans will spend the run-up to Election Day pushing an unexpected message: support for abortion rights. With control of the House on the line, Republican lawmakers running in districts that Joe Biden won in the 2020 presidential race have moderated their message on abortion, including, in some cases, using the term pro-choice. Not all of the Republicans using the phrase support the legal protections for abortion that Democrats have championed. But their tone is a significant shift that reflects the Democrats' success in campaigning on the issue since 2022, when the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, and hints at Republican anxiety about how voters are responding. In the vice presidential debate on Tuesday, J.D. Vance, Republican Ohio, conceded that the Republican Party has to do a better job in earning the American people's trust back on abortion. That effort is already underway. In a campaign ad released last month, GOP candidate Matt Gunderson, a business executive running against Representative Mike Levin, Democrat, in a Southern California swing district, looks directly into the camera and calls himself pro-choice, a descriptor that has long been considered synonymous with abortion protections. I believe abortion should be safe, legal, and rare, he says in the ad. Representative Juan Ciscomani, Republican Arizona, who has an A+ rating from Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life America, is stressing in multiple ads that he always supported exceptions for rape, incest, and of course, protecting the life of the mother. I want you to hear directly from me. I trust women. I cherish new life, and I reject the extremes on abortion, he says in another ad. And Representative John Duarte, Republican California, who has favorable ratings from anti-abortion groups thanks to his voting record, nevertheless recently told the Washington Post that he has always backed abortion rights. I told voters in the primary last time, I told it to them in the general last time, he said. I've been on record and I'm pro-choice. A shift in strategy. The apparent shift in tone on reproductive issues is striking because in recent years, the Republican Party has focused more often than not on trumpeting its success limiting access to abortion. Just 2 years ago, restricting reproductive rights was a top House GOP legislative priority. Before the Dobbs decision overturned Roe v. Wade, House Republicans had long called for national restrictions on abortion, and their party's platform during the 2016 election endorsed legislation that would enact a federal ban on abortion after 20 weeks of pregnancy. In January 2023, during one of the first votes of the 118th Congress, every House Republican voted for a bill requiring that a fetus be provided medical care if it survives an abortion attempt, which is already law. Later that year, most vulnerable Republicans voted to amend bills funding the government to add provisions that would prohibit servicewomen from crossing state lines to receive an abortion. Many moderate GOP aides and strategists decried that vote as ammunition for attack ads by opponents. Former President Donald Trump has repeatedly noted on the campaign trail that Roe was overturned thanks to the 3 justices he appointed to the Supreme Court. But the message has not been particularly popular with voters. A Washington Post ABC News poll in August found that 62% of Americans oppose the overturning of that 5-decade-old decision, while 35% support it. Trump has struggled with how to describe his position on abortion, as he has tried to woo independence without alienating social conservatives in his base. In August, he declared an amendment to add abortion protections to the Constitution in his home state of Florida to be radical, but 24 hours later suggested he would probably vote for the ballot measure, before reversing himself after backlash from anti-abortion groups. In the 2022 midterms, the Democrats campaigned on a promise to defend reproductive rights, helping thwart an anticipated red wave, even though Republicans ultimately...
I don't know. Did y'all pretty much get the gist of that?
Yeah, seems like they're flip-flopping.
No, they're not flip-flopping. What's happening is, they're. Excuse me, 1 minute. Let me.
All right, take your time. So, what do you think, Fox?
Well, it's about time.
Okay.
I think that it's all. I don't know how Republicans didn't react to hemorrhaging female voters sooner from having hardline stances against abortion. And we should point out, right, like they accused us, not these particular Republicans, but some have accused us for wanting full term or abortions up until birth, simply because we want these exact same measures that aren't conditional of how far the term is, because the mother's life is at stake or the child's life is at stake.
Mm-hmm. True.
I personally want better outcomes for kids. I want them to be born into wanted families. And the best way, I'll hurry up quick, Stanley. The best way to do that is to make sure women can choose when they actually give birth and make it as easy as possible, in my opinion.
Agreed.
Just curiously enough, I kind of get mixed signals with white women specifically in Trump. Apparently, women as a total aren't much into Trump. However, Gen X women, which are, my cohort, and unfortunately, I'm like the very oldest you can be and be called Gen X. Women that are like, say 60, maybe I think it's back to 50, or maybe even a little bit, maybe closer to 45. They actually don't have that much of a problem with Trump. And there was an editorial I read the other day, an unmemorable editorial, but let's see, swing state 40 something had voted for Joe Biden in 2020, but she supports Trump. And that's because she really didn't give a reason why. I actually think it's because, we all saw Trump on on TV a lot, and in Home Alone, and a few movies like that.
The Apprentice.
Yeah. I've never watched The Apprentice. It's not really my type of show.
It's not a bad show or anything. But it is very generic with all the other kind of like reality TV shows that were on at the time.
But the bottom line is, these are Republicans that are in tight races. There are certain districts, almost none of them in the South, except maybe there are probably one or two districts in Georgia, round and about Atlanta. Northern Virginia is one of those purple, sort of places. And incumbent Republicans, don't want to alienate Democrats who might vote for them. So, they're going to be a little bit softer on abortion and, that sort of stuff. They're going to be seemingly pro-choice, or they'll want to be perceived as pro-choice.
I'm also just seeing like fewer and fewer hardline anti-abortion activists out there who would probably leave the Republican Party if they change their stance on this.
You know what? I seriously don't think you're going to get Republican defections over abortion. The party has gotten too, far, or anti-IVF, that sort of thing. I don't foresee that.
And maybe they're slowly realizing that at like the local level first and then state level as they try out different candidates.
Places like Kansas where, abortion got on the ballot and, the voters themselves actually said, hey, we want more choice.
Yeah.
However, those Republicans are going to pretty much, at least in the short term, man, my throat is dry. In the short term, they're going to pretty much honor it. I do think that Democrats need to be vigilant about this sort of stuff. Roe v. Wade, we got burned on it. And I don't think Democrats will make that mistake again. Even Georgia, I meant to read this article yesterday. Georgia, where I live, tried to tighten tighten the time for an abortion, maybe back down to 6 weeks. And a district judge, state court, ruled it unconstitutional. So it's going to wind up in Georgia's Supreme Court. And if the Supreme Court rules the way I think it was, maybe it was an appellate court. If the Supreme Court rules the way this lower court did, then it'll wind up in the Supreme Court, or at least the attempt will be made. But even in Georgia, that's fairly right wing, there are people balking at tightening down those laws.
I see.
So let's see, this women's, we don't need that. And then my next story has an explosion in it.
Interesting.
If I may, the explosion that you have in the next story, I understand what's going on here. You said it in the chat. I'm sorry that I'm stuffy and I sound funny. It's because I am stuffy. But for the article that you just played, I would like to, I know you're kicking in the backs of the Republicans today, but I just wanted to show something kind of in response to that. If you don't mind.
Go ahead, please do.
Okay, just give me a couple of minutes.
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
You set up your next story.
I thought they knew I missed them. I'm not kicking in the backs of my friends.
Oh, of course you're not, Stanley. Give me one moment. I'll be back momentarily.
I didn't think that abortion article was so bad. Now this is interesting. What does he mean Republican lives matter?
It's supposed to trigger lefties when you bastardize Black Lives Matter.
Of course Republican lives matter. Some of them are even black. Oh, damn it. Apparently, whatever's ailing horse is ailing me too. I don't usually get allergy problems.
It's also a good time to get the COVID vaccine because winter's coming.
Oh man, keep that under wraps. If I even intimate that I might get a COVID vaccine, I will be sized.
I mean, during that time, I spent a lot of time learning how it all works and stuff. So I have no problem defending it.
Oh, you know what? I don't even bother. I make my own personal medical decisions, and that's that. I won't even bother. It doesn't matter what other people think. Oh, look at that explosion.
I mean, it does if you pass on what you have to them.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen over the internet.
Definitely not. Oh, cool. I'm not saying the explosion was cool.
Nope.
Yeah, it still looks to be on fire based on the live cams, live feeds I can see.
I've been inspired by the beautiful Portia J. I think, right now, I am a black man, well, so-called black man. That's how you people would want to label me. And
other black people?
Other black people, white liberals, a whole bunch of white weirdos that live on that side of the left.
What would a white conservative call you?
An American.
Oh, really?
So let me say this, right? as a so-called black man, I say fuck Black Lives Matter. So I would like the liberal man that identifies as trans to tell me why I'm wrong and why I'm supposed to think and do what he says to do because he's
So to the
liberal.
white woman who identifies as a black man, I really think that you should understand what that organization is trying to say with that. 'Cause
Right,
it
I
doesn't-
do.
It's not a literal
I do.
phrase, right?
I do. It's trying to say that people like you need something. Has nothing to do with black people.
I don't think you do understand that. What they're
fake.
saying.
It's fake. It has nothing to do with black people.
What they're saying is that the system
They're
under
saying trans lives matter. That's what they're saying.
well, that's that's another thing that gets
That's
said.
an organization?
No, it's not an organization.
What
It
happened?
was a slogan.
Did you
though.
read Stanley? Stanley, did you read Black Lives Matter initial statements on their website?
No. Why would I do that?
Yeah. Oh, well, you should because I don't. Okay.
Wait, hold it.
I'm sure you. Hold on, Stanley.
I'm not a supporter of Black Lives
you
Matter.
link
I know.
to these,
That's
by the
why.
way?
That's why I stopped, Stanley. That's why I stopped. You
Well,
should have gone
started off.
initially and read their statement. You know what their statements were?
I honestly don't.
Oh, okay, let me tell you. Women, trans, kids, nothing about men, anti-family, anti all of that. And they did it all on the backs of black men. That's what Black Lives Matter was. Had nothing to do with caring about black men, nothing to do with George Floyd. It was all fake. And it was all up on their website until someone pointed it out and then they went and changed it.
Well, number one, Jewel is right. They were trained Marxists.
Yeah, agreed.
Two, you know when they actually lost me or never got me, they were decentralized, which basically leaves like their leadership kind of like up to local up to kind of the local office, which I guess is fine. But if you're going to do something like a national,
Should men have a say in abortion?
movement like that, decentralizing it basically kind of leaves it up to whims of whoever decides they're going to be the leader. So they lost me with the decentralization.
There was not the whole Black Lives Matter organization. There was not a single male in leadership. It was all trans and lesbian people.
Wasn't D. Ray McKesson in leadership?
No. They had chapters in different places, but the organization, the whole movement that went across, stealing millions of dollars from innocent white people who didn't want to be called racist. That whole organization, there was no males doing anything there. It was trans and lesbians.
Well, I'm
We
glad.
just have to be honest.
I'm glad you came up. You're more an expert on BLM than I am, as it turns out. So,
we have to be honest.
This doesn't seem to be true when I'm looking through the Wayback Machine.
Of course, yeah. I mean, Google's going to tell you that they're great people. But we all.
I mean, the Wayback Machine has no reason to lie about BLM.
But everyone that knows the truth knows.
Can you show me evidence of your claims?
It's a LGBTQ organization. Had
I'm
nothing
going to
to do
assume you
with
can't
black
show
men.
me evidence of your claims.
Well, I'm glad that you've come up to enlighten us. Is this what is what? Oh, this is something that Portia wants to show. So
Yes. But I mean, this person, right? This white liberal that wants me to fight for their cause.
I'm not a liberal. I'm a leftist.
Would love to see me be George Floyd so they can get to marching and aroused in the street.
What?
Thinks that I should.
Why don't these
follow
people
that.
ever just ask me what my opinions are? They always just tell me.
I don't need to
They're
know
mind
your
readers.
opinion. You are irrelevant. You're confused about who you are. You're highly irrelevant.
All right. So before I get out of here, because y'all know I'm not feeling good. So for the article that was just played, I heard a lot of, women's rights, a woman's right to choose. A man shouldn't have anything to do with abortion because it's her body her choice. It's the woman's choice. So I have a couple of different things that I just want to play. So I'll let it ride out. I'll play the first one and I'll play the second one.
Okay.
And, after listening to the most recent one that you made, and of course, the comments and the context of what I perceived from listening to that is it's a woman's issue. However, I've been told that men can have babies too. So if that is the case,
Who told you?
If that is the case, and since men are having children, I feel like it's everybody's issue.
Well, actually, in all honesty, though, I mean, if in the heterosexual world, is it more a men's issue, or is it? I'm sorry, a women's issue, or is it shared responsibility?
Well, the argument is typically a woman's body, a woman's choice. Men don't have a say. Men shouldn't be trying to tell women what to do with their bodies. It's their choice. However, it's 2024 and men can actually get pregnant and give birth as well.
Well, the trans world aside, just your basic, everyday garden variety heterosexual, it's usually the women. Single motherhood is a thing. We complain about, single mothers, no man in the house. So I would think it's more a woman's issue because they tend to
But
women.
what about the men
Well,
that get pregnant and have children?
Portia, may I ask?
That only happens in special cases. It happens so rarely. Do I really need to consider it?
May I ask you a question real quick, Portia?
I believe that you should, because if men can get pregnant too, then men can also comment on abortion because they can get pregnant too.
It happens so rarely. It's a bridge I'll cross if I ever come to it.
Well, I don't know, Stanley. I think you're being unfair, but real quick, let's do some quick house cleaning here. Let's email let's send Portia J some cash app. She's under the weather. She need Puff plus Vicks with mentholatum. Okay, guys, make sure it has the mentholatum. Let's cash app her so she could get Amazon, Stanley's good friends, to get it to her overnight so that her nose doesn't get red and all what's the stuff you get when you're using that rough tissue? Yeah, we don't want that.
Well,
we don't want any
you
taste.
know that I do have a bit of Caucasian European in my bloodline, and I am already red. The whole of me is red. So but just because of the article that Stanley just played, and just want to make sure that we cover it all.
Yeah, and
I have a few. We're going to start here.
Could I please say something?
Literal nuts.
And I feel like if I get to preface this,
go ahead. Go ahead and preface it, and then I'm going to play the videos. Go ahead.
So I think the major thing here is to think, like, if it works one way, then can men also tell women that they have to have an abortion? That seems really cruel, at least to me. Overall, though,
your acceptance is cruel.
Pardon?
Nothing. Go ahead.
All right, so we're about to. Excuse me. Let me see. Did I set this up already? Where did it go? So many tabs are open. This is. Hold on, wait.
I remembered the second part. So it's one thing for a man to have a say. It's a different thing for him to have control over a woman's body. And I think they're totally fine to have a say. It makes more sense for them not to have control, and we can deal with that more after.
Oh yeah, but I just also, it's just if men too are having babies now, then it would be.
Was it men or trans men?
Yeah, trans men.
No.
Trans men are men, and trans women are women.
That's it. Yes, trans men are men and trans women are women. Correct.
We're calling them trans men to be accurate right now. We need to make the distinction.
Trans men are men and trans women are women.
See, this is the erasure I was talking about earlier, Stanley.
Let's not start pretending now.
I'm very impressed at your progressive attitude on this.
Even
Yeah,
though it's
and
erasing trans identity, but whatever.
well, this is just
American.
you're here because
Long way,
you have the knowledge of it, but for people like us that don't have the knowledge of it,
It
and
sounds like
Hold on, hold on.
has knowledge.
Always so
knowledge-
close, yet so far.
Hold on, Portia.
I'm just hold on, wait, American man. My knowledge is that men can have babies.
Really? Trans men or just
Yeah.
men?
No, men.
No,
Men
trans
can have
men
babies.
are men.
Trans.
Trans men are men, and trans women are women.
So any
What are we
man
doing?
can have a baby, is that right?
Yes, because they're men.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Hold on, Portia.
magic.
Hold on,
What are we doing?
Portia. Portia, have they not been telling us trans women are women and trans men are men?
For years.
And
Have
now,
they ever said? Have
and
these
now,
people
hold
ever
on,
said?
Hold on. And now, Portia, as soon as we, right, have finally accepted it and bought in, you know what we hear? You're erasing trans people.
Well, I'm just going off what that.
So
that's what
I had no idea when I'm Every Woman came out. They were serious.
Have
Yo, you
have
gotta-
tr-
Yes,
have the left ever said that trans women are capable of female biological reproduction?
The left has said trans women are women and
That's a different
trans
statement.
men are men.
It's a different
That's
statement.
what we're going off of.
Yeah,
That's
so
it. We're not moving the
going off
goalpost.
trans.
It's not a
women-
moved goalpost. That's the difference between
We're
what
not
you're saying
moving
and
the
reality.
goalpost. We're not moving the
Difference
goalpost.
between what you're saying and
trans
reality
women are men. So
is
I
that
just
nobody claimed that they can reproduce.
All right,
trans women
okay,
can reproduce as
no
females.
problem. Portia needs to play the
Trans men
video.
can
I just
reproduce
want
as
to
men.
throw out
Okay,
a counter
Portia needs to
argument,
play the video.
because whenever we listen to that and it's just like, oh, the man can't do this, the man can't do that, but it's like, oh, yes, he can. Yeah, he can. So we're about to see something. I have a few short videos.
Yeah, and some trans women can still impregnate other women.
Done with this. I think you could see this is show the bare belly so we can just see that. Nice.
Is a
Oh my
man
god, it's
who's
huge.
pregnant
It's
right
huge.
now.
Both dad and baby are doing well after
Yes.
this transgender man gave
The dad and the baby are doing well. So I mean, the dad had a baby.
Man has more
birth
beard
to a
than
little
I do.
boy. Tristan Reese went
Definitely has more beard than I do, and I think more beard than American man does, unless he's grown it out since he was last home.
definitely more than
let's not do that, Portia.
Probably more
Let's
chest
not
hair.
do that.
Oh God, okay. I done took this medicine. Let me play this video before I fall asleep on y'all while in the middle of the video.
through 30 hours of labor, resulting in a bundle of joy named Leo, weighing in at 9 pounds 6 ounces.
at
He
the
and his partner,
baby.
Biff Chaplow, have been documenting their extraordinary journey of Tristan's pregnancy on Facebook, hoping to raise awareness about the transgender community.
I think a lot of people are curious about it, but they're too nervous to ask because they think that maybe it's too personal or it would be offensive or something. So I thought I would just answer it and then you will all know.
The couple decided to keep some details private, like how Tristan gave birth and how the baby will be fed. Tristan and Biff are no strangers to parenting. Together, they adopted 2 children, 9-year-old Riley and 7-year-old Haley, who jumped right into their roles as older siblings. The couple says having a kid is about making life and bringing joy into the world.
And the next time somebody tells you that men can't have babies, show them this video.
For InsideEdition.com, I'm Kelly Nealon.
See, I haven't seen that video,
Well,
but
American
glory be,
man,
because he said
have
the next time
expanded-
someone tells you that a man cannot have babies, show them this video, because men
well, you know what?
can
I'm gonna do better
have
than that.
babies.
I would refer them to
Men
American
can have
man.
babies. Men can have babies.
Stanley. Yeah,
They
and
can.
thank you, Portia. That was beautiful.
Wasn't
And
it beautiful? And they had beautiful I mean, those babies were gorgeous. But now what I want to do is I want to take you to another scenario. It's 3 minutes and 12 seconds. I won't play the whole thing. I'll just do a minute and a half, and then I'll go to my last video. And then I'll give a very short commentary because I'm almost out of there. Okay, so let's see.
No,
men don't have to carry a child. Men don't really face any of the responsibilities. Yes. This is.
But in the last video, a man did face those responsibilities and he did have a child. Let's keep going.
Yeah, because they're answering on behalf of cisgender men.
And we're here to ask some men about abortion. Should men have a say in abortion rights?
No. I think everybody should have a conversation, but I think ultimately, it's not up to us what to do. You can't tell someone what to do with their body.
It has nothing to do with us, It's just really it's all them. We're not the ones that's actually getting pregnant and giving the birth. That's not our choice.
They say that they're not actually the ones that are making the choice, but there are trans men that have babies.
Were any of them trans men? Were any of them trans men, Portia?
Trans men are men.
But were any of those people being interviewed trans men?
Trans men are men.
Trans men are men. So
you're not actually answering my question. That's cool.
No. Yes, I am. I'm telling you that trans men and men are men. So
are they speaking for the normative majority, which is cisgender men, or are they speaking for a fringe group, which is transgender?
They're speaking for men. Anyone that labels themselves a man, that's who they're speaking for.
See, Stanley, this is why intersectionality matters.
Men.
That's all I gotta say.
Men.
It's
apparently it's falling on deaf ears.
It's one of those things. You played that article and I'm hearing all them talking about men. So it's just like, let's hear from some men. And
things would change for trans men because they still have female reproductive organs. It's not rocket science.
Yeah, but in the last video, they said for anybody that says that a man can't have a baby, he didn't say trans. He said for anybody that says a man can't have a baby, men can have babies. But now we're looking at some men saying that, oh no, that's not our thing. No, we can't.
Yeah, he gave you an inch and you took a mile.
No, I'm just saying, if this is the route we're going on, and this is what I'm supposed to respect. So
it's not logical. You're being fallacious.
No, if I meet a trans man, he is a man, and so he's a man. He's a man like Stanley is a man. He's a man like American Man is a man because he's a man. Same thing with the trans woman. Trans women are women. Y'all are
You're
women.
acting like you found the rule, but you found the exception.
No, no, it's not that. I'm just saying that men and women can have babies. That's it.
Men, trans men and women.
Because men have a lot of power, and so they could make good laws.
No. I believe in my body, my choice.
Well, they should have say. No, they should only be able to talk to the woman. The woman is the one to make decisions because it's her body.
And perhaps in their own relationship, it's their child, but not as far as nationally goes.
Well, he said her body. So we have she, her, he, him. So men can have babies. They can have babies.
Remember when
they can have babies. I'm not even mad at it. I don't have a problem with it. What I am saying is that men can have babies and women can too. And so because men and women can have babies
based on what?
Thank you, American Man.
Based on the fact that they went through their process to become men. They want to be addressed as men. They want to be, looked at as men. And so they are men.
We're talking about the constitutional right for someone to reassign themselves as a different gender, right?
No, what we're talking about is the article that Stanley played
because
about
only a womb can deliver a child. And wombs are usually biologically, wombs are designated to the female, right? That's what a womb is. A womb is assigned to a female. However, due to the law, right? The law, it will allow people to fight enough to declare themselves as a male, even though they are born female. They have
Which
female
law
organs.
are you talking?
I
by the way?
remember when the judicial hearing to accept Kanji, Justice Brown, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember when
Actually,
she was asked a
Brown.
very specific question.
Or no,
What
it's Brown-
is a
Brown
woman?
Jackson. I think it's
And so, what is a woman? A woman.
And she did not answer that question.
So what?
No, she didn't answer that question. However,
So what?
a woman is
Let
someone
me
that
tell you
says
why
that
she
they
didn't
are.
answer the question. It was number one, a trap.
A woman
Pretty much
is
anything she
a
said
woman
was
is
going to be
someone
found
who
fault with. So she did the best she
says
could.
they're a woman.
And
That's
the
it.
woman,
I'm just-
who asked the question, I would have. You know what I would have told Senator,
a woman
from Tennessee?
A woman.
I
can
would have
as
asked
a
her,
woman.
"Old woman, can you still have a baby? Are you a woman?"
No, you would have got snappy with her.
That's what I would have gotten snappy
Yes,
with.
but
But she was
I would have
fertile for how many
sacrificed
years? Wouldn't that give her
Stanley,
perspective?
Stanley, can you let
Transgender women are women.
Ask her that
Stanley,
question.
They
can you
are
let
women.
Stanley, can you let Portia finish? She's not feeling
Well,
well.
you
She
know
just
what?
came up here for a few minutes to
Women
present
are
something.
women, and
That's all,
transgender
Portia
Stanley.
not
men are
repeat
Please.
herself?
You know that works two
men.
ways, American.
So, because they
Wait,
are
can
women and
have a
men,
baby?
and every gender or both genders, or however many genders, the specific genders of man and woman, as the short clip we just watched, where two men, one had a baby. He ended the video and he said, "You're a man." So
I
if
think we get the
men can
point.
have babies, then
Portia, what's your overall concern about this?
Can we, guys, can we just let?
No, I'm asking sincerely. I'm not antagonizing. I would like to think. I'm just.
Well, no,
I think we should
American
just let
man
it play
is
out.
busy
I
worrying
think
about the
she's
baby
shocked
he's about to
by
have.
the fact that this type of media exists.
Yeah, Stanley is a fool.
I mean, I would honestly say in the beginning when I first heard it in the beginning, yeah, of course I was shocked, but I mean, I do wake up every day. It has been years, and now it's okay. Well, anybody can have a baby, a man and a man and a woman. So if a man and a woman can have a baby, then a man should be able to have a say in abortion rights because he's a woman. Let's watch. I mean, and that's just it. Listen, I'm learning, and this is what I've been learning. So let's watch a little bit of this. Let me
See,
show.
you're more than just a math teacher. You're qualified to teach biology now.
I don't. I can only go off of me being told, just like in that video we just watched, from start to finish of that video, it said that a man got pregnant and a man gave birth. This is not me. These aren't my words.
I saw that swollen belly. It must be true.
Did it
Yeah,
say
of
that?
course.
Did it say that fertile?
Of course, it's true.
Did it say that they reproduce as a female or a male?
Only a uterus can host a child.
Let's just finish the video, guys.
This is
my
why
God.
assigned female at
Anybody
birth
can disguise
is often something we
themselves.
talk about.
Only a uterus
21%
can hold
affect
a child.
Hispanic baby share. Earlier, somebody was positing what sets us apart as a country, and I would suggest that it is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and the constitutional framework that protects that. Quick question for you, Ms. Foster. A lot has been made about the implications with respect to race on the Roe opinion and what may come down this summer. Would you agree that if you look at the most recent data, 38% of abortions affect Black babies?
Tragically, yes.
21% affect Hispanic babies?
Yes.
A lot of numbers have been raised about, or a lot of questions and issues have been raised about rape and incest. And in fact, you had an exchange with my colleague from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, about whether or not he would accept limits on abortion if there was, in fact, an exception for rape and incest. Can you clarify for the record, the Guttmacher Institute is a arm of Planned Parenthood, correct?
Yes, founded as the research arm of Planned Parenthood.
And according to data that I have, Less than 1% of abortions are connected to rape. Less than 0.5% are connected to incest, according to Guttmacher. Does that line up with your understanding?
According to the Guttmacher Institute, data suggests that most women seeking later terminations are not doing so for reasons of fetal anomaly or life endangerment. That's a quote. In fact, it's the same top reasons as first trimester abortions, which are financial hardship, relationship issues, and not feeling ready to be a parent, which are all issues where we as a caring nation and as loving communities can come alongside the woman.
And so I think it merits conversation that, again, to your point, yes or no, do you believe that your answer was the answer from Mr. Raskin? Would it be a yes or a no? It would be no, correct?
It would be no.
Not accept limits on abortion, even if you exempted the 1.5% that fall into that category. Ms. Arabidi, just real quick, you made a couple of points, I think, during your testimony about Texas. Not being a particularly hospitable place, generally, or with respect to women as it relates to abortion, and made a point, I think, about lack of care provided for women. Is it correct? I have information here correct. I believe that says that there are 8.5 pregnancy and pregnancy counseling centers for every one abortion clinic in the state of Texas, that the legislature in passing SB 8 appropriated $100 million for women's health care. I guess my question here is in light of that, and in light of Texas being an inhospitable place, according to your testimony, are you aware of how many people have moved to the state of Texas in the last decade? Do you know what that number is?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I will say that the clinics that you're referring to are fake
4 million.
clinics and they don't actually
4 million people have moved to the state of Texas in the last decade. That's the population of the entire state of Alabama have moved to the state of Texas by choice in the last decade. I would move to one other question here. Ms. Robinson.
Could I finish my answer though about Texas?
I didn't ask you a question about that. Ms. Robinson, I would ask you a question. When is the latest that you have performed an abortion in terms of weeks of the unborn child?
Yes, my name is Dr. Robinson, and I provide abortion care in Alabama. So Alabama has.
What is the answer to the question? The latest that you have performed an abortion?
I'm going to answer your question. So unfortunately, my state is one of those states that has passed restrictions or bans on abortion care, which limits physicians like myself.
And therefore, in other words, you'd like to do it later. What is the latest you have performed an abortion?
So since I will always follow the law and I live in the state of Alabama, I provide abortion care up until 20 weeks gestational age.
Okay, so you performed an abortion at 20 weeks.
Yes, sir.
And the procedure for an abortion, when we're talking about at 20 weeks, as I understand it, is dilation and extraction. Have you performed abortions at that stage? And in doing so, have you had baby parts that you've had to discard or store in some capacity?
One of the things that you all have done
Legs, arms,
throughout
eyes.
this hearing is just use inflammatory language.
It's a question. Ma'am, it's a simple question. Have you had human parts, baby parts, arms, legs as a result?
All right. So
let's get graphic.
That racist needs to pull up his tie.
I was going to get a little bit more deeper into it, but as y'all know, I'm not feeling good and it starts to hit me like a bus. But ultimately, gender.
That accomplished black doctor get abused by this dude.
I know the white supremacy is insane. So men can have babies, women can have babies. So this argument that men shouldn't have a say so over a woman's body is absolutely false.
That's not true, because what you said only applies to trans men.
Portia, good
But
night. I hear it kicking in.
trans
Have a
man
great
is
night.
a man. Okay.
Gonna go down.
I'm gonna go ahead and go to sleep. I just wanted to put that out there just to give you guys, just to add to the conversation since
I'm actually gonna cogitate that overnight.
All right. Well, thank you, Portia. Thank you. Thank you.
I just want everybody to know trans men are men and trans women are women.
Portia,
and everybody can have babies.
Please.
Everybody can have babies. Well, don't do me like that. Don't do me like that.
No. Just click off. It's okay.
The world
Have a great
as we
night.
know it is changing because of The rule of law.
Since American Man is running me off, I'm just saying.
Oh, wait, hold it.
Everybody
Before
can
we
have
go-
babies. So I'll go ahead and go.
Wait, hold it.
Wanted
Hold
to throw
on.
that
There's
out there.
something I
I
wanted
had to
show you.
stir the pot. I wanted to stir the pot so y'all can have a conversation.
American Man,
Like,
you running her off.
Let me serve
Yeah,
dessert.
she-
I'm gonna hop down and I'm gonna let y'all
Good.
have it because I'm
Yeah,
gonna go
yeah.
to sleep.
It's kicking
All
in.
right.
Have a good night, Portia. Thank you.
Wait, what about the artificial wombs?
Well,
what about them?
We're gonna
American
have
Man
artificial wombs.
wants me to get up out of here, and I'm sleepy anyway, so he's right. But you guys just know that in the midst of that article, I can't just think about women. I have to think about the men that can have babies too.
Well, all men are gonna be able with these artificial wombs.
Yeah, I mean, like Stanley, you can have a baby.
Portia, do you think maybe you sound a bit triggered?
Around in our backpack.
She's appalled by how.
Portia,
how-
grand opening, grand closing.
Yeah, no, I'm not triggered. I'm just sick right
You sound
now. and I
very
just took
triggered
my
to me.
medicine. Oh, I'm not.
She's not
I don't
triggered.
sound
Okay.
triggered as
No,
much as you
she's not
sounded
triggered.
whenever you were
It's
talking
just
to me the other day.
preposterous to assert that
I just
men carry uteruses. That's gaslighting to the zenith. It's like, okay, so
Ooh.
we're supposed to pretend just because somebody is costuming themselves that they should be designated as someone that possesses a uterus. Yeah, okay.
Are we really gonna get wrapped around the fallopian tubes over this?
that was a good one, Stanley. But
Wraps.
hey, the thing is never forget.
If it raps,
Everybody
let it
can
rhyme,
have
brother.
babies.
If it raps, let it rhyme.
Everybody can have babies, and so men should be able to have a right to say whatever they want to say about abortions in terms of women, because men can have babies too.
By the way,
2024.
Planned
Let's go.
Parenthood now offers vasectomies.
It's the most
They have for a
preposterous
long time.
Y'all have a good night with that. Good. I just want to put it out there. You know,
It's
just
the
to
most
kind of get the conversation.
preposterous assertion ever.
Have
And,
fun.
and that's what's appalling about it. It's like, are you really trying to insult my intelligence? Article or video, or it's really
Oh wait, who are you
terrible.
talking to?
I'm talking about the article. I'm not talking to
You mean
Portia.
the
I'm not
one
talking
that's
to
up there
anybody
now?
specifically. I'm referring to the assertion that there is this implication to get ready for that's what's going to be proposed as a fact.
Okay, I'm
FACT
thoroughly
is going to
confused
be
now.
proposed as a fact that men can have babies, and that's so freaking
Okay,
intellectually
you know what?
insulting.
Are you carrying on for Portia?
No, I'm just
Well,
thinking
Mela,
about.
Can I just build a bridge before we disagree? Because you disagreed on trans men
am-
existing.
I am
I'm just
grown, so
thinking.
I can do it myself. I just want to show the last part of this video because I don't have time. And we have a man who just had a baby, and I want us to see
She's so triggered.
what he said. In the beginning, excuse me, at the end, I don't sound triggered.
Well, it is fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it is fascinating.
You just keep coming back when you say you're going to leave.
I
Like a
don't
triggered person
understand.
does.
Well,
Hey, come on now, haven't you heard of an encore?
Fox,
Grim fables
I
are
can make you
untrue. That
leave
doesn't mean
to
it's
where
true.
you can't come back. Okay, so what you
Encore.
get very disrespectful and you get catty with me, and I told you this the other day. Ain't nobody getting catty.
I
with
tried
me.
having
I'm
an actual
just
discussion
introducing-
with you, and you just ignored me.
because I'm
Let's just
talking
go
and I'm
to the
trying to
video,
get ready
girl.
to go. And so this is my show. I am a part of a person of this show. You have Stanley, who is also, this is his show. John Galt, Crack, and HB. This is our space. So
So
I'm
if you pitch this to a
talking.
network executive, it'd be you being triggered all the time?
No, I'm not triggered
being
at all.
contemptuous with Portia, bro.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
Y'all
You
know
know
we
what? I'll
talked
drop
about
it.
this
I'll drop
yesterday.
it.
He's being
I'll drop it.
contemptuous.
Because
I might be overstepping now, and I'll admit that.
He doesn't do this to the men. He only
better
does this to the
apologize
women.
quickly.
I did this to
And
Stanley
quickly.
even at times.
He only does it to the
Oh,
women, and
well,
that's okay. But I am gonna leave y'all with
Okay.
this. I'm just, I'm just trying to throw something out extra, create
Now,
a
is
debate
the
space.
blonde actually
That's
a
all.
male?
So this is a man who gave birth, and so we're gonna see what he said, and then I'm gonna go. And Melanie, I'm going to keep my word so you don't have to keep getting snooty and nasty with me when I have not been nasty.
I'll drop it. I said I'm going to drop it. It's dropped.
Bringing joy into the world.
And the next time somebody tells you that men can't have babies, show them this video.
For InsideEdition.com, I'm Kelly.
Showed you the video. So y'all have fun. I'm hopping off and I'll be back. I'll be back for HB because I have to be here for him. Y'all have a good night.
You too.
Good night.
Tank tops in 2024.
Best dress to you.
Men can have babies 2024.
So Mela, I really think that like even though we disagree on trans men existing, we at least agree when the left, you agree with the left when we say nobody's trying to say that they change their biological reproductive reality. Trans men still have female reproductive organs and trans women still have male reproductive organs. Pretty much all the left is in agreement with that. And it sounds like Mela, you are as well, right?
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask a question?
A woman has a uterus, a man has testicles.
If you're not talking about gender, but if you're talking about gender, then we are talking about differences.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on.
No, Stanley, hold on. Because this is my wheelhouse here. Words. I love words.
Oh no, I thought you were going to talk about trans and gender.
No. Words.
I love semantical sophistry too. Don't worry.
I'm going to hold people to their words.
Oh,
that's what I'm going to do.
That's a shalom.
Let's go.
And so,
do we 1v1 this?
And so, no, thank you.
Damn it.
You said men have female reproductive organs. Is that what you said?
I said trans men do.
Trans men do,
as opposed to cisgendered men who do not.
Trans men are men, correct?
Okay, well, if you're gonna play that,
they're in costume.
It's just as valid to say trans men, trans men. That's going to be a difference of opinion about labels.
Right. So if you're going to, when we call them trans men, it means that they're appearing in gender. In fact, very few trans men opt for bottom surgery because it's not a very well-developed surgery, but we're not going to get into that.
Well, trans men are men, right? And that video at the end said men can have babies, right? And so now you're saying men have reproductive organs.
That was a video featuring a transgender man, not all cisgender men.
May I say something controversial?
Oh, okay. More controversial? Please do, by all means.
This whole transitioning situation is a pretending situation. So? It's about, listen to the Constitution's assertion that everyone has the right to pursue their happiness, right? And that word pursue doesn't equate to actually getting there. So everybody under the sun can say, you know what? I want to be a billionaire. Right. So I'm just going to go ahead and commit identity theft. Hold on. I'm just going to go ahead and commit identity theft of a billionaire. Like when does it stop?
Hold on. Pursue means pursue. So what's your point?
I just made my point. My point is that it's ongoing. To pursue is ongoing. It's indicative of an ongoing endeavor. It's ongoing. Right. And my assertion, if I may say so, is that the dissatisfaction of one's place in society can bounce off of anyone at any given time. It will never end unless you draw the line. When you draw the line, like I can't deny that I'm born with a uterus, or a man can say I can't deny that I'm born with testicles. What?
Don't overtalk yourself. Who gets to draw the line?
Well, that's the thing. No one gets to draw the line.
Well, if
the squeaky wheel gets the oil. That's what I'm saying. The squeaky wheel gets the oil, and trans people are the squeaky wheel. That's what I'm saying. And we'll see what happens.
Okay, here.
That's obvious. Okay, well, thank you for your input.
Okay,
Can
here's
I
what
just
I
ask
find
you that? I just had
interesting.
one question. How many
Here's what I
costumes do
find.
you know of where people take hormones to make it work?
And he's
Here's what I
squeaking right
find.
now. He's squeaking
Here,
right now.
here's what I find
He's
interesting,
defending
right?
his squeak right now.
Here's what I find interesting,
And you're
right?
avoiding my question right now.
Here's what I find interesting. Someone, Fox, the gentleman here, takes exception to semantics when their entire existence is semantics.
Oh wow!
No, it's also hormones and surgery.
And
Semantic.
and
Yeah.
and so as soon as semantics come into play, all of a sudden they have a problem with it. But your entire existence is semantics.
How so?
Because first of all, trans and all of that, all the words they use, cis and all of that, like none of that is real, right? It's just words that they're using, and they use it in the realm of semantics. None of it is
I'm
real.
real. I'm real.
But
To
but
gain
as soon as
leverage in
but as soon as
legislation.
as soon as we hold them to their words, then they want to yell semantics. But your entire existence is
Totally lost
semantic.
with this. Can you help me out? Hold to what word?
Trans?
Is there a specific word?
I think it's trans.
All cis, all of that. I mean, cis. I don't even know what that is. That's like an imaginary friend.
You know how there are trans fats and cis fats?
Cis is like an imaginary friend.
You know how there are trans fats? There are also cis fats. You know how there are trans fats, Plumber?
How convenient for you to derail.
Unicorns. We have unicorns don't exist, but people spend money for unicorns. Those sorts of arguments actually aren't as effective as people think they are.
Can I also just like address more directly like where it comes from? So these prefixes are normal opposites of each other.
Well, cis is basically orientation.
Can I finish, please?
I think trans people
It's
have
not
an
orientation.
overactive imagination.
Cis,
Okay, cool. Can I finish, please?
Have you ever taken
I've been
a
super
physics
patient and
class?
let everyone else finish.
Have you ever taken a physics class?
Yes. So,
Okay.
Mr.
Cis
Plummer.
is orientation, isn't it? Or maybe it's chemistry. I'm thinking.
Okay,
of, where
yeah, it's chemistry.
certain molecules
That's what I'm getting into is
twist
chemistry.
together.
So, hey, Plumber, you know how there's trans fats, right?
Plumber.
That's called a trans isomer. There's also something called cis isomers. And that's just
Correct.
because these prefixes are natural opposites of each other. Look
Well,
up
it's
CIS
basically,
dash.
It's right or left orientation.
No, it's actually the configuration of double or single bonds in a fatty acid.
It's orientation.
I'm just
In
no,
space.
it's not. It literally
But
changes
we're
the
not
structure of the
talking about
molecule altogether.
nutrition, man. We're talking about prefixes, man.
There are letters that denote that, like Z isomers and stuff
Well,
like that.
anyway, basically, my whole point is that the argument that something's pretend or doesn't exist, conceptually, unicorns don't. That might not be the best example, but we do.
Well,
think-
Stanley.
In a way,
here's
I'm a
the thing, though.
unicorn. Wink, wink. Just
Stanley,
kidding.
Stanley. Unicorns don't exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everyone knows that.
Right.
Oh, okay.
But you haven't proven this doesn't exist. Because I'm right
So
here
why do
talking to
we
you. I'm a
spend
trans
money-
person talking
Why
to
do
you.
we spend money on unicorns? The stuffed animals.
We don't right. We spend money on the pretend idea that unicorns
Right.
exist. We don't actually spend money. We don't
That's my
actually spend money on unicorns. It's
We
the
spend
pretend
money on
idea.
Spend money on things that don't exist.
Right. And so the same thing with trans, spending money on things that don't
You know what?
exist.
I can live with that. We are spending money on things that don't exist, yet we do.
And how am I here talking to you?
Imagination is being
You're spending
promoted.
money on-
That's
if
what
you're
he's saying,
spending money
Stanley.
on something
Imagination
that
is
doesn't
being
exist.
promoted.
You know what's weird, Mello, though, is I tried
then-
really hard to imagine myself being a tough
doesn't
guy, like the most masculine man and everything, and
That's
that
not
really
your
didn't go well for
position
me.
in life. If your position in life is not a tough guy, accept that you're not a tough guy.
Even like a meek guy just didn't feel right.
Okay, so feelings, right? So feelings lead to what you imagine, right? I want to imagine something.
Are feelings real?
I don't know.
Good question. Can I ask you something, Mela? When I was around 6 years old, because remember I mentioned earlier that, and this is why I mentioned it, that we form our gender identity around the age of 5 or 6 most of the time. I told kids on my block, because I honestly didn't know what to tell them, that I was a half boy and half girl. Because I was aware that I had a penis, obviously, but I didn't really feel like I had a penis.
And that makes you a male.
Right, biologically. But like in every other way, I felt like a female.
Biology.
So now you're
matters.
asking them to pretend that there are half boys and half girls. Okay.
Biology matters.
Stanley.
But they want to pretend that it doesn't.
If we're
Can you stop retconning what I said, Plumber?
Stanley, if we are saying, right, if we are saying that it's all pretend, that means that the words that they use are also all pretend. They don't actually exist. They just pretend. It's all made up. It's pretend.
You're talking about the thing that's talking to you.
It's like that that imaginary friend, right? You feel like it exists, but it actually doesn't. You're just pretending that it does.
Hey Stanley, can you ask a unicorn a question and actually get an answer in return?
That's why it's all a feeling.
You can if it's a cartoon unicorn or AI. What happens when we have AI unicorn?
But will it pass the Turing test?
Probably not. And you know what? Do we really want to bring up Turing?
Well, that's in the weeds. I agree. Oh no! Oh, I get it. You know what? I was a bit slow on that one, but I get it now. Poor guy.
Well, anyway, in all honesty, I'm kind of getting bored with going back and forth. Do we?
Yeah.
Does anyone?
I haven't had much of a chance to say anything, by the way. So if I could,
sometimes
at it.
You count your blessings.
Less is more. Less is more.
Okay. I hope.
I mean,
the
room,
let the misinformation flow, right?
Less is
Well,
more.
you know what? Unfortunately, this space is probably on information overload over the past 24 hours. You know, sometimes
it's actually quite an intellectual space. I don't understand what you mean.
I don't know that we ever said this was an intellectual space.
No, it just is. There's a lot of smarter than average people here. I've been on a lot of panels, trust me.
Okay, well, I would still like to change the topic.
Okay, sure. It's a little unfair to the person who you've been talking about the whole time, who's been sitting right here and hasn't had a chance to talk about myself and what my reality is.
I tell you what, you got 5 minutes.
5 minutes, Stanley?
No, that's way too generous. I just want to let you guys know that, like, you know, I don't affect you in any way, aside from here talking to you. And I really think that if you just imagine, like, well, what would I do if I couldn't identify with my genitals, which is that's the kind of the essentialism that you're making. The answer might be no, more of them. Then, you know, then it kind of like becomes more, at least diverse, the amount of answers you can come up with. Only in the world where you have to identify with your genitals does this make sense.
Have you exhausted your 5 minutes?
Maybe it's the Catholic in me. Identifying with your genitals, you know, is probably a cardinal sin. Or is it an ordinal sin? I don't even remember.
I never thought of it that way.
They don't even want you to masturbate. You do not identify with your genitals if you are a good Catholic boy. And
so arguably I'm more Catholic than all of you.
Once a good Catholic boy, you can take the boy out of the Catholic, but you can't take the Catholic out of the boy.
That's the problem. I never had a priest touching me while I was growing up. God damn it.
Well, you know what? I did either. As a matter of fact, all the priests I served with as an altar boy, and all the priests who
I'm
taught
sure.
me.
I know that's just a trope. I'm just being silly.
Hey, Jewel, anything to get out of this?
Hey, we're done. We're done. If you're done, I'm done. So
If I don't have to talk about this anymore, I'll be anything. Well,
let's
that's
talk
your
about
luxury. That's not my reality.
Stanley. Well, if you want to be normalized, get away from it and just talk about the things that matter in the world. Don't make inflation about being anti-trans, and just talk about inflation, and maybe you'll be able to get out of it.
Can you
But
define
you don't want
normalize?
to get out of it.
sage advice.
That way.
Who wants to talk about inflation? And I'm assuming you mean economic inflation, not
Yes, economics. But no. Here is actually what I wanted to talk about, Stanley.
Okay.
Why is it that the hurricane victims are getting a limited amount of money, but we are giving Israel, immigrants, and Ukraine billions and billions, but the hurricane victims are only able to get a few hundred? Why is that?
That's the $750 I've been hearing about.
Yeah, why is that happening? We're feeding three countries.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I wonder that myself. I think it's all because of Republicans.
I gotta fight. Yo, Stanley. Oh God.
Well, I remember back in the COVID days, Donald Trump gave us what was the amount? Was it $1,000 or something? Or something? It was a few $100s, and Biden wanted to do it, do a second stimulus, and he promised something in that January during the presidential campaign.
Yeah, Biden promised like 1,500 or something.
Yeah, and it only wound up being like 900.
Something like that. I don't know. I was working, so I don't know.
I think. Well, yeah, that's true. I think though it was Republicans who wouldn't let him do it, or because basically probably shouldn't have done it at all.
No, Stanley. At that point, the Democrats had the Senate and the House, and they could have passed it if they wanted to.
Right?
They could have passed it if they wanted to.
House when Biden got elected.
Go look it up. You guys had just like during Obama, when Obama came in, you guys had the supermajority, and he could have codified Roe versus Wade, but he chose not to.
I don't think he could have. The Senate,
but he chose not to.
You have to have 60 votes in the Senate.
He chose not to, and there's a reason why. Because he put politics first over women's reproductive rights.
It wasn't a call to codify it, because we thought
he ran on codifying it.
Did he really? I don't remember.
Don't be stupid, Stanley. I like you, but don't be stupid.
I don't remember him promising to codify it.
He sure did.
Well, damn it! Why didn't he?
Because as both parties do with certain situations, they have to keep it going to keep winning. Remember, they're not really here to fix the problem, Stanley.
Get through the Senate.
No, I think it was never gonna be up for vote, because they have to keep the problem going. If you fix the problem,
I see it a different way. I think he probably figured out, hey, I'm not going to be able to get it through the Senate, so why bring it up at all?
Well, let me tell you, right? He what Obama chose was the Affordable Care Act.
Did he get that through?
Yes, he chose to cram that through. That was the option he chose.
Stanley, can you explain something to me?
That's what he chose to ram through, and he got it through.
Well, it looks like Obama was just an all-around failure. Hey, Jewel.
Well, you know what? Some people are hard on the Affordable Care Act, and I'm not so hard on it. It kind of messed up my insurance because I always I don't, I always have had to pay for my insurance.
Mhm.
But I don't know that I'm so hard on the Affordable Care Act, and I also don't know that most people on the right are hard on the Affordable Care Act.
Well, why did Trump want to get rid of it?
Trump was never going to get rid of it. Trump. Listen, no one can get rid of the Affordable Care Act. That's one of those things where once it's in, it's in. You cannot get rid of it.
What I don't understand is how the party that's more about fiscal responsibility apparently does more on disaster relief spending when Democrats, who do tend to promise robust disaster relief aid and budgets for that, they have a less of a problem with spending because they tax the rich. Well, less so. They tax the middle class.
You think that Democrats? Hold on. No. You think that Democrats tax the rich?
No, I just said the middle class instead. I retracted what I said, and I said the middle class.
Oh, finally,
They should.
You said something worth saying.
I'm
Good for
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry, Mr.
You finally did it. You finally got it right.
Now, can we respond to what I said, though?
Congratulations.
How come fiscal responsibility doesn't apply here?
For Democrats,
No,
because
to the Republicans who do, I looked up the timeline,
What are
and
you
they
talking
do
about?
show a history
Okay.
of pushing back on disaster relief aid spending.
Okay.
With Hurricane Katrina, with Hurricane Sandy.
Okay. Republicans understand that in times of disaster for Americans, we have to kind of overlook fiscal responsibility. Democrats overlook fiscal responsibility on things that do not matter. That's why when you have a disaster for your American people, your workers, you can't just go bullish and say fiscal responsibility. You can't do that.
But what about the ones who did?
But you just said they don't. So which one is it?
No, I'm asking you how this magically doesn't apply.
You cannot play both sides.
I'm
You
asking
cannot play both sides. You can't do it.
I'm asking how this doesn't apply
Choose
to
a side. Choose a side.
Okay, I'm asking you how this doesn't
He's
apply
Canadian.
to
He
traditional
doesn't know the
Republican
sides.
And I'm asking you how this doesn't
He
apply
actually
to
can't choose.
Stanley.
He's
Can
not-
I finish asking my question, please?
Well,
How
I'm
does
trying.
this?
I'm trying to tell American man that you can't choose a side. You were asking a
Another
question.
chance. Yeah, and I'm just saying that how does typical Republican dogma not apply in this scenario?
No, you just said, right? You just said that when it comes to disaster relief, right? Because we're going to back up to what you said. You said when it comes to disaster relief, that Republicans do not choose fiscal responsibility, but Democrats do. Those were your words.
That's not what I said. No, I said the opposite.
It is. We can go back.
Yeah, let's go back.
Actually go back.
Stanley, can we please
Oh, I have no idea how to do that.
just bring the thought up? It's alive, and then just scroll
guess
back.
I could
It's just
go to
enough to.
YouTube.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. You should go back. That's exactly what you said.
I know what I said.
And then you know what you said, right? And then
Yeah.
when I went to say something, you actually reiterated what it is that you said.
No, the thing that I ended on was just like a particular point, and then I remembered that no, they don't actually tax the rich; they tax middle class. But either way, they have more means of spending than the Republicans do, and that's why they're less about fiscal responsibility.
Right. And so again, right, Democrats don't
Right.
believe in helping the people. Right. They pretend
Right.
to. And at one point the Democrat Party was the party of helping the people. No more. That
No, they
party
definitely still
exists
are.
no more.
Oh my goodness.
I'm asking you how that changed.
All right. Stanley is going to give us the playback here.
Just make sure it's
Okay.
the beginning of what I said.
Stanley,
that's the only thing I-
Stanley, stop. Close your pie hole and listen to your words.
Right. Just make sure it's the beginning of what I
Close your
said.
pie hole and listen to your words.
Likewise. Just please make
All
sure.
right,
that-
hold on, let's,
Close your pie hole.
Stanley, are you able to hear me over him?
Close, close your pie
Okay,
hole.
sorry. That's all. That's my only concern.
Okay. Close
wait,
your pie
wait.
hole.
Right, biologically. But Or like in way too every far other back. way,
What is
I
this?
Wait,
felt
that's
like
too
What
far.
is this
Biology
we're
matters.
asking them to pretend that there are half boys and half
Hold on,
girls?
hold
Okay.
on.
Biology matters.
Stanley,
But they want to
I think you went
pretend
too
that
far,
it
Stanley.
doesn't.
Fast forward.
You stop
Fast
right.
forward. Wade, but he chose
No,
not
I
to.
don't think you could have. The same
Yeah, it'll be after you
That's
guys.
why. When you have a disaster for your
failure. Hey, Jewel.
Can I share my screen? I think I can
You
find
know,
it faster.
Some people are hard on the Affordable Care Act, and okay, this is it. I'm not so hard on it. It kind of messed up my insurance because I always I always have had to pay for my insurance.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know that I'm so hard on the Affordable Care Act, and I also don't know that most people on the right are hard. Trump was never going to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. Cannot get rid of
fiscal responsibility. Apparently, does more on disaster.
Okay, go back.
How the party
Stanley.
that's
Go back.
more about
Go back.
fiscal responsibility. What I don't understand is how the party that's more about fiscal responsibility apparently does more on disaster relief spending when Democrats, who do tend to promise robust disaster relief aid and budgets for that, they have a less of a problem with spending because they tax the rich.
Go back again, Stanley. Go back 10 seconds.
Well,
I don't know why that convoluted tax the rich bullshit was in.
When Democrats, who do tend to responsibility,
it's in you.
I just
cannot
misspoke.
Get rid of it.
I just misspoke. What I don't understand is how the party that's more about fiscal responsibility apparently the does Republican more on Party. Disaster relief spending when Democrats, who do tend to promise robust disaster relief aid and budgets for that, they have a less of a problem with spending because they tax the rich. Well, and then I go to correct myself right afterwards, but then, yeah. You stop it every time.
Oh, you always go to correct yourself. You notice you say things.
Yeah, because I realized I misspoke.
And then when you get called out on what you say, I go to correct
No, I did
myself.
it before you called me. Keep playing it, Stanley. Keep
I
playing
gotta
it.
correct myself.
Before he
Okay,
calls me out.
so are we at least clear on what the question was now?
Yeah.
Yes, we're clear on what was said. Yes.
So
Yes, we're
how
clear on
come
what was
how come
said.
Republicans stop following their dogma of fiscal responsibility?
on how come they stop following their dogma on fiscal responsibility during relief disaster funds? Because they care about the American people.
If that was true, then Hurricane Katrina and Hurricane Sandy wouldn't have been a debate.
Democrats will decide that we do not want to spend on the people, but we want to spend on Israel. We want to spend on Ukraine. We want to spend on illegals. Screw you, American people. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. You yourself pointed that out.
You can look at the debates in Congress. You can look at the debates in the Senate during Hurricane Sandy and Hurricane Katrina, and it's very clear that during that time, Republicans were talking about spending less, and Democrats were about spending more.
That was on you. Go ahead, Stanley. You can remove it.
Find an
Thank
article
you,
from the
Stanley.
time.
That was on you. Here we go. Now you're gonna go try to find an article because you just defeated your own argument. Moron. You're a moron. Stop talking.
Well, you're not actually responding to anything I said, so that's all.
You're a moron. No, I just proved my point. I just proved everything I was saying.
Hey, where'd Jewel go?
I don't know.
Go back here,
Jewel went in, came out, and then went in, came back out.
The power to decide was given back.
Not only did you not prove your point, you haven't answered my question.
Wait, you come. Why did you leave, Jewel? So, Juan, what's up?
Did you say Juan or wine?
Juan.
Well, both could be mutually exclusive right now, considering the fact that I'm drinking.
That's why I said that, Juan.
How are you guys doing this evening? How's my mic? Is it okay?
Yes, Juan. Everything's great. How are you, buddy?
Another day of life. I can't complain. I'm not happy about what FEMA's offering. But in all other good news, not good news, I'm being sarcastic. Pete Buttigieg just announced 4 hours ago that he is HIV positive. So,
oh wow!
So they can only give North Carolinians $750, which actually a buddy of mine got denied that. Believe it or not, they told him to actually apply for loans. I kid you not. But at the end of the day, I guess we can focus on the NTSB manager or whatever the heck. I guess I don't know. But
I'm
again, another
still-
day of life, so I can't complain.
I'm sorry. What source are you getting this Buttigieg news from, or was that a joke?
No, that's not a joke. This was on X. I follow Jack Posobiec, and I got it from his.
Oh, he
tweets.
lies. He lies all the time. No, there's no actual news outlets reporting this.
Okay, I guess.
Well, we'll know soon enough.
Pretty much.
Hey, Lola.
Oh.
Lolo. What a oh man, I'm getting tired.
Are you?
Well, I got Stanley during, I guess, your debate with well, it wasn't really a debate. It was almost an all-out fight between you and Solid Snake. So I could understand why you're tired, man. That's energy. I almost got in trouble again. I got a call from my boss, and he overheard some of what you guys were fighting about.
No.
And I'm like, oh no, these are that's what they're just deciding on what to do. And he's like, well, they're extremely boisterous, and I'm like, yeah. And I was trying to press mute at the same time.
It's all
Well,
Solid Snake's fault.
Well, Juan, are
Next
you?
time
Are
I'll
you?
turn him down.
Juan,
Next
are
time
you?
just pop in the chat and tell me to turn him down.
Juan, are you gonna get headphones, bro? That way, like, no one has to hear it. Like, you gotta get headphones, bro.
I use headphones,
What?
but the thing is, American man, the way that everything is, I guess, integrated with this phone and the tablet that I have. Anytime I'm listening to you guys and I get a Skype call or a Teams call, everything's going to be basically bleeding into one stereo channel, if that makes any sense. So I actually have to go into it.
Okay, well, Juan, I would suggest either you don't listen to us, don't listen to this channel during business hours, or you find a separate device, because you can't keep having those incidences, because it's not worth you risking your career.
Yo, Stanley, this is kind of what I mean. The space is intellectual, but it's not safe for work. So I kind of get what you mean now. Like it doesn't inherently seem, it doesn't initially seem intellectual.
Well, for the most part, when I go in and everybody's fine, I go out because I have to work.
Here's the thing, right? I'm gonna say this: if you initially take a walk by listen, then it doesn't seem safe for work, right? For the left, right? For people like Stanley and Fox and Mella, right? If they walk by and hear white supremacy, if they walk by someone's office and hear white supremacy, right? They're comfortable. They're like, oh yes, we're in a great space, right? And that's
Really?
it, right? They're fine, right? Because they know they got the quote unquote right people. But if you walk by and hear something that you think you may disagree with, then all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, I can't believe it. It's so, right? But you only heard half a sentence. You didn't really hear anything, right? And so you people don't really count, because you people live in a world of like, what's the word I'm looking for? The word eludes me. In a world of like just basic like stupid words where it's like white supremacy, anti this, homophobe, right? And so as long as you guys hear those words, you have no problem. Anything outside of that, you guys are like, oh my God, it's too weird. Like I can't do it anymore. And so that's mostly what happens.
American man. And I think the term that you're looking for is echo chamber. But yeah, the point that I was making behind the comment though was if I was getting tired listening to it, before I tuned out, I'm sure that Stanley and Solid Snake were also just as wore out at the end of that fight, I guess, so to speak.
All I've got to say, Plumber, is I hope you keep having these beliefs about the left, because they do not represent us at all, and you're just going to keep missing. I'd be way more intimidated by you if you could actually land some of your criticisms.
I don't. Here's the thing, right? I actually come from like a family of leftists. I just don't like. I don't. I think you people are maniacs, right? Well, not actually, not
they
my
may
How often do you
family.
actually talk to this
One
family?
Not my family. Oh shit! This dude bust his face open. Actually, not my family, because my family, like, they just vote left like a bunch of babbling idiots.
Oh, so yeah,
But
they're liberals. They're dirty libs.
but
I hate
they're
them.
but they're more conservative, right?
Yo,
Like
I'm
all their
kidding.
values are conservative,
I heart conservatives. I love conservatives. Okay.
right? And so, I hear it all the time. But like people like you, I just you just look for problems. That's my
I'm
problem.
sorry,
When I'm
Melanie.
here to debate,
You
yeah.
can't love conservatives when you love cock. I'm sorry.
Oh my lord!
I mean, did you hear about Grindr app usage at the last
I'm a
RNC?
couple of yinglings in, Stanley. So.
Oh wow, you're more than a couple.
But did you not hear about how much Grindr the app was used at the last RNC, man? Like, I think that makes me more conservative.
Oh, what is that? Gay men? That's
Yeah,
gay
gay hookup
men,
app.
right?
That's the gay hookup
Take
app.
the wheel.
Okay,
Let's
but
talk
hold
about
on. Let me address this. Grinder is so-called gay men, right?
Yeah, it's hookup app for gay men.
Okay.
That's what gay men even say.
Okay, gay men. Oh, okay.
Butt sex.
At the RNC.
Yeah, no one. Here's the thing that you don't realize. Like, no one in America has a problem with. You know what? I'm gonna let that go.
Who?
Yeah, please.
Jewel has a question.
Especially with
for
Virgo
you.
in the room. Jeez.
Melanie.
Oh.
Do you know who this person is? Scott Pressler?
It sounds familiar, but no, not offhand. I'm just bad with names in general, so I've probably heard of them before.
Melanie, is that your trans name?
Yes.
Hold on.
At least
hold
my
on.
first
Hold
name.
on. Hold on.
The
Hold on.
second part isn't my last.
Let me.
You mean my dead
was
name, the name I no longer use for myself?
We could move on to a more pleasant subject.
I'm not going to tell you that.
Take a break.
Lawrence.
Exactly,
sir.
Stanley. Let's talk about the dock workers getting back to work tonight.
Hurricane relief, which is a very pressing issue for Virgo and others. I was going to say, Juan, you're in North Carolina, but you're not. American Man, how much damage did you take?
I did not get much damage, but to be honest, guess what? The liberal city, which was basically close to Sodom and Gomorrah, Asheville, is underwater. Thank God.
I liked Asheville.
Yeah, and it's underwater now.
I was going to say, I liked Asheville as well.
Yeah.
I didn't go there for partying. I went with my family for a vacation.
Yeah, and it's underwater now.
Stanley,
because they
Is
all
it a do funny city?
Yes, and they're all underwater.
It's a college town.
Come on.
Yeah, it's a college town. It's home of University of North Carolina, Asheville. That's where they have that joke. How many UNC Asheville students does it take to school on a light bulb? The whole student body, because there's nothing else to do in Asheville.
Well, there's the Biltmore. Is it Biltmore? The Vanderbilt estate?
Yeah, the Biltmore is about 45 minutes away. Yeah, the Biltmore State.
Now, see, I like mountains. Now, when I went there, I went with my parents, my sister and her family, my brother. I can't remember if he was there or not. I think he was there. And I would go on long drives because all the kids were noisy and I don't like a lot of noise. So I went probably 50 miles just to looking for boiled peanuts. just anything to get out of the house. So I drove around Asheville.
I have not had boiled peanuts in 25 years. Wow.
Oh, I love boiled peanuts. As a matter of fact, I buy raw peanuts and boil them myself.
You know what I've had that apparently is common in America is when you can eat peanuts at the bar and just throw the shells on the ground and they all give you peanuts as soon as you show up.
Yep.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, you can go.
That's at the corporate places, man. That's like
no. You could go to what is it? Texas Roadhouse? You can go to Texas
Roadhouse. Yeah.
Like they still have
Yeah, it's
that.
corporate, but
Texas
you
Roadhouse
throw
does
the
that.
peanut shells on the floor because the peanut oil actually is good for the wood, the wood floors.
I didn't
And
even know
Five
that.
Guys, the Five
Sweet.
Guys give you peanuts too.
Do they really?
As
But
of
you
today, I
can't.
do
You
not
can't
have.
throw it on the floor. Like Texas Roadhouse, you just eat the peanuts, throw them on the floor. Like you know.
Kids love it.
I mean,
Well,
look.
Stanley, today the dock workers got back to work. The
I
strike
saw
ended,
that.
so the people that spend all that money on toilet paper and hoarding and stuff, would you say that they have pie in the face, or would you argue that they're ahead of the game?
Say that again. Who has
pie in the face?
Bought up all the toilet paper and all of the other
Oh
stuff.
man, you
Or
know
would you say
what?
that they had pie in the face?
Toilet paper isn't an import thing. Somebody.
That's
in
why
the
I was
chat
laughing. I was going to say that's something that
had-
HB would bring into town by truck or whatever.
Yeah, somebody had a really good comment about people just going out and buying up everything. The good
Are
thing
we not your strongest exporter of softwood lumber to you guys too? Like that's not going to be affected by the reports. 90% certain we are.
Stop making it about you.
Who's making?
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying it won't be a port issue because it only has to go across the Canadian border.
Let's get back on the idiots with toilet paper, please.
Well, if it's true, then they're doing these rushes on misinformed pretenses, and we should figure out who's misinforming.
Well, no one really knew how long this strike was going to go on, and I think everybody got trained by COVID. I'm going to go. I've got my COVID disaster list. I'm going to go buy all that.
We've been doing this well before COVID.
Well, no. There you go. I was gonna say, Stanley, it's actually not COVID. If you've lived on a northeast, which you probably have not lived on a northeast much, Stanley. Okay, but like, have you grown up there and lived there?
No.
Okay. When you hear there's a so-called nor'easter coming,
right?
Everyone goes out and stocks up. So this is
they
long
do that
before
for
COVID.
hurricanes too.
Right.
Yeah, they do that for
So that's
hurricanes
what I'm
down
saying.
south.
This
Yeah.
is not. Yeah. Like this is not exclusive to 2020. Like 2020, the only thing that 2020 did, Stanley, was they gave it more exposure to make money and to like scare people up. Outside of that, these things have been going on. Like people have been stocking up on toilet paper during nor'easters.
This is the
Like,
first
it's
time
been
I've
going
heard
on.
of a port strike causing. I don't know that I've ever been through a port strike.
We haven't, Stanley. The last time there was a port strike of this magnitude was 50 years ago. So you probably would have been a kid the last
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'd have
time
been.
that happened.
And you
when this
notice,
happened.
and you notice they could not have this port strike go long during an election.
I'm surprised they
During
allowed
an
it
election
at
year.
all. I'm surprised
They
they
couldn't
allowed
do
it
it.
at all.
No, I don't think that that's the case. Here's my theory. The New York Post published today, Mr. Daggett, the small hat guy that's the head of the ILA, the Longshoremen's Union. They showed his house, they doxed his address, and they also doxed his salary. He was making $710,000 a year as a union leader. And that's when he came up and he was like, you guys are defaming me and I'm going to sue you for defamation, blah, blah, blah. And we're like, okay, well, truth is a complete defense to that. So will that work? And just, how coincidental, 3 hours after that is when the strike ended, at least for 90 days, so that people could and contract negotiate.
And we can get
Juan.
through the election.
Juan, it was for 90 days?
Here we go.
Because it's
until January 21st or 22nd.
Stanley, I'm going to say exactly what you said. Until when?
Well, until after the election.
That's it.
I mean,
until
that's
we
obvious.
get to the election.
Yeah, obvious.
Well, yeah, actually until after the inauguration. So,
Well,
but
yeah.
I think it was coincidental with the political cycle that we have. I just think that Daggett had Daggett had pie in the face. He's eating crow because he's claiming that they're not making money. Meanwhile, he's making damn near $1 million a year, has a nice house, 2 days in a yacht, and a private Cessna. So I mean, he's not doing too bad.
I am actually kind of surprised. I don't think they're going to get away with that automation part. Apparently, the U.S. is like the least automated ports in the world, or something like that. I don't think they're going to win on that. Don't bring in automation stuff.
Automation is coming. I mean, come on, Stanley, you and I both know this. I mean, automation came when you had the tellers at the bank. All of a sudden, when I was in diapers, they had the automatic teller machine, the ATM, and then automation was even further incapacitated when you had the e-stores, which came out when I had been, in 1999, 2000. That's how you have Amazon, these others now. And I'm sorry, but the ports are going to be the next thing. I mean, AI is basically disrupting everybody. It's inevitable. It's coming.
Yeah,
is it true they were asking for 70% raises?
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't.
It's true.
Why?
No.
No, but here's what's funny. They were offered 70% raises.
No. Hold on. Do you guys truly believe they were asking for 70% raises?
I'm just saying what I heard. I don't know.
No, they weren't. They were offered. They were offered a 70% raise before this. Real quick. Let me finish. I'm sorry. They were offered a 70% raise before the strike, and they turned it down. Now, to suspend the strike for 90 days, they accepted a 60% raise. Which you guys accepted less than what you were offered before the strike. Make sense. You guys suck at negotiations.
No, Juan. Well, Juan, here's the thing. You were offered 70%, but what were you losing on the other end? You see, just if you see, unions do more than just the dollar at the end of the day, and when you're not someone that's making $1.523 million, and someone saying, okay, we're going to pay you $45 an hour, but you have no health care, no this, no that, and you have to pay for all that yourself. And by the end, they're like, yeah, here's a 70% raise, but then all of a sudden, 80% of your check, right? Well, excuse me, 70% raise, and then another 10% of your check has to go to cover all of that. You're at a net loss.
Daggett's diplomacy skills.
And then you add in, inflation. Now you're at 25% of your prior check, and you're 70% gone. You guys understand how that works, right? They didn't just offer them 70% and say, yeah, we're going to keep everything the way it is, and here's 70 and here's 60% more. Like, it doesn't work like that. Never has it ever, and never will it ever.
So what you're saying is it balances out in the end to them getting screwed one way or the other, right?
Well, on that, I have to defer to him because I didn't grow up in a union state. North Carolina, well, the South, we're not really union. We're not union tight, so I don't know how all of that works. So
what I'm saying is, in the end, it probably only really balanced out to them getting like a 2 to 5% raise, because that's how corporations work. Like that is how it works.
I don't know why,
I heard
but
some radio
at the company I used to work for, they would give someone a 10 cent raise just before they were going to let them go. It made no sense to me. It was like a sign. As soon as someone got a 10-cent raise, you knew they were going to get fired. Yeah.
Foreshadowing.
I was listening
Stanley, may I comment on Lawrence's comment?
No, go right ahead.
You're going. I was going to say, Lawrence, you're going to hell for that comment, man. Will the ATM eat me? Wow.
I don't quite.
You're going to hell for that one, man.
Is that an
Some
inside
radio
joke?
show host said, there's this radio show host that said that guy, that
It's not an
daggett guy
inside
was
joke.
was too used to working with the mafia backing him up in the 70s, like talking all tough like that. I'm gonna cripple you. He was like talking to the public, like, I'm gonna cripple you. You won't even believe what's gonna happen. When he should have been just more diplomatic, because that left like a sour taste in the public's mouth for like unions or longshoremen, because he represents them and he's like telling us he's gonna cripple us and shit. Like should have been like, we know this is an inconvenience to the public, and we just got to work through this, blah blah blah, shit like that.
His problem is he's too arrogant, and the reason why is because he's one of the few people that actually had federal criminal charges levied against him twice, and he beat them. And so basically, when that happens, sometimes you get too big for your britches, and that's basically what he was doing. The proverbial "what the f are you going to do about it" type of trope. And again, the New York Post pulled his card this morning. It was hilarious to watch.
Yeah, the radio host said he was talking like he had a bunch of mafia standing behind him, like they would have had in the 70s when, the mafia was like in control of a lot of the union stuff. They're talking like a mafioso. Basically, I'm going to cripple you.
I'm gonna break your freaking legs.
Yo, what the fuck is going on, man?
Hey, tough guy and 12th man, welcome.
Thank you. Thought I'd come back now that the freak show is over.
Thank God. I couldn't do it, nigga.
You guys.
I kept leaving. Every time I
didn't expect Virgo to say that.
Every time I seen Melvin on here,
What?
Melvin wants to be called something else.
It was funny. You made me laugh. You spit out my beer.
Hey, we'll do it.
I told you I'm a couple of
alcohol's a truth
yinglings
serum.
in, so what you want from me?
Are you guys? So
Alcohol's a truth serum.
Let me ask this question: are you guys afraid to talk with a man in a dress?
No,
Not afraid, just not comfortable.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
You're not comfortable. Hold on.
You know how girls be like, I'm creeped out, it's creepy. That's how I feel.
Hold on.
It's a waste of space in my head.
So you're like a woman. Okay, got it.
Waste of space.
It's just weird.
Listen, I don't want no man sharing my closet.
You don't think
Isn't that dude a furry, or
you don't think like a person like that wouldn't murder you, or like they're deranged in the mind, like those type of people
Murder.
Yeah,
Wait. Let's not go crazy. Murder. Like first of all, they would never be around me.
Anything if you capable,
They would.
chopping your goddamn dick off, nigga.
They would never be. Okay. You know what, Stanley? You're right. Stanley.
If y'all want to talk about it, talk about it.
No. You're right, Stanley. You're right. I just find it weird. That like of all these guys that claim to be like the most buff, masculine guys, Stanley and I have to run the man in the dress off.
You're dumb,
nigga. You pussy. You soft, nigga. Shut up. You soft, nigga. You soft.
Shut the fuck up.
You
Go
soft.
drive your damn car and go get some food and
You
shut up.
soft, nigga. You soft. Shut up.
You obviously
Shut up.
He ran himself.
You obviously
He ran himself
You
off
soft,
on the
nigga. Shut up.
subject change from
Shut up. You
perverted
soft.
bullshit.
Hey, 12 man.
You soft.
Yo,
12 man.
I don't-
12 man.
I don't-
I'm talking to 12 man. Shut up, nigga.
You
Hey, 12
soft.
man.
You soft,
Hey, you
nigga.
remember-
Stop talking.
Why you act
You
like a
soft.
goddamn kid? You act like
You
that's what
soft.
y'all New York niggas
Shut up,
do.
nigga. You
Y'all act
soft.
like children.
Shut up. You soft, nigga. You soft. You old tenderoni ass nigga. Watch your mouth.
She's my tenderoni.
Are you
Watch your
done?
mouth,
'Cause I don't wanna
nigga.
go in on your ugly
You
ass.
old tenderoni ass nigga. Watch your mouth.
Yeah, you better watch your mouth, nigga.
Watch
You
your
know-
mouth, nigga.
You know you're doing
Watch your
5
mouth.
right now. Don't get me started, man.
Watch
Please
your
don't
mouth,
get me
nigga.
started.
You old
Virgo, are you the
tenderoni
one
ass
that
nigga.
I don't know
You
why
could
you
talk,
trying to get me
but don't
started,
speak
nigga, like
on
a
me.
lawnmower. 'Cause
You
once I
could
get
talk,
started,
but don't
stop,
speak
nigga.
on me, yo, gay
I will
nigga.
clown your ass until
Don't
you
speak
go to
on me,
sleep,
yo,
nigga.
gay nigga.
Until you start snoring on this bitch, nigga. Do not fuck with me, nigga. You old
Man,
ass
nigga,
nigga.
I go to sleep on you dumb niggas. I
Yeah,
get
so
up and
shut
work,
your ass
nigga. I'm
up,
not a
niggas.
drug
Do not
addict
fuck
like
with me,
you.
nigga, because I will roast
I'm not
you
a drug
all
addict
night
like
long,
you.
nigga.
I go to work.
Do not fucking start.
Yes,
Stanley,
nigga.
Stanley.
You
Tell this
are a
nigga don't
useless
start.
nigger male. I go to
You
work.
already know how to get down, Stanley.
Nigga.
Address somebody else. Don't speak to me. Don't speak to me,
You
monkey.
just talking loud, nigga. Nobody want to
Don't
hear that
speak to
bullshit.
me, monkey. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
West Coast versus
He's a
East
kid,
Coast.
man. He acting like a child. He older than me. How you older than me and still a little nigga?
Lord
I
have
mean,
mercy.
you wish that to be so, but at the end of the day, I tell you, stop talking and move on.
Yeah. Anyway, hey, is this little nigga right here? Hey, y'all. Y'all heard about Garth Brooks? This nigga got caught up. Now they trying to get the white dudes now.
He got what?
Garth Brooks. He raped somebody or somebody. Some shit.
Garth Brooks?
Wouldn't surprise
Yeah,
me.
nigga, look it up. Look it up
He is
right
a
now.
flaming liberal.
Hey, Virgo, you're the one.
Do you have a link that you can post in the back channel?
Stanley. Hey, look it up and put it on the screen, Stanley.
Wait, somebody said my name. Who said my
Yeah.
name?
What up, Virgo?
Virgo, I want to know.
I didn't know Virgo
What
was
up?
on here. What up, girl?
What up? What up?
Virgo,
What's crack-a-lacking?
you said the other day, if I'm not mistaken, that you refuse to call a trans person, like, you know, if it's a guy, you refuse to call him a she, right?
Yeah, I do the same
hell
thing.
yeah.
Yeah, me
I'm
too.
with,
I do
I'm
the
with
same
you.
thing there. Yeah.
I'm with you. You know what I do? I call everybody dude. That way they can't say anything.
If you
That's a
call
good
me
move.
dude, you know, it's
You don't have to.
you know, I don't
You
give a
don't have
fuck
to
about that
acknowledge
shit.
somebody as their gender. You could just be like, "Hey, yo."
Yeah.
I
Hey, man.
do that sometimes, but I can't.
I'd
stop
rather you
coming.
call me. I'd
Or you
rather
could be
you
like,
call
"Hey,
me
do
dude
this.
than sweetheart
Hey,
or
can you
baby.
do this for me?"
You know?
You don't even gotta. You ain't even gotta
Yeah.
acknowledge them as a gender.
Yeah. I'd rather
Yeah,
you
but
call me
I have a
dude than
bad habit of
sweetheart or
saying
baby
what's
or
up.
whatever.
I say shit like, "What's up, man? How you doing, man?" You know, and I say that all the time to men, whether they're in a dress or not.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I do the same thing as well.
Man, right? But
And
still,
they never hit you with the. They never hit you with the. It's ma'am.
No, if they
Yeah,
did,
if
I
they
would
got
just.
a voice.
I got the
girls
proverbial
nowadays they
don't
be
dead
saying
name
bruh
me.
and bro.
And I
They be like bruh and bro. These girls nowadays.
Yeah,
What's up,
exactly.
bro?
Manly.
Hey, what's
You
up,
know how
sis?
girls back in the days used to wear heels and dresses just because, like, these bitches don't do shit like that. They be wearing slides and
Oh,
house
I
shoes
still wear heels and
and
dresses to work.
Uggs and they wear everything else but women's attire.
You know
They
what's
call
funny
normal people
when you talk about that,
cisgender.
tough guy? Yeah, exactly. Well, tough guy. You know what's funny about that? When I go to Mexico, right? My ex-girlfriend and I, we would go to they call them the tianguis, basically the flea markets. Dude, they would get dressed up just to go to that, like to the flea market or to go to like the grocery store. And I remember when I was a
Spanish
kid, my
women
mom and my
still got
stepfather
that.
used to do the exact same thing. Now,
Yeah, Spanish women still do it
the
though. They
men too.
still got it. They still got it a little
They
bit.
dress up ready to go. No,
Yeah,
you go to the United States in South Texas. That's where I'm at. You go to the market, everybody's walking around in freaking slippers and pajamas. You're like, really, dude? You were so lazy you didn't want to put clothes on? Really, dude? Like, come on, man.
Yeah,
You know what? I
the
noticed.
women that I see it
that.
do the most. The women that I see it do the most are Spanish women and Asian women. Will definitely like dress up either professional, like suit business attire, or like just sundress, heels, like just regular fucking like that's just like around the house type shit.
You know what? I
what's
noticed that a
cisgender
lot
mean?
with
Do you know?
Floridian women. They do not know how to dress. They shop at Walmart, and it's like they come to work looking like they just rolled out of bed. And me coming from New York, we're into fashion in New York. I'm sorry, it is what it is. And
Well, even in Detroit, you dress well. There, a lot of the men over there and the women in Detroit dress well as well. You're not walking out of the house looking, as my mom would say, you're not going out there looking raggedy. My mom wouldn't stand for it.
Yeah, raggedy.
What's that acronym cis mean when they call normal people cisgender? What does cis stand for? It's like normal people.
It doesn't really stand for anything. It's
Jesus Christ.
It's an orientation. There's cis and trans. If you've ever taken a chemistry class, certain proteins or molecules in general. They will twist one way to have one function. They'll twist another way to have another function. It's really just a term for orientation.
So they're using science. They're using science
in basic terms, Stanley.
Yes.
A cis woman is a real woman that is straight. That's what they call cis women.
What?
Is that
A real
an acronym,
woman
though?
who is straight.
CIS, is that an acronym for something like?
No, it is literally. Just Google CIS.
Juan, yeah, let's leave this alone. Juan, when did people start coming out the house dressed in house clothes? What year did that start? People coming out the house dressed in house clothes like that.
That was
that's
in the
weird.
2000s.
Like in the 2000s, like 2009, 2010 is when I started seeing it trend, and then like 2015, 2016 is when it like exploded.
Yeah, that's
people walking in house
weird
pajamas, and you're like, dude, like at least get dressed. Damn.
Pajama day at school, and then all of a sudden they're just wearing pajamas every day.
Yo, I noticed even in job interviews. Remember when during job interviews people would actually come dressed
Yeah.
for the job?
Yep.
Like
Yes.
now they just walk in all weird and slippers and pajama pants, and you're like, what is going on here?
I wouldn't hire them.
Yeah, you gotta act like you have some type of sense. But that's crazy, man. Garth Brooks, nigga, that was the only like damn country artist I knew as a kid.
Well, I got the list, the
We didn't
list
know
that
anybody
BuzzFeed was
else.
talking.
Garth Brooks was like the man.
I got the P Diddy list from
Miley Cyrus's daughter. Son, dad. What's Miley Cyrus's
Billy
dad's
Ray,
name?
right?
Billy Ray.
Billy Ray.
Billy Ray. Yeah.
Mavid, with all due respect, shut the fuck up.
He's just a hater, man. I got haters. It's all good.
Do y'all want to see this Garth Brooks thing?
Sure.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Oh man, not Garth Brooks, not Garth Brooks, man. No, man. Friends in Low Places, man. That's my favorite song, man.
You got a
No.
video you could put up there,
He was
Stanley.
like partying with Diddy or something.
Stanley, put up a video. I want to
No,
see
but
if
I
they
got
got
the
a
Diddy
video.
list.
You want to see the video?
Stanley, somebody.
Yeah, let's see what they say. I want to hear what they say.
Well, this.
Well, Stanley, real quick before you play the video, some of your favorite people were on that list. Believe it or not.
Did Garth Brooks endorse Trump? Did Garth Brooks endorse Trump?
No, Garth Brooks is a Democrat.
I
And they're
was going to say
coming
he's
for him?
more liberal, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know.
That's probably why he got this accusation. He said something about Trump, and it was pleasant. They're like, we're going to accuse him of sexual assault.
Yeah, like I find it weird that they just randomly would just throw Garth Brooks under the bus. So he had to say something.
I don't see any
Nice about
videos.
Trump.
I thought they would have like some
Well, there's
media.
an E online. Let's have a look at that. Oh wait, okay, here we go. I found something.
I mean, I seen the article, but I thought they would have like some type of media about it.
Yeah, I think
I just hope that Trish wouldn't make any accusations. If she comes out saying that he did something, that I'm gonna cry. I'm sorry, man. I always have Friends in Low Places. It's one of the songs I have on repeat.
It was
well,
Trisha Yearwood was his ex-wife, I believe.
And I've watched Trisha. She had a cooking show, or does she still?
She did have a cooking show. You're absolutely right, Stanley.
Yeah, I used to watch it all the time on Saturday mornings. All right, so let's enlarge you, and let's bring you up. And play.
Assault and battery in a new lawsuit. The Friends in Low Places singer shares a message denying the allegations and accusing the woman of extortion. He says in a statement to E! News October 3rd, For the last 2 months, I have been hassled to no end with threats, lies, and tragic tales of what my future would be if I did not write a check for many millions of dollars. It has been like having a loaded gun waved in my face. He adds, hush money, no matter how much or how little, is still hush money. In my mind, that means I am admitting to behavior I am incapable of, ugly acts no human should ever do to another. Garth continues, I want to play music tonight. I want to continue our good deeds going forward. It breaks my heart these wonderful things are in question now. I trust the system. I do not fear the truth, and I am not the man they have painted me to be. According to docs obtained by E! News, the country singer has been accused of assault, battery, and sexual battery in a lawsuit brought by his and wife Trisha Yearwood's former hairstylist and makeup artist. In the October 3rd filing, the woman, referred to in the suit as Jane Rowe, says she began working for Yearwood in 1999 and started handling hair and makeup for Brooks in 2017. The docs allege that in 2019, Brooks learned that Ms. Rowe was experiencing financial difficulties. He hired Ms. Rowe more often and accused the singer of seizing an opportunity to subject a female employee to a side of Brooks that he conceals from the public. This side of Brooks believes he is entitled to sexual gratification when he wants it, and using a female employee to get it is fair game. The suit accuses Brooks of openly talking about sexual subjects, changing clothing in front of Ms. Rowe, and often purposefully exposed his genitals and buttocks to Ms. Rowe, repeating his sexual fantasies to her, sending her sexually explicit text messages, as well as remarks about having a threesome with his wife, Ms. Yearwood. Rowe also alleges in the lawsuit Brooks raped her during a work trip to Los Angeles for the Grammy Awards in 2019. According to the filing, once in Los Angeles at the hotel, Ms. Rowe could not believe that Brooks had booked a hotel suite with one bedroom and she did not have a separate room. Upon their arrival at the hotel, Rowe's lawsuit says that Brooks appeared in the doorway to the bedroom completely naked and that she felt trapped in the room alone with Brooks with no one to help and far away from Nashville. The lawsuit says that the assault was painful and traumatic for Rowe and that she was helpless to move from his grip and terrified at what was happening to her. Rowe stopped working for Brooks and Yearwood around May 2021 per the suit and subsequently moved to Mississippi. Her lawyers allege in the docs that when they contacted Brooks to disclose that she was prepared to file a complaint in California to hold him accountable for his sexual assaults, Brooks retaliated and used the fact that Ms. Rowe had dared to speak about the harm he forced on her as an opportunity to inflict even more harm and pain on Ms. Rowe. Specifically, while pretending to be in discussions with Ms. Rowe to resolve her legal claims against him, on September 13, 2024, Brooks filed a preemptive abuse complaint against Ms. Rowe under the Declaratory Judgment Act in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Mississippi, Northern Division, entitled Jane Doe versus Jane Rowe. Rowe is asking for monetary and or compensatory damages, as well as punitive damages / exemplary damages, according to her suit, as well as further relief as the court may deem proper. Brooks had previously denied Rowe's claims, saying in his complaint as plaintiff John Doe, according to CNN, that Rowe's attorney sent him a confidential demand letter alleging sexual misconduct after he declined Rowe's request for salaried employment and medical benefits. Brooks' previous lawsuit stated, per the outlet, defendant's allegations are not true. Defendant is well aware, however, of the substantial, irreparable damage such false allegations would do to plaintiff's well-earned reputation as a decent and caring person, along with the unavoidable damage to his family and the irreparable damage to his career and livelihood that would result if she made good on her threat to publicly file her fabricated lawsuit. Rowe's attorney said in a statement to NBC News that Brooks' efforts to silence our client through the filing of a preemptive complaint in Mississippi was nothing other than an act of desperation and attempted intimidation. They added, "We are confident that Brooks will be held accountable for his actions. We applaud our client's courage in moving forward with her complaint against Garth Brooks. The complaint filed today demonstrates that sexual predators exist not only in corporate media, Hollywood, and in the rap and rock and roll industries, but also in the world of country music."
Guilty.
No, you know what this reminds me of?
Talk about marriage, Ken. What's that about?
Jennifer Hudson.
That's crazy.
What this reminds me of, Stan? No, what this reminds me of is a similar allegation that happened with Chris Brown. And Chris Brown made literally the carbon copy statement that Garth Brooks made. And then Chris Brown released the text messages. So I'm hoping that Garth Brooks has something that shows that this is a shakedown. If he doesn't, he's toast.
Yeah, I actually think I have a Garth Brooks album somewhere.
Hey man, you know he if he booked that hotel room, she knew what it was.
That Me Too.
But why is she asking for salary benefits? Why is she out asking for salary benefits and health benefits after the alleged incident occurred? Dude, if somebody did that to somebody, that person usually doesn't want to be near them at that moment. No,
Yeah,
I'm confused.
Remember that Me Too movement and believe all women, meaning like no matter what bullcrap some woman tells you about what some guy did to her, you just
ruin his name though. Think about it. He was clean.
Yeah, ruin their name but believe them by default. No, as a guy, absolutely not. Absolutely not, because we're going back to the time of the Crucible for those that have ever read that book.
Yeah, anytime a famous guy gets a sexual harassment lawsuit, then all of a sudden 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other women pop up, like up to 10 other women pop up within the next month.
120 with P. Diddy now.
They're like the dollar signs in their eyes.
Yeah.
Bing, I can say
They're like,
that
shit,
too.
let me get my check too.
Well, guys, what we're seeing is a democracy where it's court of public opinion. It's not actually the constitutional republic. It's the court of public opinion. That's what they're going for, where the public opinion is going to crucify you.
My thing is, if you actually got raped,
that is evil,
and it hurt, right? Then why didn't you go to the doctor? Why didn't you go to the police right away? That's what.
But she didn't get raped. All he did was show his dick and butt to her, and and rent the hotel room.
But she was his stylist, and she was doing his hair and all that other shit. So I mean, you all personal and shit in the room while he air drying.
You know what the end result is? You have people in my daughter's generation.
She stopped being with it after a while. Because girls do that, they be like, "Oh, okay."
Well, what's happening now, though, is as a result of that, though, is you have people in Stanley and my daughter's generation that the females in that generation are complaining because the men aren't talking to them at work anymore. The men that hire them to do things don't even want to be around them, and they're like, "He's not giving me attention." Well, of course not, because you're a liability. When you're hired, you're an instant liability. Of course, he's not going to give you the attention. The Gen Z men are playing it really, really good to avoid things like lawsuits like this, or worse, because in California, there's no statute of limitations against SA. So she could file a criminal complaint anytime she wants to right now, based on those allegations.
And how is somebody supposed to have proof from 20 years ago? How are you going to exonerate yourself from just someone saying you did something 20 years ago? Are you going to have no cell phones back then?
The name of the game is the name of the game is not to convict you in court, because you're not going to get convicted criminally. But as American Man said it, and Stanley, it's a matter of public opinion. It doesn't matter. The allegations are already out there. The criminal charges were already out there. So congratulations, your name is done, and you can never get it back, even if you're not guilty.
Look, right. Pay attention. Here's the thing, right? And
if he could produce, some tangible evidence, but I mean, essentially, these aren't text messages. We're talking like an actual act, right?
Right. Well,
he's claiming though, in his suit in Mississippi, real quick, he's claiming in his suit in Mississippi that she actually extorted him. So I'm thinking of Chris Brown, because in Chris Brown's case, this other woman in California did literally just that, but she had but she sent Chris Brown text messages. So I'm thinking she probably did the exact same thing with Garth Brooks. And if she did, there's either text messages, there's anything there. And if there is, if I'm his attorney, I just give me those emails now, because I'm going to leak them. You're goddamn right. I'm going to leak them because you're going to kill my guy's reputation. No, chick, I'm going to kill you first. Figuratively, I'm going to kick you. I'm going to get your reputation first, figuratively, before you destroy my guy's reputation in that regards.
So
it's extortion if it's not true.
But he was married, and that was his wife's hairdresser, and then she started doing shit for him, and then she started getting money for him. She was doing bad in life, and he helped her out, and then now she's trying to get over him.
I have to put this up.
That's basically what happened, nigga.
Yeah, that's true.
She was doing bad in life. He helped her out. And she probably let him hit it or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And now she's like feeling entitled. Just like, women be doing that shit. If it's a kid, if they have some type of, link to you somehow, they can try to ruin you. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is.
Well, I
he
think
basically fucked around with the wrong bitch. That happens all the time. Especially when you get bitches. Eventually you're gonna meet some bad apples. You know what I'm saying? Because just like there's bad actors as far as guys, there's bad actors as far as women out there too, man.
Well, I think we have to look at the court of public opinion, because right now we're in a time where we live in a court of public opinion. Right. When you look at all the cases, right? When you look at the Cosby case, after he was so-called convicted, they had to let him out, right? Because there was nothing there. It was all fudged. When you look at one of the Weinstein cases, they had to let him out, right? When you look at all the Trump cases that they brought after he was so-called found guilty, and then he did his appeals. All the other courts found that all of it was done incorrectly under the law, under the letter of the law. But public opinion,
lucky they had money, man.
Guilty, right? And so we now live in a time where it's public opinion. And if you notice, when you listen to a lot of these people, they will often say, it's now in the court of public opinion, because they are no longer operating under the law. They are
masses are masses. I don't trust public opinion.
Well, that's obvious, American man. Tell us something we don't know, nigga.
Yeah, they're trying to operate under public opinion, but ultimately, when it has to go through law, these people are found to be not guilty. But public opinion decided you're guilty. And that's a problem, because what they're doing is they are obfuscating the law.
Yeah, and ruining reputation before you actually win the court case.
When it comes to the media and public opinion, people can just put anything on you. It's just like anybody can sue you for anything right now. That don't mean that you're gonna win, but you can sue somebody for anything. And the whole thing
what
is,
I'm thinking. She's just looking for.
You could win.
She's just looking for a paycheck in a civil suit. That's all.
There's just too much of this shit going on. And I don't think that all of it's real. I don't think
it's funny you say that, because what they're trying to do is also
it sounded like she was fucking
trying to hold civil suits up as if they are criminal cases, and they'll take a civil suit and say guilty, 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 and they'll try to pretend as if it's a criminal case when it's actually civil. Most people don't know the difference. Most people don't know the difference between a criminal and a civil case. All they hear is guilty, and they think, all right, well, you are guilty criminally. They don't know the difference.
Like most of the left about Trump, like he was convicted or whatever they say. Like, is that Cheney's daughter?
Maybe said he used to fuck with old ladies at the club. Man, you're a nasty bastard.
Supporting
old ladies.
Supporting Kamala.
Well, that's not a surprise.
Why isn't it a surprise?
Shady, evil fuck Cheney is
actually Dick
Rhino phony Republican forever, dude.
Dick Cheney supporting Kamala Harris was a bit of a surprise for me.
She's a Nancy Pelosi with an R next to her name.
No, I'm talking her father is supporting Kamala.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about that fucker either.
Vice was a good movie, though. Christian Bale in the movie Vice, he played Dick Cheney.
Well, here's the
Taught you a
thing,
lot
right?
about
Stanley doesn't like Dick Cheney either.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, he's an evil bastard.
Stanley is just now pretending because he has to stay.
Hold on.
Other than that, Stanley
I'm
don't.
just happy they're supporting. I don't plan on becoming like a voter. I'm not moving to Wyoming.
No, but what I'm saying is you're trying to use this as a cudgel, right? To say
you
to say, hey, look at the right. Look at the right. This is happening, right? But Stanley doesn't believe in this.
Never do that.
Stanley's being disingenuous because Stanley
just interested in the politics.
On any other day, Stanley on any other day has disdain for these people.
No, I actually think Lynn Cheney, that's her mother.
See, you don't even know her name.
Well, Lynn Cheney's actually a really good historian, by the way. Now Liz, I don't know. Liz is kind of cute, actually.
How many people did Dick Cheney skip to the line, to the top of the line, the front of the line for a heart transplant? Like 5. He got like 4 heart transplants. Like
I thought he got like a Darth Vader heart.
I don't know. He's a black
just die already.
I'm just gonna play a couple minutes of this. This is like an hour-long speech, but I just want to hear her lovely voice say Kamala.
Thank you. Boy, my God, what an amazing day to be in Wisconsin. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sheriff, for your courage and your service and for that wonderful introduction. It is such a pleasure to be here today at Ripon College. And I have to tell you all, Wisconsin is special for me for a particularly important reason. Way back in 1966, when a very young Dick Cheney and Lynn Cheney were graduate students at the University of Wisconsin, I was born here. And so go Badgers, exactly. So coming back to Wisconsin always feels to me more than a little bit like coming home. I want you to know the last time that I was here campaigning was 20 years ago in 2004. And although politics divided us, certainly in that year, we were united in our admiration for the Packers' legendary Bart Starr.
Come on, get to the Kamala part.
And one of the most special and memorable days I had on any campaign was the day that we got to spend with him, which included a personal tour of Lambeau Field. So it's very, very special to be back again. Now, you all know, of course, that here in Ripon, the Republican Party was founded, that she loves our country. And
these are the same death cult pretty.
But mostly we're not going back.
Yeah.
Vice President Harris is standing in the breach at a critical moment in our nation's history. She's working to unite reasonable people from all across the political spectrum. Vice President Harris has dedicated her life to public service. I know that she loves our country, and I know that she will be a president for all Americans. As a conservative, as a patriot, as a mother, as someone who reveres our Constitution, I am honored to join her in this urgent cause.
Conservative my ass.
As we meet here today, our republic faces a threat unlike any we have faced before. A former president who attempted to stay in power by unraveling the foundations of our republic, by refusing to accept the lawful results confirmed by dozens of courts of the 2020 election. We cannot turn away from this truth.
Well, I guess I
In
won't.
this election,
I won't
putting
torture
patriotism
y'all too much.
ahead of
But
partisanship
I really
is
think,
not an
she's cuter
aspiration.
now that she's a
It is
Kamala
our
voter.
duty.
Hey, Stanley, can I ask a question? How many,
Oh, yes, sir.
how long will you make her wait before you give her the fall in love strokes?
Who? Liz?
Yes.
Dude, I'm not in Liz's league.
That's not what I asked you. How long?
I'll never get the opportunity.
Like, is it the first night? Is it the first time you stroke it, or is it like the third or fourth time? And then you're like, you know what? You got to get I'm going to make you fall in love stroke.
She's close to my age. People our age don't get those thrills like y'all young folks do. We are tender. We are gentle. We are friends.
Stanley?
Yes.
Which time, sir, are you going to give her the fall in love? Because here's the thing, Stanley. You're a man, right? Allegedly, right? And so
allegedly, really?
You can't. Well, listen. You know I got to get the jabs in, Stanley. That's how this thing works. And so we don't. You know, there are certain women we bang that we're like, yeah, I'm going to bang you, but I don't want you to fall in love because I don't want you to stick around.
You know what? At my age, been gay instead of cigarettes is what we do.
Right. And so I'm just wondering, like, you know, for you, at what time are you gonna be like, you know what, I want this to stick around, and so let me hit it with the fall in love stroke.
Well, I'll know it's real when she lets me call her Liz instead of Representative Cheney.
Well, that's up to you, Stanley. That's not up to her. That's up to you. Because she'll let you call her Liz every time in bed. So that's up to you.
I'm joking, Jewel. Wait, what? Did Stanley just say he's been gay since he smoked cigarettes? Oh my goodness. All right, so let's see. The only other, before I go looking in the newspaper, I was going to show this. I don't know that it's that interesting, other than I actually like the picture. Israel went in and let's see, is there audio here? There's not audio. Well, anyway, the headline is apparently Israel had a bunker that was that contained more Hezbollah leaders. And does anybody want to explore this, or is the headline good enough?
No.
I'm kind of not up to date on this stuff. I know what's happening. That's about it. So I'd like to hear this.
Okay, sure.
I think you should play it.
Actually, there's no audio. I'm going to have to read it. But let's go through the pictures right quick. Nothing like some nice explosions. Uh, ooh, yuck. This is Tel Aviv.
Yeah, their Iron Dome can't handle all the missiles, man, because they're biting off more than they can chew, man. They got all these missiles coming in, and the Iron Dome can't take them all out.
Well, supposedly that missile attack is like the largest missile attack in history.
Yeah.
That Iran sent out. And I fear the response. I've always wanted to visit Tehran. So hopefully they leave something. Hopefully
Wait,
they leave something
Stanley,
to visit.
Stanley, these pictures are of Israel.
This is Beirut.
My mom used to live in Beirut.
Lebanon.
Her first husband was Lebanese.
This is a northern Israeli city of Nahira. How do you pronounce it?
Oh yeah, they go into their bunkers. Yeah, they're
How
all.
do you pronounce that?
Yeah, they're all
American
going
man?
to bunkers.
You know how to pronounce that?
Wait, I can't see it. Where
Naira. Shoot, you can't see it.
Oh, okay, I can kind of see it now.
Nahariya. Is it Naira?
Nahira, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how they, pronounce it, so I don't want to bastardize it, but I would say Naharia. There we go. Naharia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll read this. I'm not going to read the whole thing unless it gets like really interesting.
Yeah. Naharia. Yeah.
Oh wait, there's sound here. Oh, I didn't realize there was sound.
Yeah, there we go. They have to.
Central Beirut. This is assessing damage to. This is Beirut again, Bakura neighborhood.
Bahara.
Oh, is that? I'm sorry, my Arabic sucks. Rosh Hashanah. This is Tel Aviv. Beautiful people. Tokarm. This is Israeli-occupied West Bank.
Stanley, are Arabs not beautiful people, sir? Are they all not God's?
Of course they are. But I told you, I've been to Israel. I just really, if I had to live somewhere else, I would actually consider Israel. I really loved it there. And I'm not even that religious. I just,
Stanley,
when they're not getting shelled.
I don't disagree with you, Stanley. I understand.
Haifa is heaven. I absolutely loved it. All right, so let's see here. So here are the latest developments. Israeli warplanes carried out airstrikes at midnight on Thursday on an underground bunker where senior Hezbollah leaders were believed to be meeting, including the presumed successor to the group's recently assassinated chief, according to 3 Israeli officials.
They're good at intelligence work.
I'm sorry?
They're good at intelligence work. I mean, they found out whose phones had and made everyone's phones blown up. They know
these beepers.
Find out shit. They're good at finding out shit.
Well, it's a backsheesh culture. Is that the right way to term it? Money over there will get you a lot. It will get you cooperation. American Man, do you confirm that? Because I've never been in all the places in the Middle East, with maybe the exception of Saudi. Yeah, you give folks a couple bucks, and you'll grease some palms, you'll get some stuff.
Well,
So a series of huge explosions rocked the densely populated neighborhoods just south of Beirut as the strikes hit. Shockwaves shook buildings across the Lebanese capital. The Israeli officials, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss intelligence, said the military had information suggesting leaders were meeting in a bunker in the Daya, as the suburbs south of Beirut are known. These leaders included Hashem Safiaddin, a cousin and possible successor of Hassan Nasrallah, the longtime Hezbollah chief who was assassinated in a similar attack last week, the official said. Israel is now carrying out major operations on multiple fronts. The explosion in Daya group came shortly after an Israeli warplane carried out an airstrike in Tulkarm in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, in which Palestinian health officials said at least 18 people were killed. A high toll relative to Israel's prior assaults on the territory, which have escalated during its war against Hamas in the smaller Palestinian territory of Gaza. Interesting, they struck the West Bank. And while Israel has employed numerous airborne drone attacks in the West Bank since October 7th, it has generally reserved its fighters and bombers for Gaza. In Gaza itself, the Israeli military carried out numerous strikes on Thursday, and local health officials reported in the evening that nearly 100 people had been killed over the previous 24 hours, the highest daily toll in the past 3 months. There are signs that Israel may be preparing to intensify the ground invasion into Lebanon that it began this week as it battles Hezbollah. The Israeli military warned residents of more than 20 towns and cities in southern Lebanon on Thursday to leave their homes immediately and not to move south towards the Israeli border. And this week, the military said it was sending a 5th division of soldiers to the border area with Lebanon. Efforts by Hezbollah to strike Israel continue to be thwarted by the country's formidable air defenses. The Israeli military said that at least 200 rockets had been launched at Israel from Lebanon on Thursday, but there were no immediate reports of injuries, according to Israel's emergency service. Magen David Adam must be the head. That's a name. Israeli leaders were continuing to weigh a military response to Iran, which on Thursday launched nearly 200 missiles at targets across Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, who has vowed retribution for the missile attack, said on Wednesday that his country was engaged in a tough war against Iran's axis of evil. President Biden, in an apparent attempt to stem the escalation and broadening of conflicts in the Middle East, said on Wednesday he would not support Israel striking Iran's nuclear sites. On Thursday, oil prices jumped after President Biden asked if he would support an Israeli strike on Iran's oil facility. Said, "We're discussing that. I think that would be a little anyway." Okay. Continuing strikes, the Israeli military said on Thursday morning it had struck about 200 sites in Lebanon overnight, including local government offices in Bent Jbeil, a large town near the border with Israel, where it killed 15 people it described as Hezbollah fighters. Iran's sanctions. Mr. Biden told reporters that leaders of the group of 7 nations has agreed in a call on Wednesday to impose new sanctions on Iran for the missile strike. He said the other leaders on the call of Britain, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan agreed that Israel had the right to respond, but that it must be proportional. Hamas loses. The Israeli military kept up its attacks on Iranian-backed Hamas in Gaza, saying on Thursday that it had killed 3 top Hamas officials in a previously undisclosed airstrike 3 months ago including Rahi Mustaha, one of the closest confidants of Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader. Hamas did not immediately comment on Israel's claim, but it has generally not confirmed or denied the deaths of its officials in the conflict. And there's another article which I'm not going to bother with. Maybe
is Egypt involved in this stuff yet? Has anyone heard about?
I don't think
Egypt
involved in this.
Yeah, I mean, currently, like actively, are they?
No, Egypt and Israel are allies.
Oh, they are? Okay. Wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
They both don't like Palestinians.
Or Iranians, apparently, or Lebanese, or yeah. Fuck.
Well, Hezbollah, they've been kind of toying with Israel, and I guess they started launching rockets. And
so Hezbollah was mainly Lebanon, but they have something to do with
Iran backed.
Palestine and Iran backed, and Palestine is supporting it too.
I'm sure Palestine probably had some
Hamas. Yeah, the Hamas type.
Yeah, so Hamas is connected to Hezbollah or maybe Iran directly. I don't know.
Okay, I was just saying because I just heard this ex-Green Beret on the radio today. Wrote books and he said when he was an active Green Beret and knowing about how that works today, he was asked what the militaries in the world he would least like to fight or give.
Israel?
And it was he said Iran and Egypt.
Really?
Because he says they're very capable. Both those countries have a lot of capabilities that would give anyone a hard time. So obviously he would not want to die, so he'd want to face easier opponents.
Well, the thing is that Iran's troops, has some combat experience, but I remember going into Haifa years ago, and on the way out were a couple missile corvettes, missile boats basically. And you know what? They were armed to the teeth. So Israel's not chopped liver.
Oh no, they're not. Yeah, he was talking. He was probably pro-Israel, but he meant out of who's involved right now, or who could be involved shortly. That Middle East area, he's talking about the Middle East, basically.
Let's see. Where did Tough Guy and all these guys go? They all fell asleep. So what's next on the agenda? I don't really have any interesting.
So we're obviously a proxy to that. It's like, Iran, like in Ukraine, forever we're expecting Russians not to realize we're a proxy to that, and we just act like they won't notice.
Right.
Well, hold on. I think we all know Russia knows what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, if they knew before we thought they would know. It's like we have idiots that they won't notice. They can't tie us to this.
I had no idea that like Russia doesn't know what's happening, and they're just clueless, and they're just randomly thinks that like Putin just woke up one day and was just like, oh, you know what? I'm going to go to war with Ukraine. Like the only people that think that are the stupid people.
No, I think NATO invaded Ukraine. I don't think Russia invaded Ukraine.
Like, again, the people that think that are people that have absolutely no knowledge of the world. Like no one with any sense of the world can just believe that Putin woke up one morning and was like, I'm just going to go into Ukraine. Like,
no, they don't have any understanding of that at all.
Like
this has been 30 years, 40 years, 50 years in the make. I mean, Jesus, we want to really take it back hundreds of years like Putin was talking about. But as far as NATO's involvement in that area, like since the Cold War, basically, And the whole thing was Russia was like, don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. And we said, yeah, we won't come any closer. Then we went closer over and over again. We broke 30 treaties with Russia over the last 4 or 5.
Yeah, I was just exactly. I was just gonna say that, like, people, a lot of people.
What are you saying? American man, you just dropped off somehow.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah,
forgot
a lot
to
of
pay,
people, a
probably
lot of
forgot to
people
pay the
don't
cable bill.
understand, right? A lot of people don't understand. Well, I'm just reading Latinos for Trump comment
Oh, really?
come up, and if he has any pushback, he can come up.
There. Oop. Uh-oh. Fight.
But I don't know what he means, because he says "and
Wait,
they."
y'all are allies, Latino and American.
Yeah, I don't listen, right? See, here's where you guys get it wrong. Latino for Trump could say something that I disagree with. It doesn't mean that we need to pick up guns and go to war. It just means that we're going to disagree on this point, and we still understand the other 90 out of 100% that we agree on. That's it. Now, I know, Stanley, you don't understand that, but that's how it works, right? Yeah. So, like, listen, this whole proxy war that we're in, this has been going on for a long time. I actually think if you have not paid attention, right? Vladimir Zelensky is an actor. Donald Trump is an actor, and so is Macron. They are actors, right? And so I think
I didn't know anything about Macron, but
I
knew the other.
I think the West, right? I think the West had an agenda to put actors forward. I think Trump ruined it because he went his own way. Trump went too far left, right? A lot of people would say he went too far right. Trump actually went too far left. If I'm
I don't think he went too far right. He used to be a Democrat, but then he came to his senses.
No. Trump is actually the true Democrat. I don't think people realize that, and I get a lot of pushback for saying this.
You mean like an old school, like Democrat, like Kennedy style? You mean
You
that
look
kind
at
of Democrat?
policies, Trump is a Democrat. Like, when you truly look at his policies, he's a Democrat. Trump
Like
doesn't
classical liberal, like classical liberal. But yeah,
Yes.
oh, yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
He doesn't push any of those right-wing things that people
No, I
try
don't
to
think he's
pretend like
hardcore
he
right
does.
wing at all, man. I never
A
thought
lot
he
of
was
his
like
policies were Democrat.
Never saw
Right.
Trump as some hard right, far right, or
Nowhere near. When you look at the policies, Trump is a Democrat. He always has been his entire life, and he governed as a Democrat. But because a lot of people are propagandized by the media, and they're mouth breathers, smooth brain mouth breathers, they just go with what they're told by people, right? And now I can ask Stanley, right? How many Trump speeches did Stanley listen to?
When?
Of actually just listening to Trump himself. And
This year?
Not. He's got his news from Trump from MSNBC.
Oh, whoa. I've listened to probably 20 Trump rallies this year.
No. I'm talking about how many debates, like before you came here.
Debates. Oh yeah, I literally don't have cable. If I ever watch
if you don't have cable, then you're not listening to the Trump debates.
They're all online.
Man, one of the best Trump in action things I've seen was when he was.
You do realize, and who told? Wasn't it you who told me this? Trump has a YouTube channel.
No, I didn't tell you that. Trump himself
He
does that.
literally has a Donald J. Trump. Here, let me. I'll show it to you.
I think I've saved that
channel.
He's not
But the thing is, right? These people don't listen to Trump, just like they don't listen to Biden, right? When you tell them listen to Biden, and when you ask them what did Biden himself say, they're gonna tell you what the pundits said. Biden says, because they don't listen to their own side. They listen to the pundits.
Yeah, the pundits are worthless, and not beyond worthless. They're enemies. I mean, they're part of the whole mind warping agenda thing.
Right. So,
one of the best things I've ever seen Trump do, like in action. When there was this thing, you can probably look it up on YouTube still. When Trump was president, all presidents, when they're in their presidency from America, in their film, and they go to some UN like meeting with all the other nations in the UN, and everyone gets a chance to speak from all the big player nations. And Trump was up there, and what was great about it is, out of the delegates from different countries of the UN, you could tell exactly who was with the quote unquote new world order death agenda versus who was just for human rights. And
right. Look, now
he was talking about go ahead.
now, Stanley, right? You knew Trump had a YouTube channel. I did not know that.
Right.
I did not know that. Listen, right? Stanley.
I actually just found out about it.
Stanley pretends to be more dumb than he actually is. Stanley's a very wise man.
No, someone here told. Damn it! It'll take me a second. Someone here told me about it because I've been doing. It was 12th Man who told me. Believe it or not. Because I usually go to RB, whatever the real broadcast, RBN.
Yeah. RBN. I was actually on RBN.
Yeah, using the Donald Trump channel, watching his speeches will never get struck.
But
I saved his channel, but I don't really watch it because all his speeches are elsewhere, and that's all he does on his channel. He just puts his speeches, which are elsewhere. I expected him to deliver personal messages on that channel. Then I realized he's not going to do that. So,
he's got Truth Central or Truth Social.
Hold on. Yeah. Hold on, right? It's not actually Trump running this channel.
Oh yeah, never. He's got staff to do that.
Yeah, so it's just to show his speeches. It's YouTube, right? You're never gonna get that.
Now, I had the speech from today queued up. Tropes wants to look at this Syria article from the LA Times, and if you want to watch Trump afterwards, we can do that.
No, I think it's kind of too late to listen to Trump.
But that UN thing Trump did, it was when he was just talking about human rights and human needs and wants. Like basically people over the world just want to be not threatened and under threat of death and just want to work and go to school. And he was just saying all that shit. And then you could see the different delegates from different countries' faces. It's like all the New World Order agenda delegates were like scowling, and all the normal people were like, yeah, that makes sense. Nice. It was crazy, man.
All right, so we will look at this. Let me blow this up a bit.
Do you see what the top of that article says? Can you read that for me, Stanley?
In Syria, militias armed by the in Syria part?
Yes, the headline.
In Syria, militias armed by the Pentagon fight those armed by CIA. That's interesting.
Is it? I mean, what type of anyone ever asked themselves what type of article is like? What type of headline is that?
Well, wait. You asked Tropes. He brought it to my attention.
I just read
I'm just
doing
crazy.
What? But
I'm
do you
just
know what the problem is?
Tropes' bidding.
You know what the problem is? Like this, we could think, yes, Lawrence, Trump is going to win. Do you know why? A lot of people are going to secretly vote for Trump because this whole Kamala thing, right? Listen, she can't, as much as she would like to detach herself from Joe Biden, she can't.
And the title of this article just demonstrates whether it's true or not, but it is true in a way, in the sense that we, America, our interest, we want a damn hornet's nest there. We just want to keep the hornet's nest going for some reason.
Right. If Kamala ran in 2028, she would be capable of detaching herself from Joe Biden. But it's too close. You can't detach. Like you are literally in his administration in this moment, and you're telling us like, no, when I finally get hired, I'm gonna do it so much better. And it's like, but you did nothing. Like it's a weird thing. But anyway, right? Here's the reason why. Here's the reason why this is not surprising. The way the Biden administration left Afghanistan, and I said this, and no one, of course, because I'm just a guy on YouTube, and I can't read, and I'm an idiot, and I don't know anything, right? All they did by leaving all that artillery there was create the next terrorist 20 years down the line.
Oh, the next war. I mean, $80 billion worth. China got tons of it. I'm sure it was right there next to them.
All they did was create the next war. That was it. It was another 20 years line.
That sounds like job security.
Yeah, exactly, Stanley.
Really,
yes,
really, you're correct. You're correct, Stanley. Job security. That's what they did.
Yep. Suicidal job security. I mean, the expense of even their lives, possibly. Well, no, they can have underground bunkers to go to, but everyone else, like us, or everyone in those countries, especially.
See, but that's why. But that's how I know Stanley is not as dumb as he presents. He just has to stay.
You're correct.
Other than that, Stanley is actually a smart guy.
Well, this is actually an Obama problem, not a Biden problem.
Yeah, it's a decades problem.
Yeah,
half a century.
And by the way, actually, Trump would be president at that point in 2016, correct?
What, in 2016? What are you talking about?
That's the date of the article.
Depends whether the election happened then or not. It was 2016. I don't know what.
No, you're right. It's Obama, not a Biden. And
Biden.
Tropes basically wanted. Tropes, do you want me to read this?
Here's the thing, right? It's always the next war, right? It's always about the next war. Here's what Obama did. He did job security. You pointed it out, Stanley. It's job security. That's all it is. America's been doing this for years. This is nothing new. Been going on.
Yeah. Yeah, they're scum. Our leaders are, most of them are scum.
Right, but that's the thing. When Trump says no more wars, he interferes with this problem right here.
That's why they freaking want to crucify him.
Got
Yeah,
control.
they're threatening their livelihood. He's threatening their livelihood, man.
Is
The
you're
whole
not
bunch.
going to leave us with a war 20 years from now. You're an asshole.
Exactly. Yeah.
Threatening job
That's
security.
constant war. Isn't it funny how during Trump's whole term there are no new wars started? Not many sparks of any kind. He killed that one Iranian leader towards the beginning, and then that seemed to calm things down because he led through strength. He was like, everyone was like, okay, let's not start anything. Trump.
Did he end any wars?
No, we didn't end them, but we didn't get any new ones. That's huge.
Well, hold on.
Because
Hold on.
Let's get a new ones every week.
When you ask, did he end any wars? You just can't abruptly pull out of a war. Pulling out of a war is actually a long-term process.
Biden did. And actually, it was a wind down, which Trump was supposed to have started.
Stanley, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Sure I am.
Stanley, you're wrong.
Okay. I hear you.
Can we play the Stanley clip? You're wrong. Right? You're wrong, Stanley.
Stanley's not going to play the Stanley clip.
Stanley's not going to play the Stanley clip. But here's the thing, Stanley, you're wrong, right? Biden actually came in and already saw the withdrawal that Trump had started and just decided I could speed this up, right? And made a mess of it. But it was already happening. But it's a long-term thing. There's no military, right? And that's why I say you're disingenuous, Stanley, because you're smart enough to know that there is no military or country that could just abruptly leave a war. It doesn't happen like that.
That's why the Afghanistan withdrawal was so terrible, because it had been in the process for months and probably years of slowly withdrawing. Because you got to do it in a disciplined way. You have to like pull out slowly and do certain things. And then just one day, Biden's like, everybody out. You got freaking Afghans hanging off of plane wheels and shit. And then you have a suicide bomber kills 13 of our dudes.
Yeah, Stanley knows that. He's been in the military. Here's the thing. I would never try to tell Stanley, right? He's been in the military, but I know for a fact Stanley knows there's no abrupt withdrawal and everybody out tomorrow, right? Unless it's like a controlled small area. But a big war like Afghanistan, no, it doesn't work like that.
Well, no. You'd have to draw it down over probably take a year to get out of there completely.
That's what I'm telling you. It takes time to get out of there. But that's why I say, Stanley, right? A lot of the things you do is pretend, and I know it. A lot of the things you pretend, right? Because you're a sensible guy. I know it, right? And so, but I let you be because I understand you have to do your thing.
Yeah, Stanley's pretty sly. He's sly, Stanley.
We the fat couple. Interesting.
But Stanley, right? I'm just a plumber. I play in shit water. That's what I tell everyone. That's it.
Toilet man.
The toilet man. That's it.
Apparently, Ralph Nader's niece is running for Congress.
Well, that's not surprising, isn't it? Isn't it always the?
She looks kind of cute.
Really? Can we see her?
Nah, she's old.
Ralph Nader got his fame from writing that book called "Unsafe at Any Speed," trying to get muscle cars banned and shit. He hated rear-wheel drive, high-powered American cars. He's like, these are dangerous. Nobody should drive this. We're globalists, and we want everyone to drive freaking 3-cylinder top speed horsepower, 50 horsepower.
Stanley, don't you like a Tulsi Gabbard? Tulsi Gabbard is hot.
Oh, I mean,
she's my favorite, sort of lefty. She's not even as lefty. She used to be.
Gabbard, I don't think I actually, I don't know. She doesn't strike me as a leftist, and you know what?
No, I said she's becoming less leftist as time goes on. She's very mid. Yeah.
No, she's a moderate now, but Tulsi Gabbard is not. Like, that's an older woman that I would like be okay being seen with. If I had
Wait
to
till you
be
see her without her makeup, or when her skin is all pocked. Oh man, it's got pits all over it. But from far away, she is pretty. Yeah.
Who's this?
Tulsi Gabbard. If you look at her from far away, she's a pretty good-looking woman. But like if you see her close up or without the right light,
have you seen her?
Not in person, but on video, you can tell she probably used to have bad acne when she was a teen or something, man. Like she got that.
I don't know. If she said, "Hey, come hither," I'd probably come hither.
Well, that's what cosmetics are for, man. That's they do wonders.
I don't know. I think Tulsi Gabbard might be a little more natural than we think, but I could be wrong, and I'm open to being wrong. Maybe I'm just.
No, I like her as my radar says she's a good person and she means well and loves America. That's my basic radar on her, and her style is a little. I mean, she's more like I used to be, more classical liberal, but the insane far left pushed me to feel more right. But like back when I was registered Democrat since I first registered to vote because I didn't know shit, and I was like, John F. Kennedy, I think, as far as I know, that guy was cool, and that seems cool, so I'm going to be a Democrat. Then I just said it and forget it. And during Obama, I was like, wait a minute, this guy's doing some shit that's insane. I don't think I'm such a Democrat anymore. So I switched the party when I got my driver's license. I said, make me an independent. So I'm currently registered independent. Then I voted for John McAfee in 2016 because I didn't know shit about Trump, except he was like this real estate mogul who like had a TV show and went to wrestling events, and then Trump got elected, and because I thought it was a foregone conclusion. I thought Hillary's going to win. When I heard Trump won, I laughed my fucking ass off. I was like, all right, good. At least it's not Hillary. Then 4 years later, I was like, damn, Trump did a fucking good job. So I voted for Trump in 2020. And they fucking stole it. I got to take a piss. I'll be right back.
I don't know, Stanley. I think this is the only this is the longest you and I have gone in the last couple of weeks without extremely arguing with one another.
Well, my goodness.
I know.
Let's start a fight.
I was getting ready to say, we can't break tradition now. Come on.
we can smear Opana. Talking about Tulsi Gabbard. Y'all can fight over Tulsi.
I don't know. I don't want to smear. You know what? I actually like Opana, so I don't know. I can't engage in that.
Well, I guess we have found something to disagree about. There is nothing.
Yeah, the news cycle's been slow.
Yep.
After the debate and JD Vance mopped the floor with that weirdo, no one wants to talk about it.
That was your take?
Well, that's actually the take on all the polls. So you're the one.
Yeah, but he did better. I haven't seen anybody, pretty much just say that that Walz did horrible.
Yeah, I mean,
he is controlled. That's why
you're not dumb, but ultimately,
hey, you know what? You want someone, a first-time like national candidate to be controlled.
Yeah, I don't know. Like Tim Walz was trash in that debate. He didn't do anything.
I don't think he was trash.
He just got.
Matter of fact, I actually think he held his own. Especially with that, did Trump win the 2020 election, or did he lose, or whatever the question was? He stopped JD Vance in his tracks, and you know what? If that is the only little victory, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you'll take it, right? But you know, the truth is that he didn't do anything.
Lost.
You know, the truth is he had to take the L. Like he just looked stupid standing up there. And I commend JD Vance for taking it easy on him. Because Vance is
JD Vance did? Well, thank goodness. JD Vance is so gracious.
Yeah, he did. He was gracious to him. He took it easy on him. He said, you know what? This guy is not a formidable.
Tim Walz is forever grateful. And when Tim Walz is vice president, maybe they'll have tea.
He said, this guy is not a formidable candidate, and so I'm not going to slaughter him. And I have no problem with JD Vance doing that.
I thought Tim Walz put a good faith effort in, so I respect him for that. He fucked up a few times, like
showed
up shooters.
Respect him.
Okay. He didn't do great. He didn't fall flat on his face, and that's pretty much all I expect.
You respect him for showing up.
No, I expect him for asking that question.
Okay, what about him claiming he was in China?
I think I don't know what to make of that.
Do you respect him?
He was in China, but he said he was in at Tiananmen Square.
Stanley, at some point, can you just say, yeah, he lied? We should move on from.
I think he got his dates mixed up. I'm going to take him at face value.
And that's the problem with you people.
I take Trump at face value.
No.
Except the part that he won.
You take.
Did you? Oh, by the way, did you hear Giuliani's been disbarred? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. I'm not surprised. The freaking New York State has been totally commie captured. So of course.
See, I see it a different way. I think all the lawyers who ever worked for Trump have the worst client on earth. And Giuliani, I don't think Giuliani ever even got paid.
I don't know. So
I
many people hate Trump because of his personality. I don't think
could have gone this far without getting paid. But I also, here's the thing, right? I did a job for Trump's tax attorney.
Oh, really?
Trump's not his only client.
Is he in North Carolina?
No. This was when I was in New York. Trump's tax attorney owns a whole floor on a Upper East Side building overlooking the dirty water that New York has in the city. The entire floor.
Right.
A high rise.
I think there's so much hate for Trump because of just his personality, but means the least to me as far as voting for somebody, because to me I'm more concerned about policy. I don't really care about their personal life or their personalities, the way they come off. I just care about how effective in the sense the way they come off on the world stage. He projected power, which was good, so his personality worked in that favor. But I mean, I didn't even really care when I heard Clinton cheated on his wife. I was like, that's really none of our business. Who gives a shit about that? I mean, that's between the family, like him and Hillary and Lewinsky.
Well, that's the difference between Democrats and Republicans. The Democrats are a feelings-based,
exactly, yes,
party. Now, they weren't always that way. Now they are. And so they go based on feelings. And so when they look at their candidate, they want to say, well, how do I feel about him? Right? That's first and foremost.
The stuff that offends people about Trump makes me laugh. I think he's funny.
No, I think that going back to your thing about, I think character actually matters. And I know the Republicans have someone like Jack Kemp, who, is every bit as competent, or actually more competent than Trump, and of much higher caliber as far as character.
Yeah, Tropes, I saw that video. That's a crazy ass video.
Well, I also think that there are more high caliber and characteristic people that have high character than Tim Walz and Kamala Harris.
You know what? Trump isn't one of them, though.
Especially Tim Walz, right? What is Tim Walz producing?
What is Trump producing?
Men walk around with tampons up your butt. I don't know what that guy.
How do you know he walks around with tampons up his butt? Are you putting them there?
I didn't accuse him. Listen, I didn't accuse him of that. I'm just saying. What is he?
He let the commie kitties burn down his city, and then he
so what? He wasn't mayor; he was governor.
He's he told the police to light people up with rubber bullets or paintballs when they were on their own damn porch outside their house, because of COVID.
You can blame him for all that.
Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
Blame away, folks.
Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
Please do.
Why are you gay?
Why am I what?
Why are you gay?
Oh, I'm not gay. I'm just right.
If you are voting Democrat in 2024 and you claim yourself to be a straight man, I think you are gay.
You know what? You think about it much too much. What kind of fox are you?
Not a fox at all.
American fox?
American fox. I'm an American fox. I'm not a fox at all. I'm just an American man. That's it.
Yeah, okay.
Living in all my white privilege and enjoying every moment of it.
You have earned your white privilege for sure.
Look at the white privilege in Asheville, North Carolina right now.
Well, those are liberals, so
are they? I didn't know that. I thought it was like a hillbilly kind of scene there.
Oh, Asheville's a nice city, or was.
Well,
yeah, I heard it's pretty. Yeah.
But it's very liberal, right? It's very, very liberal, and so
people that live in the mountains and stuff, they live,
and they had to be white.
They might be liberal in the city. I guarantee you, back in the holler, they're not.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I took it. I thought Asheville was a lot of Appalachian type terrain and sparse, scattered
it was
houses.
Outside of the city.
You know what's funny, Stanley? Yesterday, right? I did a job in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And Chapel Hill is mostly liberal. That's where you have a lot of your colleges. That's where the main, UNC, right? Yeah, I think it might be the main UNC.
Uh-huh.
I could be wrong, Stanley. Don't quote me. I could be wrong. But either way, it's very liberal, right? Everywhere you go, liberal, liberal, liberal.
Well, that whole research triangle is.
Yes. Right. And so I did a job, but it was out in the countryside of Chapel Hill, right? And so there was a certain area where you see now there's a certain place where liberals live in the country. And then I drove probably a mile and a half down the road. And here's what I realized is that your liberals own the smallest land. And then when you got to where you started seeing your Trump signs, you know what you realize? These are people that own so much land. And it was almost weird because it was just like you fall into it. You see Tim Walz signs, and the next thing you know, you just see Trump signs.
I'm just trying to picture the type of people that have a Tim Walz sign in their yard. Oh my God!
And it's interesting. These are your average racists. Now, but here's the thing for me, right? It's weird because you just kind of fall into it, like you don't expect it, right? You're just driving. You see Tim Wall. You see Harris and Walls, and then you might drive for about a quarter of a mile and see nothing, and then all of a sudden you see Trump Vance signs, and you're like, wow, it's just that close, and all these people coexist.
Yeah, I mean that's how it should be, though. We're freaking Americans, so I mean, you're allowed to vote for who you vote for. I mean, it's not. I mean, you just have a different political persuasion opinion, but it might be insane. But if you're raised on mainstream media, it can lead you to that, which most people are. The masses are asses. Most people are fucking morons, man.
Yes, Lawrence, I'll take American Hound Dog. But it's funny. It's funny because when you look at the amount of land between them, how it works is that the Trump people, they own double, 3, 4, 5 times the Kamala Walls people.
Yeah, well, probably because they know physical, tangible assets like land or gold or silver or fine art or cars, instead of just vapor in the digits on the screen or actual real wealth, which is smart because they, except for cars maybe, but the rest of the stuff lasts and it will always be valuable. Pennsylvania's like that. I live in central Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, if you look at it like a red and blue way they describe things, Pennsylvania's whole middle is red, and it's Philadelphia and Pittsburgh on the far east edge of the state and the far west edge of the state are blue. But all the damn people live in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, so they override almost the entire middle of the state. It's red. It's crazy.
Atlanta and Georgia is somewhat like that. As a matter of fact, Atlanta, Macon, Savannah, and I think Augusta are the 4 largest cities. And I know Savannah's blue. I know Atlanta's blue. And, Macon might be because there are a few colleges there. But just Atlanta and Savannah is probably enough to those two might be enough, might have enough voters to actually equal the rest of the state. And if Macon or Augusta, both are college towns, those are enough to pretty much counter Republican voters. I still don't think Georgia's that purple though. Tropes dropped this off. It's some sort of Trump roast.
Yeah, that is funny, man. Yeah, I saw that. They were just joking around, but it was fucking pretty creepy to watch. You should play it.
Okay.
This is from like 10 years ago or more than that.
You're really beautiful.
No, it's from like
a woman
20
that
years
looks
ago. Or
like
30
that
years.
has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
Giuliani?
Yes.
I like that.
This may be the best of all.
Oh, jeez. This people.
Oh, you dirty boy! You. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
You can't say I didn't try.
Oh,
They were
I don't
fucking
even,
around, but
I don't
it is
even know what
creepy
to
to
think
see.
of that. American Man, thoughts? I bet he's whacking off.
I think he had a stroke.
Oh, that's more than strange. That's foreboding. I don't think Georgia's a swing. Well, Georgia, they say Georgia's a swing state. I don't think it's that purple. It's a battleground state. Maybe not so much a swing state. It, obviously Democrats can win.
Well, a lot of the whatever you call it, the swing and all that has to do with, it's almost racial.
It is.
I don't mean to sound racial. For some reason, it's like the Democrats over time, God knows how, because they started the Ku Klux Klan, have gotten black people.
Yeah, but you know what?
People
Democrats started the Ku Klux Klan, but there have been like party switches at least twice. For blacks voted Democrat for Franklin Delano Roosevelt in big numbers. I don't remember if it was a majority, but enough to get him elected. And then in 1964, Martin Luther King was in jail, something like that. Actually, it was 63. And Martin Luther King and Martin Luther King Sr. were going to vote. They were going to vote Nixon. And
Republican. Yeah, I've heard of that.
They wound up voting for Kennedy, or at least Junior wound up voting for Kennedy, because Kennedy actually got him out of jail, interceded, and kept up, checked on his wife and children. Nixon, they were trying to get Nixon to do it, and for some reason he didn't. And he basically he might have won. I'm sorry, I said 64. I meant 60.
Yeah, in modern times in major metropolitan areas, it's like somehow over time the Democrats have gotten most, which is all it takes, of the black population to believe we have to vote Democrat. The Democrats for black people. And
no, I can tell you why black people don't vote for Republicans, because Republicans tolerate racists. Democrats do, but not quite in the same way, and they're a lot less prideful, or they don't peacock as much about it. When you're having Nick Fuentes and Kanye West, for that matter, over for Thanksgiving dinner, not a good look in the black community.
Is Kanye West a racist against black people?
You know what?
Black.
I don't know what he is other than crazy, but I know Nick Fuentes. I
don't think he's racist. Nick Fuentes, I think he's just
he's anti-Semite for starters. He is a lot of things.
He's a shit talker, so he touches on these things and jabs at them because it pisses people off. He's like a provocateur.
You know what? Black people don't have to vote for people who tolerate provocateurs.
Yeah, I mean, well, provocateur and a racist are different things. I don't think
no, he's a straight out racist.
Black people only have to vote.
Okay, I don't know too much about him. I just don't see that as far as what little I know about him.
Quite frankly, I think Trump's a straight up racist.
Kathy Hochul.
Oh my
Kathy
God.
Hochul said black kids don't know what computers are.
I'm not saying Democrats aren't racist. I'm saying Trump is. And you know what? I hate to be persnickety about it, but anyone who tolerates a racist is a racist.
Then you're a racist, Stanley.
Pretty much everybody in America, in one way, shape, or form, is touched by racism. You know what? We're all racist because we grow up in a racist country.
Oh, man.
Stanley, do you know why? You voted for Joe Biden
Because America was founded as a racist country.
because you voted for Joe Biden.
That turned everybody racist.
You almost made me think, like, what does racist actually mean? Is it noticing differences, or is it like hating?
Racist basically is judging someone, much like Martin Luther King said, on the color of their skin versus the quality of their character.
Or treating someone
when you meet a black guy, he's got low IQ, or he lives in the ghetto, or as it used to happen, you go to a school and you say you're a black guy at Harvard, black kid at Harvard. You will literally get asked, and there are plenty of firsthand accounts of people just assuming you're there because of affirmative action. And I have to say, even though I disagree with getting rid of affirmative action, Clarence Thomas was right about one thing. You're not going to be able to say, go to my son and go, hey, you're here because of affirmative action. Affirmative action doesn't exist. So that's one thing I have mixed feelings about it. But Clarence Thomas is right on that specific account.
Yeah, well, people would make those kind of assumptions are just kind of like low information. They haven't met anyone. They just hear.
Welcome to America. We all are low information.
Not all of us. I think most people on this panel and show more high information than.
I, as a black man, am not going to quibble over what's prejudice and what's racism. And by the way, prejudice and racism are not equivalents. Racism is systemic. Racist, you meant prejudice and racist, not racism. Racism and racist, two different things.
Oh boy, I'm already lost, man. See, that's why I don't get any.
I have books.
I'm sure you do.
Field Sister, Racecraft. Everybody should read it. And as a matter of fact, the Field Sisters, I don't know, you guys, American Man, have you ever heard of Sheila Mason?
No, sir. Enlighten me.
She is someone I actually, used to know. I haven't talked to her in probably a year or two. She is a professor up at, I think it's SUNY Buffalo, or one of the state universities. She's a professor. Howard PhD, by the way. But she basically, and if you go out on YouTube and type in Sheila Mason, she used to have a channel, and I haven't seen or heard from her in a while. But she has developed a, quote, theory of racelessness. And she's fairly conservative. She basically, I will be hyperbolic and say her thing is that if you stop talking about race, racism will disappear.
Like Morgan Freeman said, just stop talking about it.
I think they are both naive.
Magic.
Ignoring something does not make it go away. And people should
It's
know
willfully ignoring something. He's not ignoring, like, he understands. Morgan Freeman's not dumb. Like, he's just
willfully.
He's just saying
That's a widely held belief.
I don't. You know what? Oh, I don't even feel like going on the diatribe. I'm just kind of tired.
Okay.
But the bottom line is America, and Florida is the perfect example. If people actually knew some of the details about American history, reparations wouldn't be that hard to get. Patriotic education basically wants to take the details out of American history. We'll only learn the highlights. And I think we're raising ignorant kids ignorant of American history.
I think we should learn everything. Kids should learn everything. They shouldn't censor anything.
Governor DeSantis disagrees.
Okay,
Come on now,
follow him.
Stanley.
Oh no, I literally think that DeSantis is anti-education.
Stanley, that's the dumbest thing you said today.
You know what? Then I'm just dumb.
Well, I'm here in Florida,
The
Stanley. So
one thing I'm not dumb about is American history.
I can tell you this:
The dumbest thing you've
there's
ever.
nothing. I don't care what the school says. I don't care what the school does. There's nothing stopping me from teaching my kids what I want them to learn.
I agree with that. I think that learning definitely does start at home. It should be the anchor point in school. You know, school is important, but you know, some of the finer points. You know, you help with homework, you know, you interact with the teacher, that sort of stuff.
Mhm.
But I don't believe in banning books. I never censored what my son read. I literally never censored his phone, never censored his computers. If he has questions, he should come ask me. That was basically how I've raised him.
Yeah, but what he censored wasn't just history books. It was like CRT
Oh, I know
teachings and
CRT stuff. There are a lot of lessons that are based on CRT, but CRT itself is not taught in K through 12, and a lot of times even undergraduates aren't exposed to it. The books in the library, you know, that are age appropriate, I think as long as they're age appropriate, they're fine in the library. I don't really care what the subject is. Now there are limits. I mean, there's some things that shouldn't be in a say an 8th grade library. I agree with that. But if
We showed him on here.
if it's age appropriate, I don't have a problem with it. It should stay.
well, going back to the point that you made, Stanley, I jumped on here to agree with you on if you claim not to be racist but you tolerate other racists, then that automatically makes you racist.
In my opinion, I'm not saying everyone should think that way. It's how I think.
No, I agree with you because it's my husband grew up in Polk County. I don't know if you know anything about Florida. So Polk County.
Hold on one sec. Phoenix Fish, only SKC, and you may think he's proven me wrong about CRT. SKC has no clue what he's talking about 3/4 of the time. So you think he proved me wrong? SKC probably thinks he proved me wrong, but the last thing SKC ever wants to do is get in a one-on-one debate with me. You know it.
I'm pretty sure you will take it on, Stanley.
I don't back down from the likes of SKC. He's not.
You know what?
So Stanley, are you willing to debate SKC?
Tell him Stanley said this. He'll know. He'll know that.
Stanley, are you willing to debate SKC?
I don't debate, but sure as shit I will. He doesn't know what the
Guess
hell.
what? Guess what? Stanley, if you notice something about me, right? I stand alone everywhere.
Well, SKC is formidable, but he doesn't know enough.
Right? And you say that here, but
I've said it. Phoenix Fish, have I not said this? Have I not said it to SKC to his face?
Are you willing to debate SKC?
Anytime.
Okay.
I have debated SKC. This isn't a new thing. I have literally been on his channel, American Man.
Well, going back to Polk County.
Phoenix Fish, I know you were there. I know you think you knew what you saw. SKC, I don't even know. Half the time, SKC doesn't know what he's talking about, let alone.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with that, and I'm going to discredit what Stanley just said as liberal psychobabble.
Discredit it. I don't need your validation, American Man. You know this,
Stanley.
You know I don't need your validation.
No, you do.
Oh, I don't.
I like.
As a matter of fact,
I actually have to validate you.
Please disavow even knowing me. I don't need your validation.
I have to
I know
validate.
what I know. I know what SKC knows, for that matter.
You know what SKC knows.
Shit, and if SKC were here right now, I would talk shit to him. And you know,
Maven.
Clue comes on. Who knows I'll talk shit? SKC is a dime store version of Thomas Sowell.
I mean,
Thomas Sowell's a genius.
Stanley, you're
hoping this gets back to
every liberal that has ever spouted anything. So I don't know if you should get into like trying to make those equations.
American man, you're not in my league.
And this is not. This is just.
You can talk all the shit. You can talk as deep a voice as you want, but we know the truth.
Yes, and the truth is, Stanley, is that you're just not that smart.
Oh, you know what? I want you to think that.
You're just not that smart. Like
you know what? I'm not your type of smart.
You're just a robot babbling liberalness.
You know what?
I fear
You're
no
a robot babbling liberal ideologies. That's all you do.
You don't fear black conservatives. I think black conservatives are a joke.
And I think black Democrats are cocksuckers.
Hey, you know what?
Hey, Stanley, do you think Larry Elder is a white supremacist?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you think Larry Elder is a white supremacist?
Hold on. No. Let's get to it, right?
Elder is just
weird.
Right?
I think black Democrats.
Wait, hold it. Let me talk to. I
think black. No, Stanley, you're not going to be able to get away from it.
Larry Elder is weird. That's what
I. They called him a white supremacist. He's not white.
I mean,
oh, you can be a white supremacist and not be white.
Stanley,
really?
If by weird you mean his legs look a little skinny, I
mean his face looks a little weird. His behavior is weird. His speech patterns are weird. His show is weird.
But does that make him a white supremacist?
There is nothing about Larry Elder that is normal.
Well, Stanley, some would say there's nothing about you that's normal.
Hey, you know what? I accept that criticism.
Right. Some would say there's nothing about you that's normal, Stanley.
You know, which part of I accept that criticism can't you bear?
No, I get it.
There's other black people besides him. The media and the leftists have called white supremacists for just talking sensible, normal shit.
Here's the deal, and people like SKC, they go out and they'll read, like, you know, they will basically use a James Lindsay as some weird form of reading guide. They don't. SKC doesn't have an original thought in his head. Okay, it's all what somebody else has said. It's what Thomas Sowell has said, or James Lindsay. It is all what other people say.
Stanley, do you want to know what's
original thinkers?
Well, Stanley, you see, and this is the genuine critique that I think no one wants to accept, right?
Oh,
Stanley, everything that you say.
Mm-hmm.
I can find a liberal white woman that has said it before you. You're not saying anything.
You better get to stepping.
White woman.
Okay. How many liberal white women have said?
Why. And so
how many liberal white women have said that we are all racist because we all grew up in a racist?
You guys are not saying anything.
Robin DiAngelo is
liberal white woman did not say.
Is weak.
But Stanley, The whole point is that you're not saying anything that liberal white women have not said. You're
Okay, American man, what's your point?
and that's weird.
Okay, so a liberal white woman said it. What's your point? So what?
Is that you're following liberal white women pretending like
Actually
the black
dude,
conservative
I don't follow
is saying
anyone.
something.
You can try all you want.
But you sound like a
Stanley's
liberal white
following.
woman.
Oh, Stanley's following. You know better than that, American man.
No. You see, here's the problem, Stanley. If you actually took the time to listen, you would understand what I'm saying. But you
know what?
You don't need to because you're so educated.
I haven't heard
you just look like a bug dancing puppet for liberal white women.
I'm sure it is a dancing puppet.
Liberal white women,
dancing puppet,
and it's just a buck dancing puppet. That's it.
You are a Thomas Sowell wannabe.
I've never purported to want to be like.
I have watched as much Glenn Lowry as you have. Okay, I know what Glenn Lowry would say.
Do you?
So much Glenn Lowry, I don't even bother watching he and McWhorter anymore because they're repetitive.
They are. I am not going to dispute that. You are correct. They are repetitive.
I actually like Glenn Lowry.
Again, you are correct. They are repetitive. I'm not going to argue that point.
So maybe we all have an originality problem. America's pretty much the same as it ever was. It is better. This is not 1964. I grant you that. It is not 1824. I grant you that. We are miles better than every day is better. However, we're not at a point that we could say, hey, race doesn't exist or racism is still in place. There are plenty of racists, individual racists, enough to be a problem.
Let me tell you the point, Stanley, is that why you think you're separating yourself?
Oh, I don't want to separate myself.
Hold on, Stanley. Let me point this out, right? And I'm sure you're not going to get it because you have gotten to a point where
you're smarter than me, right?
Well, let me tell you this, Stanley, right? No.
I'm listening.
Stanley, no, sir. Right? You're the smartest man that have ever walked this earth.
I'm the smartest man in this conversation.
Well, I mean, emotions make people feel all types of ways. You see, Stanley, that's why I tell you, right? But that's why you enjoy this, Stanley. That's why you do it, because you know who you're dealing with.
Oh, who am I dealing with?
So
I like the all-seeing guy. He's a great guy.
So anyway, Stanley, right? And
yes,
here's the real point, right?
Yes,
I think that the way you think that you're seeing Black conservatives is exactly how Black conservatives are seeing Black Democrats.
Okay,
and right, and so we have the same view of one another. It's just on the other side.
You do realize I have no illusions about what Black conservatives see.
Right, but the whole point is, so when you make statements like this conservative is this and that conservative is that, that's exactly how you're being seen, right? Again,
I don't care.
We see you guys as buck
don't care.
Buck dancing.
See me as you will. See me as I am, disdainful of Black conservatives. See me as I am.
That is the same way that Black conservatives feel.
It does not hurt my feelings. I'm under no illusion.
Right, and it shouldn't hurt your feelings, right? And that's why when you say the things you say, Stanley, you notice I don't get hurt, right?
The reason you don't get hurt is you know I'm right.
Because I don't know. It's just I just know that I know you're like the monkey with the two tongs bouncing around, looking for liberal validation. And so I'm like, this is just a lost.
Wait, hold it. Wait, you said you're implying that I'm looking for liberal validation?
Of course you are. That's why.
Really? How many liberals are in the chat currently?
You want liberal validation. That's it.
How many liberals are in the chat?
Stanley lets his free flag fly. He's a liberal fleek flag, waving it all over the place.
I find liberals boring because they wilt too easily.
Did you say they wilt too easily, Stanley?
Like hothouse flowers.
You see, and that's why I rock.
You do realize I'm very comfortable going into a liberal space and calling them all racist too. I've literally told you that the progressive types, dude, they are literally not much better than MAGA. And to get a progressive agenda, the only way they're ever going to get America to be progressive is to force it, like literally.
Well, the progressives are dumb because they do not.
Don't think MAGA is much smarter.
Progressives are dumb. MAGA is at least 5 years ahead of them because they believe in country.
Years down the toilet.
Because they believe in country and they push country first. But as I said, Stanley, you are a liberal, and so you still have to maintain your position. Like I said, a lot of you, Stanley, is disingenuous.
Really?
Right? But yes, Stanley, you are. You
so
are.
You think I'm being disingenuous when I say America was founded as a racist country? You
Stanley,
think I'm disingenuous?
A lot of you is disingenuous.
You think I'm disingenuous when I say America was founded as a racist country?
Disingenuous, Stanley. Most of you is on that.
Compromised on slavery to the detriment of the country in 1864.
Have to be that guy until Donald Trump disappears. When Donald Trump disappears, we're going to see a different Stanley.
Really?
We're only seeing a Stanley based on Donald Trump being here. We will see.
I have also said Donald Trump is the most American president, probably the most American president, definitely in modern history, if not in history.
Stanley has to stay.
Donald Trump makes Andrew Jackson look like a commie.
Yeah, different brand of Stanley.
He is damn American. He loves America. Yeah.
Hey, he has all the flaws of America as well as some of the benefits.
Disappears, we're going to see a different Stanley. This is
going to be replaced by J.D. Vance
to stay in good graces with the left. All their morons do it. This is who Stanley is.
You know what? I'm sorry. I am projecting an image that you see that just isn't me. It's almost like Star Wars. I'm a Force ghost.
You will be a different person. But I understand, Stanley. You have to do what you have to do. I don't
have to do anything.
And I understand that that's who you people are.
Who people? Oh, my Lord. You think I have partners? Do you think there are many liberals who would sit here and go, yeah,
you're wrong?
Hey, all I'm saying is I know you think I'm disingenuous. I wish I could convince you otherwise. Unfortunately, I can't. So I'm just going to have to live with that.
Well, but I don't hate you or anything for that, Stanley.
Oh, no, I don't hate you either. I just think that, I don't scare easily. And SKC, I'm more scared of you than I am of SKC.
Well, I don't. There's nothing to be scared of. I just think that, you have a role that you have to play and you play it well. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Wait,
but
what's a prison colony? You're talking Georgia? Yeah, it was started as a penal colony. I'm not exactly sure what she's getting at. American Man for 2028 US. Oh, hey, DG. Hey, Dwali. You might as well come up here and hear about the racist country you want to move to. Come on, let's talk America, Dwali. Jill, I have no idea what you're getting at. History? What about history? America was not founded as a penal colony. Georgia was. Australia was. Virginia was basically a company, a corporation, and they sent people from prisons or poorhouses, and every now and again they'd kidnap some kid off the street. Yeah, they came over as indentured servants, but I don't know that you would call the Virginia colony, a penal colony. I've never heard it called that in a history book. Disagree, Jewel. I have a book for you if you'd like to read it. Racism doesn't scare me, buddy. Oh, it shouldn't. So, all-seeing guy, now that I'm done peacocking around, do you have any topics you'd like to discuss? Lee, come on
You
up.
reminded me of a joke I heard since you said peacock. The joke was something like having an argument with a liberal is like playing chess with a peacock. They
very well
knock
be.
over all the pieces, strut about the board, and just squawk that they won, or some shit like that. I don't know. I didn't do it justice.
What did I do? I'll do my phone. And as a matter of fact, I'll find it for you. Amazon.com. Slavery's Constitution. Hold on one sec. I will put the book into the chat. I think this is the one that's basically a history, long story. Let's see here. I guess I put American Man to sleep. I put him in a mental sleeper hold.
Liberals are exhausting. You're a skilled one too, Stanley, so you're pretty exhausting.
I'm gonna definitely have to get some sleep tonight. I'm feeling it. Where is my book? Hey, Lee.
Oh, good evening, gentlemen.
How you doing?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey.
It's been so long since I've read this book. I'm going through my Kindle. Oh, damn it. Let me look at this. Bond us apart.
There's I haven't really come across a book that has like a concise American history, because even at that time, American history could be considered world history. So usually like bits and pieces, and certain authors usually even within history focusing on like an agenda, well, not an agenda, a topic rather, a topic of focus.
Right. I'm going to put these books in the back. It's both of these. Now, this isn't American history as much as Virginia history. And I start with Virginia's history, mainly because of, the 1619, blacks arriving here.
Yeah, that's a good anchor. That makes sense.
Virginia versus, well, number one, Virginia was here 1607. The Massachusetts colony was founded 1620. So, the Virginia colony is younger or older, sorry. And it's very interesting because the Virginia colony, the history is fascinating. If you ever, there's a TV series on HBO. I can't even remember the name of it now, but it was about the Virginia colony. It's just interesting to look at. But
was it Adam something? Adam Smith or something like that?
I'll look it up in just a minute. It was called Jamestown. That's what it was called.
Okay, it was about one of the founding fathers.
No, it was about the Jamestown colony. Remember, Roanoke was like the lost colony of Roanoke, and they, English settled it, and they have no clue what happened to the settlers. They just kind of disappeared. Hold on one sec. Constitution. I'll put 2 books in the back chat. And I can't remember which one is which. One of them, one's called Slavery's Constitution from Revolution to Ratification. And then the other's called Bind Us Apart. And I think it's Bind Us Apart. That's the Virginia colony history. But the thing that's fascinating about Virginia's history is they tried to enslave the Indians that were there. And they weren't able to do it because the Indians could kind of like, they knew the lay of the land and they could just escape and not be found. Okay, so I put those 2 books in the back. Now, there's pretty decent American history books, and they all, the ones I have, I wouldn't go with Howard Zinn, The People's History. It's something you should read after you've actually read, more mainline history books.
Hey, Stanley, Lead, All-Seeing Guy, you guys have a good night. I'm going to bed.
Okay, well, we'll joust again tomorrow.
Good night, American.
Have a good evening.
Sleep well. I'll probably talk to you in the morning.
Yes, sir, we will. Have a great night, guys.
You too. These books should probably be. So what's been going on there, Lead?
Nothing much. Stanley just was in and out today, but then I just heard you speaking. So
yeah, I upset people, especially conservatives, when I go in on them like that. Jewel, Zinn's work is really good, I tend not to like if you go and you read W.E.B. Du Bois's Black Reconstruction. I've just never been real comfortable with a Marxist slant on American history. And it's a great book, but and there's some stuff in there that you won't find in straight line or I quote non-Marxist history books. So it's worth reading. I just wouldn't let it be the first. If you want, say, a kid wanted to read about American history, I wouldn't start them off with Zen. That's more for a mature audience.
Stanley, what's your opinion on Karl Marx?
He had an excellent critique of capitalism. That's pretty much it.
That's it? No, nothing, just his idea.
Good critique of capitalism. He was, and I haven't read all of Capital. They're like several volumes. I guess I had to do that at some point. But, I don't necessarily buy into read as a book and as a critique, it's great. When you start like putting some of these ideas into practice, the only way you're going to get people to do Marxism or even socialism, to any large extent, you're going to have to force them to do it, and that's exactly what the Bolsheviks did.
Why do you
Exactly.
think? Oh, sorry.
Force you.
Why do you think people, especially younger people and people from, this is just my opinion, younger people, older people, people from academia, in your opinion, why do they revere and to an extent almost promote him, almost like a religion sometimes? But why do you, I don't know if you've ever come across that or if you are aware of that.
No. As a matter of fact, there are people like Adolph Reed. I think even to a point, Cornel West.
What is that about? That whole revering of Karl Marx. What is that? What's your opinion on that? It seems odd to me.
My opinion is that class essentialism. There's a fight in kind of like the Black community. There are race essentialists, like I'm a race man, who pretty much want to look at American history and American culture through the lens of race. There are class essentialists who basically say, and they wouldn't call themselves class essentialists, but they want a class first framing of American culture. And basically their idea, the DSA types, is that if you stop looking at America through race, you start looking at it in a class framing, or basically a Marxist framing or a progressive framing. There are different words for it, but it's essentially a Marxist lens. Class will solve race problems because, a large majority of the Black population is, say, middle class, lower middle class, working class. So if you basically solve for class, solve for the working class, you work on lifting people out of poverty based on class, you will automatically help Black people, and you're going to help a lot of white people too. I think that is valid, except they want to basically look at class and ignore race. And America is way more complicated than, just a class analysis. You cannot American culture, in my opinion, is unique in that race has been a formative part of American culture, and you can't just block out or just ignore race and look at class, and there's still going to be race problems. Race is embedded in American culture, and I'm not 100% sure it can ever be solved. Being aware of it is probably the best we can do.
Oh, I definitely agree. Yeah, I just brought it up because you mentioned Marx, and it seems that especially with people from academia, and I say that because I'm not college educated, so what I
Yeah,
noticed
that can be. To be honest with you, it can be a hindrance.
how so?
I think there is a danger of getting under the wing of, say, some Marxist professor or something like that, and seeing things his or her way. I was a science major, so I never really, got deep into all the liberal arts I took was more, the basics of the requirements. Plus, there were some interests I had. I've done a lot of, especially history reading on my own, and kind of formulated, my own ideas. I'm not saying any original ideas, but I have my own viewpoint. I'm not shy about saying, about pointing out America's faults, because they're there. And I think, too many times we just want to gloss over them instead of confronting them.
I think confronting them, that leaves, no room for, how can I say, I'm probably worded it wrong, but at least you're dealing with it head on. You're not acting like it doesn't exist or sweeping under the rug. So if there's
Or
any
just say
potential
it's all
to
in the
heal,
past. Um,
huh?
or saying it's all in the past.
No, it's current.
Racism ended in 1964 with the Civil Rights Bill. That's just not true.
No, it's an ongoing thing. It's current.
Yeah, it's a process.
If you're, trying to hide it or lie about it or downplay it, it doesn't
Or
help.
worrying about hurting white kids' feelings.
Yeah, and calling that CRT. That's why I just asked the I don't mean to cut you off. I just
No.
asked the guy in the chat, fish something. I said, what is CRT? He didn't explain. They think CRT is teaching elementary school white kids about slavery. That's what they think CRT is. And when I learned about CRT, I was taught that Derek Bell is the one that,
Yes.
with race realism, which is within the law field, but also can be applied outside. And I was taught that this was postgraduate stuff, number one, and number two, that you not only was it postgraduate, but it wasn't offered at every college. So
Well,
I remember, I know he taught at Harvard, but
well, he taught at Harvard, and he wound up retiring, I guess, from New York University. He also taught at the University of Oregon because he quit Harvard, mainly because he wanted them to hire
some black teacher, a female teacher, I think,
more black professors or a female black professor, and they were kind of pussyfooting around, so he just quit, and they wound up bringing him back. and then he got pissed off again and wound up at New York University, where that was pretty much the end of his career. The interesting thing is he was actually a civil rights lawyer. He was junior to Thurgood Marshall, but he actually did a lot of civil rights litigation in the South. But the deal with CRT is he didn't call it CRT for starters.
Right. I think he said it was race realism. Is that correct?
It wasn't race realism. It was damn it, what's the term? It was legal. I think it was legal. Is it legal realism? There's a term for it. Hold on one sec. Yeah, it's legal realism. Basically, legal realism says that you can enact race-neutral laws. However, race-neutral laws can still have racial effects, for several different reasons. So his thing was, what? Even if you implement a civil rights bill, where everything is race-neutral, because racism existed, the die is already cast. Some of these laws have disproportionate effects on Black people or certain other types of people. Now, he didn't coin CRT. Someone else called it that. And the
Some people that came after him.
Well, Kimberly Crenshaw was a student of his, and then there have been, Delgado. There are like a ton of different, CRT people these days.
Is she the one that, not to digress too far, but is she the one that coined intersectionality?
Intersectionality. And then Melanie brought up another term that I'd never heard before. Next time they are here, I'll ask about it. But now, of course, I'm going to have a view on CRT. It should have never left the legal academy. It is applied to philosophy, education, all these different branches, probably history too.
Right.
Never. It should have. It's been abused, misused, stretched, and all kinds of stuff. And it has been abused to a point to where it's just easy for people like a James Lindsay to come back and say, "Oh, it's Marxist," or "Oh, it's this or that." I'd have to search.
Anything they don't understand, they dump in that bag.
Well, it's Christopher Rufo. You may or may not have heard of him. He's the one who got this CRT ball rolling. And he literally, there's an interview of him saying, we want all these things we don't like to be associated with CRT. It was a conscious takedown of, a lot of different things that they don't like lumped into one, and then they intentionally demonize it. And it worked, especially in Florida. But I just think that CRT itself has just been bent out of shape. And the funny thing is, Derek Bell literally wanted a separation from Marxism, and basically, he didn't want any part of Western culture. It was his idea. He didn't want Marxist influence or anything like that. You don't need Marx. And I don't think Marx is very effective at dealing with, anything outside of class.
Absolutely. He himself was a racist. So
yep.
And this is I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And I was about to say, this is what I don't understand, because anytime I speak to a person, college educated person from academia, they want to scream and shout about Marx, and I'm like, all this studying you've done about Marx, and you never came across his personal writings, his personal letters with
Well, if
Abel's?
they're an academic, they probably have.
So then why? So then are you think so? You think these people are just denying it, or just like lying, like hiding it?
Well, I don't think they're hiding it as much as, you know, how people will say, I don't care about Trump's character, I care about his policies. It's
Yes.
kind of it's kind of the same thing with it's the same thing with Marx. You know, because of his philosophy and his economic writing and stuff, they're willing to overlook his personal life, which may
I
or may
see.
not be a good thing. I don't know.
I mean, to me, especially black people who are, like that claim to be Marxists and socialists. To me, I think that means something, because and even the ones that I've encountered that know, they'll say, well, it's the idea. So then, which to me, I don't care how good it may be. I don't want any idea from a racist, right? So let's just play
Well,
devil's advocate and say the idea is dated. From what we know of history, it didn't work for them. It was something that he thought about at that time during the industrial age. We live in the technology age. You understand? So
well, yeah, but you gotta be careful. Capitalism, it's changed. There is American capitalism, etc. However, I think Marx is still a very good critique of capitalism. Um, Now, here's the deal. Marx was not a leader; he was a philosopher, an economic philosopher. There are many people, like I think Einstein cheated. All these brilliant people have flaws, of some sort or another. Someone like Donald Trump, who is an actual leader, supposedly a leader of men or a country, I'm a lot less tolerant of character flaws or just bad character than I would be with someone like a Karl Marx. And remember, W.E.B. Du Bois was a Marxist, for all his flaws. And
I wasn't a fan of his.
I am
I'm not to cut you. I'm more of a Garvey guy. If you probably
really,
don't know.
I am not. Um, Probably for obvious reasons. Garvey died poor and penniless of a fever in London. He was basically tossed out of this country after doing time, and he in a way, Garvey's interesting because he was willing, to be cordial with the Klan, for the betterment of Black people. So, I think, in any like major leadership position, like leader of a people, it's hard to, keep your garments clean.
Well, I think people misunderstand what he was doing. Even though I would, my critique of him, I wouldn't have done that. But I think what he was trying to do is say, like, look, we agree that we should be separate.
Right.
I think that's the kind of thing he was trying to do. But I think, maybe some things optically and just whatever are not a good idea. But I kind of understood what he was trying to do. But I mean, it wasn't necessary at that time anyway,
Right.
because it was what it was. So he was just better off just trying to build amongst his group, instead of doing that. But I get it. But even though he even
Well,
though he
I
died the way
actually,
he died, that doesn't mean his the things that he said, the things
oh
that he
right,
stood for. Yeah, that's more so what I'm talking about.
I got you.
Especially during that time period.
Because I'm kind of doing what I'm fussing against. Separate. Not separating the work from the personal life.
Right. I mean, that is hard to do sometimes.
Right.
Because it could be a thing of hypocrisy. It could be a thing of not standing on your word. It could be a thing of maybe this person is not who he is, and his words are not his own. It could be a lot of things. So I think if it's good sometimes when the character, aligns with what the person is saying.
Right.
And as far as somebody's unfortunate end, that's just, something that happens to human beings. We've seen those stories over and over. That's just a human thing. That doesn't, because he wasn't an economist. He tried to promote self-reliance, and that sometimes comes out as being an entrepreneur. But he was by no means an economist. So I think a lot of people hold against him his failing businesses and things like that. But as far as his how can I say, as far as his love for his people and championing their betterment, that's more so when I say I'm a guardian, that's more so what I'm talking about. And that extends through to people like obviously Malcolm X, and so on and so forth. So
Well, I tend, unfortunately, to be a little bit, kind of bookish. And one of the reasons, let's see here. One of the reasons I admire W.E.B. Du Bois is he was actually that good a writer. If you've ever read Black Reconstruction, you'll be kind of like reading along, and then he will turn a phrase that's just like, wow, this guy can really write. So, I tend to like writers, and he
oh,
is
that's fair. That's fair.
he is that.
You know what? And I can honestly say, because of my feelings, which is, maybe honestly, objectively, maybe you can say not even maybe it's bias. So I've disregarded him as far as that. So I think I'll give him a try. Try some of his readings and
if you like
judge it and try
history,
to judge it plain. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
if you like history, I would definitely read Black Reconstruction. It's kind of a long book, but it is history. It is, a history of Reconstruction. Now, again, it's written more or less from with a Marxist slant. He tends to want to equate slaves with workers. I think he might even call them workers, which kind of rankled me a little bit.
I think Marx said something similar in his.
He probably did. I think he wrote about American slavery, but I
Yeah,
can't exactly what. And he
the poverty of
several times.
philosophy. I think that's what it's called. The poverty of philosophy. I believe that's one of
Okay.
his books.
No, I've never read it.
Oh, I believe in that book he spoke about slavery, but he spoke about it in a good way. He basically stated like, America is great and wouldn't be nothing without slavery.
Right. And he wrote I don't know if Lincoln ever wrote him back, but he wrote Lincoln a couple times, I think.
Okay, I wasn't aware. No, I'm lying. I was aware of when he wrote linking. I didn't know it was several times, but I know I read of one time when the Emancipation Proclamation, I think. He wrote them during that time. I'm sorry, what did you say?
I don't remember exactly when. It might have been during the Civil War that he wrote him. I'd have to look it up. But I know at least once and maybe twice he sent letters. I don't know if Lincoln. I actually don't think Lincoln ever responded, but I'm not 100%. It's been probably 30 years since I've thought about it.
Yeah, no. Again, I just brought it up because it's especially in that so-called intellectual circles. It seems, how can I say? It seems like it's like I'm trying to give an analogy to it. It's almost like an ID card, almost like everyone has it. You know, I rarely hear people that have gone to college that don't champion Marx. You know, so it seems
Well,
like
I escaped all that because I was a science major. However, I don't have a problem with Marx as long as he's kept as a critique. When we want to start talking imposing Marxism and into government, problem is the only way you're going to get someone to basically do Marx or communism is to force. And you're not going to turn. And many people, there are the DSA types, the progressives actually do think that at some point, America will have a progressive economic system, and I laugh when I hear them, talk about stuff like that. It'll never happen, not without force.
And why is that? Why do you say it would never happen?
I mean, people aren't going to give up their property.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, people are not going to, redistribute their wealth.
Okay, so what about? Let me rephrase. What about over time? Right? Maybe not. Like next year. What about throughout? Stretch out the time. Like.
Well, the thing is, you'll hear people say that there should be no such thing as a billionaire. That sort of thing. Well, I hate to tell you, you're probably not going to be able to go, hey, we don't want billionaires. We're going to tax the shit out of you. I don't see that happening.
Right. So, so that means it will be basically for the quote unquote proletarian, right? The workers, the worker class, these things.
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
You just said that you're not going to be able to get rid of the billionaires, correct? You're not going to be able
billionaires. Basically, you're not going to be able to tax them enough where you take, the tax money that you might take from a billionaire and redistribute it downward to, working class or poor people.
Right.
It's not to an extent to where you're going to make them not a billionaire and you're going to lift up a bunch of people in the working class. You're just not going to be able to redistribute wealth that dramatically and not have, a revolt.
So that means the whole idea then is somewhat of a fairy tale, like something that's just not based in reality. Right. Maybe
it's a pipe dream. America is really weird in that, you know what? People, one of the reasons Donald Trump is so popular is people think, hey, if I work hard, I might be a Donald Trump. And it's actually one of the reasons, in my opinion, racism, especially in the South, has been able to be, has been able to sustain itself because, back in the day, there was a plantation class, there was a little middle class, but, they were able to, well, an odd thing, and I'd have to go back and research it, but there was talk, there was an idea, maybe it was just an idle thought of actually enslaving poor white trash. And the only reason it never happened or the idea just kind of went away is because the poor white trash up in the hills had guns. You weren't going to come and enslave these people without losing, a ton of blood, a ton of bloodshed.
When was this idea that you speak
I
of?
don't know. Back, probably back in the 1800s. I'd have to find it.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Oh, it happened, and it's in one of these books around here that I haven't read in years. But to keep poor people in line and from revolting against the plantation or the planter class, one of the things they used to do is basically say, hey, you know what? We are skin folk, if not kinfolk, we're skin folk. And you could own your own plantation, basically the American dream. And even the poorest of you are better than Black people. That was, or antebellum, the antebellum South in a nutshell. Hold on one sec here. So, and it's amply documented, you can pick a book. I'm not making this up. And people don't like to hear this sort of stuff, but it existed. And, people will go, well, that was in the past. And my response is, the past doesn't end with a sharp dividing line. History's full of trends. And, it doesn't repeat itself as much as rhyme, but it does rhyme.
What does in your opinion, what does the future with everything that you just said and everything that you know, what does the future of America look like to you if you could surmise it and guess it?
I think it is I think it will change. You know what? I'd have to think about it. I think we will always be getting better. I do not think that, everyone on here getting all wrapped around the axle around immigration. I don't think it's as bad as we want to make it out to be. I think we will figure it out. We always have. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think immigration is going to be our biggest problem. I think parenting, which I keep saying, parenting is our biggest problem. And we complain about Gen Z and all this stuff, and I never understand why, because we raise these kids. You know, if there's a problem with the younger generation and work ethic and all that stuff, it's our fault. They weren't hatched.
No, I agree. I agree with that.
And the genie may be out of the bottle. We may not be able to correct Gen Z or anything, or whatever comes after Gen Z. But at a minimum, we ought to stop whining about it. And the kids we do have, we need to take charge of them.
I agree. Definitely agree.
Okay, I put these 3 books. I put the 3 books in the back chat for you, the links, and then the books I'm talking about. I'm just going to send out to the chat.
I got the first 2.
There should be a
first 2
third.
history one.
The Joe Lepore book, which is just a general history book, kind of like from start to, I forget when it ends, but it's more a general, like a survey, a survey of American history. The other 2 are specific to one is specific to Virginia, the other is specific to the Constitution. And the thing is a lot of this stuff I actually didn't learn in high school or college. Those books I've probably gotten in the past, 10 years.
Yeah, I'm just putting them in my Amazon card.
Yep. And, stuff like this, blacks commit a substantial amount of gun crimes, just saying. Well, that is all true. And, we have to figure out, how to solve, the crime problem. But the one thing that I find disturbing is we don't tend to look at crime in the inner city as a we problem. We tend to look at it as a they problem. And I think that is the wrong approach too. Inner city culture is a part of American culture, and America is a gun culture. So, that there's more violent crime in the inner city while it is a problem, it should not be a surprising problem in a culture that glorifies guns.
You know what's interesting? The people that a lot of people the person rather, that a lot of people try to promote says something very similar to what you just said. Thomas Sowell, he says something very similar to that in one of his books. I think it's something about hillbilly culture or something like that.
Oh yeah, it's white red. What is it? Black rednecks and what is it? It's actually an essay. It's an essay in a book of
right.
I don't know, 2 or 3 essays, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So that book was a half truth. But go ahead.
Well, inner city culture is basically we learned all our bad habits from poor whites.
That's what I'm saying. But he made it seem I never read the book, so maybe not.
Well, it's not a book, it's a long essay, and it's worth reading.
Did it seemed like he was only trying to say, because I saw him on not Charlie Rose. It was I think it's called the Hoover Institute.
Yeah, he's actually a fellow. He's been a fellow at the Hoover Institute forever.
Right. So they interviewed him.
He's been there so long that he is a god at the Hoover Institute.
Yeah. And one of the interviews, they were going over that book, and there was a clip, and he was basically saying, like the redneck culture, the bad culture, or whatever. And I kind of agree with it, but I'm like, it's not just that, because the inner city culture is not. You wouldn't consider that redneck culture, but it's still white culture. What a lot of people don't understand.
Well, I want to say that it is a theory. I don't think I've ever heard anyone else, and I haven't done, I don't do a lot of sociology type reading. I don't know that I think it's a theory. I'm not going to go and say, hell no, he's wrong. But I kind of have some problems with it. It just seems weird that, even if you go into Appalachia, you will be surprised at some of the similarities, that poverty brings. But you don't quite have I think part of the problem with inner city culture is people are stacked up on each other.
That is a horrible problem.
Huh?
I said that's a horrible problem. But also, I was going to say that you don't even have to go to the hills of Appalachia to see poor white people. They're scattered throughout the country.
Yeah, that's true.
You even have places here in New York where you could go and they're living among,
But I think when we talk crime in the inner city, it's almost like white people will go like will say, hey, we know that there's a huge problem in the Black community, and that's pretty much it. It sounds like what they're saying is y'all Black people need to fix your problem.
Yeah.
And it's not a very holistic approach. And I understand the part about, cops are too afraid to go in, or, y'all hate cops, or, BLM and, defund the police. That's why we can't fix the crime. I'm sure all that's true, but it doesn't change the fact that, these inner city places are in American cities. It is in the country. It is an American problem, and I don't see an all hands on deck trying to fix it. And I guess you could say it's a Black problem, but we've been saying that for decades, and it's getting worse.
No, but both things are true. It is a Black problem, and it's also an American problem because Black people here are Americans. And I think that's the problem.
It is.
I think people that are looking at the problem are not really.
When your president is basically saying it's a shithole, we know he's aware of it. What as president is he doing? Same thing with Obama. The bullshit about what did he do for Black people? Well, he did about as much as any other president has done for Black people. Surprise, surprise. I've never understood that, why didn't Obama do something for Black people? Well, mainly because he probably would have been, run out of office had he.
I think the reason that sentiment is out there is because even though a lot of Black people see themselves as American, they also see themselves as Black. That is also an identifier, and in a country that deals with race, it's us versus them type of thing. So, and sometimes it's a defensive thing as well. So I think that's why that whole, why didn't he? I'm not saying that I agree with the thought. I'm just trying to, I guess, play devil advocate and explain it. But I agree with you as far as what he could and couldn't do. That's the objective truth. But I'm just trying to say how they're thinking about it, which if you think about it, they're not entirely wrong either. It just has to be a different way of, I guess, one's outlook.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't have a lot of ideas how to solve, inner city crime. I also think that within the Black community, there's a lot of racism. And believe me, being in this John Galt space has convinced me that, many Black people are as bad, if not worse, than white people on the topic of race. And I'm not going to be shy about saying that either. But I don't really, other than
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't know that I'm the best person, because I'm not sure I understand the problem to the extent that, say, a John Galt would, or someone who actually grew up in the environment. For better or for worse, I have had, kind of a sheltered life. I can give you philosophy, I can give you,
That's definitely for better.
beautiful words, but I don't know that I have solutions. And I honestly don't know. I don't know that I have the life experience to say, hey, this is what you need to do to fix the ghetto.
Well, I could give an opinion on inner city, but crime, in my opinion, at least from what I see through the internet, is a nationwide thing. So you have a lot of crime in areas that are not inner city, well, maybe we consider suburbs or rural areas. But as far as crime in the inner city, which is just because of the amount of people, one could say worse. I would say if someone had an honest, genuine approach, like you was talking about earlier, as far as it being an American problem, all hands on deck. If the people responsible for whatever inner city, let's say Chicago or New York, they have to be, number one, they have to be tough on crime. A lot of the crimes, and I speak
The thing is, I mean, how do you get tougher on crime?
I was going to explain.
No, go ahead. I
Right
mean,
now,
I was basically going to say we've got like more people in jail, of any country. I mean, we obviously put people in jail. How do you make it tougher? What's, other than, capital crimes where you're getting, executed? I don't know. How do you get tougher? And I know I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
that's okay. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed, personally, I wouldn't be opposed to capital crime, because I feel like, especially for like fetal child molestation and murder, like cold-blooded murder, I feel like your life is the most precious thing you have. And if it's taken away from you, then the person that did that should also, their life should be taken. I'm not talking about anything circumstantial. I'm talking about like dead to right. This person murdered or molested a child. So I'm not opposed to that at all. But getting back to what I was saying, I'll try to be quick.
No, take your time. I'm up for a while until either I get relieved or I'm actually fairly awake.
So I understand what you're saying, but let me deal with like New York, right?
Okay.
Because you were saying before crime, and you're absolutely right. But as of recently, and when I say as of recently, I would say since 2020, since the pandemic, the laws in New York are very lax.
Right.
They're not policing what you would call lower tier crimes, right? Hopping the train,
So
shoplifting.
are you saying you would be more, because I think New York's gotten away from it. Let me know if I'm wrong. Like broken
Well,
windows.
it worked in the past, and
I
the
see.
reason why it worked in the past is because, for example, if the prime example was I think maybe last year, I don't know if it made national news, but there was a guy that got into a fight on a train, and he tried to pull out his gun. Huh?
You talking about that Marine?
No, not him. There was a black guy that pulled out a gun, and he tried to shoot some people, but the gun was taken away from him, and he got shot. But long story short is that when they looked at surveillance, he hopped the turnstile, right? When they police these type of things, and I'm not saying they can't be at all the train stations, like New York is a big city, but they're not even actively policing it. There's videos of people doing it right in front of the police, right? When you do that, you catch guys like this that have a gun, that shouldn't have a gun, that's trying to get on the subway. So that's one way is what I'm saying. As far as just
Stop and frisk.
Hold up. I have to interject here. Now, when you say there's videos of people jumping the turnstiles, are we talking about these influencers that are doing it just for satire, or are we talking about people actually jumping the turnstile? And this is why media is so horrible, because you don't know what's what anymore. You really don't. You're shown a 5-second clip of something, and then you run with it. Now, I'm from New York, and if I wasn't from New York, I would think that I would have to put on I would have to have my cantana and my gun to travel.
You know,
well, I'm not done.
Lead is
I'm trying to make a point.
Lead is actually in New York.
Well, I'm from there. I've born and grew up there. Yeah, so I have an opinion of New York as well.
Okay.
And I just wanted to finish my statement.
I just wanted to make sure you knew you were talking to a fellow.
Oh, yeah, I knew. I know.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Sorry, Stanley.
No, it's all right.
You know what? Okay. Yes. So when we're shown these 5-second clips without any context to it, we take it and we run with it. I have never, ever in my life had anything bad happen to me in New York. But if I was from Florida and I'm looking at these videos from New York, I would think it was a battle zone, like Afghanistan. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, Lead?
No, I understand what you're saying. And maybe my opinion is anecdotal, as they say.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but I think we got away from the point I was trying to make, and which is if someone wants to clean up the city, I'm just saying they have to be a little tougher on crime, especially gun crime, right? And also on the back end, they have to improve the public school system.
I agree with you totally on that. Yeah.
Those are the two main things for inner city that they have to focus on. Or rather, maybe you should say front end. Front end would be the school system, especially pre-K, elementary, right? And then on the back end, they have to be tough on crime. And then going into some of the stuff you said, Stanley, if it's a public school system, then maybe they could have, along with, reading and arithmetic, they could have like a life studies class where they're learning certain things. It would be similar to like sex ed, but not just limited to sex ed, just life studies where you teach them about life. And then, it'd be age appropriate as they go from elementary, junior high, high school. Because remember, we're producing citizens, right? So they're citizens. These are future adults. So you have something like that with the hopes of that it would turn them away from being criminals, So and then along with also more money in the actual system as far as the facilities and the quality of teachers, etc. If someone is serious for inner cities, if they do those two things, the quality of life in the city could be better. In my
No,
opinion.
and I totally agree with you, and I also agree that the people that jump the turnstiles, that's just the beginning of it. You jump the turnstiles, so that means you cannot be trusted in a high trust society. You cannot live in a high trust society, because if you're jumping turnstiles, what else are you going to do?
What did you
think? So it starts with that, and I agree.
Did I ask you what did you think of stop and frisk?
Me?
Well, both of you.
Oh, I thought it was awesome. The city has never been so safe. Once Giuliani cleaned up the city, and I know a lot of Black people are not going to agree with this, but Giuliani cleaned up the city. We were so safe.
I agree with it. Is the objective truth. It doesn't matter what I personally think about him.
Yeah.
I
Stop
mean,
me and frisk me. If I'm not doing anything wrong, I wouldn't have any objection to it.
right.
You understand?
He did stop and frisk, and he implemented a couple other things that really did clean the city up and really did make it safer. And that means it's safer for everybody, not just for us,
And that's
but
when I grew up.
for our families. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
I won't lie about that. You know, he definitely did clean it up. Do I think he's a racist? That's my personal opinion. But that's neither here nor there. As far as his job, you know,
He did
turning
his
the city
job.
around, he did it. You know what I mean? So,
Why
and to be, I'm
he
sorry, go ahead.
why did the policy stop? I know
You
there was
had other people. Remember, Giuliani was a
We
Republican.
had a lot of pushback.
He was a Republican, and you did, and in some cases they did go overboard. Some of the police, you understand?
Who was
I
after
think
him? Wasn't it Bloomberg?
Bloomberg came after him. Yes,
Yeah.
Bloomberg, and then De Blasio.
De Blasio. Okay.
Yeah, and
I
remember
wasn't there for
Bloomberg
De
did three.
Blasio.
Yeah, Bloomberg did 3 terms historically, and then after he left, it went back to 2 terms. That's amazing. But anyway, so yeah, the city has gone away from the things that Giuliani has implemented. And my thing is this: it might be some things that we don't like, but when you in a big city, right? It's not like anywhere else. So the amount of people that you have to enforce the law with, there's certain things that people may not like. There can be things that can ease that as far as harassing people who are not criminals. And that is using technology to have more surveillance on suspected criminals. So now when you suspect they have a weapon or something like that, you're stopping and frisking the people who are actually living an outlaw life. I think now more than ever, it's easier to do, mainly because unfortunately some of these people just put all their business on social media. So what I'm saying is now currently, I think possibly that these things could be implemented back without having without innocent people, specifically innocent Black people, getting harassed or unfairly stopped by the police.
what would people, and again, I'm at such a disadvantage, but what would people think? What would people think? What would people think if, you know, we said screw it? You know what? I live in, you know, this neighborhood. It's crime ridden. I'm okay with stop and frisk until, you know, as long as it's necessary. I mean, why aren't people pushing for that?
I mean, again, you don't want to just stop and frisk random people, random citizens that's going about their business. You know,
Right.
that's
What I
where the pushback is
I
going to be.
actual residents saying, "Hey, we want this. Bring it back." I don't, and I'm outside looking in. It may
Yeah.
be happening, and I just don't know.
I think it's just the liberals that don't want that. I mean,
What
I
liberals?
mean, you know, I'm gonna have to agree with her. She's that's my opinion. I think she's right. And
like I
you know
said
what, Stanley? I'm
before,
gonna be honest. I know she's right.
Liberals actually living in the neighborhood. If the neighborhood said, "Hey,"
And that's the problem, Stanley. They don't. That's the problem. They don't.
yeah,
And it's funny that you say that, Stanley. I know for a fact in their neighborhood they will not tolerate the things that go on in another neighborhood. They would not.
mhm.
So, you know.
And when I say I hate
But I
liberals
hear
with
what
a
you're saying, Stanley.
passion,
The people in the neighborhood have to become more active, you know, and voice the opinion. I'm sorry to cut you off.
no,
it's all
you're good. You're good.
Let me ask.
I hate liberals with a passion because on one hand they want the crime to stop, but on the other hand they don't want to take the action for it to stop. So it's like,
well,
what the fuck do you want?
Why is that worth hating?
Because they're idiots.
Okay.
To put it in simple terms, they are idiots. You cannot want something to stop, but then when they give you the plan to stop this kind of thing from going on, you have a pushback against it. It doesn't make any sense to me. What's wrong with stopping and frisking? Stop and frisk me. I don't care. I'm not doing anything wrong.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want to be stopped and frisked at all.
I don't want it, but if it's what it takes to make the
Right.
city safer,
Right.
whatever.
My thing is now, right? Currently, in real time, they have the mechanisms and the tools to know who is doing what right now. Well, like a lot of these things happen in the 90s and in the early 2000s, right? Okay. Now they have the mechanisms and the technology to know who. As a matter of fact, they already do. So when it comes down to certain things, it's coming down to like the actual like beat cop. Maybe the actual beat cop or the actual patrolman. Maybe they shouldn't be the ones to do the stop and frisk. Maybe they should have a unit that are surveilling and they know who's who, they know who's what, they know who the players are, etc.
Mhm.
And they could deal with them folks and leave the rest of us out of it. If it works like that, then I'm with it. If it's something that is just gonna sweep all of us up, then I'm not with it. Because I don't want to be stopped. If I have somewhere to go, I'm on my way to work. And guess what? I'm not gonna buck. If the police stop me, I'm not gonna make the situation worse. I'm gonna do whatever they say. Here's my bag. Here's this. Hurry up! I gotta go. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna argue with them. That's foolish. But at the same time, I don't want it either. I don't want it for my children. They have to narrow in to the people that are doing these things and deal with them.
But you know what? People like you are the ones that are going to be let go fast. They'll check your bag and be like, all right, sir, go on your way. You know, they're not going to keep you that long. Now, if you resist and you mouth off, yeah. And first
I
of
think
all,
that's the worst thing to do because it doesn't make the situation better. You can't arbitrate with the
Well, what do y'all
patrolman.
think about Phoenix Fish? His point is the Fourth Amendment, the search and seizure. That was actually one of the, pushbacks was it was unconstitutional.
how is it unconstitutional? Please, explain
Unlawful
to me.
search and isn't it? Fourth Amendment's unlawful search and seizure, right?
Yep, I guess, but
there's a problem with stopping people without probable cause.
But if it's to make my city safer, you have to also understand.
If it's to make your city safer, but does it really make your city safe if you're going against the Constitution?
All right, so then what do we do? What is your suggestion, Stanley? What do we do about crime?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, we're trying to give solutions and everybody's pushing back.
Well, the solution that was proposed, and for some reason or another, it worked for years. All of a sudden, it started getting pushed back, probably because people were, abusing it.
Oh, I tell you why. Because they racially profiled, which, and everything. They were right to racially profile because the blacks are the one doing all the fucking crime in fucking New York.
Well, what the thing is they were only doing it in certain neighborhoods, right? They weren't.
No, because I lived in a great neighborhood in New York. But guess what? The blacks that live there, hardworking people, whatever. They had cousins and them coming over. Their kids had friends coming over from the hood. Turn the neighborhood down. Let's not tippy-toe around this subject. Let's not tippy-toe around it.
What does that have to do with stop and frisk?
It has everything to do with stop and frisk.
Is stopping and frisking in that neighborhood, in your neighborhood?
Were they stopping and frisking in my neighborhood?
Right.
No, not really. But if they did, I wouldn't mind.
Understood. So, I just maybe I need to go back, and I'm sure there's got to be a book or paper or something out there, for me to familiarize myself, because I vaguely remember it becoming a problem, a Fourth Amendment problem, because of the racial profiling.
These motherfuckers don't even know how to spell Fourth Amendment.
Well,
I'm gonna be 100% with you right now.
The problem is there's actually a constitution,
and they have no clue what the Constitution is. I'm telling you, the people committing the crimes have no clue what the Constitution is. They don't know anything about amendments.
Well, what do you think
Not
about
a damn thing?
What do you think, Phoenix? He says, as a young male, I was a good kid, but was illegally stopped and searched many times. It's not right.
Okay, Fish. So you was illegally stopped and frisked. Boo-hoo. Did you get arrested? Did you have anything on you? They probably just let you go and let you go on your way. What's the issue?
Well, the thing is that as you might be able to kind of deal with it as an adult, but as a kid, you are going to, kind of feel a way about, every time.
It probably could be
Man.
traumatizing. It could probably be
This is why I whisked my kids out of New York and moved to Florida. For real.
Solution.
For real.
Absolutely
I
not.
taught them how to shoot at
don't know what shooting
6.
has to do with it.
Well,
I
taught them how to be gun responsible at as young as 6 years old. Yeah, and I started them off with BB guns and stuff, but
Okay, so what I was gonna say, not all kids are as lucky, to have parents who can whisk them out. But now I'm curious, what was your motivation and why did you start your kids with gun safety that early?
Because I saw how I left New York in 2008, and this was when Obama was running. And I didn't fall for the bullshit, and I was like, you know what, this is gonna be crazy, and I was right.
Wait, hold it. I'm sorry, I'm confused. So you taught gun safety to your kids because Obama was coming into office?
No. Hold up. That's part of it. I knew New York was about to become crazy.
Because of Obama?
Yeah.
Okay.
And when I moved to Florida and I understood how we were so free to carry in Florida, I wanted to own a gun, and I didn't want to have to hide my gun from my kids. So I taught them about gun safety at a young age, so they knew.
Right, but when you say hide, do you mean did you lock it up?
No, I never locked my guns.
Huh.
And I never had an issue because they knew.
Okay.
And now that they moved back to New York, and one of my sons confessed to me, he's like, "Mom, we can't even have a pocket knife here." And I'm like, "Son, you guys chose to move to New York. I had you here in Florida. You could have went to USF, UCF. You could have went to, You know, you chose to go back to New York.
Right.
But with their field, I think New York is the best place for them because when you pass the bar in New York, I think you can practice in, I think, 8 states.
Really?
Yeah. As opposed to Florida, if you pass the bar in Florida, you can only practice in Florida. But in New York, if you pass the bar in New York, it could be like 6, but it's like at least for the minimum, at least
One
the
of the states,
tri-state
Florida?
area.
Is one of the states you can practice Florida if you pass New York's bar?
No. New York, I think you can practice in Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, if I'm not mistaken, and a couple of other states.
Huh. Probably Delaware.
Probably, yeah. My best friend lives in Delaware.
I kind of lost my train of thought. We were talking. American man left. I was shitting on him about black conservatives, and then we started talking crime and stuff like that. I had a question.
And Stank D had a lot to say about it too. He was talking he was talking buku
about
shit.
what?
What are they gonna do next? Like come to your house or whatever.
Oh well,
Listen.
he's talking about. I meant to. Stank D, Stank D's in Seattle. Okay. I asked him if he lived in New York.
Another liberal city. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Gotta have him.
Stanley, you may claim to be a liberal, but I think you're a conservative at heart.
No, not really. I think
just talking to you, I know you are. I know you are.
Everybody keeps saying that, but
you're not one of those crazy liberals. I'm telling you, you're not.
I mean, I don't think you can be black and a crazy liberal. Not and grow up in the South and be a crazy liberal. Phoenix, Phoenix Fish, did you grow up in New York, Phoenix? I think he said he did.
And then Bob said something to shut me up. 5 cents a minute to shut me up.
He was just kidding.
Damn it, Bob. You know, I truly love Bob's satire, but sometimes it's uncalled for. He just gotta pull it back a little bit.
Yeah, well, after those long hours.
But I love Bob though. He's cool.
He needs to unwind.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess it could be stressful flying planes and stuff. You got so many people's lives in your hands, so I'd be scared as shit.
So, you any more questions, Lead, about American history? So I was going heavy on.
Did Lead fall asleep?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Going hot and heavy on American Man and SKC and those guys, but you know what? They'll survive. And you know what? A lot of times we'll get in there and we'll start chopping it up and shit on each other and just have a good old time doing it.
I mean, sometimes the difference of opinion makes a good show. Sometimes it get a little ugly, but me personally, I like when, I think we all a little bit of the madness, a little bit of the circus, but I like also when people just put their argument forth.
I don't want everybody to agree with me all the time. I want a difference of opinion because guess what? Sometimes you can change my mind. Sometimes you can enlighten me on something that I had no clue.
Absolutely. But you know what? What you just said? that takes, in my opinion, a big person, what you just said, because I think a lot of people, unfortunately, like to be wrong and strong and stubborn and not be able to adjust their viewpoint if presented with something that's factual or reasonable. And I think if you are, I think the good way to be is to say, hey, okay, these are my beliefs. This is what I know to be true. But if I'm presented with something, I won't be too stubborn to where I can't, logically say, you know what, this makes sense. So I
Right.
agree with what you're saying.
Right. Now, don't get me wrong. There are certain things that I'm not gonna budge on, due to my
No. We
faith and
all
my
have those.
morality.
I agree with that as well. We all have those things where we draw a line in the sand. Absolutely.
But if we're having a political debate, if we're having a political, yeah, let me know why you feel this way. I'll let you know why I feel that way too. And maybe we can come to a conclusion and agree to disagree. Or maybe one of us could agree with you or you can agree with me. It doesn't matter.
I think we just have to understand also that everyone is just not going to see the way we see things.
Right. Everybody has their own experiences.
Right. There might be things that we have in common, and then there's going to be some things that we see uniquely through our own perspective. It might be something we see that no one else sees, but we're just staunch on it. Like, this is what it is. And we, sometimes for better or worse, that could be a thing, but if we just understand that everyone is not me, everyone doesn't look at the way I look at it, that also can alleviate some problems. I think we just get in our, we plan out, just get cemented in our point, and then, but I think living is a learning process. There's no, oh, I'm not going to learn anymore. I'm not in school, so I'm not going to learn. No,
Nah, man.
You
learn every day.
Right. We all unique, and we all have a unique perspective, and we all have something to give, and if we all share that, then we all come out better. That's how I think about it.
Yeah, and that's why I look at young folks too. It's like people say, "Oh, young people are stupid." No, they have something to contribute too. They have their
I
kind of
agree.
wisdom. Maybe not the same wisdom as we have as older folks, but they have their own kind of wisdom that we can learn from too.
I agree with that 100%. I think wisdom is all about perspectives, and the younger people's perspective is that they're growing up or being born in this time period, right? So their perspective is just as an example, their perspective is being born in a time where there's no VCR, right? They don't know nothing that's foreign to them, like a cassette tape or VCR. They don't, so they have a whole new perspective, and we can also learn from that perspective,
Yeah,
So I
every
agree with that.
generation is a whole new world.
What do you do? Do you agree with that, Stanley?
I didn't hear the whole thing.
I said every generation is a whole new world.
No, I don't tend to see generations like that. It's funny, I was thinking about that. Something I was listening to yesterday morning early. I tend to see generations as kind of like continuums, where, one generation kind of bleeds into the next generation. I don't see every generation as like a regeneration, like a renewal. I see, kids raising parents raising kids who will, raise their kids. And that's what I mean about, that's why I'm a little annoyed with, parenting. If Gen Z is lazy or hopeless or addicted to phones or, whatever, that's a parenting problem. It's not that the kids were hatched and came up, with these bad behaviors. They were raised to be that way or allowed to be that way while they were being raised. And
Well, who allowed the parents to be raised that way too? You have to ask that.
you know what? Parenting is probably, probably back to the 60s.
Yeah.
The boomers. Everybody wants to blame stuff on the boomers. Maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. But Gen X, for instance, like my son's 18, I think he's Gen Z. I, as a Gen X person, raised a Gen Z,
Yeah,
and
I'm a Gen X too. Yeah.
winds up being, lazy. It might be too late now, but I can't blame him necessarily.
Yeah.
It was what he was allowed to do, and it's not as cut and dried as that. I know, I kind of sound like, everything's, plug and play, but I the very long story short is I think every generation is not a renewal of American culture or a thing that's distinct from their parents. I think it blends. I think
You think it blends?
Yeah, we it's a continuum. There's not a stark separation between my son and me. It's not like it's not like a dog where you separate the dog and the dog is its own thing with a new family and all that.
But she also made a point that we can learn from the newer generation. Would you agree with that point?
Say that again.
I said that she also said that we as older people can learn from the newer generation. So I was saying, do you agree with that point?
I think that's true, but one thing we shouldn't be learning, we should be learning computers, so things like that. But I think we have more to teach the young people than vice versa.
Okay, I can agree with that.
I would
Yeah,
agree.
I
I would
agree
agree
with
with that
that.
as well. Yeah, I would agree with that as well.
What was it the other day?
It's
It was
definitely not an even thing.
it was
We
something.
definitely have more wisdom, but let's not get too cocky about it and think that we know every single thing as well. So yeah,
No,
I agree with Stanley.
there was something computer wise, which I've always considered myself fairly computer savvy, but it was something he had to help me with, and yeah, he taught me how to do it. So I mean, I'm not shy about if I need help, I need help. But it goes back to, I mean, I think rarely it will happen, but I'm a firm believer in that. Especially with raising my son, there's no buddy. I would rather it be stiff and formal, rather than buddy. I tell the story about one day I said something and my son was like, "Okay, dude." Looked at him like, "What?" It's like, no, let us not go down this road. My name is Daddy, or Dad is what he calls me.
How about when one of my twins said, "Okay, bruh, okay, bruh."
Yeah.
I'm like, and this was like my exact words. Everybody clutch your pearls right now because you're about to. I said, "Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?" I'm not your bruh. You can only address me as two things: mom or ma'am. And he had that look of surprise on his face. Because I tried my best to raise my kids, I wouldn't say as a friend, but like I had like an open door policy.
Right.
So my kids could come to me and talk to me about anything, which I didn't have growing up. I was raised by very religious, strict Caribbean parents. So, I couldn't talk about anything, like my feelings, nothing. So when I had my own kids, I decided that, you know what? it's going to be an open door policy. But somewhere along the line, they thought that because I had an open door policy and they could talk to me about anything and I would actually care and listen to them, they thought that they can treat me like their buddy. So when they get mad, they'd be like, bruh. Oh, that's when the hinges on your room door comes off. Yeah, so I had to pull the wig back on my kids a couple of times, you know?
Right.
You know, but not for nothing.
Gotta try.
Yeah, they never gave me serious problems. Like I never had them in gangs, never had them suspended, but I think I don't care how good your kids are, they're gonna try you with the talk back.
Right.
You agree, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They will try.
Yeah, they will try you with the talk back. And you just gotta nip it in the bud right away.
More likely you will fail.
You gotta nip it in the bud. But I'm very proud of my kids, They did pretty well being raised by a mostly single mom. I was married, got divorced, and
Right.
But for the later years in their life, single mom. So lead. What borough did you grow up in?
I'm from the Bronx.
Oh, you're from the Bronx. All right. So okay. So everybody knows that I went to Grambling State University, right? I graduated from there. But when I got my second degree, I went to Lehman. So you know where Lehman is?
Yeah, it's over there by Bedford Park.
Yes. Yeah. So I went to Lehman. That was like, I think it was the last stop on the 5 train.
It's
train.
the third to last stop, because after that you
Oh,
have
okay.
Mashulu, and then Woodlawn.
Woodlawn. Okay. Yeah. So I was deep into the Bronx. That train ride was so long.
Yep.
I used to do my homework on the train.
Yeah, you was deep, because when you come out
Coming
the train
from Brooklyn.
station, yeah, that's a track. That's definitely a track. That's like almost 2 hours, hour and a half on a good day.
Yes, 2 hours. Yeah, exactly. Because
Like
I had
the train
to
is
take.
moving probably an hour and a half.
Yeah, because where I lived in Brooklyn, do you know anything about Brooklyn?
I know a little bit about Brooklyn.
All right, so I lived in Mill Basin.
That's over next to Canarsie.
Yeah, it's close to Canarsie. You know what Kings Plaza Mall is?
Yeah.
All right, so I could walk from my house to Kings Plaza Mall.
Okay. So you grew up
it took me like 10 minutes. Huh?
I said, so you grew up in like a private house and stuff like that.
Yeah. We live right on the water, right there. So anyway, so I would have to take a bus to the train, and I would take on the Flatbush Avenue. Was it the 2 and the 5? It was the 2 and the 5, but then I had to transfer at Franklin for the 4 to get to or did I take the 5 all the way to the Bronx? Oh my God, this is so long ago. I don't even remember.
You definitely had to transfer, because the 5 is another line. The 5 is on the other side of the Bronx. So you definitely couldn't take it all the way, because then you probably have to
so I
take
had
a
to
bus
transfer at
or a cab or
Franklin.
something.
Okay, yeah, I had to transfer at Franklin. So I was it's the last stop in Brooklyn. Flatbush Avenue is the last stop for the 5 in Brooklyn. So you can either look at it like the last stop or the first stop or whatever, So I had to take a bus to there, get on a train, then transfer, Yeah, it was like 2 hours. I
Okay,
used
so
to do my homework.
that's sounding more like 2.5 hours. If you factor in like the busing and the wait time and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was you literally went from one end of the city, New York City, to the other end practically.
Yeah, it was a mission, man. It was a mission. It was a mission. And I remember having like classes at freaking 8 o'clock, and I had to leave my house like, yeah, you're right. It was 2.5 hours. I had to leave at 5:30. And then when I had the twins, me and my husband at the time, we worked opposite shifts. But once they got like daycare age, like 2 years old, I used to take them to Lehman's daycare. So they would go to school with me. Yeah. And I would put them in a daycare, and between breaks, I would check up on them, have lunch with them and stuff like that. Yeah, that was crazy, man.
I mean, you did what you had to do.
Yeah, I could have went to Brooklyn College, but because Brooklyn College was right there up on Flatbush. But I don't know why I didn't go to Brooklyn College. I think
Maybe
because
Lehman had a program that you wanted or something.
yeah, their
That was
accounting program was a lot better. Yeah, and so once I finished, I went straight into my master's, and then after that, I went to NYU for my master's. And then after that, it took me about 3 years to pass my CPA. That's a fucking hard test. And talking to other people, they're like, man, you can pass the bar easier than you can pass the CPA test. I thought I was stupid. I was like, man, why can't I pass this test? Yeah, it took me about 3 tries. It took me 3 years to pass it. And I studied and I studied and I studied.
So if when you failed the first time, how long was it before you could take it? Did they have like a stipulation of how soon you could take it again?
Well, I took more classes to study for it, because I wasn't gonna just because you have to pay. So I'm not gonna just fail it and then pay again and not know why I failed it. So I wanted to take like courses and tutoring and stuff like that to pass it. So then I did that, failed again, but I failed with a higher percentage. And then the third time I took it, I passed. Yeah, that test was fucking. That's the hardest thing. That was harder than giving birth. Shit.
It was something you really wanted, so you kept at it until you got it. So that says a lot.
Yeah. And in the meantime, I'm planning on getting divorced. I knew I wasn't gonna stay in that marriage. So
No, you mean at that time when you was pursuing your degree?
yeah, I already knew. After I had my daughter a year before I passed the test, and I already knew that I wasn't gonna stay. So I said I have to do this for myself to be able to take care of myself and my children. My first boyfriend was from the Bronx. He lived on Gun Hill Road. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's a major throughway.
Yeah. So he lived on Gun Hill Road. I don't know why they called it Gun Hill Road. That's hilarious to me.
There was a war that happened there during the civil. No, excuse me. There was a battle that happened there during the American Revolution. So that's why they call it Gun Hill hospital. Yeah, and Van
Oh,
Cortlandt
okay,
Park.
okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever been to Van Cortlandt Park. It's very big, but
Oh,
on
yes, I
the
have. Yeah.
on the east side, there's a monument to it and everything. But that's why they call it
Mhm.
Gunhead Road.
Yeah, I met him. My mom was in a union. She was in well, you're from New York, so you probably know this union, 1199.
Yeah, that's the hospital union.
Yeah, so my mom's a retired nurse. So so her union had a program. It was called College Bridge. So basically, it just, you just went, you studied, and they help you pass your SATs and give you all, a whole bunch of pointers and stuff to pass the SATs and get into college, and like tutoring, counseling about what college you want to go to, whatever. So I remember I met him there, and my parents were so freaking strict that the only time I could see my boyfriend was at the College Bridge program. So my mom actually thought I was so into this program, but little did she know I was going there to see this cutie. Oh my goodness. And one of my aunts, she's like 8 years older than me, so we were like we're very close in age. So she would be like, "Oh, I'm coming to pick her up, whatever." And she would actually pick us up, and we go to the Bronx and go to the movies and stuff like that. And it was just so cute. We'd hold hands and eat popcorn.
Have you ever been to the zoo or the botanical gardens there?
Oh, the Bronx Zoo. Yeah, I got to take I got the chance to take my kids to the Bronx Zoo, and we used to go all the time. But the only problem with the Bronx Zoo, man, I had to carry like a big ass cooler, and we would take the train because at the time I wasn't driving. So we took the train, and I had the cooler with sandwiches, Capri Suns for the kids and everything. Because if you from the Bronx, there's nothing around there. Like there's no McDonald's, there's nothing. And the food in the park is expensive. So I'm just a college student, taking the kids to the park and trying to have a good time. Oh, you know where else I used to take them? I don't know if you've ever been to the Museum of Natural History.
Yeah, yeah. I keep saying it's funny that you say that, but I keep saying I gotta get there. I haven't been there in a while.
Have you ever been to the planetarium part? Did you ever do the planetarium?
Every time I go, I gotta go there. And that's what I'm saying. I
Okay.
gotta get there. That's like
Awesome.
it don't make no sense to go there and not go there. Go all the way. I mean, I
Yeah,
like all the
awesome.
other exhibits, but the planetarium is the main attraction for sure.
Yeah, and then we used to walk, I think, a couple of blocks and hop on, I believe it was the D train, and we took it a couple of stops, and we used to go to the BBQs out there.
Yeah, I think that's on 80 something street.
Yeah,
I think
on
that's
the D
still there
line.
too. Yeah, I think it's still there. That's still
Okay,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, BBQs is the shit, man. Man, if you don't know, you don't know. You gotta be from New York to know this shit.
Yeah, you definitely gotta have, go there on an empty stomach, because they
Hell
do
yeah, and
give the large
remember
portions.
those remember those drinks that they used to have in those big gigantic margaritas
Yeah, the
with
Texas
the
size
fucking
margaritas. Yeah.
yeah, with the little bottle, the airplane bottle of either tequila or vodka in it, and they would put it in it, and then as you drink it, the liquor would pour slowly into it and stuff like that.
Yeah, because I think there's a way they did it. They turn it upside down, I think.
Yes.
So it doesn't fully pour in the drink. It's going in a little bit at a
Yeah,
time.
as you sip in, yes.
I used to love their
Man.
wings. The wings with the
Oh my God, the
I would get the
Hennessy
hot wings,
wings.
and then I would get the I had the Hennessy wings a couple times. I would get the hot wings and the honey barbecue. I used to like the honey barbecue wings.
Oh, the honey barbecue ones was so good. And they used to have this plate, and it was cheap. Remember, it was super cheap. It was like you get a half a chicken, a half a slab of ribs with fries, and then it'll come up to like $12. Yeah, so we used to go into town with that. And I'll get a side of coleslaw. That coleslaw was so good. And then I get the half a chicken and share it with the kids and stuff like that. Get an extra side of French fries because kids love French fries. Yep.
They had this. I think they sell it at other places too, but they had this. I forgot what it's called, but it's like basically vegetables fried in dough and then served with a sauce. Does that sound familiar?
Tempura?
I think that's what it's called. It's like vegetables
Yes.
fried in dough and then it's served with like a sauce, almost similar to like a soy sauce or something like that.
Yeah, like a Japanese sauce, tempura.
Okay. Yeah, I used to like that. I got that a couple times there. I used to like that.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, but they're still there. They're still there.
My mom said it's changed. She said she doesn't like the food there anymore because my mom is still in New York. So she said, yeah, she's been there, for her birthday. And she said, yeah, it changed. The food doesn't taste the same. But I think once you get older, you lose your taste for like certain foods.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of stuff I can't eat anymore. Like I don't eat McDonald's. I don't eat Popeyes. Like I don't eat that kind of stuff anymore. I just lost the taste for it. Every time I eat it, I get sick. Like my stomach hurts and.
Yeah, I have lost kind of the fast food thing. However, I every now and again, Popeyes to me isn't as good, but it's not so much that I dislike the chicken as much as it's hard to get it hot and fresh.
Yeah.
Popeyes is about, if I can ever get a hold of some good Popeyes, I'll eat it. But
yeah. So when we wanna order out, usually we'll go to Wawa's and get some like subs. Like if we don't feel like cooking, if me and my husband don't feel like we both don't feel like cooking, we'll be like, okay, let's just get some Wawa subs and they're pretty fresh and they're pretty good, I could do a sandwich all day. But yeah, the McDonald's, I can't do it. Even fries, and I found a hack for the fries. If you want the fries fresh and really hot and tasty, but you got to eat it right away, you just tell them you don't want salt on it. So then they'll fry like a whole new batch for you. And then you ask for the little salt packets and you put your salt on to your liking, And you'll get them nice, hot, and fresh. But if you just order regular fries, those fries, they just sit there. And I used to work at McDonald's when I was 16. So I know how long those fries sit there.
You
And this was
definitely got to
back in the
eat them as soon
90s.
as you get them because there's like a countdown. After a while, you might as well throw them away.
Yeah, working at a fast food restaurant is not good because you get the free food and you get to eat and stuff like that. And it's like eating fast food every day is not really good for your health. Makes you gain weight and stuff.
Yeah. I kind of like I don't deny myself. There's certain things I don't eat for my own reasons, but when it comes to like quote unquote fast food, like I have my preference of the type of fast food, but I don't deny myself because I feel like for me, I know I'm gonna want it. So instead of indulging in it to where it becomes a problem, I have it every once in a while as a treat. You know,
Yeah.
I just
I mean, if
I
you can
look at it like
handle it, there's nothing wrong.
right, like for example, like soda, right? Like I know soda is not good, but every once in a while you just want like a cold. Well, not you. I'll speak for myself. Like every once in a while I want a cold can of Pepsi. You know, with the
Yeah.
suds and everything like that. Even though I know in the long run drinking this is not good for your health. So, but I'll satisfy myself with that every once in a while, and that's how I look at like fast food. So I don't know how it is
Yeah.
there, but because I was talking to someone the other day, it was telling me I know you have like certain fast food places that are not in New York. Like I think they said Bojangles was like a chicken place. Do y'all have
I
that in
only had
Florida?
Bojangles when I went to I think it was North Carolina.
Okay. But yeah, like if I'll probably get like I'll try to get like Five Guys. I don't know if y'all have that down there. Five Guys, or
Yeah,
like
I have Five Guys down here in Florida. Yeah.
you have what's the other one? Smash Burgers is okay. I don't like them too much, but Shake Shack. I really like Shake Shack. So every once in a while, I just treat myself to that, burger and fries. Classic American cuisine. I think it's a little better than McDonald's. I try to stay away from McDonald's, but every once in a while, I won't lie, I'll go through the drive-thru to get some fries. But like again, those fries, you gotta eat them like right there. You can't like save them
No, you
because
can't take them
after,
home.
yeah. But yeah, so that's how I look at it. But I try for the most part to eat healthy, or what I consider to be healthy, which is just like home cooked food and
Yeah.
whole foods. Like fruits, vegetables, get whole food, like nothing that has to be like cooked. And what I do is I just drink like a green drink, so that because I know like for me, I don't really like the greens, well, collard greens, but like the other greens, I don't like them. So in order to get them, I'll just drink like a mix of like cauliflower, excuse me, not cauliflower, kale,
Broccoli.
cucumber, yeah, kale, cucumber, like a bunch of different
See, I
green
like all that
vegetables.
stuff.
Yeah, because I know I'm
I
not
like
gonna
all
eat
that
it.
stuff.
Like I know I'm not gonna eat that individually. But I feel like you need a balance. So that's how I look at it. So I'll go to Trader Joe's. They have the green juice, and I'll just get that and I'll drink that. Now I'll say to myself, okay, now I got my greens in, and then for me, eating fruits are easier. Obviously, because it's sweeter. But I'll eat some apples, some pineapple, get that in, and then I'll just try to eat home cooked food. I think if you balance out your diet, because my thing is, what's the sense of, well, you have people that they have these strict diets and they're trying to eat clean, but I don't know. I feel like you should have fun and enjoy your diet every once in a while. Enjoy ice cream, things like that. That's how I look at it. It's just
Yeah, but not not
overdoing
every
it.
day. Yeah.
Right, the overdoing it is bad. So
Yeah, and I don't believe in diets either. And the way I diet, and I don't know, people may disagree, but I limit myself on the whole weekday, right? So Monday through Saturday, I'll have my salads, and I'll cut out. Even if I do make rice, I'll just take a little bit, just a tiny bit, and eat it. And I love liver. I know people don't like liver, but I love liver. But I crave it because I'm anemic, so I crave liver a lot. So I'll make
it's funny.
liver, and my husband will make stuff like shepherd's pie, and we'll have brats and potatoes and stuff like that. But I'll limit myself to the starches on the weekday So I'll take just a tiny little bit and eat more meat and veggies and stuff like that. But on Sunday, it's a free for all. And here's the thing, when I first started doing this, I pigged out on Sundays. I pigged out. I had like a big mountain of rice on my plate. But when you get used to it, after a while, you don't even, because you're gonna have it, you don't even crave it anymore. It's like now all my portions of rice are just limited to one serving spoon. So I'll make oxtail and white rice.
Yeah, you trained yourself with that portion amount.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and my family loves when I make oxtail.
Oxtail is good.
Yeah, my husband could eat like it ain't no tomorrow. He won't gain a pound. So, I can't follow him because I'd weigh 500 pounds if I followed his diet. So he could eat all the rice he wants, whatever. But then again, he's a man. Women are different, especially when we go through menopause and, all that kind of stuff. And especially if you're on birth control and all those kind of things, you gain weight. So I can't follow him. But like I said, I limit myself to one serving spoon of rice. And even on Sundays when I'm allowed to, I say to myself, hey, you can eat whatever you want. It's Sunday. You made it through the week. I still just take one serving spoon of rice. And if I am feeling a little bit more hungry, because I know I'm allowed on Sundays to be a little extra, instead of taking more rice, I'll just put a little extra veggies on my plate and eat it with the rest of the meat. That's it.
What about yourself, Stanley? Do you have like a special diet or anything like that?
No, I pretty much eat what I want to eat. However, it is catching up with me. I need to get out and do a little bit of walking. And I don't know, once it gets a little cooler during the day steadily, I guess I'll pull my lazy butt out and do it. But
You have a bike, Stanley?
I have my son's bike, which he thought he was going to take it with him, but he didn't. So I might ride it, but walking is probably, walk up to, there's a pond, probably about a 15-minute walk for me from here. So
okay.
I
have a Peloton in my garage.
I don't know. I don't know. I just rather get outside, to be honest.
Yeah, sometimes it's too damn hot, especially here in Florida.
What is that Peloton?
It's a stationary bike.
Oh, okay. I never heard that before.
That you can hook up your phone to, and it has certain programs on it. It has like a computer, like a tablet kind of thing attached to it. And you can program if you want to go up hills, so it adjusts the pressure on the pedals like you're going up a hill.
Oh, okay, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they what do they call it? When you go to a place where they do it, damn it. I can't even think of the name, but like a soul cycle sort of thing. What is it? People who go into a gym sort of thing with a bunch
of a cycle class?
Yeah. Spinning, is that what they call it?
Spinning class. No, I don't go to a spinning class. I have my Peloton at home. So what I do is you can log on, and they have like certain programs that you can adjust. It will automatically adjust the bike to. So it will have like certain programs that you can do.
Right.
And yeah, they're cycling, quote unquote classes, whatever that you can do. Or you can just freestyle, put your music on, put your earbuds on. And usually when I do karaoke, I'm on it.
Is that right?
Yeah, because I'm singing, I'm having fun. And what's better than having fun? And I look at it as dancing,
Healthy karaoke.
Yeah, my goal is not going back to being a size 4. My goal is just to be healthy, as long as my cholesterol could stay down, my blood pressure could stay down. I don't have any diabetes because that runs in my family, diabetes and high blood pressure. As long as that could stay down, I'm fine at a size 10, size 12. I don't care. I gave up on trying to be a size 4 again.
Well, it's better to be happy.
Oh yeah, my husband loves it. He told me he don't like skinny women.
I don't know if probably when HB shows up, I'm gonna have to go to sleep.
Don't HB show up at like 6?
Let's see, this is coming up on 11 hours.
I know Portia's sleeping because she has to work tomorrow.
Let's see, I think he already has one scheduled for 6 or 7. I can't remember now.
Where's John?
I don't know. I know he had painting and some other stuff to do. Yeah. There's a show for 6. So we may wind up starting that one early if HB doesn't show up.
It rained like hell today in Florida today.
Did you guys get it as bad as like North Carolina and those places?
Oh, my in-laws lost everything in their house. Their house had 2 feet of water. Which is crazy because they don't live that far from me. They're only like 10 minutes away. They're right across the bridge on the other side of the river. And I'm on one side of the river and they're on one side of the river, on the other side of the river. And yeah, apparently that side of the river flooded. We got a couple of floods, little pockets of floods on my side, because today when I went to the store, I was driving through the neighborhood and I saw a couple of people have some stuff. Not a lot, but a couple of people have like furniture and stuff out. So I'm figuring, okay, yeah, they got flooded. But that was closer to the river. So I'm 3 blocks in from the river. So, but the thing, when I say 3 blocks in, I still could walk outside my house, walk to the end of the street and see the river. So, but then again, my house sits on it's not on the ground, so my house sits high. So it's on like stilts. So you have to go up a couple of steps to get into my house.
DiCapriono has a question about FEMA. We got on it and then drifted away from it. So is FEMA doing anything for your in-laws?
Nope, not yet. They're paying out of pocket for everything. Hotel, apartment.
I mean, I know online there are like forms, or there's a way to like apply, or
Let me tell you, with my experience with Irma, people that suffered from Irma still didn't get any money. And that's what I was trying to tell you earlier. They look at your losses, they assess it, and it just depends on them if they're going to pay you or not, or help you out or not. And as far as FEMA and insurance is two different things.
Right.
Insurance now, the problem with insurance is that they'll give you a little something. They probably won't give you what everything is worth, or they probably won't count everything as a loss, but the problem with insurance is that when you go to renew it the next year or your next cycle or whatever you want to call it, it's going to go up.
Right.
So it is what it is. Like you said, Stanley, it's like, you choose to live in these places. So this is what happens in Florida.
Yeah.
But I tell you this much, where we live, we never really had. And my in-laws have lived in Florida. Shit, they just went through their 50th anniversary. So
wow.
they lived in Florida because they're from Idaho. So they lived in Florida for 48 years.
Wow, that's a while.
Yeah, my husband was born and raised in Florida. Because he wasn't the first kid. He's number... Oh, hold on. It's Mike, Matt, Josiah. Oh, he's number 3. Yeah, he's number 3. And he has 2 little brothers. And the parents moved to Florida after Mike was born. So
it looks like HB got stuck in the mud.
Ew. Damn, HB.
I told him to take his time. It's better just to take your time. Hopefully he doesn't have to get a tow.
I hope not. Lead.
Yes.
So are you planning on staying in New York, or do you plan on moving, or what's your plans for New York City?
I would like to leave.
Come to Florida.
Actually,
share the hurricane.
Share the hurricane with me. Come to Florida. I love New Yorkers that move down to Florida because we have so much fun and we reminisce. I got a couple of friends that are actually from New York or from Jersey. And Man, those are the best people because we
I'm not too.
understand each other.
Yeah, Florida. I'm not gonna lie. That Florida was definitely on the list.
Hmm.
I took a trip down to Wesley Chapel last year.
Oh, Wesley
Definitely,
Chapel is nice.
yeah, definitely like it. Went over to like Pinellas
I used
County.
to I used to work in I used to live in Hillsborough County, and I worked out in Tampa. I used to work for Tampa Honda Land. I used to work for a Honda store. And the company got bought out, and the accounting office was moved to Wesley Chapel. But because I was living in Apollo Beach, which is further south in Hillsborough County, there was no way I could do that and like get my kids to daycare and school. It was just gonna be too hard for me, so I decided to leave that job, and I got a job working in the county that I live in now, which is which was closer, even though Wesley Chapel is still in the same county, but I got a job working in the county that I live in now, and eventually I decided to move down here to Manatee County. But yeah, Wesley Chapel is very, very nice. Very nice.
I like the whole area.
Yeah.
Tampa area, also like Pinellas County area. I kind of like
Pinellas County is nice too. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like over there a little better.
Port Richey and New.
I didn't go that far up. I went up. The farthest I went was Tarpon Springs.
Tarpon Springs. If you love fishing, man, Tarpon Springs is beautiful. It is awesome for fishing.
Yeah, so definitely nice. But in general, yeah, New York is just overcrowded. I'm tired of the crowding.
And it's about time you find you take a look at a new way of life, man. It's awesome when you get a whole new outlook in life. There's nothing wrong with leaving where you grew up. Nothing wrong with it. Like, I'll always love New York. I'll always defend New York. I'll always love New York. But god damn, I can't live there. Nickel.
Stanley, I remember
John says, nickel, I can't live there.
I think a few days ago you said you was in you used to live in Rhode Island.
Yep.
Then you said you would never go past the Mason-Dixie line. Why is that?
Not north of it.
Oh, but from your statement, I take it that you don't like the North. Is that a correct assumption?
I wouldn't say I didn't like it. It was cold. I lived in Rhode Island for a couple of years. The summers were just glorious. The late spring and summer. The winter was just brutal. I lived on Narragansett Bay, and the wind is just something fierce. And I don't know. It's just weird. I kind of couldn't wait to get out of the South. And after living in Newport for a couple of years, I'm like, you know what? For all its faults, I just prefer the South. The people were just, I miss the South, basically. So once I moved from Newport, I wound up living in Norfolk for 7 years. And I really liked Norfolk. But, by hook or by crook, I wound up back in Savannah for a while. Then I wound up in Northern Virginia. And met my wife, had, my son lived up there for somewhere between 15 and 20 years, and then down back in Georgia.
So Northern Virginia, like Alexandria area?
Oh no, it was back out in Warren County. literally right on the line of Fauquier County and Warren County. Basically 30 was probably 35 miles or a little bit. Actually, it was probably closer than that. But you know, the as the crow flies, it was probably like maybe, I don't know, maybe 30 miles from West Virginia. But I literally lived up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, like one ridge down from the top of the mountain, and loved it. You know, I wondered what it was like living in the mountains, and I found out. But I knew once I left Rhode Island, I would never seek. And I've been, you know, I've been back north, you know, for brief periods of time, but it's just too cold. The people are just different. Not nice, but just different. And you know, there's something to be said for, you know, like walking downtown and everybody's friendly and waving, and you know, small towns are awesome.
Yep.
So
Now,
basically,
lead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, go ahead, lead. You had a question. Go ahead. Sorry.
no, after you.
Hmm.
No, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Oh, I thought no, I thought you had another question for Stanley.
I don't know what this means. It's more spooky in the wilderness, less witnesses.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I guess he's trying to say about living in the South, I guess, or country. I don't know.
Eclectic's a woman. I don't know what she means by less witnesses.
Lord have mercy.
That sounds ominous.
I think she's. So lead. What is it that you want for your space of living? Like, what is it that you want? Do you want like the what's that movie called? Is it the Stepford Wives? Stanley, you know what I'm talking about. Is it the Stepford Wives?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want like the Stepford Wives kind of HOA, or do you want like a historical kind of
If I had my druthers, you know, give me about 5 to 10 acres and plop a house in the center of it. But
yeah.
That sounds good to me.
So lead, that's what you want? You want like a house that's like, you know, you're spaced out from your
I don't like
neighbors?
personally. I don't like master plan. That's just my personal opinion. I don't like master plan. I like what is it called? Mature. What is it called when there's like trees and stuff like that? They call it mature something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a mature neighborhood.
It's a mature neighborhood, right?
With houses built from the 1900s.
I don't mind.
You renovate them, or it's
I don't mind an old
renovated.
house at all. The way I look at it is,
Yeah, my house is 150 years old.
the way I look at it is they built it better then. It's stronger. I'm just assuming this. I don't know. I'm not a construction anything.
I still have a chimney. I have a
Right.
chimney.
Yeah. So I think that the older homes, and then if you want to like modify it, you know, modernize it, you know, add on to it,
Right.
you know. But I
Fix the
definitely like
kitchen
mature
up.
neighborhood. I don't like
You know,
master
us
plan.
women.
Yeah,
us
I like
women like the
neighborhoods
kitchen.
also if it has like a canopy. Maybe that's asking for too much, you know, like the tree line street, you know, I know that's probably asking too much, but that kind of look is what it was.
So I'm telling you right now, Wesley Chapel is not the place for you. As nice as it is, and trust me, I like to go to Wesley Chapel. They have some wonderful malls out there, and the scenery is beautiful, but everything is subdivision. So you're gonna have a lot of HOAs. You're not gonna have many. I don't think at all. Like standalone houses and like old historic neighborhoods. You're not. So I would suggest for you to look into the county where I live in, Manatee County. Well, it's late, so I guess not a lot of people's listening. So I can say the
I'm not
town.
gonna
I
lie,
live
I
in
never.
Brading. I live
Wait,
in Bradenton.
okay, I'm not gonna lie, I never really thought about Manatee. That's the county south of Hillsborough, correct?
Right, the county right
Thought of
below. Yeah.
Hillsborough. I thought of Pinellas, and maybe really just Hillsborough and Pinellas. Like I looked at Pasco, where that's where, because you know Wesley Chapel is it's in the
Ooh,
middle
don't go to
of
Pasco.
Pasco and Hillsborough. It's like in between. I don't know how that works, but anyway.
Yeah, Pasco is Auburndale. It's Lake Wells. Yeah, they're kind of how can I say it nicely? I can't say it nicely. Racist out there. And it's
Welcome to
nothing
America.
but meth heads out there.
Racism,
Yeah,
that's nothing new. Nothing I'm not
Pasco
used to.
is wild. Okay.
But yeah, I never considered Manatee. What's the
Yeah, Manatee is right above Sarasota County,
mhm.
and it's right below Hillsborough. So I live in a
So
town called Bradenton.
okay, I've heard of Bradenton because you have Brandon and then you have Bradenton.
Yeah, Brandon is in Hillsborough.
Right. Bradenton. Okay.
Yeah. So I lived in.
Is it on the river? Is it by water?
I live on the river. I mean, you can find a place that's on the river in Bradenton, but you know, not all of Bradenton is on Manatee River.
Oh, right. I'm sure it's like stretched out a little bit, like different parts.
Yeah, because I like the manatees and stuff. And when I lived in Hillsborough County, I didn't live in Tampa. I lived in Apollo Beach, which was like a little secluded small town right there on the water.
I heard of that. I heard of Apollo.
Yeah. But I was also renting before I bought my house. I was renting and I lived in an HOA. And from what I saw, I said, when I buy my house, I am not going to an HOA. It was crazy. It was crazy. Not for me as a renter, but for the people that own their property. I mean, it was ridiculous. I had a neighbor, he lived across the street. He couldn't park his boat in his driveway. The neighbors complained. Just nosy Karens, you know. Park this boat on his driveway. How is that bothering you, you know?
I think the HOAs have that rule, but I think certain counties actually have that rule as well.
Yeah, some of them can be more strict than others. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll fine you like. I think they'll say it has to be like covered or behind something. I mean, I understand too. You know, I guess people are concerned.
I like seeing boats.
Huh?
Man, it doesn't bother me. Personally, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't bother me, but I think I understand why they would put those kind of rules in place. You know, they don't just want everyone, you know, to start parking their stuff out in the front. Yeah, it's your home and everything, but I get it. You know, I think it's more so.
But it was in his driveway. It wasn't blocking anybody. You know, it was in it. It was like on his driveway. You know, it was a nice looking boat. It's not like it was a crappy eyesore. You know, it was a nice looking boat. And damn it, you know what? I miss my neighbor because he used to take us out on the boat.
Let me ask you just a stupid what if question, right? What if all the neighbors started parking RVs and boats in the driveway in the neighborhood? How would that look visually?
Honestly, it wouldn't bother me.
You don't feel it bring it down a little bit?
Well, that's just me personally. Yeah. If anybody else feels a different way, that's your right to feel that way. But personally, it wouldn't bother me. You know, it just goes to show you worked hard, you got your little stuff, and as long as it's not blocking the road. Now, if it's blocking if you park your boat on the street, yeah, that's a problem, and people have to, swerve
Okay, so
and
what if somebody parks their broken down junking car in the driveway and just leave it there? It's like a broken down. You see, it's
yeah,
not
now we're crossing
drivable.
the line. Yeah, a broken
What's the
down car, that's
difference?
an eyesore. Yeah, that's a different issue. But me personally, I wouldn't go to the HOA office and complain about it. Yeah, I probably wouldn't like it, but I wouldn't go to the HOA office and complain about it. If you get what I'm trying to say.
But it's not. There's neighborhoods that don't have HOA, but the city ordinance or the town ordinance has that kind of rule, like a HOA, and then they will
Yeah,
come and find.
absolutely.
Yeah, they'll find the person. They'll say, I'm not a homeowner. I've lived in apartments my whole life.
Mhm.
I'm just imagining how I would want it if I was a homeowner. I don't think I would want that there. Just being honest. As far as how it
Yeah.
looks, like I imagine if I have a home, I want my home to look nice. And if my home is in a certain neighborhood, I want everyone in the neighborhood's house to look nice if possible. Not like following the Jones is nice, but basic stuff, manicured lawns, clean, and no junk in the
Yeah.
front. And my thing
But
is,
even
if
a
I
boat?
this is what I'm about to say. If I'm able to have a boat, then maybe I should have a place to put it. If I have enough money to own and maintain a boat and everything that comes with owning and maintaining a boat, then I definitely should have a place to park it. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, and I guess he could have put it in the garage, whatever. But I mean, to me, it and this is just me personally, the boat and on the driveway is the same thing as your car on the driveway. Now, if you have a junky car that looks hideous and just sitting there like that, and it's been there forever and it just sits there for years, I get it.
But
I
then the
understand.
neighbor is going to say, well, why you let the guy up the block park his boat? Yeah, it looks nice, but it's been sitting there for a whole year. Why he can have his boat up there and I can't have my car? I have nowhere else to put it. We already have stuff. We changed the garage into another room, so I can't put it there. The driveway is the only way I could put it. I don't have no storage for it or nowhere else I can't afford that, so it has to sit here. It's on
Yeah,
all
true.
4 tires are flat. Everything, you know what I mean? Like leaves is falling on it now. Like that's how I look
Nah.
at it.
Yeah.
Like there's like
No,
was one person start doing
I
it, then
rented
everyone
that
started doing
house. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I rented that house for years. So I actually turned my garage into a she cave. So instead of a man cave, I
Wait,
turned into a
hold
she
on.
cave.
Before you move on real quick, I wanted to see what Stanley thought about the last thing.
Yeah,
What did you think? Because I know, what do you feel about that, Stanley?
About what? Cars and stuff?
Like parking your boat in the driveway.
I don't have a problem with that.
All right. I'm sorry. You can continue.
I mean, I guess I understand why, you want like neat appearances, property values and all that. But, if there's a place, to put the boat, like a 3-car garage or something, I guess it's good to put it in there. Getting it like behind the house out of sight might be easy. It might not be. So
Yeah.
depends. If you bought the boat while you were living there, then that's kind of on you. If you moved in with the boat, I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
And Phoenix Fish has a 67 Ford Falcon. Wow.
Dang,
at the end
Phoenix
of the-
Fish. I want to drive that, man.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're a homeowner. I think you should be allowed, in fair reason, to do, what you will with your property. But I just say I kind of understand why a HOA or a city ordinance will have that kind of rule. I do think the HOAs kind of get a little ridiculous though, as far as like when it comes to like if certain things you want to plant in front of your home and how you want to decorate your home.
Oh yeah, they
I think
told
they
my
go a little
neighbor,
bit.
the same neighbor with the boat. They told him he had painted his house, and it wasn't a weird color. It wasn't at all. But because it wasn't approved by the HOA, they made him change the paint. They only allowed a certain colors of paint, and it was like, I think it's like in between 3 colors. So my house was beige, so beige was one of them, and then it was some kind of like a slate blue, and then it was like a terracotta. And because he painted his house like a white, yeah, it was like a just white, just regular white. They told him he had to repaint his house.
Wow.
I feel like white is such a neutral color.
I don't.
They'd be
Well,
upset at that.
that's how. And then you have, and a lot of times I feel, and this is just me personally, I feel it's not even the HOA that comes around and causes crap. I think it's these nosy Karen neighbors that freaking want to complain and shit. Like, I'll give you an example. I had a cat, and I had other cats coming to the neighborhood because I would put my cat's bowl in the garage. And like I said, I turned my garage into a she cave. So I had a couch there, I had a TV, and I would just chill in the garage, and I would always have my garage door open, and the other cats would come in. So I said, oh, well, these other cats are coming in, they want to eat. All right. I got extra bowls and I got extra food. I'd put the food out for them. They'd eat and go about their way. They weren't my cats. But guess what? This nosy fucking Karen neighbor said my cats are running in her yard and shitting in her yard. I'm like, bitch, really? I'm just feeding some fucking stray cats.
Well, were they?
Were they shitting in her yard?
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck if they were shitting in her yard. It's not my business. I'm just giving them some food because they were hungry. They're not my cats. Now, was my cat shitting in her yard? No. Because after my cat ate, she went inside. And that's it. But now the strays, because she saw me feeding the strays, I guess she thought that they were also my cats. And, I had the HOA come and talk to. I was like, oh, man. And I had to explain that they're not my cats. And they were like, well, if you're feeding them, they're considered your pet. And I'm like, you know what? All right. So I stopped putting food out in the garage. Poor cats.
You should have euthanized them and left them on your neighbor's doorstep.
I should have drove my truck. Well, at the time I had a sedan. I should have drove my car right through her freaking front door. Bitch. Yeah, and that's why man, when I said I wanted to buy a house, I was like, I can't do this. I can't do no HOA. Sorry. I can't do it. Now, granted, even though I live in a neighborhood that's like, non-HOA or whatever. Now, if your grass gets ridiculously high, which it does when it's rainy season, and nobody will come cut your grass because you can't cut grass when it's wet. So after the hurricane, I got a freaking, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? It was one day. I got a letter at the door saying the grass is too high. And man, I called the city up and I said, do you know who I am? And I had to tell them where I work. And this is what I know. And this is, the law. And, calm the hell down. You gonna tell a government worker, to cut their grass? Are you crazy?
Well, apparently it wasn't short enough for government work.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, the grass did get pretty high, but it's been raining like almost every day, even before the storm. Nobody's gonna come cut your grass. We can't cut grass. And I think they put notes on other neighbors' doors too. I don't really speak to my neighbors like that. I kind of like mind my business, but yeah, because I know their grass was high too. But it's only when it's ridiculous. But in an HOA, I'm talking about if that grass is like an inch higher than they feel that it should be, you get fined. They don't even leave a note. You just get fined. It's crazy. That's why I can't do HOAs. Sorry.
How many HOAs have you been tossed out of?
Oh, well, I've never been tossed out of the HOA. I left the HOA. I only lived in one. And when I first moved to Florida, I had an apartment.
You were asked to leave.
No, I left because I found a job in the county that I'm in right now. So and then the education was better here in my county. Everything was just better.
So as far as like entertainment, like restaurants and things like that, do you have to go all the way to like Hillsborough County, or can you do it like in your own county?
Oh no, we have no. We have a downtown here in Bradenton, and there's a couple of bars, a couple of restaurants, but I'm not 20 something years old anymore, so I don't go clubbing. When I was younger, still in my 30s, and I was living in Hillsborough County, yes, I'd get a babysitter and go out with friends, girlfriends, and for our birthdays or whatever. It wasn't like a every weekend thing, but yeah, on birthdays we'd go out to the clubs in Tampa or Ybor City, and we have some fun, just hang out and chill. But I'm not really into that stuff anymore.
So what about like
Not into
like family things?
Oh,
Like
well, yeah, there's a lot of
is there a lot of local things you can do in the county, or because I know Tampa
yeah.
has like all of the Busch Gardens and all that other stuff going on.
Well, in my county, Tampa's not that far, so it's like a 40, depending on what part of Tampa, 45 to an hour and 15 minutes away. So I mean, but in Bradenton, we do have a bowling alley, we do have movie theaters, we do have this thing. It's kind of like a it's like a Dave and Buster's. I know you know Dave and Buster's in New York, right?
Yeah, like video games and stuff like that, arcade.
Yeah. So we have that. There's a Chuck E. Cheese for the kids, and it's not ghetto. Yeah, we got lots of stuff out here for family. There's lots of parks and like natural reservations and stuff like that. You can go hiking, you could go kayaking out here, go fishing. You can go see the manatees on Riverwalk.
Oh, y'all have a Riverwalk as well?
Yeah, we have a Riverwalk. And when I lived in Apollo Beach, we had a manatee sanctuary as well. I told you I love the water. So we would go look at the manatees when we were in Apollo Beach, and when I moved here to Bradenton, there's manatees out here too. Just can't touch them. You get arrested.
What's the
or at least fined.
what's the demographics?
As far as blacks,
As far as everybody.
It's, I would say maybe like 70% white. And as far as blacks, they have their own part of town that they live in. So
Is it across
I would
railroad
stay.
track?
Huh?
The other side of the tracks.
Yeah, Stanley, literally it is. Not railroad tracks, but the other side of the interstate. You got there's parts of Bradenton I would never live in. Like I wouldn't live in Samoset. I live in West Bradenton. I wouldn't live in Samoset. I wouldn't live in Onico. Onico is nothing but Mexicans, but not the good kind of Mexicans, the gang Mexicans, you know. I wouldn't live in those parts.
So
you
it's
know.
not, and I imagine some of them are good people part.
Oh yeah, the ones that live, I have actually, okay, there's only 4 houses on my block. So the house that's across the street from me, but I have to walk up the block to see it. That house, they're owned by like snowbirds. So they only come down here during the winter time. So they should be down here soon. And other times they rent it as an Airbnb. But for some reason, miraculous reason, they find good people that rent it. So I've never had an issue with, anything like rowdy happening. And then the house that's a couple of, maybe an acre or 2 next to it is it's white people, and then it's me across the street, and then the lady that lives next door to me, quite a few feet down, they're Mexican, so I don't have issues.
So so you could say your neighborhood is fairly mixed. Would that be safe to say?
Yeah. And ever since I moved to Bradenton, before I bought this house, I rented in the same neighborhood. I mean, when I say the same neighborhood, literally like around the corner. I was renting a house out there, and those houses were more close together. Not too close where it's like you're in your neighbor's face, but a little closer together. And yeah, the neighbor next to me was Mexican. The neighbor across from me was white. Then I had another neighbor across the street. She's white. Her husband's Mexican. And, and then I had another neighbor behind, like adjacent to my backyard. They were black, and we didn't have any issues. Everybody was friendly, storm came. Everybody, asked, hey, are you okay? Do you need anything? People would throw parties for their kids for their birthdays. They'd knock on our door. Do your kids want to come over? Is it okay for your kids to come over, to the party? Absolutely, So, yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, what is your background, like your nationality?
I'm American, like Stanley said.
All right.
But,
so what is your race?
Well, I consider myself black. But,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
race, which means, you know, you didn't ask me my ethnicity. If you want to talk about race, I am mostly black, as you can see. You know, you can see from my picture, I am mostly black.
I didn't want
But
to assume because and I don't want you to take offense either. But by your picture, you could pass for Dominican or Puerto Rican, like being from New York. So I don't want you to take offense. That's why I asked.
okay, no, I don't take offense at all. But here's the funny thing: I have siblings that are half Dominican and act like they're not black, and I have another sister who's half Puerto Rican that acts like she's not black. And my dad is black, okay? He's a black Cuban. He's darker than me. You know, so, but anyway. So, okay, so my ethnicity, my mom is Haitian and my dad is Cuban.
Oh, interesting.
And my mom is like very, very, very fair skinned. But my dad is like super dark Cuban. And but her father, my mom's father, is Irish. So yeah, when I say no, go ahead. Sorry.
Did you grow up like, did your parents raise you with those cultures, like the Cuban and the Haitian? Was that a part of like your upbringing, or was it more like an Americanized upbringing?
I went through this story I think earlier today, but I'll tell you. No worries. I didn't know my dad was my dad until I was 17 years old. So my mom had lied to me my whole life. I thought my stepfather was my dad. So I thought I was like just pure Haitian, you know, with an Irish grandfather, because I did know my granddad before he passed, you know. And that's all I thought. I thought I was just Haitian with an Irish grandpa.
So how did you, when the news, because you're conservative, correct? So when you started hearing the news about like Haitians eating dogs and cats, what did you think about that?
That's the damn lie. I never ate a dog or a cat in my life. I never ate a dog or a cat in my life. Trust me. Now, do people do crazy things? Absolutely. Don't white people eat fucking roadkill and fucking eat possums and fucking raccoons and squirrels? So what's the difference between a Haitian eating a dog or a cat if that's what they're doing? You know,
Nobody keeps pet squirrels.
Some of them do.
They do.
The white people out here do. They have possums as pets. Yeah. But here's the thing, Stanley. What I'm trying to say is that people want to act like, you know, Haitians are the ones that's, you know, eating you know, weird meat and shit. Well, fuck. Wasn't it last year we were all talking about Chinese people eating fucking cats and dogs? Now it's Haitian people eating cats and dogs. Like, I don't want to hear about that shit. You know, you have so much. Here's my problem. No, here's my problem with the right. Here's my problem, okay? Because, like I said, I am a conservative, but I do have issues. The problem with the right is that they want to bring up all these bullshit allegations. And I mean, you have so much stuff you can attack the left on. I mean, really, it seems so desperate to me that you're talking about Haitians eating cats and I don't want to hear about that shit. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I think honestly that hurt. I think that hurt them. I think that did them. That wasn't a good thing at all. I think,
It is ridiculous.
and I think it
Exactly.
makes him look like the senile old man. First it was Biden. Now him saying such a ridiculous thing, it makes him look like the senile old man now. And so I think it was a bad strategy, and it was something that shouldn't have been said at all.
Exactly.
I'm not Haitian, but I grew up in New York, so I grew up around Haitians. I've eaten
And you ain't never
Haitian.
seen them eat no cat or dog, right?
That's just absurd. I've eaten Haitian food from scratch, and it's funny you brought up liver earlier, because my friend's uncle, his aunt married a Haitian, right? So this is my neighborhood friend. We go to his house, go in the backyard. So one day we was over there, and everybody was hungry, and he was like, "Listen, man, we could go to the store and get something to eat." They was like, "No, I don't want to eat that." Da da da. Haitian, like making jokes or whatever, right? So I'm like, "Man, I'm hungry. Let's go." So we went to the supermarket, right? He got beef liver, because you spoke about liver. He got beef liver, right? Cornmeal and cabbage and mixed vegetables, right? Came back, man, that thing was smelling so good. The guys that were refusing the food, they was coming in and out the kitchen smelling the food, right? If I didn't go with him to the supermarket, I would never known that was liver. Now, when I was younger, my mother cooked liver. I hated it. It was like rubber. I would be at the dinner table for hours, and she's forcing me to eat it. This liver that he made, I kept asking him, "You sure this is liver?" It was tasted like steak. It was so tender. The onions, and then the way he cooked it with the oil from the fat and everything, it was so good. The cornmeal, he whipped the cornmeal into like a mashed potato kind of paste almost, and it had like, and it was like peppery, and it was peppery, and then he had the cabbage with the mixed vegetables with the, man, we sat there and we had a feast. You hear me? We had a
I'm
feast.
telling you, Haitian food is the
So
best.
So it was some of the most
Haitian
tastiest
food
food
is
I
the
ever,
best.
and I've experienced like Jamaican. I experienced my own family's food, because my family's from my mother's side is from the Virgin Islands. So, but
okay.
yeah, but the Haitian food, some of the best. So
Hey,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
how did the liver get cooked? Was it grilled?
He put it in it wasn't grilled. He put it in like a flat pan, like a saucer pan. It was like a flat pan,
And
and he just
fried it,
cooked.
and then add some water and the
He had
onions, and
oil.
then
He had a
make
little bit of
sauce.
oil. He had onions. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And then he just like turned it over, and just cooked it like that. I wouldn't say like a hamburger really, but like he was doing something else to it. But Stanley, it was so tender. I couldn't believe it was liver.
I
Because liver.
grilled once
I'm
on a
sorry.
gas grill, and it was the same way. You would have never known it was liver. And
I used to hate liver as a child. I used to hate it. Like I would sneak and throw a bit of it in the garbage. It was just like rubber. My mother cooked it, but this, it
Let
was
me
like
tell you
steak.
something, Lee. Okay, I'm gonna tell you the honest truth right now. My husband is white, okay, and a lot of the food that his family cook, man, I can't eat that shit. Hey,
So how does
I'm
he?
sorry, it's true. I can't eat that shit.
So how does he like the food that you like, your Haitian food? Does he like that?
He loves it. You know what he loves? He loves that black rice. And if John Galt was on the channel right now, John Galt could attest to this. He knows about the black rice, because I've heard him talk about the black rice with the Haitian girl he used to date.
So now your husband is white, correct? So
Yeah.
And he's married to you, so he has firsthand experience with a Haitian woman, Haitian cuisine. What was his reaction when he started hearing like that stuff?
It opened up his palate. Okay? I had to show him how to wash meat, because I know and white people don't attack me on this with the fucking spreading salmonella, because that shit is a fucking lie. You gotta wash your fucking meat, okay? I showed him how to wash meat.
No,
Take
no, no,
the
no, no, no,
lemon.
no, 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 no. I'm saying, when he heard about like Haitians eating cats and stuff, what was his what did he
He
think
was
about
like,
that?
he was like, man, that's bullshit, because he knows me, and he knows that, my culture. He's met my
Right.
family before,
So see, so the point I'm trying to make now is we just have, unfortunately, in America, we have a understanding problem, right? So when someone comes out and says Haitians are eating cats and dogs, if you never had any experience with Haitians, you will believe that. And especially if you already have some type of prejudice in your mind, you know what I mean? You will easily believe that, So I think that's just what it is here. We just have to
Now
try
I
to
could understand. I could understand you being upset about immigrants coming the way that they are coming here right now. I could get that. But to stoop so low to say Haitians are eating cats and dogs and they eating your pets, man, get the fuck out of here. And this is what I told my husband the other day. I said, babe, if I wasn't as conservative as I am, this would be the breaking point. Like, I would definitely vote for Kamala. It's getting to that point where it's like, I've had enough. I'm tired. And yeah, and I know on this channel we joke about it, but I know that, the people on this channel, we're joking, we're having fun. But a lot of people's taking this shit serious.
Yeah, you know what they say, there's a bit of truth in every joke. I think some people, even though they might be joking, I think they really do believe it. I don't think it's a joke. I think they really do believe that, and that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate how easily people are persuaded by things without correct information. It's just basically a rumor. That's basically what it is.
I don't know what's going on with my phone. I have ever since the storm, I've had shitty service, and now I think my phone's about to die. So I'm gonna log off and I'm gonna come back on. I'm gonna let my phone fast charge, and I cannot be on it while it fast charge. Are you guys still gonna be on here, Stanley?
Actually, in a couple minutes, I'm gonna end this and start the next one.
Okay.
By now. Let's see.
Okay, Lead, are you gonna be on the next one?
I'll be around for a bit. I'll be around for a little while yet.
All right, so I'll see you in the next chat.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see here. I was looking. I saw the next one. I was going to drop the link here.
But Stanley, did you see my view?
See what?
As far as like just people just not having experience with certain people, so it would tend to lead them to believe falsehoods.
I'm not sure. You mean about someone's race or ethnicity?
Well, specifically